Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Apocalypse. Wen Qian suddenly opened her eyes and sat upright in bed. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, utterly silent. Utilizing the moonlight, she cautiously surveyed her environment, and upon recognizing the familiar, yet foreign setting, her pupils dilated in astonishment. This is her home. Grabbing her phone, she stared at the time displayed on the screen, momentarily frozen. July 4th, 2123, 11:14 p.m. Had she truly returned to 1 month before the apocalypse? Just moments ago, she had been engaged in a fierce battle with a group of robbers, only to be struck by a catastrophic earthquake. When Qian turned her gaze to the window and noticed several elderly men seated beneath a streetlight, clad in short sleeves and shorts, engrossed in a game of cards. It was a common sight during summer evenings, as they would emerge around 9 p.m. and play until midnight. When Qian had witnessed this scene countless times, yet never had it left her so utterly dumbfounded as it did now. A fleeting memory flickered in her mind, prompting her to swiftly raise her phone and activate the camera mode, directing it towards the men. Indeed, she recognized them. On a particular night, just before the apocalypse, she had stayed up late binge-watching a series and had witnessed the shocking transformation of these very men as they turned on one another in a frenzy. At the time, she had assumed a dispute had ensued over the card game. After seeing them motionless on the ground, she had called for an ambulance, unaware that it marked the onset of the apocalyptic calamity. In the magnified footage, one elderly man, clutching a playing card, suddenly lunged at the nearest companion. A horrifying scream echoed as the men grappled and tore at each other. The horrific scene persisted for over 2 minutes, culminating in their lifeless forms sprawled on the ground. Just as Wen Qian was about to stop the recording, her breath hitched. The bodies, which should have been lifeless or at least days away from transformation, began to rise slowly from the ground. With stiff limbs, one of them staggered towards her home, only to collapse again after a few steps. Ding! The Apocalypse Awakening system has been activated. Just as Wen Qian lowered her phone, an unfamiliar voice resonated in her ears. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a line of text appeared before her. Do you accept the Novice Awakening task? What was this? She had never encountered anything like it in her previous life. After a brief moment of shock, she promptly agreed. In the next instant, she found herself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. A thatched cottage, a well, and a 1 square meter vegetable patch. This was the fabled space. In the midst of the apocalypse, bizarre occurrences were to be expected. In her past life, Wen Qian had also awakened a unique ability, albeit one of invisibility rather than spatial manipulation, allowing her to adapt to this new reality swiftly. Overjoyed, Wen Qian eagerly delved into the novice task panel. Prepare supplies for survival in the apocalypse 05000 yuan. Was this an invitation to stockpile? A smile crept across her face as she exited the space, scanning her home for suitable items. Her gaze landed on the computer atop the table. If her memory served her right, this was the new one her brother had bought for her just last week, priced precisely at 5,000. With a mere thought, both she and the computer reappeared in the space, and the taskbar transformed from red to green. Prepare supplies for survival in the apocalypse, 285,005,000 yuan completed. Reward, 5 square meters of combat-ready space. Wen Qian stared in bewilderment at the number displayed, 28500. Her brother had claimed it was a casual purchase on his way home, costing only 5,000. How could that be? Realization dawned upon her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Taking a deep breath, she resumed her novice tasks, relocating more items into the space. Ergonomic chair, 8,600 yuan. Sofa, 37,000 yuan. Television, 23,000 yuan. Trash can, 66 yuan. Socks, 1 yuan. 1 yuan. When Qian frowned at the socks she had just brought in, recognizing them as her brother's, she swiftly discarded them. Gradually, when Qian grasped the underlying mechanics, the initial phase essentially traded 1,000 yuan worth of supplies for 1 square meter of space. While she was uncertain if prices would increase later on, she realized that as long as she tirelessly contributed items, her space would continue to expand. Furthermore, she discovered that as long as the items were non-living, their state remained eternal within this realm. The ice cream she had forgotten to eat an hour ago remained solidly intact. This was undoubtedly a sanctuary for survival amidst the apocalypse. Yet, the light in Wen Qian's eyes dimmed as she thought of her parents and brother living next door, clenching her fists tightly. If only they could enter as well. While she felt fully capable of protecting herself and them upon her return, she could not guarantee what unforeseen events might arise. Regardless, she was resolute in ensuring they would never be separated again. After several hours of diligent effort, Wen Qian had nearly emptied her home. The thatched cottage in the space had been upgraded to a mud house, then to a brick house. Just as she felt exhausted and contemplated returning to bed for a brief rest, the system's notification sounded once more. Congratulations! You have completed all novice tasks. Reward: 1 family member entry quota. Please bind family member information within 24 hours. Wen Qian froze in place. Others could enter too. She swiftly exited the space, intent on seeking out her family. Residing in a top-floor duplex, her living area totaled 300 square meters, complemented by a 100-square-meter rooftop garden. The adjacent unit housed her parents and brother. The connection between the two terraces featured a diminutive wall, barely 1.5 meters high, which was non-load-bearing. Thus, it had been removed, replaced with a small iron gate that was more decorative than functional. This arrangement allowed Wen Qian to dine with her family while maintaining her independent living space. Qian, are you awake? Mom made your favorite beef buns and millet porridge, still warm. Eat well before you sleep. On the staircase, Liam Mo, coming to call Wen Qian for breakfast, was taken aback by the empty living room, her face draining of color. Had they been robbed? She hurried downstairs, tears brimming as she beheld her daughter emerging from the room. Are you all right? Let me see. Liam Mo circled around Wen Qian, confirming her safety before sighing in relief. Meanwhile, hearing Li Mo's exclamation, Wen Chongning and Wen Rang rushed over from next door, equally startled by the empty living room. When Qian's voice trembled, she had lost count of how many years it had been since she had seen them. In her previous life, they had all perished while protecting her during the apocalypse, leaving her to endure alone for a decade, until that cataclysmic earthquake had returned her to this moment. She threw herself into Li Mo's embrace, weeping for joy. Mistaking her tears for fear of a thief, Li Mo quickly began to soothe her. The two men nearby were at a loss for how to comfort their daughter. One yearned to embrace her, while the other wished to tousle her hair, yet both hesitated due to their pride. Chapter 2. Spatial bonding of family. Once in the desolation of the apocalypse, when Qian had survived alone for a decade, long forgetting what it felt like to cry. Without the protection of her parents and brother, her home was seized and her provisions were plundered. She fled in every direction, striving to survive while evading those unscrupulous men who sought to harm her. Ultimately, with no escape in sight, she was forced to take a life. With the first kill came the second. From initial trembling hands to eventual numbness, the number of lives she ended grew, while the number of those daring to provoke her dwindled. In the end, she became a figure of dread, a female Yalma. Wen Qian lifted her gaze to Liam Mo, who stood close, wiping away her tears while a faint smile graced her lips, softly reassuring, "Mother, do not worry. No thieves have entered our home, and I am well." "What do you mean, no thieves?" Liam Mo replied, her voice laced with concern. "Qian, do not be afraid. Come sleep at your mother's place tonight." Upon finishing her words, Liam Mo turned and scolded Wen Chongning. "This is all your fault. What kind of flimsy door did you buy for our daughter? It allowed thieves to enter so easily." My fault. It is entirely my oversight." Wen Chongning nodded repeatedly, his brow furrowed. He had initially refrained from purchasing a villa due to safety concerns, only to find that the penthouse he chose was also violated. "I will have someone install an electric fence on the door. Let us see who dares to break in again." When Qian interjected, "It truly was not a theft. I moved the items myself." She halted when rang from calling the police, her expression serious as she looked at the three before her. "Father, mother, brother. Do you believe me?" The trio exchanged puzzled glances before nodding in unison without hesitation. "Then what if I told you that the apocalypse is imminent? Would you still believe me?" When Rang inquired, "Is this some nightmare?" "No," Wen Qian replied, producing her phone to show a video recorded the previous night. "Take a look at this." The three leaned in to watch, their expressions shifting as the video concluded. Wen Chongning remarked, "Those old men were quite fierce. No wonder I heard police and ambulance sirens this morning." Liam Mo added, They play cards there every day. Their tempers flare with age, leading to inevitable quarrels. When Rang countered, that does not prove anything. What if I told you I possess a space? Wen Qian asked, locking eyes with Wen Rang, who was 5 years her senior. She had been raised primarily by him, as their mother, Li Mo, had worked long hours as a surgeon and their father, Wen Chongning, was engrossed in various business ventures. Mother, I must inform you that shortly I will take you to a place where you will suddenly find yourself, and father and brother will abruptly vanish. Do not be afraid. Li Mo reached out to feel Wen Qian's forehead. Is this child feverish? I am not, Wen Qian assured her, gripping her mother's hand with a serious expression. Are you prepared? Li Mo hesitated before nodding. In the next instant, the two vanished from their location. When Rang gasped, while Wen Chongning staggered back in shock. Rang, we're your mother and sister. In the newfound space, Li Mo trembled at the unfamiliar surroundings. Ding! Family binding information activated. Wen Qian listened to the system's voice as a panel materialized before her, displaying Li Mo's complete information, which Li Mo could not perceive. Name: Li Mo. Gender: female. Age: 47. Height: 163 centimeters. Blood type: B. Occupation: former surgeon. Relationship: mother-daughter. Loyalty: never betray. After swiftly reviewing the information, Wen Qian confirmed the binding action, only to receive another system prompt. Members may only enter and exit with the head of the household. The head can unbind any member at will, and upon leaving the system, all memories regarding the space will vanish. This is akin to a cheat skill. Wen Qian chuckled softly, closing the panel. Mother, let us venture outside. They will surely begin to worry if we linger too long. As Li Mo exited the small dwelling, she indeed noticed the absence of familiar belongings. Her expression slightly dazed, she nodded, grasping Wen Qian's hand as they departed the space. Now, do you believe? Wen Qian assisted Li Mo in sitting on the edge of the bed and turned her attention back to Wen Rang and Wen Chongning. Their faces reflected concern, and after a brief silence, Wen Rang asked quietly, how long until the apocalypse? A month. Those circumstances may change, potentially arriving sooner. Brother, do you recall the zombie films you once took me to see? Yes. Is the apocalypse akin to that? No, it is far more terrifying. The room fell into silence, none daring to speak. Minutes later, when Rang called his office to request leave, having just completed a significant project that consumed over a year of his life, he had accrued nearly 3 months of vacation time. Given the current lull between projects and his pivotal role in the previous one, the company swiftly approved his request, advising him to rest well before returning to work. After ending the call, Wen Rang turned to Wen Qian. Speak. What preparations must we undertake? Wen Chongning and Li Mo sat upright, seriousness etched on their faces as they awaited Wen Qian's instructions. Wen Qian felt a warm surge of affection at their unwavering support and trust. In the first 3 years of the apocalypse, the weather will be extreme. While the seasons remain distinct, summer temperatures may soar to 70 degrees, while winter can plunge to -60. With water and power outages and zombies rampant, we must stockpile food, clothing, and medicine in advance. Weinrang nodded fully. But in those first 3 years, our greatest adversary will not be the zombies, will it? Correct. Wen Qian affirmed. It will be humanity. With food shortages looming, the darker aspects of human nature would emerge. She recounted the harrowing events of her previous life, where neighbors ascended the fire escape to invade homes, seizing food and expelling their rightful inhabitants. As she narrated, the trio's expressions turned grim. Rang, let's go to the materials market now. Wen Chongning declared, his resolve palpable. Once a street vendor who had risen through hardship, he may have softened since becoming a father, but he would not allow others to trample upon him. This time, I shall confront anyone who dares approach. Let them come if they fear not death. Chapter 3. The whole family goes on a shopping spree, Dad. I will take care of the rooftop. You and Mom should head to the market. I can't discern the freshness of meat, vegetables, and fruits, so it's best you both go buy them, Wen Rang suggested. Let us split up. That way, we can be more efficient. All right, it's settled then. Honey, let us go. We'll change our clothes and head out, Wen Chongning said as he pulled Li Mo up and walked away, his voice still audible as he grumbled. How dare you bully my daughter? I'll make you pay. Wen Rang watched as their figures vanished completely before turning back to Wen Qian. The siblings locked eyes, and Wen Rang continued to inquire about matters that piqued his curiosity. How many years has the apocalypse lasted? I don't know, but given the circumstances back then, it won Qian within 20 years. At least it wasn't T over when she died, and that was already the 15th year, Wen Qian replied. Wen Rang swallowed hard and asked, "What about you? How many years have you been alone?" Wen Qian was taken aback by the question. Wen Rang, quick-witted, recalled her reaction upon seeing them and, coupled with her mysterious space, had already pieced together some clues. She must have not seen them for a long time. Even though she tried to mask her emotions in front of them, it was evident that her gaze bore the sharpness and resilience of someone who had faced life and death. Despite the family's hardships during her childhood, they had never made her feel deprived. Their parents didn't expect her to achieve great heights. They merely wished for her to avoid the wrong paths and lead a happy, healthy life. When Rang shared this sentiment, they could earn money, and he didn't want her to bear unnecessary burdens. As long as she stayed away from gambling and drugs, they would strive to ensure she lived a life free from want. Little did they expect that ultimately they would leave this young girl all alone. With a sigh, Wen Rang took a few steps closer to Wen Qian and gently ruffled her hair. "This time, I will accompany you to the end. Let us eat first, fill our stomachs, and then we can go shopping." Okay. Wen Qian hadn't tasted such delicious, fragrant meat buns in ages. The hunger pangs from her past life resurfaced as she devoured over 10 buns in one go, only to be halted by Wen Rang, who worried she might overindulge. After their meal, the siblings descended and went their separate ways. Wen Rang went to the construction market to handle the rooftop issues, while Wen Qian set out to procure other necessary supplies. She drove to the city's largest foreign-owned, high-end, membership-based self-service supermarket, preparing for her zero-cost shopping spree. Do not speak to her of moral boundaries. The apocalypse was imminent, and everyone's priority was survival. She had contemplated going abroad to execute this plan, but was concerned that the end of the world might arrive sooner than expected. The elderly men who had succumbed to their fate while playing cards downstairs were obviously infected. With such a situation unfolding, the apocalypse could commence at any moment, and she dared not separate from her family. As she entered the supermarket, the system's voice echoed in her mind once more. Activating surveillance cloaking. The host will no longer appear on the monitoring screens. Wen Qian smiled faintly, pleased with the system's thoughtfulness. She had a multitude of items to acquire. Following the standard purchasing process would require numerous trips. Moreover, she wished to avoid detection and the ensuing complications, so a silent, stealthy shopping spree was the optimal choice. Pushing her cart to the second floor, she found rows of shelves neatly stocked with various goods. Staff members were offering samples to customers along the main aisle. The shelves were a good 70 or 80 centimeters deep, as there weren't many employees available to restock items for sale. Wen Qian headed straight for the grain section, grabbing 50 boxes of 40-pound rice in her space. Next came flour, high gluten, low gluten, and all-purpose, 30 pounds per box, and she took 50 boxes. For miscellaneous grains, black beans, green beans, red beans, millet, brown rice, black rice, glutinous rice, and peanuts, she selected 20 boxes of each, weighing 4 pounds per box. She also collected various cooking oils, peanut, corn, olive, sunflower seed, and avocado oil, taking 35-liter barrels of each. Since it was a weekday and early at 9 a.m., the supermarket was relatively empty, allowing her to go unnoticed as she gathered her supplies. Wen Qian then moved to the seasoning aisle, taking 20 bottles each of soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, cooking wine, fragrant vinegar, sashimi soy sauce, and chili oil. She grabbed 50 bags each of spices such as cardamom, cinnamon, dried chili, star anise, bay leaves, fennel, Sichuan pepper, and cloves. For iodized and non-iodized salt, she lifted about 70 boxes, each containing 10 bags of 5 pounds. She had to be mindful. She couldn't clear out the entire supermarket at once and needed to leave some stock for others. Additionally, she wasn't certain of her space as current storage limit, so she aimed to gather a diverse range of items. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to store anything else once it was full. As these thoughts crossed her mind, the system's voice suddenly chimed in her head. Ding! Time-limited double task activated. Within 1 hour, for every 1,000 yuan of supplies stocked, the space will increase by 2 square meters. Wen Qian's lips curled into a slight smile. She quickened her pace, eyeing the high-quality meats in the refrigerated section, tossing them into her cart before the staff's eyes. Pork ribs, 3 pounds per box, priced at 120 yuan. 10 boxes, 1,200 yuan. Pork shoulder, 3 pounds per box, 80 yuan. 10 boxes, 800 yuan. Pork tenderloin, 3 pounds per box, 75 yuan. 10 boxes, 750 yuan. Pork trotters, 3 pounds per box, 90 yuan. 10 boxes, 900 yuan. Black pork ribs, 2 pounds per box, 110 yuan. 10 boxes, 1,100 yuan. Soft bone ribs, 3 pounds per box, 110 yuan. 10 boxes, 1,100 yuan. Black pork spare ribs, 1.5 pounds per box, 130 yuan. 10 boxes, 1,300 yuan. Beef slices, 2 pounds per box, 130 yuan. 10 boxes, 1,300 yuan. Beef steaks, 1.5 pounds per box, 180 yuan. 10 boxes, 1,800 yuan. Lamb skewers, 1 pound per bag, 100 yuan. 10 bags, 1,000 yuan. Her cart was filled to the brim with meat, totaling 250 yuan. It wasn't that she didn't want to take more. The refrigerated section was simply out of stock. The staff assumed she was a personal shopper, but without any purchase limits posted, they could only sluggishly assist her. Wen Qian wheeled her cart to a secluded corner of the shelf, where the system had cloaked the surveillance. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, she swiftly stored the items in her space and then turned to the home appliance section. Although the apocalypse might bring water and power shortages, her space had both. The wear and tear on appliances was inevitable. Moreover, this time they had made preparations in advance, intending to employ household generators and solar panels, making it wise to stock up on small appliances. A robotic vacuum cleaner at 600 yuan. She took 3, totaling 800 yuan. Air purifiers at 4,000 yuan each. She grabbed 10, amounting to 40,000 yuan. Dishwashers, she selected the most expensive model at 26,000 yuan and took 2, totaling 52,000 yuan. For bladeless fans, which provided both cooling and ventilation, priced at 3,800 yuan each, she added 5 to her cart, bringing the total to 19,000 yuan. As for air conditioners, they could be salvaged from their home if necessary. A PS5 gaming console cost 4,000 yuan each. She picked up 2 for Wen Rang, totaling 8,000 yuan. Drones were priced at 5,000 yuan each. There were 6 on the shelf, and she took them all, amounting to 30,000 yuan. After leaving the appliance section, Wen Qian's shopping spree totaled 159,800 yuan. Chapter 4. Striving to match the dominant CEO, Wen Qian walked briskly, her eyes lighting up upon spotting a set of fresh-keeping boxes. The space was capable of preserving food in its freshest state, allowing her to prepare meals in advance. Neatly packed into the boxes and stored on the shelf, ready for convenient access later. The 12-piece set was priced at 200 yuan per box, and she initially took 10 boxes, totaling 2,000 yuan. The knife set, consisting of 7 pieces, was 700 yuan per set, and she acquired 10 sets for 7,000 yuan. A bag of 32 rolls of toilet paper cost 280 yuan, and she purchased 10 bags for 2,800 yuan. Wet wipes, packaged in 8 bags per packet, were priced at 80 yuan. Recognizing their utility, she took 20 packets, amounting to 1,600 yuan. Garbage bags came in a box of 360 for 70 yuan, and she bought 100 boxes for 7,000 yuan. In total, her expenditure reached 2,400 yuan. In less than half an hour, Wen Qian had amassed goods worth 450 yuan. According to the system's exchange rate, her space should have expanded by 389 square meters. Unable to contain her excitement, she found a secluded corner to enter her space. The sight of her newly acquired supplies piled in the open area, along with her upgraded small house transformed into a 2-story villa after a night of hard work, filled her with immense joy. She was determined to stockpile more. She aspired to reach the same echelon as the dominant CEO. dreaming of waking up in a grand mansion with a 500 square meter bed and needing to drive just to reach the restroom. Emerging from her space, Wen Qian cheerfully made her way to the first floor, heading straight to the beauty section. Under the fierce sun of the apocalypse, everyone appeared as tanned as native Africans. Although beauty can be found in darkness, Wen Qian had no desire for it, especially when wealthy fair-skinned beauties would rather avoid it. Consequently, sunscreen, which could be exchanged for other supplies later, was in high demand. She gathered all the items from the shelf. Each priced at 200 yuan, she collected 70, totaling 14,000 yuan. The large capacity hand cream cost 180 yuan each, and she took 50, amounting to 9,000 yuan. Toothbrushes came in packs of 6 for 120 yuan. She took 20 packs for 2,400 yuan. Toothpaste, priced at 160 yuan per set of 6, saw her take 10 sets for 1,600 yuan. As her gaze fell upon the sanitary napkins on the shelf, she suddenly overheard two staff members whispering as they approached. "What's going on today? Why are there so many empty shelves? Who knows? I distinctly remember there being stock this morning. How could it sell out so quickly? It's probably another group of agents coming through. It's so annoying." After listening to their conversation, Wen Qian chuckled and proceeded to the fresh fruit section on the first floor. Since they were restocking there, it wouldn't be prudent for her to make her move just yet. Arriving at the fruit section, she noticed the sparse crowd. The fruits were sold by the box, stacked against the wall, with each type having hundreds of boxes available. Wen Qian took 30 boxes of each variety, ensuring it did not affect the overall supply. She simply placed her hand on the items while selecting, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished into her space. Even those with keen eyesight would merely think they were seeing things. Furthermore, having navigated the apocalypse alone for years, her observational skills were exceptional, ensuring she remained undetected. Lychees cost 50 yuan per box, totaling 1,500 yuan for 30 boxes. Watermelons were 60 yuan per box, leading to 1,800 yuan for 30 boxes. Blueberries were 70 yuan per box, amounting to 2,100 yuan for 30 boxes. Kiwi fruits were priced at 300 yuan per box, resulting in 900 yuan for 30 boxes. Cherries were 200 yuan per box, totaling 6,000 yuan for 30 boxes. Apples were 100 yuan per box, equating to 3,000 yuan for 30 boxes. Young coconuts were 80 yuan per box, leading to 2,400 yuan for 30 boxes. By the time she departed the fruit section, little time remained. However, not far off was the liquor section, another excellent opportunity. High-end Maotai was locked in a cabinet, requiring purchase qualifications to access. But other brands like Wuliangye and Guijiao were available to anyone with sufficient funds. Her father enjoyed a drink from time to time, and liquor could serve as a disinfectant in critical moments, making it essential in the apocalypse. Wen Qian swept through, collecting several tens of thousands in liquor before departing, content. After an hour, she had accumulated supplies worth 403,250 yuan, expanding her space to 806 square meters. Casually tossing more items into her empty car, she proceeded to check out and then moved on to her next target. Binhai City was vast, with several large chain foreign membership supermarkets. As someone who had previously squandered wealth, she happened to possess membership cards for all of them. Thus, she felt compelled to visit each one to ensure a fair share of resources. Wen Qian first visited another supermarket to stock up on sanitary napkins and contraceptive supplies. Although she had no use for the latter, these items would be valuable for trade later, sought after by numerous wealthy individuals. Next, she continued to stockpile rice, noodles, oil, salt, water, and essential seasonings, basic yet vital supplies. Departing at 8 a.m. and returning home at 8 p.m., she had spent an entire day acquiring 3 million yuan in supplies without spending a dime. Although the upscale supermarket prices were inflated, the quality was guaranteed. Moreover, her space calculated exchanges based on retail prices, so she incurred no losses. Tens of thousands of kilograms of grain were securely stored in her space, filling Wen Qian with a sense of safety. Upon returning home, she found her 3 companions already back, worried for her safety and considering going to fetch her. When Chongning and Lian Mo had visited several markets, purchasing 200 pounds of pork and 100 pounds of eggs from each, along with some storable and inconspicuous potatoes, cabbage, and vermicelli. Meanwhile, when Rang had returned with measurements for the rooftop and arranged for the installation of a glass house and security mesh in a week, "You went out for a day and only brought back this little?" When Rang leaned back on the sofa, eyeing the 4 large plastic bags in Wen Qian's hands with disdain. Wen Qian rolled her eyes at him and plopped down on the other side of the sofa. "What do you know? Wealth should not be flaunted. I've stored everything in my space." "How much did you spend?" he inquired. "No need. I got it all for free," she replied, demonstrating her prowess as the car keys vanished from her hand and reappeared instantaneously, leaving the expressions of Wen Rang and the others somewhat awkward. Qian, isn't it inappropriate to take things without paying?" After a moment of hesitation, Li Mo asked. Wen Qian had anticipated this question, knowing that under normal circumstances, this would be considered theft, not merely inappropriate, but a criminal act. Given her shopping total for the day, it could easily lead to imprisonment. However, the situation was different now. "Mom, I understand your concerns, but even if I don't take these items, they will be submerged by the flood within a month. Ordinary people will be unable to venture out to gather supplies. The apocalypse will arrive sooner than expected, and I merely wish to prepare our resources for the coming decades, discreetly and without attracting attention. Everything else is secondary." Chapter 5. Even if it means financial ruin, my daughter shall lack nothing. Upon hearing her words about the coming years, both Wen Chongning and Li Mo appeared disconcerted. After a moment of silence, they refrained from mentioning the zero-cost acquisition and instead inquired about the conditions of the impending apocalypse. "We reside by the sea. Given the harsh environment of the apocalypse, is there a risk of tsunamis? If so, where shall we relocate?" The 2 residences Wen Chongning had acquired were situated not far from the coast. Flanked by mountains on the left, the sea in front, and the main thoroughfare to the right, their location was prime, making them the crown jewels of the neighborhood. The buildings stood 30 stories tall, and their unit was on the top floor. A cluster of villas lay in front of the complex, beyond which stretched the sea, offering an unobstructed vista. The prospect of abandoning this haven was genuinely disheartening. Tsunamis are indeed a possibility, but according to my knowledge, they are at least 15 years away. This morning, I didn't have the opportunity to share too much, only mentioning the natural disasters of the first 3 years. Now, after a day of contemplation, you've both come to terms with the impending apocalypse, which will bolster your psychological resilience. The initial 3 years will bring floods, but as you know, our neighborhood is elevated. The first floor is equivalent to the 5th floor of other complexes, so the floods won't affect our home. This building will still stand after more than a decade, evolving into an alliance base. However, I'm uncertain about events further into the future. When Chongning nodded, deeming 15 years sufficient. "The Montag in Qian. What did you mean this morning by zombies? Will a cure or solution be developed in the future?" "No," Wen Qian replied with a sigh. "This is another matter I must bring to your attention. We cannot remain confined to our home indefinitely. Sooner or later, we will need to venture out and confront the zombies. It is imperative that you avoid being captured or bitten. Once infected, there is no remedy." Wen Chongning glanced at his protruding belly and resolved to commence a regimen of weight loss and exercise the following day. He was determined not to hinder his daughter. Li Mo, looking anxious, inquired further, "Will antibiotics and other medications be difficult to obtain in the future?" "All Western medicines will be scarce. Even if they exist, they will be controlled by the elite. Therefore, Mom, this is why I mentioned earlier that our money should be spent judiciously. As a former doctor, you are well aware of the medications needed in the event of an epidemic. You must procure a supply of essential and related drugs as soon as possible. Do not be concerned about expiration dates. Our space can preserve items indefinitely in their original state." Upon hearing this, a relieved smile graced Li Mo's face. Although these matters seemed utterly bizarre to someone of her age, akin to a fantastical tale, she ultimately chose to believe her daughter. Even if it meant financial ruin, she would spare no expense to ensure her daughter lacked nothing in the apocalypse, considering it a shared, albeit eccentric, venture. Money could be earned again, but she had only one daughter. "Mom, I also need your help in identifying the locations of medication, warehouses and hospitals, and epidemic prevention stations. The drugs we can purchase on the market are limited. Certain valuable medications, such as anesthetics and vaccines, are inaccessible. On the eve of the apocalypse, amidst the chaos, I intend to raid these locations and retrieve the medications. I also want to acquire a set of surgical instruments in case someone is injured in the future, allowing you, as a surgeon, to readily assist. Very well, I understand. I will go out and purchase medications tomorrow, Li Imo readily agreed. The atmosphere remained somewhat somber. So when Rang turned on the television, Wen Qian had already stored the living room television in her space. So when Rang moved the one from the adjacent room, the broadcast happened to be on the local news channel, reporting on the deaths of the elderly men on the nearby road the previous night. The family watched intently and continued to discuss the topic of zombies. When Rang inquired, "How long does it take to mutate after being bitten?" Wen Qian responded, "In the early stages, when the virus is not yet fully evolved, it takes approximately 3 to 7 days. Later on, it becomes more potent, taking only 10 seconds. When Rang asked, "Is the only way to eliminate them by destroying their heads, as depicted in movies?" Wen Qian confirmed, "Yes, a headshot is the only effective method. Targeting other areas is futile." When Rang clicked his tongue, appearing troubled, "We won't be able to acquire firearms, and even if we did, we couldn't become sharpshooters. I must find a way to obtain crossbows and arrows. It's possible to obtain them. As chaos escalates, vendors will emerge. Furthermore, I can seize the opportunity amidst the initial stages of the apocalypse to acquire weapons for self-defense. Crossbows are also a viable option. Besides these," Wen Qian turned to Wen Chongning, who had remained silent. Wen Chongning, who hailed from a rural background, possessed a fiery temperament in his youth. While selling fruit from a cart, he inevitably encountered disputes. Moreover, he had an affinity for bladed weapons. Even now, he kept a machete under his pillow in case of a home invasion. "Dad, do you have any way of obtaining high-quality tang swords? They are remarkably effective for dispatching zombies." When Chongning's eyes lit up, "Yes. You wait. I'll get them for you tomorrow." "No, I'll contact someone right now. The more, the better, and the sooner, the better. Ideally, we should have them in hand within a week. The apocalypse could arrive prematurely, so we must be prepared at all times." "Understood." When Chongning rose, phone in hand, and went to the adjacent room to make calls, Li Mo watched him go, shaking her head with an affectionate smile. "If you mention these things, your father will be wide awake and ecstatic. He has always enjoyed swordsmanship. You know that even now, he spends his days watching action-packed movies and shows." Li Mo's words served as a reminder to Wen Qian. She needed to acquire more portable hard drives and download movies, television series, anime, and variety shows for future entertainment. Her father preferred martial arts genres, her mother enjoyed palace and domestic dramas, and she and Wen Rang shared similar tastes, encompassing anime, thrillers, and horror. "Brother, do you know anyone who sells hard drives? Let's go and get some while we still have internet access and download some good stuff." "How long until the internet is cut off?" "At most, 3 months after the apocalypse. Initially, everyone will harbor hopes that the situation can be controlled. However, as the zombies evolve at an accelerated rate, even military personnel will succumb. The internet will be disrupted due to either human intervention or natural disasters. Let's go and get the goods now." When Rang, an action-oriented individual, grabbed his car keys and headed out while searching for contacts on his phone. As a software engineer, he knew many vendors of electronic equipment. Li Mo watched the siblings leave with concern, reminding them, "Arung, take care of your sister." Chapter 6. The advent of the apocalypse farming and livestock system. When Rang drove to the designated location, where the largest hard drive available for sale boasted a capacity of 20 terabytes, priced at 2,300 each. Without a moment's hesitation, he inquired about the remaining stock and ultimately purchased 30 units to take home. Typically, a 1 terabyte hard drive can accommodate approximately 100 films, allowing a 20 terabytes drive to store around 2,000 films. However, should one wish to download high-definition Blu-ray films, each would require around 30 to 50 gigabytes, meaning that a 1 terabyte drive would only suffice for 20 to 30 films. Regardless, these 30 hard drives would serve their purpose for the time being. Upon returning home, Wen Rang and Wen Qian powered on all the computers in the house and invested significantly in several premium download software subscriptions, spending the night downloading movies and television series. Unable to sleep in his study, Wen Rang was preoccupied, while Wen Qian took advantage of the computer's operation to enter her newfound space. She harbored a slight obsession with order. The disarray of materials in her space unsettled her. Moreover, her busy daytime schedule had prevented her from fully exploring her upgraded space. After a day of diligent effort, her quaint cottage had transformed into a luxurious villa with 3 above-ground levels and 1 basement. Even the vegetable garden in front of the villa had expanded considerably. Wen Qian contemplated the implications of the space's allowance for family members, meaning her father and Wen Rang could also access it in the future. The basement featured a multimedia room, where everyone could indulge in karaoke and movie viewings without disturbing others. Adjacent to the multimedia room, Wen Qian planned to dedicate 1 room to wine storage, another for tobacco and tea, and the remaining 1 for instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and other convenience foods. Although she now possessed the means to cook, she recognized the necessity of maintaining appearances for social interactions in the future. The first floor included not only a living room, but also a kitchen, dining room, and 3 bedrooms with attached bathrooms, perfectly suited for their family of 4. The second floor contained 3 rooms designated for clothing and footwear, alongside supplies such as tissues, sanitary napkins, and toothpaste, while the remaining room would house books and valuable antiques she anticipated acquiring. On the third floor, she intended to convert 1 room into a surgical suite, using the others to stockpile medical supplies and equipment. As for the remaining items, they would be temporarily stored in the villa's backyard. The villa's rear boasted an approximately 100 square meter courtyard, contrasting with the front vegetable garden as it featured a cement surface. Wen Qian envisioned installing large supermarket-style shelves here, categorizing and labeling items for easy retrieval. After a straightforward plan was set, Wen Qian commenced her organization efforts. She soon realized she could manipulate items using her consciousness, although her inexperience with the newly acquired space limited her proficiency. Consequently, she could only maintain focus for about 5 minutes before becoming dizzy. By alternating between automatic and manual methods, she busied herself within the space for 3 hours, finally nearing completion of her organizational task. Just as she intended to exit and retrieve more items, she received a new mission from the system. Ding! Activate the Apocalypse Farming and Livestock System. Please complete the following tasks within 24 hours. Live chickens 010, live ducks 010, live geese 010, live pigs 03, live sheep 03, live cows 03. Reward: a fish pond. Wen Qian raised an eyebrow. A fish pond? Did this mean she could enjoy fresh fish and shrimp at will in the future? What a delightful system, catering to the desires of a foodie. Hurriedly, she exited the space and shared the news with Wen Rang and the others. The following day, after breakfast, the group split up to pursue their respective tasks. Li Mo set out to purchase medicine, while Wen Chongning and Wen Qian went to acquire livestock, leaving Wen Rang to seek out equipment for bows and crossbows. A sizable livestock trading market lay on the outskirts of the city, and Wen Chongning drove directly there, initially intending to go alone to shield Wen Qian from the odors. He found himself acquiescing to her insistence that her presence would facilitate transporting the numerous purchases. Although Wen Chongning was a rugged man, he had grown up in the countryside, having farmed and raised pigs, later becoming a merchant. Thus, he was quite adept at navigating the market. To avoid attracting attention, he had even arranged for a truck rental overnight. Upon reaching the poultry section, he selected 10 2-kilogram native chickens, 8 hens, 2 roosters, and 5 black chickens. He purchased 16 ducks, adhering to the breeding ratio of 14 females to 2 males, and 12 geese, consisting of 10 females and 2 males. Additionally, he acquired 3 pigs, 1 male and 2 females, and 3 sheep, 1 male and 2 females, along with 3 cows, 1 male and 2 females. Noticing rabbits, he decided to take 2, as they were easy to care for and had a high reproduction rate. Even if other livestock perished, they could still enjoy rabbit meat. He also bought 2 donkeys, famously delicious, and, even if not consumed, could be used for labor to grind beans for tofu. The total expenditure amounted to 76,000 yuan. The vendor, intrigued by their attire, inquired about their intentions for such livestock. Wen Chongning responded with a smile, explaining they planned to open a farm-style restaurant, one that could serve meals and house animals, opting for affordable options since they couldn't afford the expensive varieties. After all, city children had yet to experience such things. The vendor nodded in agreement, affirming that their selection would suffice. After their conversation, Wen Qian instructed the vendor to assist in loading the purchases onto the truck and then drove into an unmonitored area, where Wen Qian promptly stored the livestock in her space, successfully completing the task. With the fish pond secured, they immediately shifted their focus to the aquatic market to procure fish and shrimp. They acquired various species, including carp, crucian carp, grass carp, blackfish, bream, perch, white catfish, and more. Wen Qian, having only raised ornamental fish previously, lacked expertise and asked numerous questions from the vendor. Wen Qian stood by, occasionally glancing around for additional items to purchase. Where her gaze landed on a stall selling seafood, she paused momentarily. In the years to come, global marine ecosystems would be jeopardized by nuclear wastewater pollution, rendering even sea crabs and shrimp, let alone seaweed, inedible. Upon noticing his daughter lost in thought at the seafood stall, Wen Qian hurried over and asked, "What is it, dear? Are you craving something? I'll buy it for you." "Nothing, just feeling regretful," she replied, leaning in a whisper about the impending ocean pollution. Wen Qian furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Initially believing their coastal residents exempted them from seafood shortages, he now realized that ocean pollution posed a significant concern. Unable to suppress a curse, he affectionately ruffled Wen Qian's hair, saying, "I'll buy some and keep at home. Well, if they don't survive, raising seafood requires regular water changes. We want to have that capability in the future. We'll see how long they last, and when they die, we'll just eat them." Unfazed, Wen Qian strode over to the seafood stall, engaging the vendor in conversation. Ultimately, not only did he purchase all the seafood available, but he also acquired the glass fish tanks used for aquaculture, determined to research how to maintain marine life for his daughter at home. Chapter 7: Encounter with an enemy. After spending 50,000 at the seafood market, the two drove away. On their way back, Wen Qian chatted with Wen Qian about her space. Upon learning that it could be used for farming, he immediately sought out a place to purchase seeds and saplings. He procured 100 packets each of common seeds such as coriander, cabbage, eggplant, persimmons, peppers, potatoes, garlic, scallions, lettuce, oilseed lettuce, and chrysanthemum greens. 4 fruit trees. He acquired 10 saplings each of apples, cherries, bananas, plums, blueberries, strawberries, grapes, pears, peaches, and hawthorn. After spending over 30,000, they arrived at the building materials market once more. They purchased 10 high-capacity solar batteries, 10 solar panels, 20 portable solar-powered night lamps, 5 gasoline generators, and 5 diesel generators. These items cost 200,000, and Wen Qian paid without hesitation, turning to Wen Qian to ask if they needed anything else. "That's about it. Let's head back," she replied. Upon returning home, they found Wen Rang and Li Mo had just arrived as well. They all shared updates on their shopping endeavors. Wen Rang had bought 10 satellite phones, each costing 6,000, along with 10 satellite phone cards, each priced at 100. Each card allowed for 300 minutes of conversation, but had a 1-year validity once activated, while unactivated cards remained valid for 7 years. So he had refrained from buying too many. Additionally, he had arranged through a friend to acquire 4 crossbows and 1,000 arrows, planning to collect them the next day. Li Mo had visited several hospitals and pharmacies, managing to procure commonly used medications worth over 100,000. She also traveled to several markets farther from home, purchasing 100 pounds of sausages and 100 pounds of eggs at each. She was cautious not to linger near their community, as familiar faces frequented those areas. And with neighbors conducting business there, she feared word might spread. If the apocalypse truly arrived, those people might come knocking at her door. Some medications have purchase limits, so I couldn't acquire much. I noticed online pharmacies still have stock. Perhaps we should buy some more online, she suggested. Wen Qian nodded with a smile, agreeing that the family working together would yield high efficiency. They all pulled out their phones and began shopping, opting for next-day delivery. After completing her medication order, Wen Qian also ordered 10,000 warming patches, a treasure for venturing out in extreme cold. Each pack contained 10 patches, and she ordered 50 packs from each store, with the delivery address set to a nearby community's logistics station. The station operated on a 24-hour self-service basis. ensuring that as long as no one mistakenly took someone else's items, no one would check the surveillance to see how many packages were collected, which was incredibly convenient. After a quick bite at home, they ventured out again, this time together to purchase clothing and shoes. Wen Qian and Li Mo primarily owned dresses and fashionable shoes, and even their sports shoes were few in number. Upon arriving at the mall, each person selected their preferred pairs of combat boots and outdoor jackets, followed by lightweight trousers and finally thermal underwear, cashmere sweaters, and down jackets. As it was summer, many warm products were on sale, attracting numerous shoppers, and no one suspected their true intentions. After completing their purchases, Wen Qian and Li Mo headed to the restroom, the only area in the mall lacking surveillance. Wen Qian hurriedly stored their items in her space. As they exited, she noticed several sporting goods stores and her eyes lit up. Pulling Wen Rang, the human card swiper, into one of the stores, she selected baseball bats, helmets, protective gear, outdoor tents, and sleeping bags. While checking out, she couldn't help but tease Wen Rang, "Brother, you've only been working for a few years. Have you nearly spent your entire salary these past few days?" Wen Rang chuckled derisively, glancing at her sideways. "Ignorance is bliss. Consider this a lesson." Wen Qian smirked, planning to continue using his card. After all, she was still a university student, broke and yet to graduate. Wen Rang tossed the items to Wen Qian, instructing her to return to the restroom once more to store them away. They then all proceeded to the underground supermarket, each pushing a cart to gather daily necessities and food. Wen Qian continued her covert shopping spree, amassing instant noodles, spicy sour noodles, river snail noodles, rice noodles, spicy hot pot base, and more, clearing the shelves. By the time they left, aside from the items Wen Rang and the others had purchased, she had stockpiled several hundred boxes of instant noodles and spicy sour noodles, 500 pounds of rice, 300 pounds of flour, and over 1,000 bottles of mineral water. As evening fell, the family returned home laden with their bounty. In the underground garage, they encountered their downstairs neighbors, the Zhang family. Upon seeing them, Wen Qian's expression darkened. Zhang Yang and his wife, Su Yin, were former colleagues of Li Mo, and their son, Zhang Xiang, was of the same age as Wen Qian. They had attended the same kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school together. When Li Mo purchased her home in the complex, she had already resigned from the hospital, hoping that having a familiar face nearby would be beneficial in times of illness. Thus, the Zhang family chose the apartment directly beneath hers and often hinted at wanting Wen Qian to marry Zhang Xiang after her graduation, suggesting that he and Wen Qian could move into the home they intended to buy for her. Li Mo had never voiced any objections, as she preferred to keep her daughter close. If the two children genuinely developed feelings for each other and married, it would be acceptable for them to live in her house, given that they were well acquainted, and with her, an old one around, her daughter would not suffer any grievances. However, the ultimate decision rested with Wen Qian. If she disapproved, no amount of hints from the Zhang family could sway her. "Hey, Olwen, where has your family been?" Zhang Yang approached them with a grin, inquiring. The items they had purchased had already been concealed in Wen Qian's space, so when Changning replied, "We went out for dinner. It's too hot to cook at home." "And you?" he asked. Zhang Yang shook the large bag in his hand. "We went to eat at my dad's place. They sent over some food." Zhang Zhang, upon spotting Wen Qian, could hardly tear his gaze away. He stepped closer. "Wen Qian, let us go see a movie tomorrow, and then I'll take you out to dinner." "No, I have other plans," Wen Qian replied coldly, rejecting him. "What plans could you possibly have? Shopping for clothes? I can accompany you," Zhang Xiang said nonchalantly, attempting to take her hand. "I know of a fantastic and pricey restaurant." "It's on me," he insisted. "Really? It's unnecessary. I have something important to attend to." Wen Qian quickly dodged, linking her arm with Wen Rang's. "My brother and I have plans tomorrow. Just ask him if you don't believe me." Wen Rang, seeing his sister's reaction, understood her disdain for the boy and readily played along. "Yes, we have matters to attend to." Zhang Zhang, realizing this, ceased his pursuit, and the group entered the elevator together. When they reached the 29th floor, the Zhang family exited first. Once inside their home, Su Yin rolled her eyes and couldn't help but scold. "That brat Wen Qian, who does she think she is? Zhang Xiang has been pursuing her for so long, yet she wouldn't even acknowledge him. If it weren't for her family's measly fortune, I wouldn't even look her way. Zhang Ziang retorted, Mom, don't worry. Once she marries me, her 2 apartments will be ours. Plus, I can drive the Qian her dad bought her to work. Chapter 8. The Dawn of the Apocalypse. An ensemble of villains. The Zhang family's machinations were as transparent as glass to Wen Qian. Upon returning home, she settled onto the sofa. Mom, Dad, do you recall my previous premonition about our family becoming a target for our neighbors? Her parents nodded in unison. What I omitted then was that the instigators would be the family downstairs. It began with Su Yan's supplications for sustenance, feigning desperation. We, in our neighborly goodwill, provided aid, hoping to foster mutual support. However, their intentions were far from reciprocal. Wen Qian recounted the Zhang family's treachery with a chilling smile. Our generosity was exploited. When our own reserves dwindled and we declined further handouts, Su Yan disseminated falsehoods within the community, inciting rage among the starving populace. They besieged our home, breaching our defenses and plundering our meager provisions. Yet the family downstairs remained insatiable, coveting our properties. They hoarded their own supplies, feigning destitution to manipulate us. Wen Qian's composed narration ignited Wen Qian's fury. That scoundrel, a wolf in sheep's clothing. I always suspected their ill intentions. Their son, with his unsightly visage, dared to covet my daughter. Liemo, equally displeased, inquired of Wen Qian, what was the outcome of your inquiry regarding the purchase of blades? When can we expect delivery? Tomorrow. I shall retrieve them first thing in the morning. Should anyone dare to encroach upon our sanctuary, I shall defend it with lethal force. Wen Qian's anger was palpable. Wen Rang, however, remained composed, his gaze betraying a simmering wrath. Wen Qian interjected, my intention in sharing this is not to incite anger, but to prepare you. In this new world, compassion is met with malice. We must fortify ourselves. Indeed, my daughter speaks wisely, Wen Qian affirmed, retreating to research defensive weaponry. When Rang turned to Wen Qian, inquiring, what are the limitations of your spatial dimension? How much can it accommodate? Currently, it allocates 1 square meter per 1,000 units of currency in resources. In addition to 1,000 square meter villa, it encompasses a plot of land and approximately 1,000 square meters of open space. Further expansions are anticipated, Wen Qian revealed, intending to eventually relocate them all into the dimension. The dimension occasionally assigns tasks. I currently possess 1 familial allocation. However, once this gateway is open, additional ones will inevitably follow, granting you and Dad access to its wonders. Understood, when Rang acknowledged, eschewing sentimentality. I shall avail myself of the opportunity to behold this grand estate. As dawn broke, Wen Qian departed to acquire the blades, while Wen Rang embarked on his own undisclosed mission. Qian, accompany me to your grandmother's residence, Liemo requested. I wish to retrieve the relics they left behind. Wen Qian's maternal grandfather, a venerable practitioner of traditional medicine, and her grandmother had perished in an accident, leaving behind a trove of books and medicinal ingredients. He had intended for his daughter to inherit his practice, but Liemo's pursuit of Western medicine had nearly driven him to despair. Later, he had turned his attention to Wen Rang and Wen Qian. However, Wen Rang had displayed no interest in the field, while Wen Qian had been immersed in forensic dramas, aspiring to become a distinguished forensic scientist. Eventually, at the age of 10, Liemo had discovered his machinations and put an end to them. Wen Qian recalled the image of a 15-year-old Wen Rang being pursued by Liemo, and she couldn't help but smile. Wen Qian and Liemo arrived at the old residence, shrouded in dust. 3 towering bookshelves were laden with books. After cleaning, they transferred the bookshelves into the dimension and proceeded to inspect the medicine cabinet, salvaging any usable ingredients. Daughter, if Western medicine becomes scarce, what about traditional remedies? Some may be found, but they will be rare due to the extreme climate and perilous environment. In addition to the ubiquitous zombies, there are also marauders. Can your dimension cultivate medicinal plants? In theory, yes, but I lack experience in cultivation. I shall undertake it, Liemo declared. I regret not having heeded your grandfather's wisdom and learned more from him. It is not too late. We are prepared. I shall acquire medical equipment to expedite Western treatments. Liemo concurred, having initially favored Western medicine for its rapid efficacy. Upon returning home that evening, Wen Qian had procured the items Wen Qian desired. Wen Qian gasped upon seeing the 5 tang blades on the sofa. So many. Wen Qian, beaming with pride, leaned back. That is the power of money. With weaponry secured, Wen Qian felt more confident. In the days that followed, they continued their scavenging. Wen Qian acquired fitness equipment, intending for them to exercise. Wen Rang purchased 10 assault boats, inflatable rafts, life jackets, and other items, the cost of which Wen Qian dared not inquire. However, the dimension expanded noticeably as the items were added. After a week of frenetic activity, the day arrived for the installation of the glass enclosure on the rooftop. As Wen Qian oversaw the construction, she was impressed by Wen Rang's meticulous measurements and design. Chapter 9. Activating the Doomsday Defense System. When Wen Rang previously mentioned installing a sunroom and security screens, she had assumed the screens would be on the outside of the glass, as is customary. However, to her surprise, he had instructed the vendor to install the screens on the inside. Wen Qian approached Wen Rang, whispering, "Why are the security screens on the inside?" Wen Rang replied matter-of-factly, "You mentioned the possibility of harsh weather in the future, and I was concerned about acid rain corroding them." Wen Qian remained silent, but Wen Rang could tell from her expression that he had guessed correctly. Wen Qian sighed, reluctant to admit that her brother had been exceptionally intelligent since childhood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been recommended to Tsinghua University. The installation quickly drew the attention of the property management, and a security guard called Wen Qian, stating that the construction was illegal and must be stopped. Wen Qian cursed inwardly, but responded with a smile, "Let the neighbors report it then. Once the complaint is successful, I'll dismantle it. Don't worry about it. You can report it too." The security guard hung up, perplexed, unsure whether the response was favorable or unfavorable. He reluctantly followed Wen Qian's instructions. However, filing a complaint takes time, and the process could take at least half a month to finalize. By then, it was uncertain whether anyone would still care. The sunroom was completed in the better part of the day. The roof was equipped with manually controlled honeycomb sunshades, and the south side featured several sliding glass windows for ventilation in the summer. The side with the operable windows also had high-transparency security screens to prevent insects. By pulling down on the upper window frame, the screen could be extracted from its housing and secured to the lower frame. Wen Rang had spent an extra 10,000 yuan for this small design. Wen Qian admired the completed glass room with satisfaction. As soon as the installers left, the long-dormant system voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Activating the Doomsday Defense System. Congratulations on completing the defense upgrade task. Reward: defense system upgrade. Perpetual temperature within the defense space, and 1 technical personnel slot. Defense upgrade? Perpetual temperature? Technical personnel slot? Wen Qian was stunned, unsure where the technical personnel would come from, when she noticed the newly installed glass room had undergone a transformation. The thickness had increased to professional bulletproof levels. Moreover, it was now only possible to see out, not only the glass room, but also the original windows in the house had been upgraded. Holy crap! When Rang's voice came from the doorway, he rarely swore, and when Qian rushed over, thinking something had happened. "What's going on?" When Rang pointed to their front door. He had been about to install the surveillance equipment when the door suddenly changed, startling him. When Qian laughed as she saw their front door had become a bank vault-level security door. Then, realizing what Wen Rang was holding, she belatedly understood. Technical personnel. That must be him, right? Wen Qian quickly pulled Wen Rang inside, and in the blink of an eye, they were inside the space. The sudden change of scenery caused Wen Rang's heart to race. He paused, catching his breath, before looking around. "This is your space?" "Yes. Let me bind your information first, and then you can look around." On a panel invisible to Wen Rang, his personal information was displayed. Name: Wen Rang. Gender: male. Age: 24. Height: 185 centimeters. Blood type: B. Occupation: programmer. Relationship: sibling. Loyalty: unwavering. Wen Qian quickly bound his information and went to find Wen Rang. She found him in the villa, noting with satisfaction that she had already prepared their bedrooms. He nodded approvingly. "Not bad. You still have some conscience. You didn't make me live in a doghouse. Not bad, right?" Wen Qian leaned against the doorframe, pointing to his bed, an electric bed worth over 40,000 yuan. Not bad. Wen Rang flicked her forehead. Don't let anyone know about the space, or I'll blow your brains out. Don't worry, I know. Wen Qian was even more aware of the dangers of the apocalypse. Wen Rang had just tried to leave, but he couldn't without Wen Qian, and presumably, it was the same for entering. This meant that no one could sneak in, steal her supplies, and leave safely, which was a great relief. Otherwise, all the supplies the little girl had worked so hard to hoard could be taken away. Wen Rang didn't want Wen Qian to do farm work, even though he had never done it himself. He wanted to help her plant the land and pull weeds. They both realized the land would only get bigger, so they decided to buy a seeder, sprayer, harvester, shredder, rice milling machine, and more. They spent quite a while searching before finally finding a local agricultural machinery factory, and they arranged a meeting for the next day. Then, Wen Rang continued to install the surveillance equipment, while Wen Qian decided to go out again. She had a nagging feeling that the apocalypse might arrive sooner than expected. As she rode the elevator to the underground garage, Wen Qian was surprised to see Zhang Ziang from downstairs. He was walking ahead, talking on the phone, and didn't notice her presence. Zhang Ziang, I told you I'm definitely going to the class reunion, and I'm bringing my girlfriend. Why don't you believe me? Who's my girlfriend? Wen Qian. Of course. Who else could it be? Haha, she's pretty hard to get, but it depends on who's doing the chasing. I've decided we'll get married right after graduation. I'm so handsome and my family's well off. Why would she object? She's going to get married sooner or later anyway. Wen Qian followed behind, resisting the urge to kick him, and continued to record with her phone. Zhang Ziang, yeah, we're driving there. What car? The Qian. Of course. I've already told her that once we get married in a couple of years, I'll drive that car to work. It's all right, but to be honest, I didn't really like her car. I'm planning to have her dad buy me a G-Wagon later. Yeah, her brother drives one, but I heard he bought it himself. Wen Qian scoffed, impressed by his elaborate plans. Zhang Ziang remained oblivious to her presence, bragging incessantly, until Wen Qian's gaze passed over him, spotting a white stray cat perched on her car, and she exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Bai. Wen Qian hurried over. Could it really be Xiao Bai? Zhang Ziang was startled by her voice and hung up, feigning an excuse. He watched Wen Qian run to the car, catching a dirty stray cat jumping down from the roof, and quickly called out, Wen Qian, throw it away. It's filthy. You can't keep it. It'll affect your ability to have children. Chapter 10. The entire family can now access the dimension. Wen Qian disregarded his nonsense and meticulously examined the small creature in her arms, her eyes reddening upon confirming it was indeed Little White. Little White was a striking long-haired stray cat with heterochromia, one eye yellow and the other red. Far from being a mere pretty face, it was the undisputed champion of the local junkyards. In her previous life, Wen Qian had been captivated by its prowess in defeating 3 opponents single-handedly. She tentatively offered it a fish slice she had just bought, and to her surprise, it followed her home. Even when the apocalypse arrived and she could no longer afford to feed it fish flakes, it remained by her side. Little White nuzzled against her, meowing as if trying to communicate. When Zhang Ziang approached, it abruptly ceased its affectionate behavior, leapt onto Wen Qian's arm, and raked its claws across Zhang Ziang's face. Zhang Ziang wailed in pain, clutching his face, now adorned with 3 bloody scratches. He glared at the feral feline, poised to strike again, and spat out a threat. Damn you, I'll kill you. Little White retorted with a meow, as if to say, come and try. Wen Qian couldn't help but chuckle at Little White's protective actions. She opened the car door and called out, Little White, let's go. Little White bounded into the passenger seat. Wen Qian glanced at Zhang Ziang, who longed to follow but hesitated, and her smile vanished, replaced by a cold expression. Go get a shot. Send me the bill, and I'll reimburse you. With that, she drove off. After leaving the neighborhood, Wen Qian located a pet hospital and promptly booked Little White a deluxe grooming package, including a bath, deworming, and neutering. Little White was initially oblivious to its surroundings, but upon realizing where it was and seeing its fellow creatures, it was too late to escape. Little White's meows sounded like a desperate plea. Are you even human? Castrating me again after a fresh start. Wen Qian pretended not to hear its curses, stroking its head and murmuring, it's for the best. A permanent fix. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to find you a companion later. The neutering procedure was minor. and Wen Qian paid extra for immediate service. Little White didn't put up much of a fight, but its stream of profanities echoed throughout the hospital. As Little White emerged from the operating room, Wen Qian heard the system notification. Ding! Apocalypse Battle Pet System activated. Name: Little White. Age: 2 years. Gender: male. Wen Qian nearly burst out laughing at the question mark on the panel. Thankfully, Little White was still groggy and unaware, or would have undoubtedly flown into a rage. After settling the bill, Wen Qian carried the crate to the car and headed straight for the supermarket. She needed to stockpile food for Little White. Canned food, fish flakes, litter. At 11 o'clock that night, Wen Qian received a call from Wen Rang, inquiring about her whereabouts and offering to pick her up. Wen Qian, already downstairs, assured him she was almost home, and when Rang hung up, relieved. Wen Qian happily carried Little White home. After a busy day, she had amassed 2,000 pounds of cat food, 1,000 bags of litter, 13 pounds each, over 500 cases of canned food, and countless bags of fish flakes. When Rang and the others were waiting on the sofa, unable to sleep until Wen Qian returned. Upon seeing her enter with the cat, Wen Rang raised an eyebrow and joked, "That useless soft rice eater downstairs already complained to us, saying he was scratched by your stray?" "Yes," Wen Qian admitted with a smile, adding that he should be grateful Little White hadn't mutated yet. Otherwise, one swipe would have decapitated him. When Rang was taken aback, "Animals can mutate? That's how it was in my past life. Our Little White turned into something like a majestic lion. Therefore, she needed to stockpile not only cat food, but also more meat for it tomorrow." When Rang perked up at this and turned to Wen Chongning. "Dad, I want a dog." Wen Chongning readily agreed. "Consider it done. I want one too." The night passed, and the next morning, Wen Chongning went out to buy dogs. Li Mo went to the market for meat and vegetables, and Wen Qian and Wen Rang met with the agricultural machinery manufacturer they had contacted the previous day. The manufacturer was surprised to see 2 young people and wondered what they needed such equipment for. "Wen Hong explained it. We've leased a lot of land and want to start a farm." The seller nodded in understanding, thinking, these young people are starting a business. He then led them to view the products. Wen Qian knew nothing about these machines, but she was surprised to see Wen Rang conversing with the seller like a seasoned expert. She couldn't help but whisper, "Did you study farming in college?" Wen Rang turned to her, looking disgusted. "I researched it last night. Do you think I'm like you?" "What's wrong with her? She's also very capable." As she followed Wen Rang, feeling useless, Wen Qian wondered how to stockpile gasoline and diesel. Logically, she should be able to extract the fuel from gas stations. But what would she use to store it in the dimension? While she was pondering this, Wen Rang had already reached an agreement with the seller. They bought 10 machines in one go. Harvesters, tillers, seeders, sprayers, irrigators, feed grinders, forage cutters, corn peelers, corn threshers, and rice milling machines, spending over 100,000 yuan. After the deal was sealed, the seller happily asked where they wanted the goods delivered. Wen Qian replied, "We'll lead the way in our car and have the goods delivered to the village entrance. You can refuel the truck, and our people will drive it back and try it out." The seller quickly arranged for workers to load the goods onto the truck and followed the 2 promising young customers. When Rang drove to the rural village where his maternal grandparents used to live. Now, the village was almost deserted, with only elderly residents remaining. Young people were unwilling to stay, either buying houses in the city or seeking work elsewhere. The truck drivers and workers unloaded the machines and left immediately, happy to be relieved of their duties. After they were gone, Wen Qian transferred the machines into the dimension and took Wen Rang inside to see. As she had anticipated, the dimension was still expanding, but at a slower rate, indicating that the exchange rate was no longer 1 square meter per 1,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations on completing the farm equipment task. Reward: 1 farm worker slot. The system notification sounded again, and Wen Qian chuckled. Her father was the chosen farming prodigy. No doubt about it. Wen Qian shared the good news with Wen Rang, who was also delighted. This meant that all 4 members of their family could now access the dimension. As they drove back, they stopped at a grain store and a market to buy 500 pounds of rice and flour and 200 pounds of beef. As they approached the city, Wen Qian suddenly spotted a promising location. "Brother, look, isn't that where several major e-commerce companies and supermarkets store their goods?" Chapter 11. Caught in the act, Wen Rang found a secure spot to park, gazing in the direction pointed out by Wen Qian, then opened the map for verification. It seemed correct, though the security measures at that location were undoubtedly stringent, rendering entry impossible. Yet, necessity demanded entry. When the apocalypse arrived, torrential rains would follow. And even if an opportunity arose, most of the contents within would likely be ruined by flooding. Better to let us have it. Continuous downpours for a whole month? When Rang was taken aback, Binhai City, being a mountainous terrain, had residents both above and below the hills, though the summer rainfall was generally sparse. Severe storms occasionally inundated neighborhoods and vehicles. If there were to be relentless rains for an entire month, then, Wen Qian leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, nodding in affirmation. Yes, a full month, day and night. The villa area below us is completely submerged. Even our building has reached the 5th floor. When Rang recalled Wen Qian mentioning days prior that floods would frequently occur in the first 3 years, yet they would not affect her family. The distinction between her family and their neighborhood was significant. After a moment of silence to digest this revelation, when Rang started the car towards the e-commerce storage site. During the day, the two could not afford to be overtly conspicuous, so they circled the periphery of the road, allowing Wen Qian to memorize the terrain before leaving. Upon returning home, Wen Changning had already brought back the dogs. He acquired 4 German Shepherd puppies, 2 males and 2 females, all still mere pups. Xiaobai, catching the scent of the dogs, approached, and upon seeing the 4 tiny creatures, felt utterly disheartened. So, you not only taken away my privileges, but also brought in dogs, have you? Is this how it is now? Have feelings faded? Wen Qian, cradling one of the puppies, sensed something amiss. As she slowly turned her head, she met Xiaobai's accusatory gaze. Xiaobai remained silent, simply sitting there, fixedly staring at her, as if demanding an explanation. Startled, Wen Qian reflexively tossed the puppy away. The little creature, unaccustomed to such sudden separation from its owner, whimpered and nudged against Wen Qian's leg, seeking comfort. Xiaobai, please let me explain, it's not what you think. Wen Qian hurriedly kneeled before Xiaobai. These are my little subordinates for you. Any dirty work can be entrusted to them. When troubles arise that they cannot handle, you can step in, thus showcasing your prowess. Xiaobai, meow, meow, meow. You deceitful creature, I cannot believe your fabrications. While Wen Qian earnestly attempted to placate Xiaobai, the 4 little puppies wagged their tails and scampered over, surrounding Xiaobai. With an irritable swipe of its paw, Xiaobai attempted to shoo them away, but they returned, eager to please. After several back and forths, Xiaobai, losing interest, proudly raised its tail and sauntered up to the rooftop to bask in the sun, with the puppies playfully following, seemingly determined to stick with it. Wen Qian felt a sense of joy watching the dogs ingratiate themselves with their elder. The scale of her battle companions had expanded, and the system rewarded her. Ding! Battle companion scale has increased. Reward: 1 natural sandpit. Wen Qian hurriedly entered the space to check, discovering a massive 2 by 4 meter pit, already filled with sand, indistinguishable from those she had seen in stores. Moreover, beside the pit was a flushable toilet, clearly designed for the convenience of the caretaker to maintain cleanliness. What a divine space. It is exceedingly generous to its master. Elated, Wen Qian twirled in delight before exiting the space to name the puppies. After a brief discussion, they decided on names. Wen Qian's puppy was called Xiao He, Wen Rang's was Xiao Lu, Li Mos was Bei Bei, and Wen Changning's was De Zhuang. As soon as the names were established, the system promptly updated the information. Wen Qian then brought Wen Changning into the space, binding his information. Name: Wen Changning. Gender: male. Age: 48 years. Height: 178 centimeters. Blood type: B. Occupation: merchant. Relation: father-daughter. Loyalty: never betray. This was Wen Changning's first experience in the space, and he explored it like a child discovering a new world, wandering up and down, inside and out, until he excitedly returned to Wen Qian and embraced her tightly. My daughter is remarkable, truly the best. Wen Qian initially stiffened. After all, it had been a decade since she last saw her father before her rebirth. She had nearly forgotten the sensation of his embrace, even his voice. Sensing her discomfort, Wen Changning felt a pang of disappointment and began to release her. But Wen Qian instinctively held him tighter. Dad, I've missed you so much. Wen Qian nestled into his embrace, whispering softly. In her past life, the first to leave her was Li Mo, who was killed by Zhang Xiang while protecting her from his vile intentions. The second to depart was Wen Chongning, who perished at the hands of scavengers while searching for supplies. The remaining Wen Rang, in a bid to protect her, joined the alliance. His exceptional abilities allowed him to ascend to the alliance's management within 2 years. However, his brilliance incited envy among the narrow-minded, leading to a conspiracy that resulted in his demise during a mission. In the first 5 years of the apocalypse, Wen Qian lost the 3 individuals who loved her most. It was only after their departure that she awakened her abilities, gradually growing stronger. When Chongning gazed at his daughter in his arms, awkwardly stroking her hair. Dad is here. I will always be by your side. Dear daughter, does this space impose any burden on your body? Are you feeling unwell? When Chongning expressed concern, worried that such a vast space would strain his daughter. Wen Qian smiled, standing upright and shaking her head in response. It's fine. I feel nothing. Just think, heaven has opened such a grand door for me. Surely it will treat me kindly. Otherwise, if I were to collapse from the burden, this magnificent creation would be lost. After pondering for a moment, Wen Chongning agreed with her assessment. He ceased his worries and turned to work in the fields. Wen Qian bid him farewell and stepped out of the space with Wen Rang to retrieve their parcels from the station. The family's online purchases had all arrived, and while most people were at work in the afternoon, they collected the packages and stowed them in the space. Afterwards, Wen Rang went to a nearby mall to buy 50 smartphones with the largest memory capacity. When Wen Qian saw him returning with a box of phones, she was taken aback and asked, "What on earth are you doing with these?" "To listen to music, take photos, and record moments for memories. Life in the apocalypse is tough. One must seek out a bit of sweetness, no?" Wen Qian was astonished. Beneath that rugged exterior, this dogged man possessed a romantic soul. Chapter 12. The apocalypse has arrived. The affluent young master, engrossed in his phone, entered the study, oblivious to his surroundings. Wen Qian entered the space to assist Wen Chongning, and by evening, they emerged together for dinner. As night fell, Wen Qian and Wen Rang ventured outside. Her mind lingered on the storage factory she had seen earlier. Although their supplies in the space were ample for their family of 4 to feast during the apocalypse, no one would ever refuse additional wealth. The more resources one possesses, the greater the confidence, and thus, the better prepared one would be in future confrontations. When Rang parked near the storage factory, and they proceeded on foot. With nearby residential buildings, it was common to see people out for evening strolls, rendering them inconspicuous. Did you notice those 2 security guards at the entrance? They must be nearly 6 feet tall, and you're shorter than them. Do you plan to sneak in like an ant while they're distracted? When Rang proposed with a sly smile, I suggest you employ your charms. If you will, he jested. With utmost sincerity, Wen Qian replied, Brother, for my sister's future happiness, please make this sacrifice. Just get by. You need not be happy. Amid their playful banter, the sudden voice of the system echoed in Wen Qian's mind. Ding! The apocalypse has commenced. Time-limited mission unlocked. Collect 100 million supplies within 24 hours. Reward: weapon exchange system. Wen Qian froze, startling Wen Rang. What happened? Did I hurt you? He inquired. Slowly raising her gaze to meet his, Wen Qian declared, The apocalypse has arrived. No sooner had she spoken than the distant dark sea erupted with flashes of lightning, followed by the rumbling of thunder that pierced their ears. Wen Rang was taken aback by the abruptness of the storm. They stood drenched, unable to retreat to their vehicle before a deafening explosion darkened their surroundings. A lightning strike had obliterated a nearby power pole. Without hesitation, Wen Qian thrust Wen Rang into the space and dashed toward the entrance. Time was of the essence. She needed to hastily evacuate the supplies, then proceed to the gas station for fuel, and afterward to the hospital for medicine and equipment. Otherwise, within hours, the city would be flooded, making it impossible to drive. After a week of relative calm post-apocalypse, Wen Qian was fully in combat mode. Seizing the opportunity before the security guards could activate the backup power system or return to their post, she sprinted forward, leaping over the parking barrier. 3 minutes later, the once pitch-black compound was illuminated again as the staff activated the backup power. Cautiously concealing herself, Wen Qian took advantage of the torrential rain, forcing the patrolling security personnel to retreat for shelter, affording her the chance to act. She darted through the downpour, beginning her collection from the closest containers and gradually edging towards the exit. Meanwhile, Wen Rang, having been unceremoniously thrust into the space by his sister, simmered in frustration. Though concerned for Wen Qian's safety, his apprehension subsided as he beheld the sudden appearance of supplies in the open space. An hour passed, and Wen Qian successfully retrieved all the exposed containers, 68 in total. She was aware that more supplies awaited inside the factory, but with workers and most security personnel inside, further delays were unwarranted. The increasing absence of containers finally caught the attention of the security team. As a throng of guards erupted from the building, Wen Qian hastily made her way towards the exit. The guard stationed at the gate received the alert and rushed out into the rain, confronting her directly. However, clad in a mask, her identity remained concealed, although her form revealed her femininity. The guards hesitated, their initial reaction not to perceive her as a criminal, mistakenly believing she was a staff member delivering news. Yet, without incapacitating them, her escape was impossible, and she preferred not to waste time feigning innocence. Thus, she struck decisively. Her movements were swift and forceful. 2 flying kicks and an elbow strike felled 3 guards. The 4th guard, recognizing her prowess, raised a stun baton. But in an instant, the baton found its way into Wen Qian's grasp. She rendered him unconscious and bolted through the door. Breathless, she reached the parked vehicle, flinging open the door and feeling as though her lungs would burst. Dozens of guards poured from the compound, but they were still too far behind. Gasping for air, she pulled Wen Rang from space. "Drive! They're coming after us!" Momentarily dazed, Wen Rang quickly regained his composure, starting the engine and speeding away. For the first time, the young master found himself amidst a heist of such magnitude, his heart racing as he maneuvered the vehicle with the intensity of a fighter plane. Minutes later, as the guards faded from view, Wen Qian instructed him to halt. They parked by the roadside, and Wen Qian, along with the vehicle, vanished into the space. She then retrieved her pre-prepared Qian, and they switched vehicles to continue their journey. After the exchange, Wen Rang moderated his speed. The security personnel, taken by surprise and bewildered by how one person could abscond with so many containers, had yet to comprehend the situation. By the time they pursued, Wen Qian and her brother had already changed vehicles, rendering them entirely safe. During the drive, Wen Qian changed into dry clothing within the space. She then instructed Wen Rang to stop at a gas station they passed. The storm raged on, and the staff, believing no one would come to refuel, had retreated indoors to play games. Observing the absence of personnel, Wen Qian seized the moment, alighting from the vehicle to enact her plan. To her astonishment, her initial attempts proved successful. The refueling tools, along with the underground fuel, vanished into her space. Seizing the opportunity, she collected every type of fuel available before hastening to the next gas station. At the subsequent stop, the process became even simpler. The accommodating space no longer required her to gather identical refueling equipment. It only absorbed the fuel itself. Thus, they continued their journey, stopping intermittently until they returned to the city after raiding over a dozen large gas stations. Wen Qian finally decided to cease her efforts, motivated by the voice of her beloved space. Ding! The fuel storage in the system has reached its limit. The wartime achievement is unlocked. Reward: unlimited fuel privileges. Astonished, Wen Qian realized that she could refuel at will. Filling the tank with premium fuel, she no longer had to worry about the cost. Chapter 13. His sister slayed a zombie. Wen Qian shared the good news with Wen Rang and subsequently called Li Mo. Once the call connected, Li Mo's anxious voice came through. Qian, where are you now? I'm on my way to the hospital. Mom, don't worry. My brother and I will likely be home by late night. You and Dad must not go outside or open the door to anyone. We have the keys and will let ourselves in. After reassuring Li Mo, Wen Qian ended the call and glanced down at the hand-drawn map Li Mo had sent her. The directions to her destination were clearly marked. Upon arriving, Wen Qian did not hasten to allow Wen Rang into the spatial realm. She found a suitable spot to conceal the vehicle, and the two of them, under an umbrella, entered the hospital. The power was out due to a lightning strike. But the hospital's backup generator could be activated within 10 seconds and was capable of running for over 96 hours. Thus, the impact was minimal. They took the elevator to the surgical floor, where relatives awaited outside the operating rooms. A moment later, they heard piercing screams from within. The sharp cries heightened Wen Qian's alertness. Could it be? A few doctors rushed out of the operating room, their masks soaked in blood, shouting as they fled. "Call the police. Quick!" The patient suddenly went berserk and killed Director Qian. Upon hearing this, Wen Qian instinctively reached for Wen Rang, but he evaded her grasp. "If you dare throw me in there, I will break your arm," Wen Rang asserted, his gaze fixed firmly on Wen Qian. "Right now, the monsters are at their weakest. If I fear them now, how will I survive when they mutate?" He could not rely on his sister's protection forever. He needed to grow stronger to safeguard her. Wen Qian was momentarily speechless, for he spoke the truth. In the early stages of the apocalypse, zombies were indeed at their weakest. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Then stay close and hide behind me." Wen Rang smirked, casually nodding in agreement. Taking the lead, Wen Qian pushed open the large door and stepped into the surgical corridor. Coming towards her was a patient who had just undergone surgery but had mutated midway. He was a construction worker who had been impaled in the abdomen by rebar due to the sudden storm, necessitating urgent surgery. Observing his pallid eyes and jerky movements, Wen Qian realized he was beyond saving. Without hesitation, she drew a Tang Dao from her spatial realm, and with a swift motion, the zombie's head fell to the ground. Wen Rang, standing behind Wen Qian, despite his mental preparation, was still taken aback by the shocking scene before him. His sister had killed. No, had slain a zombie. Moreover, her movements were remarkably skilled, devoid of fear or hesitation. Casting a glance back at the startled Wen Rang, Wen Qian said nothing and turned into an untainted operating room. She collected 3 sets of surgical instruments and, upon exiting, noticed Wen Rang had regained some composure. His expression was stoic as he looked at her and requested, "Hand me a baseball bat." Wen Qian retrieved one from her spatial realm, and they dashed towards the intensive care unit. Screams echoed from various floors of the hospital, and even the morgue seemed to have disturbances. The hospital had unknowingly transformed into the first site of suffering as the apocalypse commenced. Wen Qian took the monitoring equipment from the intensive care unit and hurried to the pharmacy. The pharmacy had closed for the night, its doors securely locked. Anticipating this, Wen Qian approached and began to pick the lock. Wen Rang initially thought she was jesting, but was astonished when, in about 10 seconds, the door swung open. They rushed inside, gathering all the supplies and medications from the shelves into her spatial realm, and then, with urgency, they fled the hospital. Along the way, they encountered several more zombies. Just as in the operating room, Wen Qian swiftly dispatched them, not allowing them a moment to assert their dominance, nor granting Wen Rang any opportunity to intervene. She is killing them. Nearby witnesses shrieked in terror upon seeing Wen Qian sever the head of a zombie. Indifferent to their panic, Wen Qian hurried to the hospital's exit. The entire facility had succumbed to chaos, with the parking lot in disarray. Fortunately, Wen Qian had previously stored the car within her spatial realm, and braving the rain, she led Wen Rang to a nearby, unmonitored alley before retrieving the vehicle. Wen Rang drove in silence, occasionally glancing at Wen Qian in the passenger seat. She too remained silent. If possible, she wished to delay revealing the cold-bloodedness she had adopted. Surely, he longed for the version of her that once was. No one would prefer a remorseless harbinger of death. A self-deprecating smile crossed Wen Qian's face as she calmly accepted her reality. "Drive back first. I have other matters to attend to. I'll accompany you." Wen Rang firmly declined, asking, "Did you get hurt?" "No." Wen Rang swallowed hard as he looked at Wen Qian again. "I'm a bit scared, but not of you. You know, witnessing such scenes on television is different from experiencing them in person. Though I was prepared, those things are still too revolting. I need time to adjust." Reflecting on Wen Qian's fierce demeanor as she had wielded the knife against the zombie, he sighed, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. "What are you smiling about?" Wen Qian noticed his expression and couldn't help but inquire. "Just thinking how incredible my sister is. If that fellow Zhang downstairs had seen what you did, he would have wet his pants." Imagining Zhang Ziang's embarrassing reaction made Wen Qian's mood lighten. On their way home, she stopped by the quarantine station and 2 large shopping malls, clearing out all visible supplies. They also raided several liquor stores along the route, depleting about 10 establishments. At 3:30 in the morning, as Wen Qian and Wen Rang finally returned home safely, the system's time-limited task was successfully completed. Inside, Wen Chongning and Li Mo had not slept all night. The house was also without power. They had turned on a small charging lamp and anxiously awaited their return on the sofa, while Xiao Bai guarded 4 puppies nearby. Hearing the door open, the 2 rushed to the entrance, and upon seeing them safe, Li Mo burst into tears of relief. "Thank goodness you're all right. What would I do if anything happened to you?" "Mom, it's fine, don't cry." When Qian had changed out of her blood-stained clothes outside and stepped forward to embrace Li Mo, gently patting her back. The rain was torrential, causing waterlogged roads and traffic jams, which delayed our return. When Rang pulled Li Mo inside, his voice a blend of fatigue and excitement. "Stop crying, Mom. If you knew what your daughter accomplished tonight, I guarantee you wouldn't be able to cry at all." Wen Qian thought to herself, that didn't sound like a compliment at all. Chapter 14. The initiation of the weapon exchange system. Fortunately, Li Mo did not take Wen Rang's words to heart. She cast a sidelong glance at him and calmly warned, "Do not jest. If your sister is harmed, I shall break your legs." Wen Rang replied, "Mom, do you harbor some misunderstanding regarding our current combat capabilities?" Outside, the tempest raged on, with thunder crashing and lightning flashing, while the sounds of police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks echoed in the distance. Both Li Mo and Wen Chongning sensed an ominous premonition and turned to Wen Qian, whispering their concern. "Has it begun ahead of schedule?" "Yes," Wen Qian nodded in acknowledgement, confirming that it had commenced over half a month early. "Fortunately, we acted swiftly, and this time we are sufficiently prepared." When Rang remarked, "Zombies have already appeared at the hospital. It's unclear how the infection spread." Wen Qian responded, "In truth, it is not without precedent. For nearly a century, Earth has faced overexploitation, wars, pollution, natural disasters, and recurring viruses, yet humanity has largely remained oblivious." Li Mo could resonate with this sentiment. As a former physician, she had endured numerous viral outbreaks over the years, each escalating in severity. Humanity seemed so insignificant, utterly defenseless against the natural world's retaliatory force. After a while, the group dispersed to their respective rooms to rest, while Wen Qian took Xiao Bai and the 4 little dogs into the spatial realm. The supplies collected that night had transformed the space dramatically, expanding it nearly 5-fold. Moreover, the buildings and facilities had all been upgraded, likely as a reward for unlocking the storage achievement. She had stocked up so rapidly that many of the resource-gathering tasks were completed ahead of schedule, hence she received her rewards without any task alerts. Wen Qian did not rush to inspect the contents of the 60-plus containers. After all, the space preserved the original state of items, ensuring that even fresh produce would remain intact. She recalled the reason for her frenzied stockpiling that night. The weapon exchange system, acquiring firearms, proved to be challenging yet indispensable. Despite the late-stage apocalypse allowing for some purchases outside, instances of betrayal were rampant. Wen Qian opened the panel, and indeed, a new tab for the weapon store had appeared. Her heart soared as she clicked it open, gazing in exhilaration at the rows of treasures, nearly bursting into a scream. The inventory included not only various rifles and handguns, but also artillery, tanks, submarines, missiles, and fighter jets. Heavy weaponry indeed. Furthermore, it even boasted weapons of mass destruction. Eager to warm up with a firearm, she clicked to purchase only to discover she was utterly broke. The cheapest gun in the store cost 10,000 credits. While her account balance stood at 0, it was evident that these credits could not be acquired with mere money. After some contemplation, she understood. Everything produced within the space could be reclaimed by the system. For instance, crops she cultivated or fish she raised could be sold back to the system if no longer needed. In return, the system would provide her with a certain amount of credits. Wen Qian felt both delighted and troubled. Relying on farming to amass wealth for weaponry would take a lifetime of cultivation. However, she quickly reassured herself, knowing her space was exceptionally accommodating and unlikely to impose undue hardship upon her. Perhaps there would be other means of generating income in the future, Besides, she was not particularly adept at farming. She would enlist her parents and Wen Rang to explore this endeavor together tomorrow. Many hands make light work. Reluctantly, Wen Qian closed the marketplace interface and wandered around the villa, since the villa had been upgraded to 1,000 square meters a few days prior. It had not expanded further. Yet, the facilities surrounding the villa had undergone a remarkable transformation. In the backyard, a swimming pool approximately 50 meters long had emerged, flanked by a vast expanse of grass and a hot spring. This would undoubtedly become a prime location for relaxation and entertainment. The front yard had also been prepared for Xiao Bai and the dogs, with their resting spots conveniently located beside a natural sand pit, facilitating their physiological needs. A little further away lay an expansive parking lot, adjacent to a refueling station. Currently parked there were Wen Qian, Wen Rang's G-Wagon, Li Mo's X5, and Wen Qiangning's domestic wooling vehicle. Indeed, Wen Qianning had purchased luxury cars for them all, while opting to drive the wooling himself. Behind the family cars were the cedars and other equipment that she and Wen Rang had acquired. The system had arranged everything neatly, showcasing a hint of obsessive-compulsive organization. In front of the parking lot was a fruitful orchard and a fish pond. As Wen Qian approached, she was astonished to find an additional pond adjacent to the fish pond. While smaller than the fish pond, this new pool was still about 30 square meters. Wen Qian stood dumbfounded, for the pond contained the seafood her father had purchased for her at the fish market just days prior. Ever since acquiring these items, Wen Qianning had diligently tended to them, fearful that if he slacked off, his daughter would no longer enjoy seafood. The seawater required temperature control and periodic changes, necessitating the use of an oxygenation device to maintain high dissolved oxygen levels, ensuring the seafood remained alive for an extended period. Thus, whenever he had free time, Wen Qianning would gather seawater from the coast to replace the water in the tank later. In just 1 week, he had prepared 10 large tanks of seawater. Now, all the seawater he had collected was in the pond, and the seafood he had brought home was swimming vibrantly, showing no signs of distress. Her spatial realm could sustain seafood? This was truly magnificent. Filled with joy, Wen Qian spun around with Xiao Bai in her arms. Xiao Bai, we will no longer have to suffer from hunger. Xiao Bai responded, meow. In her previous life, when food was scarce, Wen Qian had resorted to gnawing on tree bark and drinking muddy water. The sensation of hunger had etched itself deeply into her being, a memory that remained vivid even in her second chance at life. Now, it was a relief to know that not only she, but also her family would no longer face the threat of starvation. Wen Qian exhaled in relief and indulged in a soak in the hot spring before retiring to sleep in the space. Upon awakening the following morning, she was astonished to find her body feeling remarkably light and agile. She had thought that after the previous day's exertions, she would be sore. Given that this body was her former self, not one forged through years of struggle in the apocalypse. Wen Qian rose and moved about, suspecting the efficacy of the hot spring. The space would not provide anything useless. This hot spring was undoubtedly a treasure. The torrential rain had persisted throughout the night, showing no signs of abating. The low-lying areas of the city center were already submerged, yet the power supply had temporarily resumed. Wen Rang and the others were also awake, having hardly slept the previous night. Outside, the thunder grew increasingly fierce, rattling the windows. Li Mo prepared millet porridge and steamed dumplings while the group gathered around the dining table, discussing their plans for the day. As Wen Rang scrolled through his social media feeds, he stumbled upon a video. After watching it, he silently handed his phone to Wen Qian. Wen Qian took the phone and glanced at it, realizing it was footage of her from the previous night, slashing zombies in the hospital, captured and shared online by someone. Chapter 15. She is like a war goddess in the video. The torrential downpour last night arrived abruptly and with ferocity, catching many unprepared. However, such occurrences can still be tolerated within the bounds of human experience. Yet, the blatant act of murder within a hospital is altogether different. In the video, Wen Qian, with her high ponytail and clad in black combat boots, wore black cargo pants and a white short-sleeve shirt. A belt cinched her slender waist, accentuating her figure. In her right hand, she wielded a sharp tang knife, while her left hand grasped a young man, towering over her, as they hurriedly exited. Suddenly, a man with peculiar behavior charged at her. She did not flinch or show fear. Instead, she swung the tang knife, causing the man's head to drop to the ground as effortlessly as ripe fruit falling from a tree. Blood gushed forth as the man collapsed. The shocked gasps of onlookers echoed around them. Ah, a murder! The video, merely a few seconds long, concluded at this dramatic moment. After watching, Wen Qian remained unfazed. She and Wen Rang both wore masks, rendering them unrecognizable. Even if someone did recognize her, she felt no trepidation. The comments section was flooded with tens of thousands of remarks, the majority branding her a murderer and urging the police to swiftly capture her for execution. Yet, a small fraction discerned something amiss. The assailant bore a striking resemblance to a zombie. Indeed, I too perceived him as a zombie. According to credible reports, a zombie outbreak occurred at the city center hospital last night, which is now sealed off by the police. I have reliable information as well. Several major shopping malls were mysteriously ransacked by extraterrestrial beings last night. Wen Qian glanced through the comments before tossing her phone back to Wen Rang. Wen Chongning and Li Mo had also just finished watching the video, their expressions far from pleasant. Li Mo remained somewhat composed, accustomed to the sight of blood from his previous profession as a doctor. However, Wen Chongning could not even stomach his food and set down his chopsticks to express his thoughts. Murder is wrong. Wen Rang interjected. The one in the video is your daughter, but slaying zombies is perfectly justified. My daughter is remarkably fierce like a war goddess. But what has to deal with the one behind her? He appears utterly feeble. Dad, can you be any more hypocritical? Wen Rang chuckled in irritation. I was quite impressive last night for not needing her to carry me back, all right? I'm not weak. I simply wasn't prepared to encounter that creature. Wen Rang was not wrong. His performance last night was commendable, posing no hindrance to Wen Qian. In fact, after leaving the hospital, he drove the entire way, assisting Wen Qian with her various acquisitions. Wen Rang refused to admit his own weakness, yet he recognized the substantial disparity in their abilities. Thus, after finishing breakfast and resting for half an hour, he began a serious training regimen. Wen Qian had placed the fitness equipment upstairs, ensuring that the floor below remained quiet. Li Mo and Wen Chongning were also busy. Taking advantage of the current availability of water and electricity, they hurried to prepare dishes without drawing jealousy or attention, making a variety of meals favored by Wen Qian, such as boiled fish, sauerkraut fish, squirrel fish, sweet and sour ribs, and more. Seeing them occupied, Wen Qian entered the space alone to organize the supplies she had collected the previous night. She had yet to open the 68 blind box containers she had brought back, curious about their contents. As she commenced unveiling the blind boxes, the first container revealed an abundance of unopened pet food cans, including beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish, and venison varieties, an estimated 10,000 boxes in total. Satisfied, she nodded, realizing she had previously thought she had insufficient supplies for her pets. Now, they would be well stocked. The second container brimmed with canned beer, which would surely delight her father and Wen Rang. The third contained a variety of soft drinks, Coca-Cola, Sprite, Red Bull, and more. Upon opening the fourth container, a rush of cold air greeted her, revealing ice cream. The fifth container was filled with frozen goods, such as fish tofu, squid balls, lobster balls, and various hot pot ingredients. The sixth box contained towels, bath towels, socks, underwear, as well as toothpaste, toothbrushes, laundry detergent, and disinfectant, everyday essentials. The seventh was filled with snacks, chips, sunflower seeds, shrimp chips, cookies, chocolates, and lollipops. As she continued to open the subsequent containers, she found exquisite fruits, grains, steaks, salmon, household paper, cooking salt, infant formula, nutritional supplements, and skincare products, an abundance of useful items. After counting everything, Wen Qian felt a sense of fulfillment. She placed the containers in the easternmost section, alongside the items she had gathered from the shopping mall. The fine wines and cigarettes she had acquired were stored in the wine cellar of the basement. Next, she checked on her chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, relieved to see them all thriving before she departed. Outside, the rain poured incessantly, flooding the area as strong winds caused leaks in poorly constructed windows of some neighbors' homes. The community group chat buzzed with thousands of messages discussing the downpour and the events that transpired at the hospital last night. Wen Qian reclined on a lounge chair on the rooftop, one hand cradling her head and the other holding her phone. Zhang Ziang had also sent her the video along with a message. The outside world is truly perilous, Qian. Just tell me where you wish to go, and I will accompany you. Upon reading this, Wen Qian scoffed. Don't you find the girl wielding the knife resembles me? Impossible. You are so gentle and well-behaved. You could never do such a thing. Then, don't you think the one she attacked looks like a zombie? Where do zombies even come from? Qian. Don't listen to those absurd rumors online. They are merely fabricating stories for attention. After sending this, Zhang Ziang immediately initiated a video call. Without a second thought, Wen Qian declined the call, silencing her phone and setting it aside as she rose to begin her workout. Having spent the previous days stockpiling supplies and with the current conditions making it difficult to venture outside, this was an opportune moment for physical training. She needed to reclaim her former fitness level before the zombie population surged. After warming up, Wen Qian ran 10 kilometers on the treadmill. Following that, she completed 500 jumping jacks, 5,000 mountain climbers, 500 shoulder taps, and 10 minutes of planking. Once she concluded this vigorous exercise, drenched in sweat, she discovered her parents and Wen Rang sitting motionless on the sofa, staring at her in astonishment. Chapter 16. Zombies in the Neighborhood. Wen Rang had just run 10 kilometers and felt quite accomplished, having completed it with relative ease. Yet, in comparison to his sister, he suddenly felt utterly inadequate. He exchanged glances with Li Mo and Wen Chongning, and they all stood up in unison, making their way to the fitness area. Time was of the essence. They could not afford to be the weak link. Wen Qian observed their actions, unable to suppress a chuckle. She beckoned them to return to the sofa and devised individual workout plans for each of them. Wen Rang was to become the primary combat force. Thus, he must train rigorously. She instructed him to run 10 kilometers before breakfast, another 10 kilometers post-lunch, and yet another 10 kilometers before bedtime to build up his stamina. Additionally, they were to engage in an hour of strength training and 2 hours of sparring each day. After listening to his sister's ambitious regimen, Wen Rang struggled internally. Setting aside whether I can endure this intensity, will running 30 kilometers a day jeopardize my knees? It won tea, Wen Qian replied calmly. I forgot to mention that there is now a hot spring in the space, which can swiftly restore bodily functions to their optimal state. Wen Rang nodded in understanding. His sister's implication was clear: train to the utmost, for as long as there was breath, the space could revive him. With Wen Rang's plan established, it was time to focus on Wen Chongning. Although Wen Qian did not intend for him to engage in frontline combat, he needed to be stronger than the average person. At the very least, he should possess the ability to protect himself in unforeseen circumstances. Thus, he was required to run 10 kilometers daily, along with 1 hour of strength training and 1 hour of sparring with Wen Qian. As for Li Mo, she only needed to run 5 kilometers and complete an hour of strength training. Upon hearing Wen Qian's words, Li Mo furrowed her brow, a hint of concern in her expression. I appreciate your consideration, but am I not being overly lenient compared to your training? Not at all. I am aware that you have many other responsibilities, Wen Qian reassured her. Each individual had a distinct role. Li Mo indeed did not require excessive physical exertion, but she needed to manage the household and dedicate her time to studying and revisiting the medical knowledge she had neglected for years. Wen Qian knew that Li Mo had recently downloaded and printed a considerable amount of medical materials. In the apocalypse, seeking medical attention at a hospital would be impossible. Li Mo understood her own significance, dedicating her nights to studying until the early hours, often until 2 or 3. After discussing the exercise plans, Wen Qian also mentioned the possibility of exchanging for weapons within the space. We must hasten to cultivate more crops. At the very least, each person should possess a firearm for self-defense. Upon hearing this, Wen Chongning was instantly energized after their workout. He eagerly requested to enter the space to tend to the fields. Having been away for a day, he was astounded by the transformation upon his return. What had once been a mere plot of land had now expanded to over 10 acres, igniting a fervor within him. His wife and child were striving diligently. He too must exert himself. Rolling up his sleeves, he revitalized the extra land and planted corn, wheat, and rice, the staple grains. He then designated another area for cultivating fresh vegetables that the family would consume daily. After sowing the seeds, he began watering them. Once done, he proceeded to the livestock area. The grass in the space thrived remarkably, appearing to regenerate overnight, making livestock rearing exceedingly effortless. He first collected eggs from the chicken coop, then cleaned the pigsty, filled the troughs with feed, and fed the donkey and rabbits. The cows and sheep grazed freely in designated areas without concern. The ducks and geese wandered by the fish pond, occasionally swimming to catch fish. Thus, it came as no surprise to Wen Qian when he discovered duck and goose eggs near the pond. After several hours of busy work, Wen Qian returned to the residential area and encountered the hot spring mentioned by his daughter in the backyard. He quickly rushed inside, took a shower, donned his swimwear, and immersed himself in the soothing waters. When Wen Qian entered to call him for dinner, he was on the verge of dozing off in bliss. "Daughter, this hot spring is absolutely delightful. I feel my back pain has alleviated significantly." Wen Qian had been suffering from severe back issues, requiring frequent visits to the hospital for therapy and acupuncture. Doctors had suggested surgery due to the intensity of his pain, but he feared the potential for failure and becoming a burden to his family, thus delaying any decision. Wen Qian felt a stirring in her heart. This space was filled with wonders. Perhaps it could indeed heal her parents' ailments. "Father, from now on, let's soak in here for an hour each day." "All right, I'll follow your lead." The two exited the space, sharing their plans for the hot spring with Li Mo and Wen Rang, and then enjoyed dinner while watching television. A heartwarming scene contrasting sharply with the storm raging outside. The heavy rain had persisted for an entire day, showing no signs of abating. Reports of zombie attacks were surfacing across various districts, plunging the city into chaos. Panic began to ripple through the neighborhood chat groups, as residents sensed that this torrential downpour was no ordinary storm. More alarming than the rain was the closure of the vegetable market located in a low-lying area, which had been partially submerged. Vendors had heard whispers of zombie bites, prompting them to remain indoors, prioritizing safety over profits. It was July, and with the heat, fresh fruits and vegetables spoiled easily, leaving households with scant supplies. While there was still some rice and flour, who could sustain themselves on grains alone? Consequently, major online shopping platforms faced an overwhelming surge in orders. People sought to order takeout or purchase produce online, only to find that no one was accepting orders. Despite having money, they found themselves unable to spend it. As Wen Qian scrolled through the neighborhood group's messages, the interior of her home suddenly plunged into darkness. The entire complex was enveloped in shadows. Another power outage. Wen Qian swiftly activated the backup power supply to keep several computers running for downloads. However, she did not turn on the lights. Instead, she lit a candle and settled into a lounge chair on the rooftop, savoring ice cream while listening to the wind and rain. This inclement weather persisted for 5 days, with some households running out of food. Yet the rain continued unabated. And more terrifying was the emergence of zombie attacks within their neighborhood. A young couple from Building 5, pushed to the brink of hunger, donned raincoats and boots, intending to venture to a nearby supermarket for instant noodles. However, upon reaching the entrance of the complex, the security guard suddenly lunged at them, knocking them to the ground and biting into one of them. This horrifying scene was witnessed by several neighbors also contemplating a trip outside, sending them fleeing back to their homes in terror. Upon returning, they immediately notified the group of the alarming news. Chapter 17. Breaking into her home, the harrowing scene that unfolded at the entrance of the community was witnessed by numerous residents living on the lower floors. Some even recorded videos and shared them in the community group. In an instant, the group messages exploded. Is it truly a zombie attack? What should we do? I just tried calling the police, but the line is busy. The ambulance is also unreachable. What on earth is happening? Will this rain stop? We're running out of supplies. Same here. I only have 2 packs of noodles left, and I'm too terrified to eat them. Is the apocalypse upon us? Every household secured their doors and windows, vigilantly watching the movements below. Wen Qian took out her binoculars to survey the scene and observed dozens of zombies wandering nearby. They were merely scattered around, unnoticed until now due to the continuous rain and fog. Wen Rang, who witnessed this unsettling sight alongside the others, felt an indescribable complexity of emotions. Had they not prepared in advance, they would surely be as anxious and frightened as their neighbors. Once the rain stops, I'll take you down to practice against the zombies, Wen Qian remarked, causing Wen Rang, who was about to praise his sister as a precious gem, to lose his smile. Wen Chongning and Li Mo felt a sudden jolt of concern upon hearing her words, yet both remained silent, allowing their daughter to take charge. Noticing their worried expressions, Wen Qian smiled reassuringly. In the early days of the apocalypse, unmutated zombies aren't particularly frightening. However, you must remember one critical point. If you encounter them, do not scream. Zombies have poor vision during the day, but are highly sensitive to sound. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud cry for help echoed from the street. Help! Help! The group turned to see a car emerging from the nearby villa area, its engine's roar attracting the zombies' attention. The driver initially thought he had hit someone and hastily exited the vehicle to check. However, as soon as he stepped out, a zombie lying on the ground bit into his calf, tearing away a chunk of flesh. The scent of blood wafted through the air, luring in even more zombies from a distance. In less than a minute, both the driver and his car were surrounded by a horde of zombies. Despite his desperate cries for help, who would dare to intervene in such a dire situation? Nearby residents crouched by their windows, both terrified and curious as they witnessed the gruesome scene unfold. The zombies quickly dismantled the living man, their immense strength allowing them to tear off limbs with ease. They devoured him piece by piece, leaving nothing but bones behind. This shocking spectacle left many in tears. Wen Qian and her companions, equipped with their binoculars, observed the scene with greater clarity than the others. Wen Chongming felt nauseous, while Wen Qian and the others maintained their composure. Li Mo, though slightly pale, managed to hold it together. She patted Wen Chongming on the shoulder, assuring him, "It's all right. We'll just stay here for a couple of days, and we should acclimatize." Wen Chongming remained speechless. Wen Rang had already encountered zombies up close at the hospital, and after binge-watching several gory zombie series, his mental defenses were considerably fortified. As for Wen Qian, she exhibited no emotional fluctuations, even feeling a bit hungry and longing for a steak. Do zombies not only bite, but also consume humans? Wen Rang inquired. Good question. Wen Qian smiled slightly before providing an answer. Zombies vary in their behaviors. Some consume humans while others do not. The ones downstairs are among the few that do, but they will likely be the first to mutate, making them significantly more challenging to deal with than ordinary zombies. Wen Rang felt a surge of frustration. This apocalyptic scenario was proving to be exceedingly difficult to navigate. The villa area is already half submerged. By morning, it will be entirely flooded. Within 3 days, the first floor of our community will succumb as well. In less than a week, chaos will erupt within the neighborhood, and our family will soon attract attention. Indeed, there are already those contemplating their family's resources. On the 29th floor, the Zhang family, having witnessed 2 zombie attacks, were paralyzed with fear. Both parents worked as doctors at the central hospital and were acutely aware that the situation outside was far worse than what they had witnessed. They rushed into the kitchen to assess their supplies. 5 packs of instant noodles, a case of bottled water, a frozen chicken, and a pound of pork were all that remained. However, due to the power outage, the perishables were beginning to thaw and would not last long. They had already consumed all fresh vegetables and were left with only 2 melons. Fortunately, they still had a substantial amount of rice, as a recent guest had gifted them 100 pounds. At the time, they deemed the gift meager, but now it had become a lifeline. Zhang Yang sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed in concern. This cannot continue. The chaos outside will only escalate. Who knows when this will end? 100 pounds of rice will last us at most 3 months. What then? His wife, Su Yin, echoed his worry. I heard from Dr. Jiang at the hospital that many of our fellow doctors and nurses have perished. The outside world is perilous. There's no way to venture out for groceries. The community has been silent. Relying on them for aid is futile. Zhang Zhang remained silent for a moment before gazing up at the ceiling. Zhang Yang and Su Yin noticed his action and exchanged puzzled glances. Son, why are you staring at the ceiling? Su Yin asked. Isn't their family usually well-stocked? Zhang Zhang slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at his parents. Their family is quite affluent, and they must have plenty of supplies. Exactly, Su Yin exclaimed, slapping her thigh. How could I have forgotten about them? Let us go upstairs and see if we can share a meal. The trio gathered their things and set out. But the elevator was out of service, forcing them to climb the stairs. Upon reaching the 30th floor, they were taken aback. Did the Wen family always have a door like this? Where did their doorbell go? Inside, the surveillance system installed by Wen Rang detected their presence, triggering an alert on the computer. Hearing the sound, Wen Rang and the others rushed to the study, where they observed the Zhang family through the monitor. Where did they change their door? It looks quite sturdy and must have cost a fortune, Zhang Yang remarked. Su Yin added, what a wasteful family. Spending money on unnecessary things. Mom, let us not dwell on that. Whatever wealth they have will eventually be ours. Let's just go in and eat, Zhang Xiang suggested quietly. Liu Mo, overhearing their conversation, found it amusing. Su Yin had always been one to seek cheap gains, and now her appetite seemed to have grown insatiable, even dictating how they spent their money. Enough of this. I'll go drive them away, Wen Qian declared. Wen Qian reached out to restrain her father, saying, hold on, let us observe a bit longer. The Zhang family knocked on the door, but received no response. They pressed their ears against the door, but heard nothing. Do you think they might not be home? Su Yin pondered. The family exchanged glances, and Zhang Zhang quietly proposed. Mom, why don't we pry the door open and take a look? Chapter 18. The brutal assault on the Zhang family, a mere utterance from Zhang Xiang, sent ripples through the hearts of the three individuals present. Their guilty consciences compelled them to glance furtively around, engaging in hushed deliberation. Su Yin expressed her concern, but we cannot pick locks. How can we break in? Zhang Zhang reassured her, do not worry, mother. My father and I have been practicing with this lock over the past couple of days. Zhang Yang chimed in, indeed. If we succeed, this residence will belong to us. Su Yan's eyes sparkled at the thought. It was an aerial villa, a dream far beyond her means to acquire through her own family's resources. The thought of Liu Mo, that wretched woman, living such a fortunate life, stirred a tempest of jealousy within her. Previously, she had settled for a rural man devoid of education or background, a mere fruit vendor. Her colleagues had ridiculed her choice. Yet, as the years passed, when Changning's business flourished, elevating Liu Mo to the status of a wealthy matron, Su Yin could not voice her envy, yet it gnawed at her insides. They had attended the same school. Why was it that Liu Mo's husband could generate wealth while hers could not? She, undeniably more attractive than Liu Mo, found this disparity profoundly unjust. As these trivial grievances coursed through her mind, she bit her lip and knocked forcefully on the Wen family's door. Liu Mo, are you home? It's Su Yin. Open the door. When silence met her call, she swiftly resolved to have her husband and son force the door open. The three returned home to retrieve tools. And Zhang Zhang even took the time to call Wen Qian, only to be met with continued silence on the other end. Moments later, the Zhang family reappeared at the Wen household's entrance. Wen Qian observed their actions with a cold smile before turning away to approach them. Wen Changning and Liu Mo intended to follow suit, but were halted by Wen Rang's directive. Do not go. My sister can handle this alone. Leaning back in his chair, he lazily scrutinized the surveillance footage on his computer, reveling in the unfolding drama. Outside, the trio, engrossed in their scheming, remained oblivious to the impending danger. They were convinced the house was empty. Otherwise, why would no one answer their persistent knocks? Thus, when the formidable door was suddenly thrust open from within, the three were unceremoniously knocked to the ground, blood streaming from their noses. Su Yan's head collided with the wall, eliciting a cry of pain. Yet the sound was eclipsed by her son's even louder scream. Wen Qian, brandishing a glinting dagger, hurled it directly at Zhang Zhang's groin, narrowly missing a fatal injury. In an instant, Zhang Xiang's trousers were soaked in crimson. Pain drained the color from his face as he glared at Wen Qian, demanding, "What are you doing?" Seeing her son injured filled Su Yin with anguish, prompting her to unleash a torrent of curses. "You deranged girl, have you lost your mind? I'll kill you." "Oh, my apologies," Wen Qian leaned against the doorframe, her tone insincere, her eyes devoid of remorse. "I mistook you for a shameless thief attempting to break into my home. I acted in self-defense." As she approached Zhang Ziang, he anticipated her assistance, only to find her bending down to retrieve the dagger before turning back inside. The pain surged through Zhang Ziang, causing tears to stream down his face as he collapsed into Su Yan's embrace. "Mother, it hurts. I think I'm dying." Zhang Yang was the first to regain his footing, lifting his son to carry him inside. Upon noticing Wen Qian blocking the entrance, he barked, "Move aside. Call your parents out. You injured my son. Your family must take responsibility." Su Yan echoed, "Indeed, let us in to tend to his wounds." Wen Qian remained silent, simply kicking the trio back as they attempted to force their way inside. They had not anticipated her strength. The impact left them sprawled on the ground, feeling as if their bones were splintering. Wen Qian towered over them, her expression cold. "There is no food in my home. My parents are too hungry to rise from bed, and my brother and I are equally ravenous. Are you certain you wish to enter? Ravenous? Wanted a bite?" The Zhang family seized upon her words, recalling recent images of zombies devouring flesh, causing them to tremble in fear. Could this girl have been infected? How else could she possess such strength? Inside, Wen Rang overheard his sister and let out a sinister laugh. "Do I smell blood? Is there a feast to be had?" His words sent the Zhang family scrambling to their feet, desperate to flee. Yet, Wen Qian stood like a reaper at the fire escape, her expression impassive as she fixed her gaze upon them. "If you dare to plot against my family again, I will end your lives." "You wouldn't dare," Su Yan blurted out, her mouth faster than her mind. Wen Qian's smile widened, sending a chill down Su Yan's spine. "You'll find out whether I dare. I offer you but one chance. Choose wisely." With that, she turned and locked her door. The Zhang family rushed down the stairs, agitated after tending to their son's wounds. Unable to swallow their humiliation, Zhang Yang exclaimed, "What is wrong with Wen Changning and Liemo? How have they raised such an ill-mannered child? That little wretch dares to threaten us." Su Yan, hands on her hips, attempted to call the police, but her efforts were in vain. The line remained dead. "Are they all dead? Not a single call is answered. What good are they to us?" Zhang Zhang lay on the sofa, pain rendering him speechless. He had never endured such an injury in his life. The thought of Wen Qian's attack and her refusal to allow him into her home ignited a fire within him. If she would not comply, he would teach her a lesson. With malice in his eyes, he envisioned subduing Wen Qian and exacting his revenge, whispering weakly, "Father, mother, we must make sure the neighbors know about today's incident." Zhang Yang and Su Yan exchanged surprised glances as he continued, "There are others without food. Everyone knows the one family is wealthy and will seek their assistance. If they maintain this attitude, it will incite public outrage. When they find themselves desperate, they will surely come to us." Zhang Ziang longed to see Wen Qian kneeling before him, begging for mercy. In this entire community, our family shares the closest ties with theirs. They have no choice but to turn to us for help. Once we reach the 30th floor, we can deal with them as we see fit. His words ignited a sense of excitement within Su Yan and Zhang Yang, though they tempered their enthusiasm with caution. Zhang Yang expressed concern. "We still do not know whether their family has been infected. What if Wen Qian proves to be a formidable opponent?" Su Yan replied, "Do not fret. With so many people in the neighborhood, can we not handle them? We should first ally with those on the 28th floor. If we can drive the one family out, we can each claim a unit. Then we will devise a plan to deal with the 28th floor residents. What do you think?" Chapter 19. A frantic retort. After the Zhang family concluded their discussion, Su Yan promptly dialed the neighbors downstairs. Upon returning home, Wen Qian also prepared herself. As the clock struck 6, the once tranquil community chat began to buzz with activity. Su Yan first tagged Liemo, then shared a photo of blood-stained trousers, demanding an explanation. "Su Yan, your daughter harmed my son today. How do you intend to address this matter?" The residents of the community, confined in their homes and feeling both hungry and bored, found a certain schadenfreude in the unfolding drama. As Su Yan had anticipated, inquiries about the incident quickly surfaced. She seized the moment, embellishing the narrative with extravagant fabrications. "Su Yan, while we were home today, we heard unusual noises from upstairs. Concerned, we decided to check what was amiss. Su Yan, however, as soon as I knocked on the door, that girl Wen Qian burst out and stabbed my son with a knife. Su Yan, she even declared that even if they had food, they wouldn't share a morsel with us, insisting we should leave as far as possible. Su Yin, I swear on my conscience. Su Yin, we did not ascend the stairs today to beg for food. Although we have run out of supplies, we only wish to inquire about their situation. Su Yin, Li Mo, after working together for over a decade, is this how you handle matters? Su Yin, stop feigning ignorance. Come out and apologize immediately, and provide me with a solution. Su Yin, Wen Qian even insinuated that she felt like biting someone out of frustration. Surely your family hasn't been infected, has it? Her barrage of messages roused even those who merely wished to quietly observe the spectacle. Infections? The notion of biting? This was grave indeed. In no time, the residents rallied, denouncing the Wen family. Such a violent outburst, indeed. They had merely expressed concern, yet had been met with aggression. An apology was imperative. Who could feel secure living next to such neighbors? If their household was infected, we would all be doomed. Contact the property management to assess the situation. Such a threat must be addressed immediately. Within mere minutes, the chat had amassed over 100 messages. Wen Chongning and Li Mo, upon witnessing the flurry of messages, were incensed. They had not anticipated such shamelessness from the Zhang family. Twisting the truth, Li Mo, trembling with rage, attempted to type a response. But Wen Qian snatched the phone from his grasp. Mom, don't waste your breath on them. Wen Qian had already preserved the surveillance footage, and she swiftly extracted a segment to share in the community chat. The video revealed the Zhang family in a clandestine huddle, plotting how to usurp their home. Zhang Yang, when did they change their door? It looks quite sturdy. It must have cost a pretty penny. Su Yin, what a wasteful bunch, squandering money on frivolities. Zhang Zhang, Mom, enough of that. Whatever they have will eventually belong to us. Let us just go in and have a meal. The group knocked on the door, but no one responded. Zhang Zhang, Mom, how about we force the door open and take a look? Su Yin, but we don't know how to pick locks. How can we force it? Zhang Zhang, don't worry, Mom, my dad and I have been practicing at home these past few days. We've got a tool ready. Zhang Yang, exactly. If we succeed, this will be our home. The faces and voices of the three were impeccably clear on the recording. After posting the video, Wen Qian tagged Su Yin, inquiring, Wen Qian, is this what you refer to as concern for us? Su Yin was taken aback to discover there was surveillance at her doorstep that had captured their actions. The onlookers were equally astonished by the rapid turn of events. Falling silent, Wen Qian, in these extraordinary times, everyone understands the implications. I ask you, if a neighbor suddenly attempted to break into your home, would you remain calm? Wen Qian, their conversation reveals they have been practicing at home for some time. What kind of good Samaritan spends their time at home honing lockpicking skills? Today they target my house. Who knows what tomorrow holds? Su Yin, momentarily unsettled, quickly sprang to her defense. Su Yin, you're talking nonsense. We were genuinely concerned for your safety, hence our eagerness to check in. Wen Qian, oh? So you mean to say you have never coveted anything from my home? Su Yin, nonsense. Do you truly believe you are some kind of precious treasure that everyone covets? Su Yin, Wen Qian, let me assure you, my family is wealthy. We have no need for your meager possessions. Su Yin, with such a disrespectful attitude towards elders, I wouldn't give you a second glance. My son feels the same. Su Yin, don't think that just because you fancy my son and that your advances have gone unrewarded, you can turn the tables and slander us. Wen Qian, amused by her messages, chuckled softly. She then shared another video in the group, a recording from that day in the garage, where Zhang Ziang was boasting about inviting her to a class reunion. In the video, Zhang Ziang remained blissfully unaware of anyone behind him, his ambitions ringing clear. Who's my girlfriend? Why, it's Wen Qian. Who else could it be? Huh, she has certainly a challenge, though it depends on who is pursuing her. I've made up my mind. Once I graduate from university, I'll marry her. I'm quite handsome, and my family is well off. What is not to like? Eventually, she'll have to marry someone, right? Yes, we'll drive. What car? A Qian, of course. I've already told her. Once we're married, that car will be mine for work. It's all right, but truth be told, I'm not really interested in that car. I plan to have her father buy me a G-Class later. Yes, her brother drives that, but I've heard he bought it himself. Wen Qian not only captured the audio, but also ensured Zhang Zhang's face was visible. Thus, should Su Yin attempt to deny her son's identity, it would be futile. After sharing the video, Wen Qian asked, "Am I really pursuing your son? Is he worthy? Are you worthy?" Su Yin, delete that video immediately. You are infringing upon someone's right to their likeness. I could take legal action. Wen Qian, fool, go ahead and sue. Wen Qian, I'll reiterate. Should you make another attempt to encroach upon our family, I shall ensure you regret it. Dare to test me. Having concluded her rebuttal, Wen Qian recalled another matter. She sifted through her chat with Zhang Ziyang, locating a specific conversation and taking a screenshot. Wen Qian, you clearly have 100 pounds of rice left uneaten. Yet you think to beg from the neighbors? Have you no shame? Su Yin was taken aback. How did Wen Qian know about their rice supply? Su Yin, you wretched girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Where will my family acquire such a vast amount of rice? Did you give it to us? Wen Qian smiled, sending the screenshot. Wen Qian, take a look for yourself. Just a week ago, your son complained to me that gifts have become increasingly meager, claiming that when they came to your house, they only brought 100 pounds of rice. Wen Qian, your well-bred son, do not disown him. Wen Qian, and remember to guard your door well. 100 pounds of rice can last many days. Her words sent a shiver down Su Yin's spine. There was no way she could admit it. She immediately denied Wen Qian's claims, asserting that the image was doctored and that they had no food. Yet, in the minds of the onlookers, the truth was already evident. Chapter 20. Time-limited zombie elimination mission. Su Yin, fearing that they would come to seize their food supplies, hastily deleted the building number she had noted. Yet, what purpose did it serve? The crucial details had long been etched in her memory. When Chongning and Li Imo saw the evidence presented by their daughter, they breathed a sigh of relief, their spirits considerably lifted. Su Yin, in a fit of frenzy, attempted to defend herself in the group chat, but this time, her words fell on deaf ears. Everyone was preoccupied with concerns about their future survival. Since the second power outage, the electricity supply had yet to be restored. The entire city was grappling with blackouts, and the repair crews were overwhelmed. Power outages, food shortages, and the relentless threat of zombies. Perilous issues arose one after another. Some astute individuals began to gather their household pots and pans to stockpile water. They fear that, in a few days, water resources might become contaminated or that there would be a water supply disruption, leaving them in dire straits. Uncertain of when assistance would arrive, the community contemplated whether the homeowners association could take the lead, collaborating with the property management to scavenge for food supplies in nearby supermarkets. The group chat buzzed with fervent discussions, but Wen Qian found their concerns amusing. They were afraid of death and hunger, yet they expected the homeowners association and property management to fetch food for them. Silently, Wen Qian took note of those who incited others to seek sustenance. Together with Li Mo, she prepared ingredients for a hot pot meal. While others faced water, power, and food shortages, her family was thriving. Moreover, their home was comfortably temperate without the need for air conditioning. The system had informed her that the temperature within their defensive space remained perpetually stable. Over the past few days, she had observed that their home maintained a pleasant climate. They moved a table to the rooftop garden, shielded by other rooms, ensuring that their neighbors in adjacent buildings could not see them, even with binoculars. Since Li Mo was not fond of spicy food, they opted for a dual-flavor hot pot base, half spicy and half tomato. They laid out an array of delectable ingredients: beef, lamb, grass carp fillets, tripe, duck intestines, luncheon meat, fish balls, shrimp paste, potato slices, kelp, lettuce, bamboo shoots, winter melon, baby bok choy, enoki mushrooms, and tofu skin. Their favorites were all present, accompanied by freshly retrieved beers, cola, coconut juice, and hawthorn juice from the refrigerator. Wen Qian had initially desired to include pig brain, but fearing it might evoke unpleasant associations for her father and spoil their appetite, she ultimately discarded the idea. The family of four gathered around the table, enjoying their meal and conversation, blissfully dismissing the shamelessness of those downstairs. Once they were satiated, Wen Qian disposed of the kitchen waste in the processor, while temporarily storing the rest of the trash in their space. She cleared a container to hold the refuse, intending to dispose of it all on their next outing. After all, the garbage remained unchanged in the space, free from fermentation or odor, which she found acceptable. With their bellies full, the family resumed their activities. Wen Qian encouraged Wen Rang to exercise, Li Mo retreated to the study to study, while Wen Chongning eagerly attended to his agricultural endeavors in the space, diligently working to save money for weapons to gift his daughter. After several days of training, Wen Rang distinctly felt an improvement in his stamina. Each night, he enjoyed an hour in the hot springs within the space, free from any muscle soreness. He confidently followed his sister's lead, completing a 10-kilometer run, followed by an hour of strength training, before engaging in sparring within the space. Having practiced Sanda in his youth, he was initially cautious with Wen Qian, wary of injuring her. However, she swiftly bested him with a single move, her dagger poised dangerously close to his nose, almost costing him his life. From that moment on, Wen Rang no longer held back. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not land a single blow on Wen Qian, leaving him exasperated. In the training ground, panting heavily, Wen Rang remarked, "If memory serves me right, weren't you learning piano and ballet as a child?" "Indeed, what of it?" Wen Qian replied, grinning at her exhausted brother sprawled on the ground. "Do you look down on us artists?" "I dare not," Wen Rang replied, forcing himself to rise. "In the future, I shall steer clear of encounters like this. I wouldn't dare provoke you." After enduring 2 hours of one-sided sparring, they took a brief respite before Wen Qian urged Wen Rang to practice archery with her. Wen Chongning, having finished his farming tasks, joined in with a few small puppies, training alongside them with admirable dedication. Once Wen Qian and Wen Rang concluded their training for the day, the trio, accompanied by 4 dogs, exited the space, only to find that night had fallen. The community echoed with intermittent screams and cries for help, as those who had remained at home, unscathed by the zombies, began to succumb to the infection. The flood had completely submerged the villas below, encroaching upon their neighborhood. Everyone recalled the vehicles parked in the underground garage, now at risk of being submerged in water, and felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. Discussions resumed in the group chat about banding together to seek supplies, with some vehemently cursing the property management for failing to assist them, threatening to withhold future service fees. Upon witnessing the uproar, Wen Qian silently cursed them as fools. Reclining on the sofa, she noticed Zhang Xiang had messaged her again. "Zhang Xiang, Qian, why did you say that in the group today? Do you realize how hurtful your words were? Zhang Xiang, you know how much I like you. You are well aware. My pursuit of you has nothing to do with your family's wealth. I genuinely care for you. Zhang Xiang, aside from me, you will find no other man who treats you with such devotion. Zhang Xiang, you mustn't be so willful. Your family consists of 4 members. And even if there is still food, it won't last long. Zhang Xiang, why not come to my house? I will protect you. Zhang Xiang, we can pretend today as events never happened. As long as you apologize and agree to be my girlfriend, I will forgive you." After reading his messages, Wen Qian decisively removed him from her friend list, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over her. She tossed her phone aside, cradled the small white dog, and approached the window. The small white dog, with its acute sense of smell, detected the scent of zombies outside and grew agitated. Wen Qian gently stroked its head, reassuring it, "Do not fret. Once the rain subsides, there will be plenty for you to hunt." After holding the dog for a while, she noted that it had become rather plump. Recently, the small white dog had spent most of its time in the space with a few puppies, and their growth over the past few days had been astonishing. The small white dog, once weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, now tipped the scales at 13 pounds. As for the puppies, when they first arrived, they were wobbly and struggled to run, but now they were nearly the same size as the small white dog. The small white dog could not fathom how those pups, which it could easily swat aside just days ago, had suddenly grown so much. Nevertheless, the pups still obeyed it well, which pleased the small white dog immensely. Outside the community, solar street lamps lined the area about 100 meters away. Wen Qian leaned against the window frame, observing the zombies drawn toward the lights, her mind tranquil and her thoughts empty. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated in her mind. "Ding! Time-limited mission initiated. Within 24 hours, for every zombie eliminated, the host's combat strength will increase by 1. Eliminate 100 zombies, and the combat strength of any member within the system will increase by 10. Chapter 21. The God of War is her. Upon hearing this news, Wen Qian felt an exhilarating rush of energy. She dashed into Wen Rang's room, where he had just finished washing up and was about to read for a bit before sleeping. Her face was alight with excitement. "Brother, let us go hunt zombies." Wen Rang reclined on the sofa, a perplexed expression crossing his face as he dug at his ears. At first glance, seeing his sister's enthusiastic demeanor, he thought he had misheard. Perhaps she intended to take him out for drinks. However, the reality was quite different. It was a venture to dance amidst the graves. When Rang glanced out the window, feeling somewhat reluctant. "It's pouring rain. Can't we wait until it stops? The system has issued a mission. For every 100 zombies killed, your combat power increases by 10. As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, Wen Rang sprang to his feet, scrambling to the wardrobe for clothes. "Wait for me." Recently, he had been at the mercy of his sister, and his thirst for power had reached a peak. Although Wen Qian had disclosed the rewards the system granted her, Wen Rang smartly deduced that they must be greater than his own. However, he believed that the benefits should remain within the family. If his sister grew stronger, it meant he would too. It didn't matter if he couldn't defeat her. What mattered was that he would be capable of overcoming other adversaries in the future. After they donned their battle attire, masks, and goggles, they slipped on raincoats and bid farewell to Wen Qian and Li Mo before stepping outside. Upon learning of their intention to hunt zombies, Wen Qian and Li Mo were filled with worry, tears brimming in their eyes. Yet, they gritted their teeth and refrained from uttering a word of protest. The apocalypse had arrived, and the old ways of living were no longer viable. Their children had grown and surpassed them, possessing a foresight that exceeded their own. If their daughter believed it was time to confront zombies, then it must be the right decision. They could not hinder their growth or obstruct their path. Once Wen Qian and Wen Rang left, Wen Qian locked the door, then grasped the baseball bat and Tang Dao that his daughter had left behind, embracing his wife as they moved to the window. His daughter had mentioned that she would first deal with the zombies near the community, so they should be visible from the window, descending the fire escape step by step. When Rang felt a twinge of anxiety, as it was his first time hunting zombies, and he treaded carefully. To his surprise, they encountered not a single zombie within the building. Upon reaching the first floor, they found the entrance tightly secured, with the wind howling through the cracks. A haunting sound that pierced the night. Wen Qian slowed her pace, turning to glance at her brother, whose face was tense with seriousness. "Are you scared?" When Rang hesitated for a couple of seconds before opting for honesty. "A little, but I can overcome it. Having lived for over 20 years, he had never even killed a chicken. Now, thrust into the daunting task of slaying zombies, creatures transformed from humans, it was only natural for him to feel out of his depth. But he was resolute. He knew he had to take this step, and he would not waver. Rest assured, I will never let you get hurt." Wen Qian smiled. At the onset of the apocalypse, she still held onto a shred of confidence. Clutching the Tang Dao, she handed Wen Rang a crossbow and retrieved a speedboat from her space. Most of the outside world was submerged in water, leaving only their community barely afloat. Thus, Wen Qian planned to lure the nearby zombies to the entrance before moving on to other locations. Seeing that Wen Rang had steeled himself, Wen Qian opened the entrance door. The fierce wind and rain hit them instantly, drenching their masks and goggles in an instant. Braving the elements, Wen Qian stepped outside and began to pound on the community's gate with vigor. The sound of metal clanging echoed ominously in the dead of night. This not only drew the attention of the zombies, but also startled the residents inside. They pressed against the windows, straining to glimpse the unfolding scene. Upon realizing that someone was deliberately creating a commotion, they thought the duo had lost their minds. Who are those fools downstairs? If they want to die, they might as well jump off the building. Being bitten by zombies only adds more to the horde. Good grief, fools are plentiful this year. As the zombies gathered outside, their intentions seemed murky. Were they trying to drag everyone down with them? Stay away. Don't dirty our territory. Taunts and curses flew thick and fast. But within 2 minutes, the wind shifted again. Wait, were they actually hunting zombies? Amidst the storm, Wen Qian found herself dissatisfied with the sparse number of zombies. She nearly shouted through a megaphone to invite more fresh prey, yet only about 30 had arrived. Frustrated, she took her ire out on the zombies. When Rang watched as those once ferocious, first-generation mutated zombies, which had devoured living humans, were dispatched by his sister with the ease of slicing vegetables, one swift stroke for each head. The moment the zombies' heads fell, their bodies lingered for a few seconds before collapsing. Standing behind his sister, Wen Rang felt a rush of adrenaline. He lifted the crossbow, aimed at a zombie charging towards them, held his breath momentarily, and accurately shot through its skull. "Beautiful!" Wen Qian exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. "Awesome!" Elated by his first successful kill, Wen Rang felt a thin sheen of sweat form on his palms. He remained vigilant, continuing to coordinate with Wen Qian. Half an hour later, over 50 zombie corpses lay piled before the iron gate. Wen Qian continued to strike the gate to attract more zombies, but their arrival lagged far behind the rate at which they were dispatched. If this continued, it would merely be a waste of time. Thus, Wen Qian decisively declared, "Let us change locations." The two removed their masks, breathing in the fresh air. They hoisted the speedboat, intending to venture into the city. The central hospital area was a disaster zone and likely teeming with prey. Wait for us." Just as they were about to board the speedboat, a surge of excited voices erupted from the community. "God of War, let's join you." Wen Qian paused, turning to see 8 or 9 individuals rushing out. These were residents who had run out of food and longed to gather supplies, yet had been too fearful to venture out. Now, witnessing someone clear the nearby zombies, they seized the opportunity and clung desperately to the duo. They had witnessed from above how effortlessly the two dispatched zombies. It was evident they were no ordinary individuals. As several rushed closer, they were taken aback upon realizing who the God of War truly was. Wen Qian, how are you two here? The Wen siblings had garnered a bit of a reputation in the community, not only for their striking looks, but also for their academic prowess. One was admitted to Tsinghua University, while the other to the Diplomatic Academy. Parents in the area spoke of them with envy. Observing their astonished expressions, Wen Qian spoke indifferently. "Is there something you need?" Chapter 22. The figure in the video was Wen Qian. Her cool and serene voice jolted several individuals back to reality as they clamored to speak. "How did you end up here? Are you also looking for food? Can you take us with you?" "Yes. Please take us along. Strength lies in numbers. We beg you. Considering we are all neighbors, help us out. We have nothing left at home. We're starving." Upon witnessing their desperate expressions, Wen Qian felt no stir of compassion within her heart. However, after a moment's contemplation, she acquiesced. "All right, let us go." Wen Rang, hearing his sister's response, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Based on his understanding of her in recent weeks, she should not have agreed. They were pressed for time, and these individuals clearly lacked combat experience. In the face of zombies, they would be of no assistance whatsoever. The joy that lit up the faces of the group at Wen Qian's words was palpable, and before she could retract her offer, they hastily boarded the speedboat and took their seats. Encountering Wen Rang's puzzled gaze, Wen Qian smiled slightly and whispered, "A crowd like this will surely attract the zombies." Wen Qian possessed no grand ideals of selfless sacrifice. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, merely surviving was an extravagant endeavor. It was inconceivable for her to risk her life to protect anyone beyond her family. The only reason she had agreed to bring them along was that they could serve as bait. Placing a foot on the edge of the speedboat, she issued a stern warning to the others on board. "I agree to take you with us, but I cannot guarantee your survival. If we encounter zombies, my priority will be to ensure my brother's safety and my own. Should any of you be scratched or bitten by a zombie, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Do you understand?" The group nodded vigorously, aware that she could have easily refused. Seeing that they seemed compliant, Wen Qian started the speedboat, heading towards the nearest supermarket. As the speedboat sped away, the onlookers in the residential building were left with mixed emotions. Though they had been confined to their homes for only a few days, they understood that such disasters would not conclude in mere months. It was possible they would endure this for years before reclaiming their former lives. Resources would only dwindle over time, and now was indeed the opportune moment to seek sustenance. Otherwise, by the time hunger drove them to madness, the supermarket would be stripped bare. Yet, while they comprehended the logic, when it came time to act, trepidation set in. What if they ventured out and were bitten by a zombie? After all, zombies were known to devour humans. Presently, Witnessing someone slay dozens of zombies with apparent ease rekindled their hope. Perhaps zombies were not as formidable as they had imagined. If others could do it, surely they could too. Thus, after Wen Qian and her companions departed, another group of over a dozen individuals rushed down the stairs. However, this time, they could not escape safely and were swiftly dispatched by the zombies drawn in by the scent of blood. Zombies possessed strength far surpassing that of humans. Though they moved sluggishly by day, they could operate normally at night, and their eyesight was significantly enhanced. The wails of anguish echoed at the entrance of the community, compelling the next wave of eager individuals to secure their doors and windows, too frightened to step outside. On the speedboat, several individuals huddled together, anxiously scanning their surroundings, fearful of a zombie ambush. Fortunately, Wen Qian had just lured away and eliminated the zombies in this vicinity, so they had yet to encounter any. Observing the composed demeanor of the brother-sister duo, devoid of fear, and recalling the earlier incidents in the community, the neighbors struck up a conversation with them. "Why are only the two of you out here? Where are your parents?" Wen Qian cast a sidelong glance at the questioner and replied softly, "My parents are unwell. They collapsed from hunger, so it's just us two who could venture out." The others nodded in understanding. The elderly often faced various ailments. Many of them had children, which motivated them to risk their lives to find food, unwilling to let their offspring go hungry. With just a few succinct sentences, Wen Qian convinced them of her family's dire situation. After all, who would willingly venture outside if they were not in need? Thus, even if the Zhang family later spoke ill of them in the community, no one would believe it. The speedboat soon approached the supermarket, which indeed was teeming with zombies. Wen Qian rose, glancing back at the trembling individuals behind her, adjusted her mask, and drew her weapon with determination. The sight of a fresh group of humans was akin to an all-you-can-eat buffet for the zombies, who charged toward them with ravenous cries. Wen Qian leaped from the speedboat, landing deftly atop a parked car at the roadside. Before anyone could react, a flash of steel glimmered, and blood splattered forth. The recently transformed zombies still bore human blood within their veins. With tremendous force, Wen Qian severed the head of zombie and, noticing her neighbors paralyzed with fear, shouted, "Don't just sit there on the boat. Get into the supermarket." When Rang led the way, urging, "Follow me," the group snapped out of their stupor and hurriedly followed when Rang's lead. As Wen Qian observed the increasing number of zombies, a smile crept upon her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "All potential damage buffs. Come forth, my treasures." Her overwhelming desire to vanquish zombies radiated malevolence, and even the approaching zombies sensed her intent. Yet, having arrived, Wen Qian would not grant them an opportunity to escape. With no living souls nearby, she had no fear of collateral damage. Wen Qian unleashed her fury, reveling in the long-awaited thrill of battle. Up ahead, when Rang's movements became increasingly proficient, he would dispatch those he could defeat, while retreating to his sister's side when faced with stronger foes. The 10 of them entered the supermarket with surprising ease. Inside, they encountered some staff who had also turned into zombies, swiftly dealt with by Wen Qian and Wen Rang. The neighbors, astonished by the siblings' prowess, began to recognize their familiar attire. "Ah, I remember now." Suddenly, one neighbor recalled a video he had seen online days prior. He looked at Wen Qian, realization dawning. "You are the female warrior who fought zombies in the hospital, aren't you?" "Yes, that's me," Wen Qian confirmed without denial. It was beneficial for them to recognize her strength. This way, even if they contemplated targeting her family in the future, they would think twice. But let us not dwell on that. Let us see what supplies we can gather. Most items in the supermarket had been damaged by water. Yet Wen Qian felt the need to at least appear diligent. However, she had no interest in the soaked rice and flour, opting instead for a few packs of instant noodles and some bottles of mineral water. Seeing her disregard for the rice and flour, the neighbors urged, "Those one tea last. You should take something more substantial." "Please, go ahead first," Wen Qian replied with a charming smile. "You ventured out, so my brother and I will return in a few days after we finish these." Chapter 23. Unwelcome, toast. The supplies in the supermarket had already been thoroughly raided, leaving only a meager amount sufficient for their group. Among them, Wen Qian and Wen Rang exerted the most effort, yet they did not engage in a scramble for goods. which moved several neighbors to tears. What remarkable children they were! Wen Qian surveyed the surroundings and heard the unmistakable sounds of zombies approaching. Confirming that the area was secure for the moment, she and Wen Rang set off to deal with the undead. Quickly gather what you can and wait for me at the checkout. Remember, do not wander off, otherwise I cannot guarantee your safety. Understood. We will stay put. At a critical moment, they heeded Wen Qian's guidance, heading east while steadfastly avoiding any inclination to stray westward. Time passed swiftly. Over an hour had elapsed since they left home. Together, Wen Qian and Wen Rang had vanquished 137 zombies and felt the system rewards bestowed upon them. While Wen Rang's sense of achievement was less pronounced, Wen Qian felt increasingly invigorated with each zombie she dispatched. After eliminating several more zombies drawn by the scent of blood, they escorted a few neighbors back to the community entrance. There, Wen Qian encountered freshly turned neighbors, now zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, she claimed their heads and urged her companions to return home promptly. Where else do you intend to go? The neighbors, surprised by their apparent willingness to continue, inquired. My mother has a heart condition and was distressed by the recent chaos, so I wish to find some quick-acting heart medication in the pharmacy, Wen Qian replied gravely, eliciting immediate sympathy from her neighbors. Look at the Zhang family. What despicable deeds they have committed. Wen Qian watched them enter the community gate and turned back to Wen Rang with a raised eyebrow and a smile. How was my performance? A pity I didn't attend drama school. The speedboat roared back to life, heading directly for the city center. As Wen Qian anticipated, the city center had succumbed entirely to chaos, with a far greater number of zombies than in their neighborhood. With Wen Rang by her side, she remained vigilant. Wen Rang demonstrated that his capabilities extended beyond intellect. In combat, he was significantly more adept than most. From home to supermarket and then to the central hospital, Wen Rang's aim grew steadier, and the number of zombies falling before him increased. From dusk till dawn, the siblings unleashed a torrent of destruction, their adrenaline surging as fatigue faded into oblivion. Some survivors hiding within the buildings witnessed their onslaught against the undead, astonished yet unable to resist recording the spectacle to share online. Thus, by the time Wen Qian and Wen Rang returned home that night, they had become the saviors of their community. Many online began to place their hopes upon them, leaving comments with their neighborhood addresses in hopes that the siblings would come and eliminate the zombies in their areas. In a mere 24 hours, the duo had exterminated 3,000 zombies. Relying solely on manual effort without firearms, their arms were on the verge of collapse. They hurried into the safe space for a bath and thermal soak, collapsing into bed without even tasting a morsel of food. They slumbered for a solid 15 hours before awakening. Liam O, aware of their exhaustion, prepared a lavish feast: sweet and sour ribs, braised fish, spicy beef, and sour soup, stir-fried clams, garlic oil lettuce, shredded pork with green peppers, and dry pot baby cabbage. Upon sighting the spread, Wen Qian and Wen Rang attacked the table like famished souls who had not eaten in a week. Ultimately, Wen Qian devoured 5 large bowls of rice before finally feeling revitalized. Wen Rang, surpassing her, also overindulged, and they leaned against the wall for support. Slowly making their way to the living room, where they collapsed onto the sofa, Wen Qian lay there, reluctant to move, and playfully kicked Wen Rang with her foot. Let us take a break today and skip the workout, shall we? Thank you for considering that, Wen Rang replied, but I refuse to train today, no matter what. More fatigued than she, Wen Rang had endured a grueling 24 hours of extreme exercise, though they had enjoyed a soak afterward. The sheer volume of activity had far exceeded his physical limits, leaving his arms still sore. Wen Qian, on the other hand, felt merely tired, her body yearning for stillness. They reached a mutual understanding and decided to embrace a day of leisure. Wen Qian settled in with her tablet to watch pre-downloaded anime, while Wen Rang glanced at WeChat messages. News of their supermarket scavenging escapade had spread, and numerous people added him as a friend, hoping to join him on future outings. Wen Rang shared the messages with Wen Qian, who frowned and placed the 10 packs of instant noodles, 2 packs of dried noodles, and 5 bottles of mineral water on the table. She snapped a photo and posted it in the group chat. Conserve these supplies. They should last a month. Therefore, I have no intention of venturing out during this time. As long as the system refrained from assigning tasks, she would not be tempted to brave the rain-soaked streets. Combat in the rain was simply unbearable. The raincoats provided little protection, and upon their return the previous night, they had been drenched to the bone. Thankfully, their robust constitutions had spared them from illness. Otherwise, anyone else would have succumbed to a cold by now. Wen Qian had gathered supplies in full view of her neighbors, so she was unperturbed by others learning of her actions. Moreover, the limited provisions would not last long, and everyone was well aware of her fierce reputation. None would dare approach her for a mere morsel of food. On the 29th floor, Zhang Zhang seethed as he perused the group messages, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He had come across several videos of Wen Qian effortlessly dispatching zombies and was astonished by her prowess. If she were his girlfriend, his safety would be assured. Even if food supplies dwindled, she could always venture out to scavenge. But how could he persuade her to agree? Zhang Ziang had pursued Wen Qian since high school, only to be rebuffed by her insistence on focusing solely on her studies and avoiding early romantic entanglements. Later, despite attending different universities, they remained in the same city. Yet again, she turned him down, citing her busy academic life as a reason to avoid relationships with those from other schools. Now, though Wen Qian had grown so formidable, dispatching zombies with ease, the prospect of coercing her was utterly out of the question. Zhang Zhang opened his bedside drawer, eyeing the bottle of medication he had prepared long ago, a glint of cunning illuminating his gaze. He had long contemplated this scheme. He was convinced that once she became his, the deed would be done, and she would no longer refuse to be with him. Zhang Ziang plotted, eagerly opening the chat window with Wen Qian. He knew he must first mend their relationship, allowing her to lower her guard. Setting aside his pride, he chose to apologize to Wen Qian. Though she had acted wrongly, he declared that he had forgiven her. However, upon sending the message, Zhang Ziang's expression darkened instantly. The recipient had enabled friend verification. You are not yet a friend. Please send a friend request, and only after it is accepted can you chat. Wen Qian had deleted him as a friend. Overcome with frustration, Zhang Ziang hurled his phone to the ground with a thud. Damn it, you ungrateful girl. One day, I will make you pay. Chapter 24. Is his sister addled by romance? Zhang Ziang was consumed by machinations, intent on possessing Wen Qian. Yet she held him in utter contempt. The torment of the apocalypse meant that a swift death would be too merciful. She wanted him to savor the delights of this new world. With the completion of the system's timed mission, her combat prowess had surged by 300. What did this signify? It meant she could now snap his neck with a single hand. To kill him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. After a day of respite, Wen Qian and Wen Rang resumed their rigorous training regimen. On his inaugural mission, Wen Rang had exhausted his entire stockpile of arrows. Initially, when the number of zombies was sparse, he could retrieve his spent arrows, but as the horde grew, there was simply no time. Wen Qian, apprehensive for his safety, forbade him from straying from her side, assuring him that they could procure more through the space's marketplace system. Thus, he used them with abandon. Now, bereft of a single arrow, Wen Rang felt utterly vulnerable. Reluctantly, he began to learn from Wen Qian how to wield a tang blade against the undead. Wen Changming joined them in the space, watering the land, feeding the livestock, and cleaning up after the dogs. He, too, began to emulate his son, practicing diligently. They remained in the space for 4 hours, and by the time they emerged, twilight had descended. The neighborhood's power grid remained offline, and even the water pressure had begun to dwindle. The underground parking garage was submerged, and residents of the lower floors, gripped by fear, dared not sleep. They pleaded in the community chat for any kind neighbors to offer them shelter, even a single room, for which they would gladly pay. But in these times, money was worthless, and who would risk their safety for mere currency? The apocalyptic atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, besides the incessant rain and the burgeoning zombie population. The temperature had also begun to rise. Wen Qian and Wen Rang had noticed it on their mission the previous night. It felt as if scalding water was falling from the sky. It was dreadful to imagine how high the temperature would soar once the rain ceased. Fortunately, their home was climate-controlled, allowing them to remain comfortable regardless of the external conditions. That evening, the family gathered around the dining table, sharing a meal and conversation. Wen Changming, The crops and fruits in the space should mature in about 2 months, and they require no fertilizer or pesticides. It's remarkably effortless. Liam, perhaps it's just my perception, but I feel healthier since drinking the water from the space and soaking in the hot springs. Upon hearing their comments, Wen Qian smiled. We have a plethora of medical equipment from the hospital, don't we? Let's all undergo a comprehensive medical examination tomorrow to ascertain whether we're truly healthier. Liam nodded. That's an excellent suggestion. Let's all retire early tonight, and I'll rouse you for the examination tomorrow. When Rang was about to interject, when the home security system blared an alarm, their expressions changed instantly, and they rose to their feet, heading towards the study. Wen Qian trailed behind, speculating as to who would be reckless enough to seek trouble at their home. If it was the residents from downstairs, she would simply open the door and cast them out to the zombies, never granting them another chance. In the study, when Rang frowned at the computer screen, Liam and when Chongning stood behind him, equally perplexed. Wen Qian leaned against the doorframe, observing their expressions. What's wrong? Have you seen a ghost? Wen Rang, not a ghost, but a man with a child. I'm not sure which floor he's from or what he wants. A man with a child? Who's shameless enough to beg with their family in tow? Wen Qian was intrigued and moved closer to the computer to get a better look. Upon seeing the face on the screen, she gasped. Gu Ran. When Rang and the others were taken aback by her reaction. They didn't recognize the neighbor, but she did. Outside the door, Gu Ran held a 3-year-old girl in his arms. He gazed up at the door, puzzled. Would an ordinary family install a professional, explosion-proof door like this? After a few seconds, Gu Ran located the security camera and addressed it politely. Hello, is this the Liam residence? I'm Gu Ki's son. Gu Ran. My sister is ill. Could you please help? Liam was shocked upon hearing this. Gu Ki's son? Why would he come here? We aim will be Harleep. Unwilling to open the door, Wen Chongning and Wen Rang shared her sentiment, deciding to feign ignorance until he grew weary and left. However, to their astonishment, their daughter, the she-devil, swiftly turned and rushed to the door, unlocking it with a click. When Rang and the others were dumbfounded, Wen Qian opened the door, confirming that she had not mistaken the man's identity. She scrutinized Gu Ran, asking directly, Are you injured? No. Wen Qian then looked at the child in his arms. What about her? No, she just has a severe fever. Come in. Wen Qian beckoned him inside. She closed the door and turned to face the gazes of Wen Rang, Liam and Wen Chongning. Liam, why would you open the door to a stranger? Wen Chongning, you opened the door for a strange man? Wen Rang, I understand. You're love-struck. Although they remained silent, Wen Qian could discern their thoughts from their expressions. She rolled her eyes and said to Liam, Mom, the child has a persistent high fever. Can you examine her? Liam, how can I examine her? We don't have the equipment or medicine. How can I save her life like this? Liam was reluctant to reveal their wealth, but Gu Ran said, Auntie, I know you have medicine in your house. My father said you bought a lot from the hospital recently. I have no other choice but to ask for your help. My sister is very ill. If you heal her, I'll take her away immediately. To convince Liam, Gu Ran retrieved several loaves of bread and a 10-pound bag of rice from his backpack. You can have this rice, and I can eat the bread. I only need a little medicine, nothing else. Liam frowned, but seeing the child, delirious with fever, she felt a pang of sympathy. She looked at Wen Qian, and upon receiving a nod, she sighed and carried the girl inside. Gu Ran watched her worriedly, but remained near the entrance, telling Wen Rang and the others, I'll wait here. Don't worry, I won't go inside. Wen Qian chuckled. You've already entered the door. What difference does it make where you stand? Come in. I have something to ask you. She bent down, found a pair of slippers for Gu Ran, tossed them in front of him, and returned to the living room. Wen Chongning and Wen Rang, witnessing her actions, felt a pang of inexplicable sadness and bitterness, akin to the feeling that daughters are never truly yours. Wen Chongning, his daughter is being so kind to a strange man right in front of him. Wen Rang, his sister is definitely love-struck. Chapter 25. The obvious double standards after glaring fiercely at Gu Ran. Wen Chongning and Wen Rang turned and entered the house. Gu Ran sensed the hostility emanating from them. After a moment of hesitation, he changed his shoes and stepped inside. His clothes were soiled, stained with mud and blood. So he refrained from sitting down and instead stood to one side, gazing at Wen Qian. What do you wish to ask? Where are your parents? Gu Ran was taken aback by her directness. Lowering his head, his eyes reddened as he paused before responding. They're gone. My mother was bitten by a zombie on her way home from work, and my father intended to take my sister and me to your house for medicine. But he was attacked by zombies on the way. His voice remained steady, yet the sorrow was palpable to all present. Wen Rang exchanged a glance with Wen Qian, silently signaling her to refrain from such heart-wrenching inquiries. However, upon catching his gaze, she promptly asked again, "Are there any other survivors in your family besides your sister?" Wen Rang, did his sister truly lack conversational skills? Wen Changning, his daughter, certainly had a talent for asking probing questions. Gu Ran's face turned pale as he shook his head. No, they're all gone. Wen Qian then inquired before coming to my house. Did you visit any pharmacies or hospitals? Yes, the hospital has completely fallen, and I checked several pharmacies, all of which have been looted. I genuinely had no other choice but to come here. Wen Qian nodded thoughtfully, glancing at his filthy attire before turning to Wen Rang. Brother, please take him to your room, find him some clothes, and let him take a shower. Gu Ran interjected, no need. Thank you, but really, it's not necessary. Once my sister feels better, I will take her away. Where will you take her in times like this? Wen Qian scoffed. With those 2 loaves of bread in your bag, do you honestly think you can sustain a 3-year-old child? Gu Ran stiffened at her words, his expression darkening. Wen Rang quickly stood up, pulling Gu Ran towards his room for a shower. He feared his sister might utter another sarcastic remark. The atmosphere was too tense for him to endure. Once inside the bathroom, Wen Rang whispered, "We have a backup power system at home, but don't turn on the lights. I left some new clothes outside. I haven't worn them." "Thank you," Gu Ran replied. After closing the door, Wen Rang hurried back to the living room and plopped down beside Wen Qian. "You little rascal. I never realized you were such a person." Wen Qian looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean? You judge a book by its cover. Love struck. Did you think I was blind? The moment you saw that boy's face on the surveillance footage, you lit up. You opened the door for him without a second thought and claimed you weren't interested in him?" Wen Rang's words left Wen Qian bewildered, and she glanced at Wen Changning. "Dad, do you think I like Gu Ran, which is why I let him in? Otherwise, what? How did you treat Zhang Ziang when he wanted to enter our home?" Wen Rang replied, "Daughter, do not let your double standards be too apparent." Wen Qian forced a smile and sighed deeply. Leaning back on the sofa, she crossed her arms and tilted her head to meet Wen Rang's gaze. "I know Gu Ran because of you. He was once your subordinate, loyal to you, even saving your life and ultimately dying for you. Moreover, he is a retired Special Forces soldier with formidable combat skills. Keeping him around would be beneficial for us." Wen Rang opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Wen Qian continued, "Consider this. He managed to bring his sister from the east of the city to the west, visiting hospitals, pharmacies, and even supermarkets without sustaining any injuries. This alone is a testament to his capabilities." Wen Rang acknowledged her point. "While that is true, we cannot be certain he will remain as loyal as before if given another chance." Wen Qian asserted, "Therefore, we must observe him. If he shows any signs of treachery, we will eliminate him immediately. I do not harbor useless or disloyal individuals. Given our current strength, disposing of him would not pose any challenge." Wen Rang and Wen Changning exhaled in relief upon hearing her words. Wen Changning remarked, "You scared me. I thought you had secretly started dating a boy." Wen Qian replied. Wen Qian clarified, "Dad, I'm focused on my career and not dating." Wen Changning responded, "You should still date if the opportunity arises. Finding the right person to share your life with is a joyous endeavor, as you can see from my relationship with your mother." Wen Qian was unwilling to discuss this topic further and rose to head to Li Mo's room. She received a system notification indicating that a comatose patient had 0 attack power and inquired whether she wished to grant access for treatment in the space. Li Mo had conducted a preliminary examination on the little girl, and, upon Wen Qian's arrival, they immediately took her into the space for a thorough check with professional equipment. Li Mo examined the CT results, his brow furrowed in concern. If we had arrived a moment later, this child would be beyond saving. "Thank you, Dr. Li," Wen Qian said gratefully. Wen Qian embraced Li Mo, explaining Gu Ran's situation and her reasons for letting him in. Li Mo, reassured, gathered the necessary medication and led the child out of the space. By this time, Gu Ran had finished his shower and changed into clean clothes. anxiously awaiting news from Li Mo in the living room. Upon seeing his tense demeanor, Li Mo felt a pang of sympathy. After hearing from her daughter that his parents had perished and that he was left with only his sister, she empathized with him, imagining if it were her own family in such a predicament. I have already administered antipyretics, and the injections have been given. You may go in and check on her. Thank you, Andy. Gu Ran expressed his gratitude before entering the room, sitting by his sister's side throughout the night. The little girl's fever broke around 4 in the morning. She woke briefly before falling back into slumber. Gu Ran had not closed his eyes all night, his gaze fixed on the small figure in the bed, overwhelmed by an indescribable fear. He had not harbored strong feelings for his sister, as she was born while he was serving in the military, and he had spent the past few years away from home, rarely seeing her. Yet now, having returned from service only to find his parents gone, she was all he had left. His eyes were bloodshot, and he dared not close them, terrified that if he slipped into sleep, he might lose her as well. In the morning, when Rang knocked on the door, calling Gu Ran for breakfast, Gu Ran hesitated before declining. No, I still have some bread. That will suffice. I brought your share. Don't be modest. When Rang entered the room, approaching the bed and feeling the little girl's forehead. The fever has subsided. You needn't worry. Eat well before returning to keep watch over her. Despite multiple refusals, Gu Ran was ultimately coaxed out of the room by Wen Rang. Realizing he lacked the strength to resist Wen Rang, Gu Ran felt a mix of astonishment and dismay, unable to comprehend how it was possible. At the dining table, steaming dumplings and beef noodles were laid out, causing Gu Ran to swallow hard. He had not expected that the Wen family, trapped for so many days, could still enjoy such meals. As Wen Rang pushed him into a chair, Gu Ran shyly glanced at Li Mo. Thank you, Annie, for saving my sister and providing me with food. Once she wakes up, I will take her away. With the chaos outside, where can you take her? Li Mo sighed. It would be better for you to stay here. My home is spacious enough for you both. Chapter 26. The Divine System, exclusively favoring the master. Gu Ran stood in astonishment, his gaze fixed on Li Mo, utterly surprised that she would openly invite him to stay. In such precarious times, where self-preservation was a challenge, how could anyone possibly entertain the thought of allowing an outsider to reside in their home and share their provisions? Yet, Li Mo had spoken, and to his astonishment, Wen Chongning and the others seemed to share no objections, all nodding in agreement. Li Mo remarked, You and your father have been friends. Without his assistance, I would not have been able to procure these medicines. Wen Chongning added, The outside world is fraught with danger. It would indeed be difficult for you to manage with your sister. You may remain here. When Rang interjected, To be frank, we have quite a stockpile at home. Accommodating the two of you poses no issue. He made such a statement with a deliberate intent, pondering that if Gu Ran displayed even a hint of coveting their supplies, he would take action to resolve the matter. Gu Ran, who had been touched to the point of tears, immediately turned his head at Wen Rang's words. His expression grave as he cautioned, Such words should not be spoken lightly. They can lead to peril. Wen Rang retorted, I merely sought to set a trap. Otherwise, I would not have said it. Wen Qian smiled softly and proposed, Given that you managed to traverse most of the city with your sister, your skills must be quite remarkable. We shall provide food and shelter while you ensure our safety. How does that sound? In such uncertain times, offering unprovoked goodwill would only breed suspicion. It was far better to strike a deal that would leave him feeling at ease. As anticipated, Gu Ran's tense shoulders gradually relaxed. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded and responded, You saved my sister's life and are willing to assist us. I am truly grateful. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to protect your safety. No sooner had Gu Ran finished speaking than the system's voice echoed in Wen Qian's mind. Ding! 2 combatants added. Prosperity of a space increased by 20. Reward. Farm yield increased by 20. Wen Qian had initially intended to recruit a formidable ally, but she had not anticipated such delightful surprises. Elated, she accepted the rewards bestowed by the system and proceeded to bind the information of Gu Ran and his sister. Name, Gu Ran. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Age, 23. Blood type, A. Occupation, former special forces. Loyalty, 90. Name, Gu Wanwan. Gender, female. Height, 90 centimeters, age 3, blood type A, loyalty 100. With the information successfully bound, Wen Qian prepared to continue her meal, only for the system to issue several notifications in rapid succession. System notification: individuals with loyalty below 90 cannot have their information bound. Upon successful binding, loyalty will be automatically raised to 100. Should any member's loyalty subsequently decline to 80, the system will automatically eliminate that member without further notification to the host. Apart from permanent residence, for every 100 increase in space prosperity, the combatants will receive an additional 2 hours of activity time within the space, which can be accumulated. To ensure the safety of the host and the space, all members within the system are strictly prohibited from disclosing any information related to the space to outsiders. The system updated the member information. Gu Ran, loyalty 100. Upon reading these entries, Wen Qian felt a surge of joy, nearly rushing outside to slay hundreds of zombies in celebration. The divine system, favoring the master indeed. If he were a man, she would have married him on the spot. When Rang observed the elation on his sister's face, feeling a mix of exasperation and disappointment, she claimed to have no interest in Gu Ran, yet here she was positively glowing at the prospect of him staying. It was almost too much to bear. Unaware of her brother's piercing gaze, Wen Qian finished her meal in high spirits and took the small white dog to the rooftop to play. After finishing his meal, Gu Ran heard a sobbing sound emanating from the room. He rushed inside to find Gu Wanwan awake, anxiously searching for him. Brother. Upon spotting Gu Ran, the little girl threw herself into his arms. Please don't leave. Gu Ran crouched down, embracing her and soothing her with gentle words. I won't leave. I will always be here with you. After a moment of frightened sobs, she whispered, Brother, I'm hungry. Gu Ran felt a pang of dilemma, having just eaten beef noodles. It seemed unfair to offer his sister bread. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to ask the ant for more food, just as he was wrestling with his thoughts. Wen Qian appeared at the door, holding up a container. Fortunately, we have children's milk powder at home, which is quite suitable for her age. Let her have some first. My mother is preparing porridge for her. It will be ready shortly. Gu Ran replied this. Thank you so much. From now on, we are all family. There is no need for such formality. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Gu Wanwan, nestled in her brother's embrace, peeked curiously at the unfamiliar sister at the door. Brother, who is she? Wen Qian smiled and waved, greeting her. Hello, my name is Wen Qian. I am your brother's friend. This will be your home from now on, so if you want anything to eat, feel free to ask your sister. Gu Wanwan's face was marked with confusion. My home? It doesn't look like this. She glanced around and then asked, Brother, where are Mom and Dad? Gu Ran stiffened suddenly. He had not informed Gu Wanwan of their mother's death. When their father passed, Gu Wanwan was unconscious with a high fever, so she had not witnessed it. How could he possibly convey such sorrowful news to her? Sensing Gu Ran's distress, Wen Qian sighed and intervened. Your parents have gone to a faraway place for a mission. Gu Wanwan inquired, What is a mission? Wen Qian explained, Well, it means they are helping others. Your father is a doctor, right? He is very skilled and can heal people. There are many people there who are unwell, so he went to assist them. Gu Wanwan pondered for a moment before nodding. I understand now. Dad has gone on missions before, and he took a long time to return. Wen Qian reassured her, Yes, this time will take even longer, but your brother will be with you, so there is no need to be afraid. Gu Wanwan clutched Gu Ran's neck tightly, as if she were grasping a lifeline, unwilling to let go. Gu Ran expressed his gratitude to Wen Qian, who nodded casually before turning to leave, allowing the siblings to have their moment together. She recalled how, in her childhood, she would cling to Wen Rang when their parents were away. He was her entire world, and she could empathize with the little girl's sentiments. After having a glass of milk, Gu Wanwan emerged from the room alongside Gu Ran. Initially shy around the unfamiliar faces, her spirits lifted after tasting the vegetable and shrimp porridge brought by Li Mo and seeing the dogs in the house. Soon, she was playing joyfully on the rooftop, concerned that the little white dog might become annoyed when Qian stayed close by. In less than half an hour, Gu Wanwan had warmed up to her, calling her sister sweetly, which filled Wen Qian with a sense of accomplishment. Wen Rang, observing their delight, quietly approached Gu Ran and asked in a soft voice, What do you think of my sister? Guran pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, "She is wonderful. Very kind." When Rang retorted, "Are you perhaps mistaken about my sister?" Chapter 27. Community distribution of supplies before the apocalypse. Wen Qian was innocent and kind-hearted, and this was no exaggeration. She had never endured hardship or faced injustice, having been sheltered by her family from the harshness of the world. However, after years of struggling to survive in a post-apocalyptic world, she had long since shed any association with the concept of kindness. When Rang cleared his throat and inquired, "Do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of my sister?" Even Gu Ran, despite his usual stoicism, understood the implication. His breath hitched in anxiety as he shook his head repeatedly. I didn't mean that. Rest assured, I would never do anything to your sister. I'm not that kind of person. Moreover, I have someone I like." Disappointment washed over him. It seemed his sister had no chance. When Rang suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for her, but before he could dwell on it, Wen Qian dragged him into the adjacent room for a stern reprimand. Though she couldn't hear their conversation, she could easily infer their reactions. "I told you I'm focused on my career. I don't like him." When Rang, "If you stir up trouble again, I'll make you cry." When Rang was utterly defenseless against his sister's relentless teasing, reduced to pleading his case. "I'm just worried you might develop unrequited feelings. That's why I was trying to gauge the situation. Please, I would never have unrequited feelings." After ensuring when Rang understood she viewed Gu Ran solely as a teammate, Wen Qian headed off for her training run. At 3 in the afternoon, the community lost water supply. The chat group was inundated with complaints, yet Wen Qian remained unperturbed. Aside from the water stored in her spatial pocket, she had also stockpiled additional supplies at home: 2 large bathtubs and 5 oversized plastic barrels. This would suffice for their daily needs for some time. Before Gu Ran's arrival, he had suspected the Wen family was wise enough to stock up on provisions. His father had mentioned that the Wen family was astute and foresight, which explained why they had amassed so many medicines before the disaster struck. However, upon witnessing the quality of their daily meals, Gu Ran was still taken aback. While others outside were fighting over a single packet of instant noodles, the Wen family maintained a standard of meals that included braised pork, kung pao chicken, spicy hot pot, corn with pine nuts, dry-fried cauliflower, and fragrant chives mixed with shredded potatoes. To think that even before the apocalypse, not every household could afford such a feast. Feeling embarrassed about the bag of rice he had brought, Gu Ran was acutely aware of the disparity. After spending 2 peaceful days at the one household, he and Wan had not slept so soundly in a long time. On the 3rd day at noon, they finished their meal and stood by the window to observe the situation outside. The floodwaters had risen to the 2nd floor of their building, and those on the 3rd floor were visibly anxious, trembling with fear. Neighbors on the lower floors had no choice but to move their belongings to the stairwell, living in constant dread of zombies emerging. As the chatter in the community group dwindled, people were reluctant to use their phones unless absolutely necessary. The power outage had nearly drained their portable chargers, necessitating careful usage. Gu Ran, peering through binoculars, wore a grave expression. The number of zombies was increasing, undeterred by the floodwaters. Many had been swept in from other areas, adding to their numbers below. Initially, Gu Ran had planned to venture out in search of supplies, knowing that despite the Wen family's ample stock, there would come a day when it would run out. He felt compelled to repay them for taking in his sister and assisting them. Yet, observing the current situation, he realized that even if he could swim out, avoiding the zombies in the water would be exceedingly difficult due to their sheer numbers. Wen Qian, too, noticed the dire situation outside, but was unfazed by the growing horde of zombies. She anticipated that once the rain stopped, her precious system would issue her a time-limited mission to enhance her combat prowess, allowing her to venture out and wreak havoc. Just as Gu Ran was deep in thought, and Wen Qian was hoping for the arrival of her next mission, a sudden loud noise echoed through the sky. It was the sound of a helicopter. Wen Qian raised an eyebrow as other survivors in the community rejoiced, opening windows and desperately shouting for help. The helicopter circled overhead for a moment before Wen Qian heard an announcement through a loudspeaker. Starting tomorrow at 7 a.m., supplies will be distributed in the Black Mountain area, 5 kilometers away. Staff will be dispatched to clear and eliminate zombies along the route, but there is no guarantee that some may escape detection. The elimination of zombies will take place from midnight to 4 a.m. Residents are advised to remain indoors during this time. Currently, we cannot provide escort services for residents traveling to and from Black Mountain. Individuals must make their own way. Each person must bring identification to receive a portion of survival supplies on a first-come, first-served basis. After the helicopter relayed this information, it moved on to another area. Wen Qian exchanged a meaningful glance with Wen Rang, both realizing that Gu Ran would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to gather supplies. They, too, would have to accompany him for appearances sake. However, Wen Qian was also eager to observe Gu Ran's combat abilities up close. The road to Black Mountain not only harbored zombies, but also individuals who might attempt to rob supplies along the way. Tomorrow's excursion would undoubtedly lead to fierce confrontations. Sure enough, Gu Ran's eyes lit up as he turned to them. "You two stay home. I'll go collect supplies." When Rang countered with so many people, "The portion you bring back won't last long. Wen Qian and I will go with you." Gu Ran was taken aback by the suggestion to include Wen Qian and immediately protested. "No way, it's too dangerous. She should stay home and wait for us." When Rang insisted, "No, it's more dangerous not to bring her. Without my sister, I have no sense of security." Wen Qian smiled softly. "I'll go with you. Don't worry, I won't hold you back." Gu Ran still felt some apprehension, but began to relax upon recalling Wen Qian's rigorous training regimen, which included running 30 kilometers daily. She was undoubtedly more capable than most girls. Wen Rang, too, seemed quite formidable, and with the two of them protecting Wen Qian, he felt reassured. With this thought, Gu Ran nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll set off together tomorrow morning. Let us aim to leave early and return swiftly. By the way, can you all swim?" "What's swimming?" "We have a speedboat," Wen Rang replied nonchalantly, leaving Gu Ran utterly astonished. They had even prepared for that? It was no wonder they were able to thrive. Their foresight was remarkable. Having finalized their plans for the next day's expedition, Wen Qian reclined on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. The community chat was abuzz with discussions about how to reach Black Mountain the following day. Suddenly, someone mentioned the One family speedboat. The siblings had previously used it to help several neighbors gather supplies from the supermarket, and this news had spread throughout the community. Consequently, everyone hoped they would be willing to assist again by ferrying neighbors to collect supplies. Wen Qian, observing the flood of messages tagging her and Wen Rang, closed her eyes momentarily to suppress her irritation. With delicate fingers, she typed a few words and sent them. "What do we owe you?" Chapter 28. The robbery came to her head when Qian had not anticipated such audacity from this group of people, boldly demanding that she provide them with transportation. She resolutely declined, knowing that even a moment's hesitation would be a disservice to her self-respect. Soon enough, her refusal sparked discontent among the crowd. Even the neighbors from downstairs joined in the fray. Su Yin, harboring resentment for the injury her son had sustained at Wen Qian's hands days prior, relished the sight of Wen Qian being besieged and seized the opportunity to voice her thoughts. "Su Yin, your family possesses a speedboat. What harm is there in lending a hand to everyone?" "Su Yin, the situation is dire. If it were not for necessity, no one would seek your help." "Su Yin, one must not be selfish. Aiding others is also a means of self-help." "Su Yin, tomorrow, escort the neighbors of the community back and forth. Earn some virtue while you can." When Qian found herself both amused and incensed by Su Yan's sanctimonious remarks. What a paragon of virtue she claimed to be, shamelessly uttering such words. Wen Qian, with thousands of residents in this community, how am I to choose whom to take and whom to leave behind? Wen Qian, even if I devoted my entire day to ferrying you all, I would scarcely manage to transport everyone. Wen Qian, moreover, what recompense do I receive for assisting you? Don't even mention money. I'm not in need of it. Everyone knows that money is utterly useless at present, as it cannot be spent. Wen Qian, Su Yin, if memory serves, your family owns 2 inflatable boats. Just a month ago, your son invited me to the beach and even sent me pictures. Should I retrieve our chat history to show you? Wen Qian, Su Yin, since you are so selfless, remember to bring along more people tomorrow. Wen Qian, as for myself, I shall take none. If you disagree, then simply endure. After sending her message, Wen Qian tossed her phone aside. She retreated to her room, closed the door, and entered her space. The vegetables that Wen Qian had cultivated were ripe, and due to an excess that couldn't be consumed, she opted to sell some back to the system. Consequently, Wen Qian now possessed 3,000 shopping credits. Gazing at the array of weapons displayed in the marketplace, she felt a pang of desire. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and spent the entirety of her credits. The marketplace also offered archery equipment, with arrows priced at merely 1 credit each. She procured 3,000 arrows for her brother. Having completed her purchases, Wen Qian commenced her daily training. When fatigue set in and she was drenched in sweat, she returned to the villa for a refreshing shower, followed by a soak in the hot spring. After changing into comfortable attire, she reclined on her bed, applied a facial mask, and closed her eyes to rest. As night fell, Wen Qian and her companions retired early. At midnight, the distant sound of gunfire echoed through the air. The outside world was engaged in the extermination of zombies. Wen Qian continued to rest until, at 4 o'clock, a knock resounded at her door. "Wen Qian, wake up. It's time to set out," Gu Ran's voice called from outside. Wen Qian sat up, stretched, and replied, "I'll be right there." She entered the bathroom to wash her face, completed her skincare routine, tied her hair into a ponytail, and exited her room. Wen Rang had already prepared instant noodles, and after finishing her meal, Wen Qian informed her brother about the 3,000 arrows she had purchased, which bolstered his sense of security. Once they were ready, the three of them bid farewell to Wen Qian and Li Mo before heading out. Gu Ran and Wen Rang led the way with the speedboat, while Wen Qian leisurely followed behind, her demeanor as relaxed as if they were embarking on a picnic. Upon reaching the lower floors, they encountered neighbors loitering in the hallway, some waiting specifically for them. As soon as they appeared, a throng surged forward, eager to join them. Wen Qian stood on the staircase, surveying the scene from above. She had thought she had made her position clear the day before, yet it seemed there were still those who failed to comprehend her words. As the crowd attempted to forcibly seize the speedboat, Wen Qian remained silent. Gu Ran swiftly intervened, subduing the aggressors with remarkable efficiency. Those who had sought to challenge them, left battered and bloodied, fled in disarray. The group paused on the 3rd floor, escaping through a window in the emergency exit, and boarded the speedboat, heading straight for Black Mountain, the designated distribution point for supplies. After several hours of clearing the streets, they found that zombies were temporarily absent from the thoroughfares. Many individuals had ventured from their homes, some swimming, others floating in inflatable pools, while a few even dismantled their bed frames to create makeshift rafts for travel. Although there were others like Wen Qian utilizing speedboats, they were few and far between. Everywhere the boat traveled, cries for help resonated. The group maintained their pace, arriving at Black Mountain with haste. The distribution site was set up halfway up the mountain, and Gu Ran shouldered the speedboat without so much as a breath of exertion. After a 20-minute ascent, they finally reached their destination, where nearly 2,000 people had already formed a queue. Most of those who had arrived first were local residents, and armed personnel stood guard along the sides of the line, ensuring that no one attempted to steal supplies. Wen Qian donned her Bluetooth headphones, listening to music as she quietly waited in line. An hour passed, and, at last, they reached the front. After presenting their identification for verification, Wen Qian received her survival supplies, which included 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of mineral water, and 2 packets of noodles. Though the quantity was modest, the sheer number of recipients meant that it amounted to a significant sum. Once the 3 of them had collected their provisions, they turned to descend the mountain. Wen Rang took possession of Gu Ran's supplies and handed them to Wen Qian, who pretended to stow them in her backpack while secretly placing them in her space. The descent from the queue was anything but tranquil. At the base of the mountain, a multitude of would-be robbers awaited, intent on seizing supplies. Upon spotting Wen Qian and her companions with the speedboat, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, surrounding them. Wen Qian found herself shielded by Wen Rang and Gu Ran, admiring Gu Ran's swift and precise movements, silently acknowledging the prowess of a former Special Forces soldier. Her brother was no less impressive. Although Wen Rang had not undergone formal training, he had practiced martial arts since childhood, and with the recent rigorous training from his sister, combined with the system's recent combat enhancements, he was now more formidable than Gu Ran. However, his lack of practical experience rendered him slightly less adept than Gu Ran. With no opportunity to intervene, Wen Qian stood idly in a corner, chewing gum. Unfortunately, the number of assailants continued to swell. Some sought their supplies, while others coveted the speedboat. Among the crowd were also familiar faces from their community, harboring grudges against Wen Qian for refusing to bring them along. They saw this as an opportunity to teach her a lesson. Wen Qian recognized several familiar figures and let out a cold smile. It appeared that her reputation in the community was not as formidable as she had thought. Otherwise, who would dare challenge her so recklessly? Chapter 29. Who dare to provoke me? As the throng of assailants grew, Gu Ran found himself increasingly overwhelmed. He glimpsed several burly men brandishing folding knives, advancing toward Wen Qian, and he shouted a warning, his voice laced with urgency. Wen Qian, be careful. Gu Ran intensified his efforts, attempting to swiftly dispatch the individuals obstructing his path. However, the subsequent wave of more than a dozen attackers possessed considerable skill, thwarting his intentions. Wen Qian stood her ground, unfazed by the 5 hulking figures approaching her. How old are you, little sister? Do you have a boyfriend? One of the men leered. Even if you do, we don't mind. So pretty, you must be from a wealthy family. Tisk, it'll be fun messing with you. Don't be scared, little sister, we're good guys. Come with us. We have food. That's right, lots of food, another added. A root every night, guaranteed to keep you from going hungry. What do you say? The men exchanged glances, their words dripping with lewdness, and erupted in boisterous laughter. Wen Qian regarded them with icy disdain. As one of the men reached out to touch her shoulder, she seized his wrist. Ah! The man shrieked, his face contorting in agony. Let go, you bitch. Ah! It's broken, my hand is broken. Wen Qian complied, releasing his hand. In the next instant, she launched a kick that sent him flying. The man sailed through the air for several meters, crashing to the ground. The dramatic spectacle stunned the surrounding men into silence, momentarily halting their advance. By the time they recovered, they suffered the same fate as their comrade. With a detached demeanor, Wen Qian dispatched the remaining men and turned toward the familiar faces of her neighbors. Recognizing that she had identified them, they attempted to flee. However, Wen Qian had no intention of allowing their escape. The metallic tang of blood permeated the air, reaching its zenith when a man wielding a dagger charged at Wen Qian from behind, intent on ending her life. Wen Qian drew her tang blade, executing a swift and decisive turn, severing his head from his body. This marked Wen Qian's first instance of killing a living person since the apocalypse, and she found it indistinguishable from slaying a zombie. What did this signify? It suggested that some individuals, in their existence, were no different from the deceased, merely squandering precious air. Wiping the blood from her visor, Wen Qian pivoted, fixing her gaze on the remaining neighbors, those who had moments before sought to ambush her. Now paralyzed with fear, their trousers stained with urine. She enunciated each word with chilling precision. Stealing from me? Who authorized such audacity? Prior to Wen Qian's display of lethal prowess, Gu Ran had believed she carried the tang blade for Wen Rang's sake. Now, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. Her every move was a killing stroke. Witnessing her casually decapitate a man, Gu Ran began to question his own capabilities. Even he surmised, might be no match for her. No wonder Wen Rang insisted on bringing her along. The onlookers were terrified by Wen Qian, scattering in disarray, shrieking, help, murder. Wen Qian ignored them, leaping onto the assault boat and settling into her seat. Brother, she said to Wen Rang, let's go home. I'm hungry. The incessant gunfire throughout the previous night had deprived her of sleep. Coupled with the early start, she was now both weary and famished. And when she was hungry, she was prone to irritability. Wen Rang, well aware of his sister's formidable strength when provoked, swiftly pulled Gu Ran onto the boat. Home we go, home we go. Just bear with it. Mom will make you something delicious when we get back. The assault boat roared to life, speeding toward home, leaving behind a headless corpse and scores of incapacitated robbers, writhing in agony. En route, the trio encountered several more hordes of zombies. The sheer number of people venturing out that day provided the zombies, who had narrowly escaped earlier, with another opportunity to feast. Initially, Gu Ran had anticipated that Wen Qian might be frightened by the sight of zombies, given her gender. However, he soon realized his error. Her ferocity in dispatching the undead left him in awe. As they neared home, They encountered the Zhang family, their downstairs neighbors. They had departed earlier than Wen Qian's group and returned sooner, evading the robbers at the foot of Black Mountain, only to be beset by another group near their residence. Spotting Wen Qian, they cried out as if sighting a lifeline. Wen Qian, Wen Rang, help us. Qian, it's me, Zhang Ziyang. Wen Rang, please save us. We'll be forever in your debt. The robbers, hearing their cries for help, followed their gaze. The sight of the approaching assault boat ignited avarice in their eyes. However, when they saw the figures standing on the boat, clad in black, wielding a tang blade, a veritable goddess of death, a chill ran down their spines. And they dared not intervene. Wen Qian stared straight ahead, as if oblivious to the Zhang family's plight, and continued onward. The Zhangs were livid. Not only had they lost their newly acquired supplies, but the robbers had also seized their raft. Fortunately, Wen Qian had cleared the area of zombies, enabling them to return home safely. Upon arriving home, Wen Qian went inside to shower and change. Gu Ran stared at the tang blade she had discarded in the living room, his mind reeling. After Wen Qian emerged, he inquired, "You're far more capable than I am, so why did you allow me to stay? What good is individual strength?" Wen Qian replied, settling onto the sofa and opening a can of iced cola, which she offered to Gu Ran. "I agreed to let you stay because you're strong enough for me to consider you a teammate. The apocalypse is here, and the number of enemies will only increase. I don't believe I can single-handedly defeat 100 foes, and I suspect you feel the same." Gu Ran was left with mixed emotions. Being recognized by a strong individual was gratifying. However, the fact that this strong individual was a teenage girl humbled him. Sensing his inner turmoil, Wen Qian added, "My strength and your strength are not mutually exclusive. Don't get hung up on that." Gu Ran considered her point and realized she was right. There would always be individuals more skilled than him. And what did it matter if she was a girl? Many women were stronger than men. There was no need to feel inferior. Gu Ran immediately felt relieved, his gaze now filled with admiration. When Chongning and Li Imo emerged from the bedroom, carrying Gu Wanwan, and inquired if anything untoward had occurred during their outing. Of course, something happened. When Rang exclaimed, "The streets are teeming with robbers. Luckily, your son is capable and scare them all away. Why did the authorities decide to distribute supplies today of all days?" When Chongning wondered, "The rain hasn't stopped, making it so inconvenient for everyone. Because any later, it would be too late." Wen Qian turned to Gu Ran and asked, "You must have noticed something as well, right?" Gu Ran nodded. "Yes. When we took action near Black Mountain, the people maintaining order on the mountain saw us, but didn't intervene." Chapter 30. Invincible. Both Gu Ran and Wen Qian discerned the same detail. A violent incident like today's would have previously resulted in their immediate detainment. However, they were now able to return home unhindered. Gu Ran surmised, "I believe their inaction stems not from indifference, but from an overwhelming lack of personnel." Precisely, Wen Qian concurred. The decision to distribute supplies today likely arose from the meteorological department's forecast of unrelenting rain. With the city largely deprived of water and electricity, failure to provide provisions would result in widespread starvation. During the supply collection, personnel noticed the Tang sword strapped to her back but did not confiscate it, implying tacit approval for a degree of self-defense among residents. The entire city, nation, and perhaps even the planet were engulfed in chaos. Authorities had recognized the gravity of the situation, yet it was evident that Bin City was not prioritized in their initial rescue efforts. When Qian postulated, "If I'm not mistaken, this distribution will be the last. Our geographical predicament is the reason. Bin City is hemmed in by the sea on 3 sides, with only one access point, making it easily defensible but difficult to reach. With the entire nation in disarray and overrun by zombies. The cities that will receive aid first are those with developed transportation hubs, not our location." Li Mo and Wen Chongning were taken aback, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran stared wide-eyed. After a moment of contemplation, the 4 acknowledged the validity of Wen Qian's statement. Without external assistance, what would become of the city? Their spirits sank. "Well, let's take it one step at a time. Excessive contemplation is futile," Wen Qian declared, breaking the oppressive silence. Her optimism was evident. When Rang and the others, recalling her spatial abilities and their prior preparations, felt their anxieties ease. If the city became uninhabitable, they would simply relocate. Regardless of what transpired, their unity as a family was paramount. Li Mo headed to the kitchen to contemplate lunch, with Wen Qian following closely behind. Wen Rang led Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan to the study for gaming. 30 minutes later, Li Mo and Wen Qian emerged from the spatial dimension, laden with prepared dishes. The family dined on the rooftop before retiring to their respective chambers for a siesta. Upon awakening in the afternoon, Li Mo prepared several basins of dumpling filling, and the family began to encase them. With an expanded household, the demand for sustenance had increased. Li Mo seized every opportunity to cook within her spatial haven, but she preferred to involve everyone in activities like dumpling preparation, as it fostered camaraderie and facilitated connection through conversation. She had prepared 3 distinct fillings, sauerkraut and pork, Wen Qian's favorite, mackerel, favored by Wen Rang, and chives and shrimp, Wen Chongning's preferred choice. Even young Gu Wanwan was eager to participate. After washing her hands, she sat beside the others, mimicking their actions with surprising dexterity. After a few minutes, she produced a miniature dumpling. Despite a minor filling leakage, her creation was met with universal acclaim and applause. After several hours of meticulous dumpling assembly, Wen Qian assisted Li Mo in transporting the provisions to the kitchen and subsequently to the spatial dimension. News of her homicidal actions had spread throughout the neighborhood via gossiping neighbors. Li Mo and Wen Chongning received numerous private messages from neighbors admonishing them for failing to properly raise their daughter, thereby creating a murderer. It was as if these were not the same people who had previously begged Wen Qian to take them with her. Li Mo and Wen Chongning were unperturbed by the messages, having long ceased to care what outsiders thought. Moreover, they did not believe their daughter had done anything wrong. If Li Mo and Wen Chongning were indifferent to the rumors, Wen Qian and Wen Rang were even more so. Wen Qian spent 2 hours training with Little White in the spatial dimension before retrieving her tablet to watch cartoons with Gu Wanwan. She was particularly fond of Tom and Jerry, deeming it suitable for children, and thus dedicated an hour each day to its viewing with Gu Wanwan. The pair nestled on the sofa, indulging in snacks and fruits while enjoying the animated antics, creating an illusion of normalcy reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era. It was only the sudden activation of a system task that jolted Wen Qian from her simple pleasures. Ding! Limited time, task initiated. Collect the resources marked on the map within 24 hours. Reward: a steel mill and an additional 5,000 square meters of space. Upon hearing the announcement, Wen Qian excitedly leaped to her feet. It had been an age since she last ventured out to collect resources, the last time being the day the apocalypse began. The system thoughtfully provided a map, clearly delineating the specific locations for her scavenging spree. Wen Qian noted that most were in the suburbs, including a grain processing plant, a cannery, 2 clothing factories, a building materials market, and a cement factory. The system's intention was for her to empty these locations entirely and then construct a steel mill within her spatial dimension. Was this the prelude to something significant? Wen Qian's heart soared with anticipation. She rushed to Wen Rang's room to share the news. Upon hearing of the system's rewards, Wen Rang also sensed their significance and immediately began preparations. Should we bring Gu Ran this time? Wen Qian hesitated momentarily. Yes, while I collect the resources, you can take him away temporarily. It's safer to act together as a trio. As soon as she spoke, the system chimed in once more. Ding! Cooperative squad mission initiated. Within 24 hours, for every zombie killed, the host defense increases by 1. For every 100 zombies killed, the defense of any member of the system increases by 10. Wen Qian could not contain her excitement, jumping up and down and emitting a joyful shriek. The system. She loves the system. She had already increased her combat prowess by 300 last time. With Gu Ran as a formidable accomplice, the numbers would only increase. If her defense was further enhanced, what weaknesses would she have left? From then on, she would venture out with the word invincible emblazoned on her forehead. Wen Rang was startled by her outburst, but was equally enthralled upon hearing the system's additional mission and rewards. He immediately rushed to Gu Ran's room and dragged him out. Change clothes. We're going out. Gu Ran was perplexed. It was already dark outside. Wasn't it unsafe to venture out at this hour? When Rang retorted, "The more dangerous, the better. How else can we temper our minds and bodies?" Gu Ran was speechless. It sounded strange, but it was logical and irrefutable. Chapter 31. Venturing out to gather supplies after the three of them donned their gear and bid farewell to Li Mo and the others, they stepped outside, dragging their inflatable boat down. Wen Qian furrowed her brow upon encountering neighbors huddled in the stairwell. "What floor is this?" The neighbors, startled to see her, recoiled. Her notorious reputation had preceded her. Whispers circulated that she had lost her mind, the kind of madness that permitted murder without consequence. "What are you doing here?" A tremor laced the voices of the group, which consisted of residents from the flooded lower floors. They had gathered, deliberating that the wider escape route of their building provided some semblance of safety in numbers. Makeshift tents dotted the hallway, with a solitary candle flickering on the ground. In the dim light, they regarded Wen Qian with trepidation, her fierce gaze and a knife in her hand evoking an unsettling anticipation. "Ask you again, what floor is this?" Having overlooked the floor sign on her descent, she felt an inexplicable disquiet. The sudden elevation of her voice startled the group into compliance. "Fifth floor. This is the fifth floor. The lower levels are completely submerged. We had no choice but to come here." Wen Qian's expression soured further upon receiving this information. The fourth floor was already inundated. In her previous life, it had taken a month of torrential rain before the building succumbed to flooding, reaching only the fifth floor. Yet now, merely a fortnight had passed, and the situation was drastically more dire. Realizing the severity of the circumstances, she wasted no time and leapt from the window to gather supplies. The trio navigated their inflatable boat towards the suburbs, encountering a few zombies along the way. However, Wen Qian opted to evade them, leaving Gu Ran perplexed. "Aren't we here to hone our skills? Why avoid combat with the zombies?" Wen Qian glanced at him. "Patience. There are several factories in the suburbs. I wish to test my luck and see what supplies remain." Gu Ran understood, recognizing that stockpiling resources far outweighed the necessity of engaging the undead. They needed to act swiftly, striving to reach their destination ahead of others. Fortunately, supplies had just been distributed that day, and the rain intensified, rendering the streets nearly deserted save for themselves. Bored while seated in the boat, Wen Qian turned to Gu Ran, playfully nudging his shoe to strike up a conversation. "By the way, didn't you mention you had someone you liked? How did you two meet?" Her abrupt inquiry caught Gu Ran off guard, causing him to fidget. "I met her during my military service." "Was she a special forces soldier too?" "Yes." Wen Qian pressed further. "Where is she now? Is she still alive?" "We were in touch a couple of days ago, but I haven't heard from her since." "She is likely on a mission." Wen Qian exchanged a glance with Wen Qian, choosing not to discourage him. The absence of contact in such times was indeed troubling. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "If you manage to reach her again, perhaps you could ask if she would like to join us. We can accompany you to pick her up." Gu Ran paused, then nodded. "All right, I'll ask her." The prospect of increasing their ranks would enhance their collective strength, and the system promised additional rewards. Thus, Wen Qian welcomed the idea of recruiting capable allies. They reached the suburbs without incident, and Wen Qian consulted the map, leading them to the first grain processing factory. She had harbored concerns about the deluge damaging the factory supplies, but upon arrival, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that the facility was situated on elevated ground, demonstrating remarkable foresight. "Brother, you two keep watch outside for any potential ambushes. I will check inside." Wen Qian dashed into the factory, while Wen Qian understood her intent and joined Gu Ran outside to fend off any zombies, granting her ample time to gather supplies. Once inside, Wen Qian swiftly eliminated the zombies and inspected the machinery with a lantern, thrilled to find everything in working order. The warehouse's stockpile of grain was astonishingly ample. After collecting all the supplies, she received a system notification. Grain processing factory supplies successfully collected. 500 tons of grain, 200 tons of finished rice, and a complete set of production machinery. Letting out a sigh of relief, she exited the factory, where Wen Qian and Gu Ran awaited her return. Visibly relieved at her safety, seeing her empty-handed, Gu Ran assumed the factory had been thoroughly looted and consoled her. "It's all right. We can check other places. We will surely find more supplies." Wen Qian merely smiled, her expression revealing that their haul had indeed been substantial. Together, they eliminated the remaining zombies and proceeded to their next destination, the canned goods factory. Upon arrival, Wen Qian entered to scavenge for supplies, while Wen Qian and Gu Ran stood guard outside. Similar to the grain processing factory, this location had not been preemptively raided. Wen Qian cleared the factory of all equipment and stock, then tucked away several boxes of canned goods in her backpack, intending to show Gu Ran later to maintain his morale. Upon finishing her collection, the system chimed again. Canned goods factory supplies collected: 10,000 boxes of fruit cans, 10,000 boxes of fish cans, 10,000 boxes of poultry cans, and a complete set of assembly line production equipment. Reassured, Wen Qian rushed outside to share the good news with Gu Ran and Wen Qian. The sight of her laden backpack, filled with peach, strawberry, hawthorn, luncheon meat, beef, and tuna cans, elicited a satisfied smile from Gu Ran, who had previously maintained a serious demeanor. The system's map indicated 2 more clothing factories at a distance, necessitating traversal through a residential area. Therefore, Wen Qian opted to visit the nearer building materials market and cement factory first. Gu Ran, taken aback by her decision, queried, "What could we possibly need from the cement factory?" Unable to divulge the system's mission, Wen Qian pressed on with a fabricated rationale. "The rain is torrential. I thought I might find a vehicle and some sand at the cement factory to bring back for flood prevention." Gu Ran was astonished, turning to Wen Qian with disbelief. Is her awareness of the situation this profound? Wen Qian remained silent. After Gu Ran's initial astonishment faded, he scrutinized her every movement with newfound admiration. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Wen Qian coughed awkwardly, realizing she needed to cultivate a thicker skin. The number of zombies in the building materials factory was noticeably higher than in the previous locations, and the supplies were dispersed, which extended their time spent there. Wen Qian dashed up and down the stairs, simultaneously fending off zombies while tossing supplies into her space. As night fell and visibility diminished, Gu Ran relied on the lantern's glow to barely discern his surroundings. His focus remained solely on the zombies, anxious not to let his guard down. Consequently, he remained oblivious to Wen Qian's peculiar actions and the supplies vanishing before his eyes. Chapter 32. Carving a path through blood. Various building and decoration materials were gathered by Wen Qian. Although she found it somewhat perplexing as to why the system required her to collect such a vast quantity of steel, bricks, and tiles, she remained motivated, convinced that the system had its own intentions. After tirelessly running for over an hour, she finally received a notification from the system that she had completed the collection of all available resources in the area. Breathing heavily, she paused to wipe the sweat from her forehead and sought to reunite with Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Initially, Gu Ran was alarmed when he noticed her absence, his heart momentarily skipping a beat. However, upon hearing Wen Rang reassure him that his sister had ventured upstairs to eliminate zombies for fear of being unable to fully exert herself in their company, he felt relieved. With the building materials market emptied and the zombies exterminated, the trio found themselves exhausted, leaning against the windowsill on the 3rd floor. Wen Qian glanced at the time. It was already 4:30 a.m. They had set out around 10 o'clock, and 6 hours had passed. Indeed, it was time for a brief respite. She produced several boxes of self-heating rice, including Cantonese sausage, Taiwanese braised pork, curry beef, and teriyaki chicken. Additionally, there were 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, containing an assortment of vegetables such as lotus root, potatoes, kelp, black fungus, and cauliflower. As the meals were prepared, rice and vegetables combined with water and left to infuse for 15 minutes, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Gu Ran, who had initially considered subsisting on compressed biscuits, was astonished by Wen Qian's thorough preparations. Having enjoyed sumptuous meals at the Wen household, he felt fortunate to encounter such a remarkable family. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Wen Qian decided to rest for 2 hours before proceeding to their next destination. Both Wen Rang and Gu Ran agreed, and they leaned against the wall, closing their eyes to relish the fleeting tranquility. At 7 a.m., the trio departed from the building materials market, heading towards the cement factory 3 kilometers away. Along the way, they encountered several waves of zombies, all swiftly vanquished by the now rejuvenated group. The more time Gu Ran spent with Wen Qian, the more he marveled at her prowess. In terms of both stamina and combat ability, he felt he could never measure up. He recalled having seen videos of Wen Qian dispatching zombies online, and back then, he had dismissed the comments dubbing her a female warrior as mere exaggerations from those lacking experience. However, he now firmly believed that no one was more deserving of the title than she. Upon arriving at the cement factory, they were confronted by hundreds of zombies. Energized by the rewards promised by the system, Wen Qian and Wen Rang charged fearlessly into battle. Gu Ran, inspired by the siblings' fierce resolve, also threw himself into the fray, slashing away at the undead. While Wen Rang and Gu Ran were preoccupied with the zombies, Wen Qian seized the opportunity to scavenge for resources. The cement factory was expansive, boasting its own small quarry and mining area. Piles of raw materials, gravel and sand, stood before her, and she was uncertain whether her storage space could accommodate it all. Moreover, she was determined to collect the machinery: loaders, rotary kilns, giant industrial fans, and grinders. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on, fearing the system might suddenly inform her of insufficient storage. Fortunately, such a warning never came. After frantically scouring the factory, collecting everything within her line of sight, while simultaneously dodging the occasional zombie threat, she finally completed the task at the cement factory. Congratulations on completing the cement factory collection task. Rewards will be issued upon completion of all tasks. Upon hearing the familiar notification, tears nearly brimmed in Wen Qian's eyes. She dashed towards Wen Rang and Gu Ran, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Brother, let us go." Seeing that she had accomplished her objective, Wen Rang let out a sigh of relief. With only 2 garment processing factories remaining, they were now left with a manageable goal. Given the grim circumstances, even those brave enough to scavenge would be seeking food resources rather than clothing, as who among them lacked a few garments? Risking their lives for a handful of clothes would seem utterly nonsensical. Yet, Gu Ran saw no fault in Wen Qian's endeavor. The duration of this disaster remained uncertain, and they would frequently need to venture out to combat zombies and gather supplies. Clothing would wear out much faster than usual, so preparing an ample supply was undoubtedly prudent. As they traversed a residential area, the sheer number of zombies was enough to send shivers down their spines. It seemed that no supplies had been distributed in this vicinity yesterday, resulting in a lack of extermination efforts. After so many days, almost no living souls remained. During their journey, Gu Ran narrowly escaped being grabbed by a zombie multiple times, only to be pulled back to safety by Wen Rang. Finally reaching the garment factory, Gu Ran and Wen Rang insisted Wen Qian enter to gather items while they continued to fend off the zombies outside. Once inside, Wen Qian collected over 100,000 garments of various sizes and types, filling box after box and bag after bag until her waist began to ache. She dared not slow her pace, gripping every second she had to complete the collection of the garment factory, ultimately collapsing onto the windowsill in exhaustion. Ding! The timed resource collection task has been fully completed. Rewards have been issued to your space. Please check promptly. The joint operation task continued, revealing that the team had collectively eliminated 600 zombies, with 7 hours remaining on the timer. Wen Qian turned to observe her companions, who were now sluggish from fatigue. And after a brief moment of contemplation, she retrieved 3 bottles of water from her space and beckoned them inside. Wen Rang and Gu Ran rushed into the factory, shut the door, and accepted the water tossed to them, gulping down a bottle each to gradually regain their composure. Wen Rang exclaimed, "There are just too many zombies here. How long must we keep fighting?" Gu Ran echoed his sentiment. "I also didn't expect the numbers to be so overwhelming." Wen Qian explained, "The residents here are primarily temporary workers from out of town, with very few locals. Hence, the zombie clearing operations and distribution of resources have focused on the city's main areas, leaving them neglected." They all sighed heavily, but after resting for a while, they were surprised to find that their stamina seemed to be replenishing rapidly, feeling ready to charge out once more. Wen Qian understood that the rejuvenating effects stemmed from the water in her space, and so they surged outside together, no longer needing to scavenge. Wen Qian felt a great sense of relief. Her sword, stained by the blood of the fallen, left a trail of carnage in her wake as she carved a path through the throng of zombies. Emerging from the garment factory, she led the charge, clearing a bloody route while Gu Ran and Wen Rang remained protected behind her. Initially, they attempted to keep pace, but they soon realized they could not match her speed. The disparity in their abilities was stark, placing her on an entirely different level. Chapter 33. Surrounded in the mall as she set off on her journey home. Wen Qian initially intended to return directly, without wasting time shopping at the small convenience store on the street. However, when she spotted a large chain mall, her greed got the better of her. Brother, she tugged at Wen Rang's sleeve and pointed towards the mall building to his left, instantly conveying her desire. Changing direction towards the mall, Wen Qian felt a delightful thrill akin to opening a mystery box, eager to discover what treasures awaited her inside. The speedboat halted before the mall, where floodwaters had already submerged the first floor. While Gu Ran and Wen Rang deliberated on how to enter the mall, they were taken aback when Wen Qian, unarmed, smashed through the thick glass window, beckoning them to follow her inside. Wen Rang and Gu Ran exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions frozen with shock as they obediently trailed behind their audacious companion, scarcely daring to breathe. Inside the mall, they encountered zombies, but the numbers were negligible compared to what they had faced outside. Sensing the low danger level, Wen Qian proposed, "Let us split up. You don't have to follow me. Go see if you can find anything you want. We'll regroup here in half an hour." With no objections raised, they dispersed to scavenge for supplies. Wen Qian meandered leisurely, dispatching any zombies she encountered without any particular items in mind. Eventually, she wandered to the top floor of the mall. Upon forcefully kicking open a substantial warehouse door, she stumbled upon a trove of treasures. Typically, supermarkets and malls are located on the ground floor, while the top floor is reserved for restaurants or cinemas. Yet, this mall housed an enormous warehouse on its highest level, filled to the brim with grains and salt. Surprised by her stroke of luck, Wen Qian eagerly collected the provisions, preparing to descend to reunite with Wen Rang and Gu Ran. However, before she could reach the stairwell, she found herself encircled by a group of uniformed individuals brandishing firearms. Coldly regarding them, she maintained her composure, questioning, is it appropriate for so many armed men to confront a lone girl? One member of the group approached the warehouse entrance, discovered its emptiness, and hurried back to report to the leader. The man, furrowing his brow, pressed the gun against Wen Qian's temple, demanding, "Where are the supplies? Hand them over. I have no idea what you're talking about. It was already empty when I arrived." "Impossible. We patrolled here just half an hour ago." "Then why weren't you stationed here continuously? If there were treasures, they should have been guarded diligently. You carelessly let them be stolen and now aim to blame an innocent passerby. Is that reasonable?" Wen Qian retorted defiantly, adamant in her ignorance. After all, how could one girl possibly carry away all those goods? "Wen Qian," a tense voice called from a distance. Gu Ran and Wen Rang, sensing something amiss below, rushed over. Upon seeing Wen Qian surrounded by armed individuals, their tempers flared. They positioned themselves protectively in front of her. "What is going on?" Gu Ran demanded. "How dare you bully a young girl like this? Are you not ashamed?" Wen Rang added, "We mean no harm and do not wish to hurt her. We only seek to know what happened to the supplies in the warehouse." The leader stated expressionlessly, having already concluded that the trio before him were the culprits. Even if they were innocent, they were still required to provide useful information. Otherwise, they would not be allowed to leave. Wen Qian, discerning their intentions, felt her temper rising. "I told you I don't know." She threw her backpack to the ground. "If you don't believe me, take a look for yourselves. This is all I managed to gather today. If you truly wish to steal it, take it all. My entire fortune is right here. There is nothing more." The standoff continued as Wen Qian stood beside Wen Rang, ready to utilize her spatial abilities at any moment, if the group were to resort to violence. Her only option would be to hide within her space and bide her time. She doubted that they could remain here once the flood engulfed the building. As for Gu Ran, the prosperity of her space had yet to reach 100, so he was not permitted entry at this time, leaving her without alternatives. Wen Qian gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on the movements of the hostile group. The leader dispatched some of his men to search the vicinity, discovering only the speedboat they had arrived in, with no other means of transport in sight. Minutes later, additional members of their team arrived to collect the supplies. Upon witnessing the barren warehouse, they were momentarily stunned, whispering among themselves about the unusual circumstances. These supplies had been meticulously gathered and stored for the purpose of retrieval once the base had dealt with the zombies. For days, they had maintained a watch over the location, but just half an hour prior, they had discovered a group of residents trapped by zombies in a nearby building, prompting a full-scale rescue operation. The residential building was less than 100 meters from Mall. They had assumed that even if someone attempted to steal supplies, it would require several large trucks, making it impossible to go unnoticed. To their surprise, there were no trucks in sight, yet the supplies had vanished. The leader scrutinized Wen Qian and her companions, recognizing that they likely had not taken the goods. However, a resolution was necessary, and they remained suspects. Thus, the decision was made to take them back for questioning. "We are from the Binhai base. Since you did not take the supplies and have nowhere else to go, you should come with us. The base has prepared accommodations and food for residents, so you won't need to scavenge for resources anymore." Binhai base. It took years for the Binhai base to be established after the apocalypse. Why is it already operational? Wen Qian thought, incredulous that she had unwittingly claimed supplies meant for the base's rescue efforts. However, with so many eyes upon her, she had no choice but to deny it. Otherwise, she would have to explain how she acquired the supplies, risking exposure of her spatial abilities. Wen Qian hurriedly interjected, "Who said we have nowhere to go? We have elderly family members and a 3-year-old child at home waiting for us to bring food back. We want to be going with you. That is not for you to decide." The group's demeanor turned increasingly aggressive as they began to drag Wen Qian and her companions outward. Wen Qian exchanged glances with Wen Rang and Gu Ran, observing as their captors holstered their weapons, signaling for a moment to act. The opposing force numbered around 60 to 70, clearly composed of individuals with military training. As Wen Qian was ushered through the throng, she calculated the odds of success should they choose to fight back. Yet, just as they descended a single floor, the leader halted abruptly. "Commander, what brings you here?" Even from several meters away, Wen Qian could detect the tremor of fear in the leaderess voice. Curious, she tilted her head to catch a glimpse of the formidable figure approaching. However, the imposing men in front of her, all towering over her at nearly 6 feet, obscured her view entirely. Frustrated, she thought, "So being tall is impressive, is it? Just wait until I chop off your legs. Let us see how you block my view then." Chapter 34. Wen Qian, do not use profanity. Wen Qian sighed and lowered her head, hearing the fierce figure inquire, "Why haven't the supplies been moved?" His words rendered the dozens present motionless, enveloping the room in a suffocating silence. Finally, the team leader mustered the courage to reply. "Report, Commander, the supplies have been stolen. And the culprits? They've been apprehended." The leader turned to glance at Wen Qian, and the other team members followed suit, their movements surprisingly synchronized. Upon hearing this, Wen Qian's displeasure surged. "Don't even think about framing us. Don't assume I haven't noticed. You're just trying to shift the blame onto us. If you claim I stole something, where's your evidence? I will never admit to this. Not even at the cost of my life." For once she confessed, she would be compelled to explain how the items were taken, revealing the existence of her spatial abilities. The crowd parted, allowing her a clear view of the fierce figure before her. Her heart sank as she beheld a man clad in black combat attire, adorned with an abundance of insignia on his shoulders, rendering it difficult for her to discern his rank. Yet, the fierce intensity of his gaze and his imposing aura indicated that he was not someone to be trifled with. Escaping his grasp would prove to be a formidable challenge. A wave of anxiety washed over Wen Qian, and she began to regret her decision to come to this wretched place. Not only did it hinder her progress in leveling up against zombies, but she also encountered this unfortunate situation. The man advanced step by step, while the team members bowed their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze, their breaths barely audible. Gu Ran's face turned ashen upon seeing the insignia on the man's shoulders. Wen Qian, too, realized the gravity of the situation, furrowing her brows as she glanced at her companions, uncertain of how to navigate this predicament. Mohan walked directly in front of Wen Qian, their eyes locking as he spoke softly. "Shall we have a discussion?" Wen Qian felt a pang of panic, but masked it with resolve. Did their demeanor suggest a sincere conversation? Or was it merely a ruse to coerce her into a confession? Watch your tone, the leader interjected, admonishing her. Wen Qian shot him a glare, choosing silence. Han's gaze roamed her face before. To her astonishment, he commanded the others to retreat downstairs. Although hesitant, they dared not defy his orders and reluctantly complied, vacating the upper floor. Now, only Wen Qian, Gu Ran, and Wen Rang remained with him. She pressed her tongue against her cheek, pondering whether the man's confidence stemmed from his high position or genuine capability. After all, what audacity allowed him to confront them alone? Han glanced at the two behind Wen Qian and asked, "Can we speak privately? Is everything truly suitable for discussion here?" She retorted, her confidence wavering under his scrutiny. An unsettling premonition gripped her. After a moment of hesitation, she followed him a few meters away. Was it her imagination? Or did she catch him sighing? Reaching the window, Han halted and turned to face her. "Produce the items, and I shall ensure your safe departure. I've already stated, I did not take the items. Your threats are futile. If you're so certain it was me, explain how we, being only 3, managed to empty an entire warehouse." Wen Qian's conviction rang clear as she challenged Han, but her breath caught upon his response. "Is it not just you?" He continued, "The items reside within your spatial realm. Produce them." Wen Qian was taken aback. How could he possibly know about her spatial abilities? Who was this man? "Let us converse civilly." Without veiled insults, she retorted. Han replied, "You possess abilities, and so do I. Thus I am confident in my understanding of your actions. These supplies are urgently needed today, and they must be retrieved. I have no idea what you're talking about." She feigned ignorance, knowing well that such individuals excelled at extracting confessions. He could not possibly know about her spatial abilities. He was attempting to deceive her, seemingly reading her thoughts. Han suddenly smiled, nearly blinding her. His next statement, calling her by name, nearly caused her heart to falter. "Wen Qian, you are well aware of what I mean. Here's the deal. In 1 week, I will replenish you with the same supplies, but today I must take them. How do you know my name? I not only know yours, but also those of your companions, Wen Rang and Gu Ran. I am aware of your residence and your family's current situation. Are you threatening me? Not at all, merely expressing my sincerity. I have promised to ensure your safe departure and will replenish your supplies in a week. If I lacked such intentions, I could easily eliminate you and expose your spatial abilities, along with your family." Wen Qian felt a surge of fear, a sensation she hadn't experienced in a long time. The last memory of fear surfaced from a decade prior, when she took her first life. Yet now, the mere words of this man rendered her limbs icy. Her instinct screamed that he was not jesting, and he possessed the capability to carry out his threats. At this juncture, she found herself with no options. Glancing toward the staircase, she asked, "Your men are downstairs. How am I to retrieve the items?" "I will provide you with an address to deliver the items. Are you not afraid I will escape? Will you?" Han smiled slightly, prompting Wen Qian to inwardly curse the hidden malice behind his smile. Suppressing her frustration, she nodded. "All right, where shall I send the items?" "I will send the address to your phone. Ensure it arrives before midnight tonight." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait." Wen Qian hurried after him, blocking his path. "One last question. How do you know so much about me? My name, my address, my family, even my phone number?" Han paused for a moment before responding. "Your videos have gained significant traction online. It is not difficult to uncover your information." Wen Qian pondered his words, coming to the realization that he was right. Personal information had long ceased to be a secret. Nowadays, using an app online often required one to input their identification number and phone number. During her previous visit to collect supplies, she had also provided her address and phone number. If someone were to investigate her with intent, it would indeed be a simple task. Wen Qian sighed in resignation, wishing desperately for a disconnection from the internet. She did not want to be captured on camera every time she stepped outside. Standing out would only invite trouble, as she had witnessed today. Chapter 35. Defense increased by 600. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I will send you the delivery location in an hour, and I shall contact you again in a week to inform you of where to collect the supplies. Han did not elaborate further and strode away decisively. Once Wen Qian's figure vanished around the staircase's bend, She could no longer contain herself and slid down the wall to the ground. When Rang and Gu Ran hurried over, Gu Ran asked, "Are you all right?" When Rang inquired, what did he say? Wen Qian pouted, gazing up at Wen Rang, and hugged his leg, feeling aggrieved. "Brother, you scare me to death." She spoke no falsehood. She was genuinely frightened. The man was well aware of her vulnerabilities, yet she knew nothing of his. He claimed to possess abilities as well. What could they be? The ability to discern others' powers? When Rang helped her up from the floor, admonishing her not to sit on the cold ground. "How'd he frighten you?" He said I should return the supplies and that he would replenish them in a week. When Rang raised an eyebrow, "Is that intimidation?" Gu Ran echoed his confusion. "They took nothing. How can you return it?" Seeing their expressions, Wen Qian felt increasingly vexed. She glanced at the time. The man had instructed her to return the supplies before noon, while the system had assigned her a task due by 10:30 that evening. Thus, she could easily wait to complete her task before returning the supplies, which would not hinder her schedule. Peering outside to confirm that the group had departed, Wen Qian picked up her Tang Dao and made her way out. As she exited the mall, her eyes glinted with ferocity. When Rang followed closely behind, a few meters away, sensing his sister's murderous intent, it was evident that she had been deeply provoked today. Wen Qian relentlessly slaughtered zombies along her path, encountering several groups of survivors. Unsurprisingly, she was filmed and broadcasted online yet again. By 10:30 that evening, the trio had collectively vanquished 6,000 zombies, successfully reaping the generous rewards from the system. Ding! The joint operation mission has been completed. Host defense increased by 600. Please select one internal system member to receive a 600 defense bonus. Wen Qian promptly allocated the reward to Wen Rang, only to hear the system announce once more. First-time team operation achievement unlocked. Reward: Space Prosperity Level 100. Prosperity? Wen Qian recalled that the system had previously indicated that for every increment of 100 in space prosperity, the personnel could engage in the space for an additional 2 hours. This meant that Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan could now enter the space and remain there for 2 hours, though the time was brief. If another crisis like today were to arise, she could lead them to safety together. What a divine system. She adored it. In an instant, her mood, soured by the earlier incident in the mall, vanished completely. Brimming with joy, she urged Wen Rang and Gu Ran to return home first. "I have some matters to attend to. I will definitely be home before 1. Don't worry." Before Gu Ran could protest, Wen Rang pulled him away. After they departed, Wen Qian retrieved a speedboat from the space and, taking out her phone, cursed as she headed towards the address from the unfamiliar number. Upon arrival, Wen Qian cautiously surveyed her surroundings, finding no one lying in wait. Although reluctant, she unloaded the supplies. After discarding them, she turned and left without a backward glance. 10 minutes later, she received another message. The supplies have been safely received and are being delivered to the base. Wen Qian did not expect the individual to send another message, nor to reveal the destination of the supplies. The base. In her previous life, Bin City had established several bases, both large and small, but only one official base, the Bin City base. Judging by the attire of today's group, they likely hailed from there. She pondered anew why their actions had been so swift this time. In her past life, the official base had not been completed until the 3rd year. She found it peculiar, but chose not to dwell on it. As there were many strange occurrences, such as her own rebirth, the existence of her system, and how that man had known about her space. Continuing her journey home, she arrived precisely at 1 o'clock, where her family awaited her in the living room. Upon her return, everyone exhaled in relief and retreated to their respective rooms for rest. When Rang pulled Wen Qian into the study, whispering in inquiry, "How did that person ascertain that we had taken the supplies?" "I do not know, but he is aware of my space and knows all our details." When Rang furrowed his brow, realizing the complexity of the situation, after a moment's thought, he asked, "What do you plan to do? Can the space be taken from us?" "I cannot say about the space, but presently, it seems the other party bears no hostility. He even promised to return the supplies to me, so there is no need for us to relocate. Moreover, finding another residence like ours during such times is nearly impossible. He is likely well aware of our situation and may have been monitoring us all along. Even if we were to move, if he wished to find us, He certainly could. Wen Rang nodded, yet remained puzzled. Why would he be willing to return the supplies to us? Such fortune seems too good to be true. Could it be a trap? It does not feel like a trap. Perhaps he sees my abilities and desires to recruit me. Acquiring a batch of supplies would be simple for them, but finding someone like me is undoubtedly challenging. She did not boast. It was merely a fact. Her current combat prowess made it effortless to eliminate zombies. After enhancing her defense today, zombies could no longer even touch her. She was confident that there was no one among his ranks as formidable as herself, making his desire to recruit her entirely understandable. Wen Qian concluded, "Let's not dwell on it for now. We shall take one step at a time. We will diligently pursue our tasks and upgrades. And once we have exchanged all the weapons in the space shop, we can stand firm without fear. Indeed, worrying about it now is futile. However, we should refrain from going out in the next few days. There are too many videos of you online, and some have even streamed live while tracking your whereabouts. Our movements are entirely transparent. It would be wise to exercise caution. Understand, as long as the system does not issue a task, I shall remain at home until the rain ceases." After their conversation, Wen Qian returned to her room. She entered the space to bathe, and once she had changed clothes, she reviewed the supplies she had gathered today. While at the cement factory, she had been anxious, fearing that the large equipment and gravel she had discarded would ruin her father's hard-earned fields. Now seeing that the land remained unscathed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The space had expanded significantly since her last visit. After exiting the villa, Wen Qian walked for over 20 minutes before encountering the steel mill that the system had rewarded her with. Chapter 36. The launch of the 24-hour, fully automated factory. Wen Qian stood before the steel plant, slightly bewildered. Surrounding it were several other factory buildings that had not existed in the original space. Curiously, she approached to investigate, but found the doors locked. Glancing up, she noticed a red exclamation mark hovering above her head. "Would you like to unlock the grain processing factory function?" Startled, Wen Qian's eyes widened slightly, and she immediately consented. In the next moment, the previously locked door swung open automatically. Upon entering, she was left speechless. The equipment she had transported from the grain processing factory earlier that day was all inside, looking brand new. Her heart raced as she exited and proceeded to examine the nearby factory buildings. "Would you like to unlock the canned food processing factory function? Would you like to unlock the clothing factory function?" Wen Qian agreed to all, soon receiving a new task. The factory's 24-hour, fully automated operation feature had been activated, and she was instructed to draft a program to initiate it. Wen Qian was taken aback. How could she possibly accomplish such a task? However, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. She quickly exited the space and pulled her brother Wen Rang, who was just about to sleep, into the mix. "Brother, don't sleep. We have work to do." "What work at this hour?" he groggily replied. "The system requires me to write a program. You need to take a look." Wen Qian dragged him to the front of the newly constructed factories, and Wen Rang was equally astonished. Is the space's functionality really this powerful? This is incredible. Like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, he marveled at the factories inside and out. Suddenly, a computer interface appeared before them. He quickly scanned the code on the screen, leaned against the wall, and began typing furiously. Wen Qian stared at the incomprehensible jumble of characters, unable to assist, and patiently waited on the side. After half an hour, Wen Rang pressed the enter key. All set. As soon as he spoke, the system chimed in. Ding. The factory's automated operation mode has been activated. Space prosperity increased by 400. The cloud warehouse storage function has been enabled. Please check promptly. Wen Qian, puzzled, opened the control panel and indeed found several new options alongside the weapon shop. She clicked through to study them, gradually grasping their function. The additional factories would produce goods daily, which would be directly stored in the cloud warehouse system, thus saving space. Each product would display the stored quantity, for example, rebar x10, 000 pieces, rice x10, 000 pounds, canned beef x10, 000 cans, cotton cloth x10, 000 rolls. When needed, she could simply click the retrieval button and specify the desired amount. If the stock became excessive, it could even be sold back to the system for recycling. This feature was remarkably convenient. They had found yet another avenue to earn shop currency. Wen Qian was overjoyed, pulling her brother around the factories in excitement. However, she suddenly recalled something. She had gathered a substantial amount of sand and gravel from the cement factory, and the construction materials collected from the building materials market were now missing. Where could they have gone? After searching high and low without success, Wen Qian speculated, could these factories have been constructed using the materials I brought back? No wonder the system urged her to visit the cement factory and building materials market. It was for this purpose. When Rang nodded thoughtfully, affirming her suspicion, the two reveled in their newfound space before stepping out to rest. The next day, they invited Wen Chongning and Li Mo to join them, both of whom were taken aback by the transformation. Li Mo exclaimed, "How does this space change so drastically every day?" "It has expanded." Wen Chongning asked, "Do these factories operate autonomously? Can the products be sold?" The merchant blood within him stirred with excitement. Before he could finish, Li Mo shot him a glare. "In this chaotic world, who would you sell to? Zombies?" Wen Chongning chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "I was just saying it casually. I wouldn't actually go out." Wen Qian interjected, "Not now, but perhaps in the future. We really could." The numerous bases in Binhai City would eventually become operational, and they would surely be in need of supplies. Wen Qian shared her thoughts with Wen Rang and the others. "The group we encountered yesterday was from the official base in Binhai City. In this apocalyptic world, survival is challenging alone, so we must seek out capable allies. Otherwise, our combat strength remains insufficient." Currently, the only ones fully capable of venturing into combat were Wen Qian, Wen Rang, and Gu Ran. However, observing the state of Xiao Bai and the several dogs, it seemed they might be ready for action within a month. Xiao Bai had grown to over 20 pounds, nearly indistinguishable from a dog. Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan, unaware of the situation, watched Xiao Bai grow at a visible rate. Feeling a bit intimidated, after exploring the space, the group returned home to their respective tasks. Li Mo resumed his studies in his room, while Wen Qian took Wen Rang and Wen Chongning to the rooftop for training. Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan heard the commotion and joined them. Watching Gu Ran teach her father and brother self-defense moves, Wen Qian pondered aloud, "Shall we have a spar?" "Sure." Gu Ran responded without hesitation, having long wanted to test his skills against Wen Qian, but had refrained from proposing it. After all, he was a grown man living under someone else's roof. If he expressed a desire to spar with Wen Qian in front of Wen Chongning and Wen Rang, he might very well be thrown out by the father-son duo. Hearing their exchange, Wen Chongning appeared concerned. Wen Rang merely chuckled, saying nothing, and led his father and Gu Wanwan aside to watch. Wen Chongning pointed a finger at Gu Ran, warning him seriously, "Take it easy. If you hurt my daughter, I won't let this go." Gu Ran nodded in agreement. But within 2 minutes, he found himself flat on the ground, taken aback. "Kid, I told you to go easy, but I didn't mean to let you off this lightly. Were you holding back an ocean?" Wen Chongning exclaimed, slapping his thigh in disbelief. No, let's start over." Gu Ran lay on the ground, stunned. Although he had verbally agreed to Wen Chongning's request, he had fought earnestly, without holding back. He knew Wen Qian was formidable, but this was beyond anything he had anticipated. Rubbing his arm, he wondered if it was fractured. Previously, he had only known that Wen Rang was strong, easily pulling him along as though he were a mere chick. But now, in comparison to Wen Qian, he felt that Wen Rang was almost gentle. Wen Qian, observing Gu Ran's bewildered expression, awkwardly rubbed her nose. The combat power boost from the system had been overwhelming. She had not yet adapted and had inadvertently finished him off in one move. If there were future boosts to her combat power, she would have to share some with Gu Ran. Chapter 37. I have mutated. Gu Ran had contemplated the possibility of defeat, yet he never anticipated it would occur so swiftly. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he dedicated himself to relentless training in the gym area after meals, persisting until darkness enveloped the sky. For 3 consecutive days, he adhered to this regimen until Wen Qian intervened, urging him to cease. She realized she could not allow Gu Ran to immerse himself in the space as hot springs daily. If he continued this intensity of training, his body would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. Wen Qian guided Gu Ran to the living room and, seating him on the sofa, spoke earnestly. "To be frank, my strength is not solely a product of training." "What then? Surely it can't be innate?" I have mutated. Do you understand what that entails? Observe the zombies outside. Some transform only after being bitten, while others undergo a mutation independently. My situation is akin to theirs, albeit I have grown stronger. Wen Qian spun a tail, and Gu Ran remained skeptical. Sensing his doubt, Wen Qian continued, "Look at my family S-dogs. They too differ from the norm because they have mutated. Hence, you need not exhaust yourself so fervently. Once you undergo mutation, strength will naturally follow." Realization dawned upon Gu Ran, and he understood why the dogs had grown so robust. However, his spirits soon waned. Mutations were not an occurrence for everyone. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly mutate. My home is a veritable treasure trove of fortune. Everyone who arrives experiences transformation. I have unwavering confidence in this. Wen Qian reassured him, gently patting his shoulder. At present, my strength exceeds yours. Yet my combat experience still requires refinement. We shall continue to spar, progressing together and striving for not just transformation, but an even more formidable mutation. Gu Ran's eyes sparkled with naive enthusiasm as he nodded vigorously, invigorated by newfound determination. He resolved to persist in living robustly, eagerly anticipating his eventual mutation. Having alleviated Gu Ran's concerns, Wen Qian sighed in relief and retreated to her room to watch a live stream. With the internet still operational and everyone confined to their homes, many sought amusement online. Wen Qian had previously noted that numerous individuals were live streaming, lurking in various corners of the city, yet she had remained home, thus they had all been left wanting. As she opened the live stream, she found viewers discussing when she might make an appearance, which she found rather amusing. Suddenly, she spotted a comment. "This person is my neighbor. If you truly wish to find her, come to our community." Wen Qian furrowed her brow, initially believing it was a ploy for attention. However, upon seeing the fool disclose her community's address, she inhaled sharply. "If you don't believe me, come here and see for yourselves. But truthfully, you might want to reconsider. She's a remorseless killer. Do you know why she always wears a mask? Because she's hideous. I've seen her in person. She's not just ugly, but also diminutive, barely 5 feet tall, resembling a short gourd." Wen Qian felt an urge to retaliate. "You're the gourd. Your entire family is made of them. I stand at 168 centimeters, which rounds up to nearly 2 meters. I could easily send you flying." Fuming, she struck her bed with her fists before hearing a knock on the door. When Rang entered, phone in hand, barely suppressing a chuckle upon discovering Wen Qian engrossed in the live stream. "Did you see what that comment said? Do you wish to experience the taste of my fist?" Wen Qian brandished her fist playfully, prompting Wen Rang to retreat in alarm. "Calm down. Let me investigate which fool this is. Just wait." He retreated to the study, and Wen Qian, intrigued, followed, initially suspecting he was jesting. However, after some effort, Wen Rang indeed managed to trace the individual's IP address, pinpointing it right beneath her building. Wen Rang turned in his chair, teasingly remarking, "Zhang Xiang, is this your way of ruining what you cannot possess? I'm curious if your brain is filled with water." Zhang Xiang had posted her address online, ensuring that visitors would soon come knocking. Some would seek protection, while others would attempt to seize supplies. After all, given her numerous excursions and the countless zombies she had dispatched, no one would believe her home was devoid of resources. Yet, with the multitude of zombies lurking outside, reaching her sanctuary would not be a simple task. Wen Qian's neighborhood was densely populated with businesses and residential buildings, creating a highly congested area. Should anyone manage to arrive, she would ensure they would not leave alive. Over a month into the apocalypse, relentless rain had poured continuously, leading to flooding that reached the 6th floor of her community. Increasing numbers of people took refuge in the corridors, which inevitably sparked internal strife. Realizing that the calamity would not conclude shortly and that the supplies distributed by the community had dwindled, residents grew wary of venturing outside in search of resources, turning their gaze towards their neighbors instead. In the entire community, only Wen Qian's building was designed with a single unit per floor, while others housed multiple families. Residents devised various schemes to seize supplies. Some resorted to picking locks, while others brazenly attempted to break down doors. The individuals residing in the hallways became the first victims of these raids, their supplies plundered, leaving them with nothing but hunger, forcing them to target others. Even Wen Qian's household was not spared for being targeted. Over the past couple of days, the surveillance alarms have been incessantly triggered. Each day, individuals approached the one family's door, attempting to breach the seemingly impregnable entrance. Irritated by the incessant alarms, Wen Qian resolved to install an electric fence. She had wire mesh left over from a previous trip to the hardware market with Wen Chongning. After kicking away a few suspicious figures outside, she stationed herself on the 29th floor staircase, enlisting Gu Ran and Wen Rang to assist her from above. The cries of the men she had dispatched drew attention from the 29th floor. Su Yanjing cautiously opened the door a crack, initially hoping to witness the commotion. But upon opening it fully, she was met with the sight of Wen Qian standing ominously at her doorstep, nearly causing her to faint from fright. What are you doing at my door? Su Yanjing stammered. Zhang Yang and Zhang Zhang, hearing the commotion, approached. Their expressions a mix of surprise and fear upon seeing Wen Qian. Qian, do you have no food at home? My family has some. You are welcome to stay with us. Zhang Xiang extended an invitation, only to be met with a sharp reprimand from his mother. Wen Qian smiled faintly, causing Zhang Xiang to breathe more rapidly, his mind wandering into inappropriate territories. Locking eyes with her, she parted her lips slightly and posed a chilling question. Do you think I will allow you to live until you consume every last morsel of food? Chapter 38. He informed her to collect supplies when Qian wore a captivating smile that was breathtakingly beautiful, leaving the Zhang family trembling with fear. The door slammed shut with a loud bang, and Zhang Zhang did not dare to respond to her question, promptly locking the door. Observing his lack of courage, Wen Qian scoffed softly. With such timidness, how could he dare to engage in covert schemes behind her back? She certainly did not believe he was anything but dim-witted. Wen Qian plopped down on the stairs, idly waiting for Wen Rang and Gu Ran to finish their tasks. When someone attempted to pry the door open, they saw her and fled in terror. After scaring off several groups, Wen Rang and Gu Ran finally completed the installation of the electric fence. Wen Qian dusted herself off and returned home, satisfied as she gazed at the newly installed electric fence. She and Wen Rang then proceeded to the neighboring property to fit their door as well. Upon successfully installing the electric fence and connecting it to a power source, Wen Qian received a system notification. Ding! The defense system has been manually upgraded, granting a 100 defense increase. And all members within the system gain a 10 boost in combat power. Wen Qian gasped in astonishment. Wow! What an unexpected delight. She hurriedly opened the door and was taken aback by the transformation of the electric fence. The wire had thickened significantly, appearing much sturdier. While the changes to her doors and windows were not immediately apparent, she was certain they had also been upgraded. Gu Ran was startled by the alterations to the electric fence. He, along with Wen Rang, had personally installed it, thus he was keenly aware of its original state. Seeing his astonished expression, Wen Qian smiled nonchalantly. Did I not tell you that my home is a treasure trove of feng shui? Not only humans and animals. Even the electric fence can mutate. Now do you believe? Wen Qian closed the door, attempting to instill her beliefs in Gu Ran. You've been in my home for quite some time now. I believe you must have experienced some change yourself. Do you not feel that your combat power has increased? Gu Ran hesitantly clenched his fist and waved it a few times. Observing this, Wen Qian nodded in approval. Yes, indeed. It appears your combat power has increased by approximately 10. Is that true? Absolutely. Trust me, it is undoubtedly true. The system has declared that everyone's combat power has increased by 10, so it must be authentic. Although this increment was trivial to her, even the tiniest gain was still a gain. Accumulated over time, Gu Ran and his companions would surely grow stronger. With that, Wen Qian cheerfully returned to her room. Gu Ran felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he truly had become a bit stronger, which brightened his mood, leaving him smiling throughout the day. Wen Rang wrote another program to ensure the electric fence would not trigger when the door was opened normally. Their objective was clear, to specifically target those scoundrels attempting to break in. Wen Qian posted a note outside, warning that the door was electrified and that any would-be intruders would face the consequences. Initially, no one believed it. The neighborhood had been without power for days. Where could her family have sourced electricity? An electric fence? It seemed more akin to a spider's web. They thought she was trying to fool children. However, the first individual who attempted to cut through the electric fence was electrocuted on the spot. Those who witnessed this spectacle fled in terror to the 29th floor, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. The Wen family had electricity. Where did they acquire it? This news quickly spread throughout the neighborhood group, and all those with charged phones saw this tantalizing revelation. The Wen residence was spacious, likely stocked with ample supplies. They had electricity. Perhaps they even had running water. This ignited a primal hunger in those who had been without food and power for days, inciting them to attack like wolves upon a rabbit. They plotted to invade the Wen household, believing that by eliminating Wen Qian and driving her family out, they could claim the residence as their own. Although Wen Qian was formidable, capable of dispatching zombies, she was still a woman. With sufficient numbers, they believed they could overpower her. They also harbored vile thoughts about her striking appearance, considering the potential rewards of being the first to claim her. Thus, one after another, those seeking their demise rushed toward the Wen residence. Some fell victim to the zombies lurking outside before they could even enter the building, while others desperately reached the door, only to be electrocuted by the fence. In this manner, Wen Qian, comfortably indulging at home, received yet another system notification. The defense system had cumulatively killed 50 enemies, unlocking the basic defense achievement. The system rewarded her with a 100 defense increase, and all members within the system gained a 10 boost in combat power. Hearing this, Wen Qian joyfully rolled on her bed. To think that lounging at home while reading comics could enhance her combat power? How blissful. Thus, she spent an entire week at home. On the 7th day at noon, her phone buzzed with a message. It was from a man she had encountered a few days prior, providing her with an address to collect supplies. Wen Qian stared at the message, lost in thought for a while. She was uncertain if it was a trap, yet her desire to go was undeniable. The supplies were plentiful. Although she currently lacked for nothing, they would undoubtedly be useful in the future. Wen Qian had already privately discussed her intentions with Wen Rang and Gu Ran. She wished to establish a base. Having survived solo for 10 years in her previous life, she understood the importance of teamwork in the later stages. Although she and Wen Rang had visited other alliances, she found their atmosphere unappealing and did not wish to be treated as a mere pawn. Hence, she sought to forge her own path. Her spatial industry chain could already ensure her basic needs were met, so her alliance did not require a large number of members. She needed no basic labor. Rather, she sought a sharp, combat-ready team. This way, as long as her weapons and equipment kept pace, she would have no concerns. Thus, she resolved to embark on this journey. After informing Wen Rang, he expressed concern, convinced that the man could not possibly be so benevolent and was likely trying to deceive her into a trap. I must go alone. If anything unexpected occurs, I can retreat into my space. They won't be able to harm me. Besides, I am curious about that individual's abilities. Wen Rang frowned. I don't mean to discourage you, but I have a strong feeling that person is quite dangerous. It would be best not to provoke him. I understand my limits. Furthermore, he invited me. I am not the one seeking trouble. He has no reason to act against me. After discussing for a while, Wen Rang recognized his sister's determination and, unable to dissuade her, could only caution her to be careful on the road. You are now something of a celebrity. Many people recognize you, so keep your wits about you. Rest assured, I will return unscathed. Wen Qian changed her clothes and, after bidding farewell to Li Mo and the others, set out. However, the moment she exited the neighborhood, she found herself being watched. Chapter 39. His extraordinary ability as darkness enveloped the surroundings, the zombies exhibited a markedly heightened activity compared to the daytime. Upon discovering that she was being pursued, Wen Qian did not hastily attempt to elude her followers. Instead, she strategically navigated through areas teeming with zombies, utilizing a speedboat that allowed her to swiftly cut through the horde. By the time she surged past the masses of undead, they instinctively redirected their focus towards her pursuers. However, she soon encountered two groups of relatively formidable individuals, also aboard speedboats. After a chase spanning several streets, she ultimately managed to shake them off. After nearly 2 hours, Wen Qian finally arrived at the location specified by the man. It was a winding mountain road, and upon reaching a dry area, she summoned her vehicle from her spatial storage and ascended to the summit. During the brief drive of mere minutes, she exercised utmost caution, continuously scanning her surroundings but finding no signs of ambush. Upon reaching the mountaintop, she spotted a vehicle and raised an eyebrow. The occupant, noticing her arrival, exited the car. Wen Qian approached, peering incredulously into his vehicle. "You came alone?" "Indeed," he replied. "Aren't you afraid I might kill you?" And Mohan remained silent, his expression unchanged. Yet Wen Qian sensed a hint of amusement emanating from him, a mocking laughter at her audacity. Gritting her teeth, she scrutinized him before pivoting her attention to the nearby containers, which appeared to be numerous, resembling those she had previously discovered in the mall. After verifying that the contents of the containers were neither explosives nor refuse, she stored the items in her spatial compartment. Returning to stand before the man, she noticed his uniform as he sheltered under an umbrella beside the vehicle, and thought to herself, dapper and rather handsome. Since he had returned her supplies as agreed, Wen Qian decided against harboring overt hostility. After a moment's hesitation, she ventured to ask, "May I pose a question?" "Feel free to inquire. I shall consider whether to respond." And Mohan, being forthright, prompted Wen Qian to immediately ask her question. "You previously mentioned possessing an extraordinary ability. May I be so bold as to inquire what it is? Given the substantial supplies you've gathered, you wouldn't happen to have spatial abilities as well?" Her curiosity was palpable, an earnest desire to uncover the truth. And Mohan regarded her intently for a moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Your inquiry is indeed rather audacious, yet I shall indulge you. I do not possess spatial abilities. These supplies were procured through my associates. As for my extraordinary ability," he paused, observing her anxious expression before continuing, "is telepathy. So, that remark you made about me being dapper, I heard it quite clearly. Wen Qian, I apologize for the intrusion." Having lived 2 lifetimes, she had never experienced such social embarrassment. She felt a desperate urge to either dig a hole and hide or retreat into her spatial compartment, but ultimately restrained herself. Clearing her throat, she, for once, felt a touch of panic and resolutely refrained from discussing extraordinary abilities further. "Since you have returned my supplies, I shall consider the previous matter as if it never occurred. I am leaving now. Farewell." After uttering her farewell, she turned to depart but was halted once more. "Wait a moment," and Mohan called out, striding closer to her and handing her a piece of paper. Wen Qian hesitated before accepting it, hearing him say, "This contains the radio channel and satellite phone number. You may reach out if necessary. You can send a text." Wen Qian, midway through her sentence, suddenly realized, "But the communication network is down?" "Indeed." "All right, thank you." Wen Qian tucked the paper into her pocket, not dismissing the possibility of future collaboration with him. As she drove away and finally reached the foot of the mountain, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. How could such a perverse ability as telepathy exist? How utterly bizarre. Grumbling to herself as she made her way home, she recounted the incident to Wen Rang upon her return. His expression grew complex upon hearing that the man could read minds. Wen Qian sensed a foreboding feeling. "You didn't insult him that day, did you?" "Not just that. I was quite vulgar." The siblings exchanged a silent glance, ultimately reaching a unanimous conclusion. If they ever encountered this individual again, they would certainly keep their distance. With the communication network entirely down, phone calls and internet access were impossible, preventing some individuals from causing chaos online. Fortunately, Wen Qian and Wen Rang had previously downloaded a plethora of movies, television shows, anime, variety programs, and documentaries. Thus, even at home, they did not feel bored. Their lives remained fulfilling. Aside from meals and training, Wen Qian dedicated an hour each day to tutoring Gu Wanwan. Gu Ran had struggled academically from a young age, which explained his enlistment in the military later on. Therefore, upon learning which university the Wen siblings attended, he promptly introduced his sister to them, with utmost seriousness declaring, "I entrust my sister to you." Gu Wanwan was exceptionally well behaved, never causing a ruckus. Even when she fell ill, she would quietly weep instead of throwing tantrums like some unruly children. Thus, the Wen family grew fond of the little girl. Moreover, Gu ran, and she exhibited a remarkable understanding of boundaries. Since moving in with them, the siblings restricted their activities to their room, the living room, and the rooftop, never wandering elsewhere. They had never set foot in the kitchen nor pried into the Wen family's affairs, curious about their supplies. During mealtimes, they occasionally worried that, given their generous portions, the family might soon face a food shortage. Each meal consisted of an abundance of meat, and all exhibited hearty appetites, often consuming multiple bowls of rice. Consequently, Gu Ran repeatedly offered to venture out in search of supplies, but Wen Qian consistently declined. She reassured him to eat freely and without worry. Initially skeptical, Gu Ran's doubts faded upon witnessing Wen Qian feed the small dogs and Xiao buy with canned meat and raw bones. Finally convinced that the Wen family was indeed affluent and not facing a scarcity of resources due to their presence. Thus, days passed, and the relentless rain finally began to ease. On the 30th day of the apocalypse, the rain ceased. Survivors gazed at the clear skies, feeling a flicker of hope. They even entertained the illusion that once the torrential rain abated, the apocalypse would also come to an end. The downpour had persisted for an entire month, inundating the Wen family's community to the 10th floor. Standing on the rooftop, Wen Qian gazed at the blinding sunlight outside, listening to the jubilant cheers of neighbors opening their windows, yet she found no joy in the moment. For following the deluge would be an onslaught of extreme heat, a weather pattern that would endure for at least 3 months. Plagues would soon arrive, and the zombies were bound to mutate. Chapter 40. Straddling 2 boats on the first day after the torrential rain ceased, the temperature soared to 40 degrees. Countless corpses floated upon the water's surface, already in various stages of decay. The phenomenon of giants was evident everywhere, with swarms of mosquitoes flitting about and crows soaring in the sky. Li Mo observed the dismal scene outside, her face etched with concern. As a former doctor, she was acutely aware of the impending consequences. Gu Ran, noticing the rain had stopped, felt a stirring desire to venture out in search of supplies. Wen Qian, too, felt a twinge of restlessness after being cooped up for so long. She yearned to stretch her limbs. However, let's wait a couple more days. Wen Qian firmly declined. The streets would undoubtedly be crowded with those seeking supplies, and she wished to avoid any encounters. Very well, we shall wait, Gu Ran replied, standing by the window, lost in thought, his mind elsewhere. Wen Qian and Wen Rang exchanged glances, and Wen Rang approached Gu Ran, inquiring, "Have you had any word from that girl you fancy?" Gu Ran stiffened momentarily before shaking his head. It had been over half a month since they last communicated. With all networks down, reaching out had become a formidable challenge. Wen Qian could see the worry etched on his face. He had scarcely eaten in recent days. His desire to go out today might very well stem from an urge to locate that girl, unable to bear the thought of him being tormented by unrequited feelings. She contemplated for a moment and said, "How about this? Tell me her name and which unit she belongs to, and I will help you search for her." Gu Ran, taken aback by her offer, felt a flicker of hope. "How can you possibly help? Leave the logistics to me. Just share the details, and I will see what can be done. If all else fails, I will accompany you to her unit. We must ascertain her fate. After all, if she is alive, we will make every effort to find her. If not, it is better to sever these lingering thoughts swiftly. After all, life is long, and he will encounter others in due time." With her words, Gu Ran ceased his pretenses and divulged the girl's details. He watched as she turned and retreated to her room. In the bedroom, Wen Qian opened the nightstand, gazing at the stark white paper and black ink, letting out a soft sigh. If she could, she would prefer not to make contact with this person. Wen Rang seemed to sense her intentions and followed closely, asking, "Have you made your decision? This favor will need to be repaid. Let us give it a try. We can't simply watch him pine away. His parents are already gone, and the girl he likes is missing." Despite Gu Ran's facade of composure, they all knew he often wept in solitude. Even his younger sister was aware. Once confiding in Wen Qian, "Sister, brother misses mom and dad and is crying again." The child then threw herself into Wen Qian's arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I miss mom and dad too. When will they come back?" While Wen Qian could not restore their parents, she resolved to make an effort regarding this girl. She retrieved the satellite phone and dialed the number Mo Han had previously given her. After a few rings, the call was answered, and she politely introduced herself. Hello, this is Wen Qian. May I ask if this is? Oh no, what was that man's name? She had forgotten. The voice on the other end seemed to recognize her and responded, Han, is there something you need? Yes, a bit. I hear you are quite adept at finding people. Could you assist me in locating someone? A member of the Special Forces. Wen Qian got straight to the point. I won't ask for your help without offering something in return. I imagine your base is in dire need of supplies. If you help me find this person, I will deliver the supplies I acquired last time as compensation. What do you say? After a brief silence, he agreed to the arrangement. All right, I'll contact you once I have the information. Thank you. I will await your call. Wen Qian hurriedly relayed the girl's details. Soon, 10 minutes later, she received a return call. Wen Qian was aware of Han's capabilities, yet she was astonished by his remarkable efficiency. I found her. Han's cold voice came through. But are you certain the person you seek is named Zhang Duo? Initially confident, Wen Qian hesitated at his inquiry. Please hold on. She dashed to the living room to reconfirm the girl's details with Gu Ran. Han, overhearing, inquired, what do you need her for? Returning to her room, she lowered her voice and explained, her boyfriend is with me, and he has been unable to contact her for over half a month. He is so worried he can hardly eat, so... Han fell silent, and the ensuing quiet made Wen Qian slightly anxious. She anticipated a reprimand along the lines of, Don't bother me with trivial matters. She had prepared a retort for such an occasion. What do you mean trivial? I promised you supplies. This is a transaction. If you decline, you need not assist me. However, after a brief pause, Han replied, Zhang Duo and her boyfriend are both here with me. Which boyfriend are you referring to? What? Wen Qian was left utterly perplexed. What was going on? Straddling two boats? She had exchanged a substantial amount of supplies for a situation like this. Would it not have been better for her to have perished on a mission? At a loss for words, it was Han who broke the silence. How about this? You come to the base to confirm this person is indeed who you seek, and then you can hand over the supplies. How does that sound? Not at all appealing. She felt an urge to retract her agreement. While she believed with 99% certainty that he had not erred, she could not simply walk away. He was aware of all her circumstances, and she could not afford to renege on their deal. If she were to backtrack after initiating contact, how would she manage if she truly needed his assistance in the future? Thus, despite the pang of regret, Wen Qian grit her teeth and acquiesced. Very well, we will arrive at 8 this evening. After confirming the time with Han, Wen Qian hung up and relayed the situation to Wen Rang. Upon hearing, Wen Rang shared her sentiments, feeling the urge to curse. What should we do? Should we tell Gu Ran? This poor guy has it rough. Perhaps we should just tell him Zhang Duo is dead. Wen Qian pondered before rejecting the idea. While Benhai City was neither vast nor minuscule, if they were to encounter him in the future, it would be better to disclose the truth now than to let him suffer further. She resolved to step outside. And what if it was merely a case of heartbreak and betrayal? What was so significant about it? In the face of life and death, romantic entanglements were trivial. A woman would only hinder his ability to wield his weapon in battle. Likewise, for men, emotions would only slow their resolve. Who in this apocalyptic world had time for romance? It was sheer madness. Chapter 41. His head is so green when Qian entered the living room to find Gu Ran still by the terrace window, gazing vacantly outside. When Qian inhaled deeply and approached him briskly, posing the question, how long have you known Zhang Duo? Gu Ran paused, then replied, 2 years. And how long have you been courting her? Gu Ran rubbed the back of his neck, a sheepish smile gracing his lips. Not officially dating yet. I've been the one pursuing her, though she hasn't rejected me either. Half a month ago, she told me she'd agree to be my girlfriend when we met again. I see. Wen Qian thought he's just a sucker. She glanced at Gu Ran's hair, metaphorically noting how verdant it appeared. In these 2 years of pursuit, have you lavished her with gifts? Gu Ran frowned slightly at Wen Qian's inquiry. Though not particularly astute, he sensed the oddity of her questions. Is there news of her? Have you found her? Wen Qian countered, answer my question first. How much money have you squandered on her in these 2 years? Gu Ran hesitated, reticent to disclose the sum. It wasn't much. Why are you asking? Oh, just curious to gauge the extent of your exploitation, Wen Qian retorted acerbically. I bear both glad and dire tidings. The good news is that I have indeed located her, and she is unharmed. The bad news, according to reliable intelligence, is that she has a paramour, and they are currently cohabitating peacefully, immersed in their sweet romance. Gu Ran's frame stiffened, his complexion paling. Wen Rang, overhearing the exchange, yearned to offer solace, but found himself at a loss for words, resigned to listening to his sister's continued caustic remarks. If my deductions are correct, her correspondence with you has been solely for the purpose of extracting funds, treating you as a walking ATM. Though harsh, this is the reality you must confront. Gu Ran bristled with indignation, questioning, how can you be certain that the person you found is her, and that the intelligence is accurate? An excellent question, Wen Qian exclaimed with a sardonic smile. Hence, I have arranged a rendezvous at the Bincheng base at 8 p.m. tonight to personally confront this Zhang Duo. Gu Ran's emotions were a tumultuous mix of grief, fury, and faint hope, causing him to clench his jaw and fists. He had no reason to doubt Wen Qian's veracity, nor did he believe she would deceive him. Yet, the notion of admitting to 2 years of foolishness was unpalatable. Wen Qian, observing his bloodshot eyes, sighed. I grant you a few hours to process this revelation. We depart for the Bincheng base at 6 p.m. this evening. As a gesture of friendship, I shall impart some counsel. When you meet her tonight, betray not a hint of longing or sorrow. In this post-apocalyptic month, I doubt anyone's living conditions rival ours. So, summon the valor you display when slaying zombies, and let her know she has made a grave misjudgment. Furthermore, understand that Gu Ran is now beyond her reach. There is no insurmountable obstacle, and you deserve better. Wen Qian, having delivered her piece, patted his shoulder and retreated to her room. Wen Rang offered Gu Ran a pack of cigarettes. My sister is candid, but her words are not without merit. Brother, the road ahead is long. Do not be disheartened by such a person. It is not worth it. With that, he departed, escorting Gu Wanwan, who had emerged from her room seeking her brother. Along with him, Gu Ran sat on the terrace, silently smoking an entire pack of cigarettes. He skipped lunch, retreating to his room to grapple with reality. At 1 p.m., a helicopter appeared in the distance. As with the previous announcement regarding supplies, it delivered a new directive in the same manner, to ensure the safety and well-being of residents. The official Bincheng base has been established. Residents are requested to gather their belongings within 1 hour and assemble at the entrances of their respective residential areas. Personnel will be present to tally numbers and arrange transportation to the base. Within the hour, personnel will clear and eliminate zombies in advance. Residents are advised to remain indoors, securing doors and windows to avoid accidental injury. This announcement sent a wave of dismay through many hearts. What did it signify? Were they being asked to abandon their homes for a base? Did this imply the threat of further floods or the impossibility of eradicating the zombies? Many had hoped that the end of the torrential rains would herald a return to normalcy. But now panic ensued, reluctant to leave their homes. They clung to the adage, there's no place like home. Yet, they were compelled to comply, as food dwindled and the future remained uncertain. Thus, each household, amidst the distant sounds of machine gun fire, hastily began packing. Wen Qian's family, of course, had no intention of relocating. Bored, they amused themselves by watching the commotion from their windows. After a long hiatus, a second comprehensive zombie purge was underway. However, its effectiveness paled in comparison to the previous effort. Wen Qian, observing the scene through binoculars, heard Gu Ran's voice behind her. The zombies have mutated. Wen Qian turned in surprise, expecting him to remain sequestered in his room until evening. Gu Ran, also equipped with binoculars, watched the scene below, explaining, previously, zombies struck by bullets, though not fatally, would experience a slowdown in their movements. Now, that is no longer the case. He had witnessed 2 zombies struck in the knees, yet their movements were only momentarily delayed before returning to normal. Wen Qian concurred with his assessment. Indeed, this is merely the first stage of mutation. The zombies' aggressiveness and defense have both increased. Headshots are now the only effective method. In recent days, Wen Qian had sold half of the output from her spatial factories, accumulating over 30,000 mall coins. She exchanged them for 2 firearms, converting the remainder into ammunition and 3 bulletproof vests, which she distributed to Gu Ran and Wen Rang. The 2 men stared in astonishment. Gu Ran stammered, Where did you acquire these? Family heirlooms, long kept hidden, Wen Qian fabricated casually. My brother has never handled such things. You can instruct him on their operation. The gunfire outside provides an opportune moment for practice. Gu Ran, previously agitated and restless, seized upon this opportunity to divert his attention, immediately becoming proactive, dragging Wen Rang off to practice shooting. Wen Rang, handling a firearm for the first time, felt apprehensive. He had never imagined that his years of literary pursuit would culminate in a reluctant embrace of martial arts. An hour passed quickly, and several hundred people gathered at the entrance of the residential area. Wen Qian estimated that this represented approximately half of the original population of their complex, a relatively high survival rate. Due to the lingering floodwaters, personnel were forced to transport residents one trip at a time using lifeboats. They first conveyed residents to the Black Mountain area, where they congregated with people from other residential complexes awaiting transport to the base. The Zhangyang family, residing below Wen Qian, also departed for the base. They had initially resisted leaving, but their food supplies had dwindled to a mere few dozen kilograms of rice. With no vegetables to supplement their meager diet, they hoped for better sustenance at the base and had acquaintances there who might offer preferential treatment, prompting their reluctant departure. Chapter 42. Carnage at the base entrance. Having honed his marksmanship throughout the afternoon, Wen Rang, accompanied by the others, donned their protective vests and set off for the base as dusk approached. Gu Ran maintained a stoic silence throughout the journey, his countenance even more formidable than usual. Perched on the prow of the assault boat, he clutched his firearm, radiating an aura of lethal intent. The pistols that Wen Qian had secured for him and Wen Rang boasted double-stack magazines with a capacity of 34 rounds. They possessed a rapid rate of fire, considerable penetrative power, and an effective range of 100 to 150 meters, with the option for fully automatic or single-shot operation. Wen Rang, now quite adept, found the weapon simpler and more convenient than his crossbow. He dispatched zombies with a single shot, reveling in the ease of it all. However, the sweltering heat and the sheer number of corpses floating in the water were visually revolting, with the zombies' bodies already exhibiting signs of decay. Wen Qian and her companions, masked and goggled, navigated the waterway until they reached the vicinity of the base, where they encountered other survivors from their residential complex. A perimeter fence had been erected 1 kilometer from the base, creating a temporary safe zone where numerous residents awaited entry. Wen Qian had anticipated that the other residents would have arrived much earlier, but the sheer influx of people overwhelmed the base's capacity, forcing them to wait for hours in Heishan before being transported. The sight of the Wen siblings left their neighbors dumbfounded. Despite enduring a month of relentless rain, they appeared remarkably unchanged, their physiques even more robust than before. The realization that the Wen family had not experienced hunger, possessing ample provisions, but refusing to share, ignited their resentment. They unleashed a torrent of scornful remarks. Well, who do we have here? Doesn't she look familiar? Ah, if it isn't the legendary Valkyrie. Huh, I thought she was so formidable. In the end, she's just like us, seeking refuge at the base. Let's not compare ourselves to her. We're not as selfish and ruthless. That's right, killing zombies is one thing, but harming your own neighbors? She's a murderer. Indeed, a murderer. Someone sees her. Wen Qian, overhearing their impotent cries from afar, cast a frigid gaze upon them. Despite their palpable fear, they mustered the courage to confront her, emboldened by their proximity to the official base. What are you staring at? You wouldn't dare kill us, would you? Exactly. What do you think this is? You can't run rampant here. Other residents, unfamiliar with the situation but having seen videos of Wen Qian's zombie-slaying exploits, watched the spectacle with morbid curiosity. Zhang Zhang, feigning concern, attempted to mediate. Everyone, calm down. We'll still be neighbors at the base. Let's not create conflict among ourselves. His words emboldened the men behind him, who grew even more audacious. Neighbors? Only you're a neighbor, right? That's right. Zhang, tell us the truth. Did your family secretly provide for Wen Qian this past month? I heard you have 100 pounds of rice. How much did you give her? Surely it wasn't free. Was it? A quid pro quo, perhaps? Their words grew increasingly lewd, their gazes lingering on Wen Qian with undisguised avarice. Is food all it takes? Name your price. How many pounds of rice for a night? We have some supplies too. If you scream loud enough, we might consider giving you more." The vulgarities spewed forth, causing onlookers to recoil in disgust. Wen Rang and Gu Ran, unable to tolerate the abuse, moved to confront the offenders, but Wen Qian preempted them. A blur of motion, and she stood before the men. Seizing one by the hair, she delivered a devastating knee strike to his face, shattering his nasal bone and leaving him dazed and bleeding. The crowd gasped, shocked by Wen Qian's direct action. But what followed was even more unexpected. She twisted the man's neck, his head lolling at an unnatural angle. The other 3 men, realizing Wen Qian had committed murder, were momentarily paralyzed with fear. They then surged forward, attempting to subdue her. Wen Qian, regarding the pathetic trio with disdain, kicked one in the groin, sending him flying. The remaining 2 attacked simultaneously, one attempting to strangle her from behind, the other wielding a dagger. Wen Qian, seizing the arm of her assailant, executed an over-the-shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. She then disarmed the other attacker, kneeling and plunging the dagger into the prone man's throat. Turning to face the dagger's owner, she saw him fleeing towards the crowd, screaming for help. But he had barely taken 2 steps when his head was severed from his body, his headless corpse collapsing to the ground. Wen Qian, drawing her tang blade, had decapitated him. In a matter of seconds, Wen Qian had killed 3 and seriously injured 1. The scene erupted in screams, drawing the attention of the base personnel. Wen Qian stood her ground, confronted by 2 combat-clad men brandishing firearms. "Drop your weapon. Fighting and killing are prohibited within the base. You have violated base regulations and must be punished." Their words were cut short as when Rang and Gu Ran leveled their own firearms at their temples. No one had anticipated that Wen Qian's group possessed firearms. Wen Qian, removing her goggles to wipe away the blood, replaced them and addressed the stunned base members. She smiled. "Your base regulations are irrelevant to me. Count to 3 and lower your weapons, or I'll demonstrate whose gun is faster. Impossible. You won't get away with murder here." Wen Qian, 3. A gunshot echoed from Gu Ran's weapon, and the base member before him fell. In an instant, Wen Qian seized the firearm and, together with Wen Rang, trained their sights on the remaining man. He, shocked by their preemptive strike, exclaimed, "You dare ambush us." He attacked first. Wen Qian raised her weapon, the slide already racked. "If he hadn't, I would be dead." Had Gu Ran not fired, she would have been the one lying dead. Chapter 43. Why are you so angry when I haven't provoked you? The gunfire attracted more combat personnel from within the base, who rushed out upon witnessing Wen Qian and her companions having slain one of their own and threatening another with their weapons. They immediately raised their guns, aiming at them. "Lower your weapons. Release the hostage." Wen Qian found their shouts amusing. She toyed with the gun in her hand, deciding to keep it. "I have no intention of wasting time with you. Take me to CMO Han. He sent me." Upon mentioning the name, the crowd exchanged incredulous glances. What were they doing here? From behind the crowd came a cold, sharp voice. Wen Qian turned to see the leader she had encountered in the mall stepping forward from the throng. He paused, momentarily taken aback by the scene at the base entrance, before glaring at Wen Qian and inquiring, "Did you kill him?" "Yes," Wen Qian readily admitted, adding, "But he attacked me first, intending to kill me." Yi Xinghua was astonished to encounter such audacity on his own turf, and his temper flared as he drew his weapon. Then he heard one of his subordinates whisper beside him, "Boss, she claims that Officer Mo sent them." Yi Xinghua was taken aback, glancing at Wen Qian in confusion. "What is your name?" "Wen Qian." Yi Xinghua fell silent, reluctantly lowering his gun and instructing those around him to do the same. "Put your weapons down." He was here under Mo Han's orders to escort Wen Qian and her companions. Yi Xinghua couldn't fathom why the officer, so busy, would want to meet someone like her. He led Wen Qian and the others to Mo Han's office, determined to report their actions. If the officer learned of their killing one of their own, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Thus, Wen Qian was brought into the base unharmed, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. They had just witnessed Wen Qian's lethal prowess firsthand. Some had doubted the authenticity of the videos circulating online, but after today, they were wholly convinced of her capabilities. Zhang Xiang stood nearby, observing closely. He was even splattered with blood, the decapitated corpse lying at his feet. Terrified, he broke into a cold sweat his legs trembling. Only with his parents' support could he slowly walk through the base's entrance. Wen Qian was brought before Mohan, and as soon as she entered the room, Yi Xinghua eagerly reported, "Sir, Wen Qian has just killed 3 civilians and one of our team members at the base entrance. Please advise on how to proceed." Wen Qian shot him a bemused glance, internally scoffing at his eagerness to tattle. What a talkative one. And Mohan was perusing a document. After reading it thoroughly and signing his name on the final page, he slowly raised his gaze to Wen Qian. "Explain what happened." "Sir, his report is inaccurate. To clarify, I killed one of your team members and 3 civilians and severely injured another civilian." Her expression remained impassive, her voice steady. The man whose groin she had kicked was still alive, but his life would undoubtedly be a torment from now on. "The reason I killed the 4 civilians was that they attempted to assault me. I killed your team member because he intended to execute me. You see, the safety on this gun was off. The chamber was pulled back. With the slightest pull of his finger, my life would have been forfeit. It terrified me." Wen Qian displayed the gun to Mohan before swiftly hiding it behind her back, fearing he might demand it. Yi Xinghua was taken aback by her words. Terrified? How could she say such a thing? He had not seen any sign of fear from her. Mohan pondered her statement, nodding thoughtfully. Justifiable self-defense. Exactly. Sir, you are astute. Yi Xinghua was left bewildered. Mohan then turned his attention to Yi Xinghua, instructing, "Deploy additional personnel to maintain order within the base. I do not wish to hear of such incidents again." "Yes, sir. Dismissed. Bring in Dr. Zhang Duo from the medical team." "Understood, sir." Yi Xinghua turned to leave, shutting the door behind him, and Wen Qian exhaled deeply. She met Mohan's gaze, surprised at his reasonable demeanor. When Rang and Gu Ran had just experienced a moment of anxiety, had the officer decided not to allow them to leave, they would have found themselves trapped. Mohan observed Wen Qian's discreet concealment of the gun, lowering his gaze to continue signing documents, calmly reminding her, "Step outside and unload the gun. It could go off accidentally." "Oh." Seeing that he was still concerned about the weapon, Wen Qian pouted, feeling a bit disgruntled. Why was he so stingy? With so many personnel and firearms at his disposal, what harm would it be to gift her one? She had come to offer supplies. Exchanging a mere gun for valuable intelligence seemed fair. Wen Qian turned and stepped outside, firing a shot into the sky, startling the guard stationed at the door. After discharging her weapon, she returned, forcefully shutting the door and placing the gun on the table. The impact caused the table to shake, and Mohan's pen wavered, his signature extending into an awkward line. Noticing this, Wen Qian quickly averted her gaze. Mohan scrutinized the crooked signature for a while before looking back at Wen Qian. "Why are you angry when I haven't provoked you?" Wen Qian wanted to feign innocence, but recalled his uncanny ability to read minds. Thus, she decided to be forthright. "Why are you so stingy? It's just a gun. If you want it back, I can always trade you more supplies. Did I ever say I wanted this gun?" Wen Qian fell silent. Behind her, Wen Rang covered his forehead, wishing to flee with his sister. Mohan sighed, resuming his work with the next document. Wen Qian mulled over his previous remark, then cautiously retrieved the gun. Seeing no reaction from him, she returned to Wen Rang's side. Wen Rang, gritting his teeth, whispered to his sister, "Can you please curb your temper? If you want to die, don't drag me with you." As siblings, they were not born on the same day, but they would die together. They muttered softly, while Gu Ran, listening nearby, felt a swirl of complex emotions. He had initially been deeply saddened, but now those feelings seemed to dissipate, leaving only concern. Would they truly be able to exit the base unscathed today? Gu Ran began to question his very existence. The room was silent as Mohan remained engrossed in his work, either reviewing documents or taking phone calls. Wen Qian and her companions leaned against the wall, staring at their toes, afraid to interrupt. They waited in uncertainty for an unknown duration until Yi Xinghua's voice rang out once more from outside. "Sir, the individuals have been brought in." Chapter 44. His sincerity, Yi Xinghua brought Zhang Duo over. Wen Qian, hearing the sound, turned her head curiously, fixating on the doorway. She wanted to see what this deceitful scoundrel looked like to have deceived Gu Ran so terribly. Upon receiving permission, Yi Xinghua pushed the door open, followed by a woman. Zhang Duo had been quite pleased to hear that Mo Han wanted to see her. In fact, she had even secretly applied some lipstick and touched up her makeup on the way here. However, upon entering the room and catching sight of Gu Ran, her expression changed abruptly. This time, without Wen Qian needing to remind him, Gu Ran noticed her unease. Her gaze flickered, unable to meet his eyes. She had never anticipated that Gu Ran would be here. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? With the chaos outside, how had he managed to survive with that burden of a sister? The last time Zhang Duo had been in contact with Gu Ran was over 10 days ago. When she heard him mention his sister was suffering from high fever and he wanted to take her to the hospital, she thought to herself that this fool was surely doomed. With the hospital in such disarray, how could he possibly survive? Even if by some stroke of luck he had lived, he would surely starve without food or supplies. Zhang Duo concluded that he had lost any value for her to exploit. Thus, she severed all contact, deceiving him into thinking she was out on a mission, and ignored his messages thereafter. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Mo Han and nervously inquired, "Sir, what do you need me for?" Mo Han remained silent, directing his gaze towards Wen Qian. Gu Ran coldly interjected, "I have matters to discuss with you." Zhang Duo stiffened, and Gu Ran turned to Mo Han, asking, "May I speak with her privately?" The adjacent room was empty. "Thank you." Gu Ran stepped beside Zhang Duo, observing her tense demeanor, and let out a cold laugh. "Shall we? Or do you wish for your superior to know about the embarrassing things you've done?" Zhang Duo glared at him in anger. But Gu Ran ignored her and proceeded into the next room. Zhang Duo bit her lip, realizing that neither Mo Han nor Yi Xinghua intended to speak in her defense. She reluctantly followed Gu Ran. Wen Qian leaned against the wall, curling her lip in disdain. She had assumed Zhang Duo would resemble a celestial being descended to earth. Yet she appeared utterly mundane. From head to toe, she was hardly worthy of Gu Ran. Wen Qian resolved to test Gu Ran's eyesight when she returned home. This child must either be severely nearsighted or suffering from glaucoma and cataracts, for there was no way he could be so blind. Wen Qian felt sympathy for Gu Ran, but even more so for her precious supplies. She turned to Mo Han and said, "Let us find a place. I'll give you the supplies." She expected Mo Han to be overjoyed and immediately arrange for a location to collect the materials. To her surprise, he replied, "You may choose not to give them, but I need you to assist me with a task. Let me hear it first. Then I shall decide whether to agree," Wen Qian replied cautiously, wary of being coerced into serving him. "We have several scientists who have gone missing during a survey, and I hope you can cooperate with my team in the rescue efforts. Regardless of the outcome, it will not affect our agreement." Before Wen Qian could respond, Yi Xinghua, impatient, exclaimed, "Sir, what could she possibly contribute?" He scrutinized Wen Qian and Wen Rang, his expression one of disdain. These two were pristine and clearly had never endured hardship, especially Wen Qian, whose hands were as tender as tofu. Bringing her along would only be a burden. And Yi Xinghua was unwilling to risk the safety of his team by including two liabilities on such a perilous mission. "I refuse to act alongside her. We can complete the task successfully without her." Wen Qian chuckled. "I have no desire to accompany you either. What is so impressive about mere supplies? I have plenty." She huffed and turned to Mo Han. Just as she was about to agree to provide the supplies, a voice echoed in her mind. "Ding! Time-limited task initiated. Within 7 days, for every zombie killed by members of the system, the host's combat power will increase by 1. For every 100 zombies killed, the combat power of other system members will increase by 10. Wen Qian exclaimed internally, "System, you are like a father from another world." She scrutinized the words that had appeared before her. She had not misread. For every 100 zombies killed, all system members, excluding herself, would receive a 10 increase in combat power. All of them, including her brother, Gu Ran, and even her parents and Gu Wanwan. Such a fortuitous opportunity could not be missed. However, having just expressed her disdain for Yi Xinghua, it felt somewhat inappropriate to immediately change her stance. Thus, Wen Qian silently looked at Mo Han. "Sir, could you provide me with an opportunity to reconsider?" Mo Han fixed his gaze on Yi Xinghua, disregarding his refusal. "This is an order. You have no choice but to comply. Moreover, The three of them possess exceptional abilities. With their assistance, the success rate of this mission would at least double. Yi Xinghua was incredulous. He had already investigated the backgrounds of the three. One was a university student, another a programmer from a startup, and the only one with some merit was Gu Ran, a retired Special Forces soldier. How could they possibly be deemed exceptional? Yet, with Mo Han's insistence, he dared not protest. Mo Han exchanged glances with Wen Qian. The command of this operation can be entrusted to you. Consider it my sincerity. Perhaps you should reconsider? The magnitude of Mo Han's offer left Wen Qian momentarily stunned, but she quickly replied, "Let us forego the command. However, if I have differing opinions at a crucial moment, your team must heed my advice. If you agree, I shall assist you." "I agree. Also, you will provide the firearms and ammunition. I am lacking in resources." "Agreed." Yi Xinghua was left dumbfounded, beginning to suspect that their commander had some compromising leverage over this girl. Otherwise, how could he agree to everything? When Rang, observing from the side, furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. According to his sister's nature, a refusal meant refusal. It was impossible for her to change her mind just because this Mo fellow flattered her a few times and offered some benefits. Unless taking advantage of Yi Xinghua's distraction, when Rang silently mouthed two words, "Mission?" Wen Qian nodded, and when Rang nearly burst into laughter, Mo Han instructed Yi Xinghua to take Wen Qian and Wen Rang to select firearms. Suddenly, Yi Xinghua recalled that Wen Qian had taken a gun from the person she had killed and quickly informed Mo Han. "Sir, she possesses one of our firearms. It needs to be retrieved." Wen Qian thought, "I'll hold a grudge against you for this. Just wait." And Mo Han replied, "I have already reclaimed the firearm. Take them to procure new ones." When Rang thought, this commander truly has a knack for speaking nonsense with a straight face. Chapter 45, Encountering You Once. Striking you once with Mo Han's words, Yi Xinghua had no choice but to relent, reluctantly leading Wen Qian and the others to collect their weapons. As Wen Qian exited the room, she cast a glance at the door next door, feeling a twinge of anxiety. She was uncertain about how Gu Ran and that woman were faring. When she next saw Gu Ran, she would scrutinize his expression closely. Should that Zhang Duo lay a hand on him, she would make sure he wouldn't recognize her mother. In the quiet room, Gu Ran and Zhang Duo locked eyes. Zhang Duo felt a pang of guilt under his gaze, her frustration boiling over as she snapped, "What do you want with me? Don't you have anything to say? What do you wish to hear from me?" She shot back, her temper flaring. "The network is down. It's not like I could contact you. Have you lost your mind? Coming here to find my superior?" The more she spoke, the angrier she became, flipping the situation back on him. "You're discharged now. No longer part of this place, but I still have to continue. You've made a scene over this trivial matter, and now my superiors know everything. How am I supposed to hold my head high in front of them?" Gu Ran clenched his jaw as he listened to Zhang Duo's unrelenting accusations. "You pursued me unilaterally for 2 years. Did you ever consider how bothersome that was? Gu Ran, don't ever come looking for me again. Do you understand? We are impossible." He was now merely an unemployed drifter, orphaned and without resources, burdened by a sister whose fate was unknown. In contrast, she was a formal member of the base, entitled to all its benefits. She had lodging and meals provided. Well, what could he possibly offer her? After she finished speaking, Gu Ran suddenly laughed. "Bothered, you say? How'd I miss that all this time? 2 years and quite a sum of money. While that may seem trivial to the affluent, to an ordinary person, it is by no means insignificant." Zhang Duo's expression faltered as Gu Ran continued. 2 years ago, when I asked if you had a boyfriend, you said no. A year ago, when I inquired if you liked someone, you again replied in the negative. I believed you. Thus I treated you well, granting you whatever you desired. A man earns money to spend on his family. I felt no regret. But in truth, Zhang Duo, what did you begin deceiving me? Zhang Duo's heart sank at his words. What did he mean? Did he know something? What have I deceived you about? Those gifts were given willingly. I never forced you. Gu Ran replied, think carefully. From a very beginning, the gifts you requested were all couple-themed. You wanted 2 phones of different colors, clothing in different sizes, even matching necklaces and rings. You claimed it was for convenience, but in reality, it was to share with your boyfriend. Wasn't it? Zhang Duo's heart plummeted. Gu Ran continued, "There's no need to deny it. I heard from your superior that you indeed have a boyfriend. And don't worry, I never intended to ask for my gifts back. I merely wish to convey that from this day forth, we share no ties. No matter how wretched your situation becomes, even if you kneel before me, I will not grant you a single pity. Beg you? Gu Ran, are you delusional? You think you're someone significant? Stop dreaming. Go ahead and live in that cramped dormitory with dozens of others. That's the limit of your life." Gu Ran scoffed and turned to leave, but Zhang Duo, having been chased for 2 years like a lovesick puppy, could not endure his sudden display of disdain. She rushed forward, grabbing his sleeve. "Where do you think you're going? You wouldn't dare to slander me in front of my superior, would you? Gu Ran, let me tell you, if you dare to speak a word of nonsense in front of my superior, I will break your face." Gu Ran forcefully shook her off as she stumbled back, unexpectedly losing her balance and striking her head against the wall. The pain ignited her fury anew, and she lunged at Gu Ran, hand raised to strike his face. Gu Ran had just stepped out of the room when he heard footsteps and turned to see a figure blocking his way. Wen Qian, having just returned with the weapons, witnessed the scene and could no longer contain herself. She seized Zhang Duo's wrist and delivered a resounding slap to her face. Zhang Duo's cheek immediately swelled, and blood trickled from her nose. "Our Gu Ran does not strike women, but I have no such rule." Yi Xinghua, seeing her act, hurried forward to intervene. After all, Zhang Duo was one of their own, and he could not stand idly by. "What are you doing? This is an official base. You cannot act recklessly." "Am I acting recklessly? I'm merely disciplining a subordinate with questionable morals. This woman, who clearly has a boyfriend, deceived my friend into believing she did not, taking advantage of his affection to repeatedly extort gifts. Can you sleep easy knowing such a person is by your side? Do you truly believe she can safeguard the public?" "I didn't tea." Zhang Duo protested. "You didn't tea what?" "Zhang, let me tell you. You better keep your head down like a turtle under the protection of this official base for the rest of your life. Otherwise, every time I see you, I will strike you." After finishing her statement, Wen Qian pulled Gu Ran into Emohan's office. Zhang Duo, seeing her freely entering there, felt her heart race, her complexion turning pale. Yi Xinghua, noticing her reaction, understood that Wen Qian's words were likely true. With a heavy sigh, he said, "You should return for now. The base will conduct a thorough investigation. If you are wronged, we will ensure justice is served. Leader, this is merely a personal dispute between Gu Ran and me. I don't want to escalate it. Let us just drop it." "How can we let it drop? This concerns your reputation and will affect your future promotions. Rest assured, I will advocate for you." After saying this, Yi Xinghua patted Zhang Duo on the shoulder and turned to join Emohan. Zhang Duo, feeling like her heart had turned to ash, scrambled to wipe away the blood from her nose, unsure of what to do. In truth, Yi Xinghua was deceiving her. The base was far too busy to investigate her personal life. He was simply trying to intimidate her. Such morally questionable individuals would indeed require scrutiny, and she would not be allowed to participate in any significant missions in the future. Wen Qian distributed the weapons they had received to Gu Ran and bid farewell to Emohan. "If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. Please contact us regarding your departure." Emohan replied, "The combat team will depart tomorrow. Why not stay at the base tonight?" Chapter 46. The temperature-controlled combat suit. Wen Qian pondered for a moment before declining. "No, living with so many people in your dormitory is not to my liking. We can arrange a single room for you." Emohan offered concession. "That won't do either. There's no air conditioning here, and it's unbearably hot." Wen Qian behaved like a demanding young lady, prompting a deep sense of discomfort in Yi Xinghua upon hearing her words. In the current circumstances, being able to stay in the official base and secure a bed was already a significant achievement. The entire base housed only 2 single dormitories, one reserved for the highest executive officer of the base, Emohan, and the other for leaders visiting from other bases for discussions. Such privileges, how could this young girl still find them unsatisfactory? It was rather ungrateful of her. After some consideration, Emohan chose not to press the issue further. He merely had Yi Xinghua coordinate the time and place for their meeting the next day before allowing her to leave. As the trio departed, countless residents awaited processing for their accommodations outside the base gates. Helicopters buzzed overhead, eliminating zombies outside the protective net. Wen Qian walked alongside the others, engaging in quiet conversation. "Thank you for your assistance today," Gu Ran expressed sincerely. "Let us not mention such things among ourselves," Wen Qian replied, playfully punching his shoulder. "Now, let us discuss matters of importance." Wen Qian produced a map, which Yi Xinghua had just provided. She pointed to a specific location on the map and stated, "We need to meet with the Special Operations team at the base here at 6 tomorrow morning to assist them in a rescue mission into the mountains. We don't know how long the operation will take, so let us rest well tonight and prepare for a fierce fight tomorrow." Gu Ran nodded, then inquired with curiosity, "Why would the base seek our collaboration?" "Because we are formidable," Wen Qian answered confidently. "I have told you before that I am quite capable, and you are as well. Do you believe me now? Strength dictates everything." If they hadn't possessed some ability, it was likely that Wen Qian would have been executed on the spot by Mo Han after her earlier confrontation at the base gates. It was only due to her potential utility that she had been spared. Gu Ran and Wen Rang contemplated her words and found them reasonable. "By the way, have you encountered Mo Han before?" Wen Rang asked. "No," Wen Qian replied honestly. In her previous life, the official base was established only in the 3rd year after the apocalypse. As for Mo Han, she had neither seen him nor even heard his name. Wen Qian glanced back toward the base and asked, "Have you noticed something unusual about the population here?" Gu Ran immediately nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I haven't seen a single elderly, weak, or ill person inside, only able-bodied adults. This so-called base is merely a converted air raid shelter. They hastily constructed simple dormitories outside, likely due to time constraints. Each room contains 10 bunk beds, accommodating 30 people per room." Wen Rang shared his observations as well. Many people, upon seeing the living conditions, immediately protested and wanted to go home. However, the base only accepts individuals but does not return them. With a population of 30 million in Bin City, the official base can accommodate barely a fraction of that. Though the conditions were subpar, the base at least guaranteed their safety and provisions. In contrast, those unable to enter the base were far worse off. Once outside the base's secure perimeter, the trio immediately steeled themselves to carve a path home. After more than 2 hours, they arrived safely at their destination. When Chongning and others, relieved to see them unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. Liemo quickly prepared a meal for them, and while Gu Ran accompanied his sister, Wen Chongning pulled Wen Qian aside. Earlier that morning, he and Liemo had inadvertently overheard Wen Qian's conversation with Gu Ran and had roughly pieced together what had transpired. However, to avoid hurting Gu Ran's pride, they had chosen to remain silent, feigning ignorance. Now, in a lower voice, Wen Chongning asked with concern, "Did you find that person?" "I did," Wen Qian sighed. Gu Ran had clarified everything to her. They would no longer have any connections. "I suspect that foolish Gu Ran has spent quite a bit on her." "Well, let us consider it a lesson learned," she continued. "He certainly won't fall for such tricks again in the future." When Chongning, understanding that Gu Ran had moved on, chose not to press further. During dinner, Wen Qian learned that some residents of their community had returned, due to non-compliance with the base's accommodation criteria. They had been sent back. In the brief hours they had left, several doors within the community had been forcibly opened, and supplies had been looted. Even their home had been targeted, but upon seeing the electric fence, the intruders ultimately left disheartened. Wen Qian informed Liemo and Wen Chongning about their mission the next day and handed Wen Rang a gun, instructing Gu Ran to teach him how to use it. That night, as they returned to their rooms to rest, Wen Qian entered her space and filled several bottles with water from the well, preparing for the days ahead. She had previously discovered that the well water had excellent restorative properties, making it indispensable for their excursions. Next, she checked the factory's output and sold half of the stock, converting all her currency into ammunition. Just as she was about to close the shop and retire for the night, the system notified her of a new achievement unlocked. Congratulations on unlocking the beginner's mall consumption achievement. Reward: 3 temperature-controlled combat suits. The suits would later be available for purchase in the mall, should the host require them. Combat suit attributes: increases defense by 100, maintains a constant temperature of 24 degrees Celsius. Wen Qian felt a surge of joy as 3 gossamer thin garments materialized in her hands. Gazing at these treasures, tears nearly welled in her eyes. The forecast predicted a sweltering high of 50 degrees the following day. She had been concerned about fainting from heat exhaustion, but the system had come to her aid with equipment. It seemed to understand the oppressive heat outside and did not wish for its host to suffer. Elated, Wen Qian exited the space and distributed the combat suits to Wen Rang and Gu Ran. At 3:30 the following morning, they set out with Xiao Bai for the rendezvous point. Xiao Bai now weighed 40 pounds and was rapidly growing. After being cooped up at home for a month, the scent of freedom invigorated it, causing the creature to dart excitedly around Wen Qian. Outside, the temperature had already reached 30 degrees. After a brief bout of energy, Xiao Bai flopped down at Wen Qian's feet, unwilling to move. Its eyes glimmered with green light in the darkness, and upon detecting approaching zombies, it sprang into action, leaping onto one of the creatures. With a swift bite to the zombie's throat and a flurry of claw strikes, Xiao Bai swiftly dispatched the foe, breaking its neck in mere seconds. Wen Rang and Gu Ran were taken aback by its ferocity. After witnessing Xiao Bai eliminate a zombie, it returned, bloodied yet triumphant, to elegantly groom itself at Wen Qian's feet. The two men exchanged worried glances. Would Xiao Bai be infected by the zombie's blood? Wen Qian contemplated no. In her previous life, Xiao Bai had not only consumed zombie blood, but had also feasted on their flesh, exhibiting remarkable resilience, far superior to their own human capabilities. Chapter 47: Encountering the mutated zombie. With the addition of a formidable ally, the trio successfully reached the rendezvous point, where Yi Xinghua and his group had already arrived. Wen Qian glanced at the time. She was not late. In fact, she had arrived 10 minutes early, which left her feeling quite composed. Yi Xinghua's contingent consisted of 15 individuals, organized into 3 teams of 5. They had heard the commander had dispatched 3 individuals to assist with the operation, and their curiosity was palpable. Therefore, they set out early, arriving 20 minutes ahead of schedule. At present, they scrutinized the trio, 2 men and a woman, accompanied by an ambiguous creature that resembled either a dog or some other type of pet, each furrowing their brows in unison. Only one member of the team, upon spotting Wen Qian, exclaimed in surprise, "Wen Qian, is that really you?" Wen Qian looked over and recognized the familiar face, smiling as she greeted him. Ji Fan. Long time no see. Ji Fan hurriedly introduced her to his teammates, declaring, "This is my senior, a genius scholar. I heard we previously offered him a high-paying position, but he declined and went to work for a startup instead." The expressions of Yi Xinghua and the others were mixed, disbelief evident on their faces. A startup? Isn't that just a small private company? Who would forsake such a great opportunity to work in such a place? Ji Fan, noticing their skepticism, added, "But he holds a technical stake in that company, earning 8 figures annually." The group fell silent. Yi Xinghua remarked, "What good is that? No matter how much one earns, it cannot be spent now." He harbored an ongoing hostility towards Wen Qian and had no desire to engage further with them. Wen Qian, however, was unfazed and boarded the transport helicopter behind them, setting off for the location where several scientists had gone missing. They had also brought along 2 search and rescue dogs, which kept their distance from the small white creature, baring their teeth in a display of wariness. The small white dog, indifferent to their presence, lounged by Wen Qian's feet, occasionally rolling over to expose its belly and mewing for attention. The helicopter swiftly arrived near the mountainous region, landing in a spacious area as the dawn began to break. The missing scientists had vanished on an island populated largely by fishermen, with a permanent population of around 20,000. Previous investigations indicated that 90 of the island's residents had succumbed to the zombie plague, rendering the survival chances of the missing individuals nearly non-existent. However, given that they were accompanied by Special Forces personnel and that the research site was situated on a mountain, far from residential areas, the group still clung to a glimmer of hope for a final rescue attempt. As they disembarked from the helicopter, Yi Xinghua turned to the trio of Wen Qian, warning, "Stay close. If you get lost, we won't waste time searching for you." "Understood," Wen Qian replied lazily. her nonchalant demeanor causing Yi Xinghua to frown once more. Despite Wen Qian and her companions being specially assigned by Mo Han, Yi Xinghua's group did not slow their search and rescue efforts on their account. As the sun rose, the temperature began to soar. Even in the forest, they felt an unprecedented heat. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the temperature had reached 42 degrees Celsius. The search and rescue team, clad in combat gear and burdened with rescue packs and supplies, had been marching for 2 hours, drenched in sweat and becoming increasingly dehydrated. Noticing the team's deteriorating condition, Yi Xinghua promptly ordered a 10-minute break. Everyone collapsed onto the ground, hastily replenishing their fluids, too exhausted to utter a word. Leaning against a large tree, Yi Xinghua glanced back at Wen Qian and her companions. He had expected that if even they were this fatigued, Wen Qian would surely be at her limit, perhaps even on the verge of tears, pleading to return to the helicopter. To his surprise, Wen Qian exhibited no signs of fatigue. Her complexion remained untroubled, and she stood a short distance away, scanning their surroundings with keen vigilance. 2 hours had passed without encountering a single zombie, which left Wen Qian feeling somewhat unsettled. She remained acutely aware, not daring to let her guard down. When their eyes met, she offered a slight smile and approached. Yi Xinghua, still irked by her actions the previous day, scowled and asked, "Is there something you need? I believe our search is progressing far too slowly. Perhaps we should split up?" She suggested. "The number of zombies on the island is too great. I advise against splitting up. If we encounter a zombie, being separated could lead to injury or worse." Wen Qian's face reflected her puzzlement. Yi Xinghua, noticing this, scoffed, "You've never killed a zombie, so you have no idea how formidable they are." Wen Qian's companions, Wen Rang and Gu Ran, who were drinking water at the time, nearly choked. They exchanged incredulous glances with Yi Xinghua, wondering if he had not seen the myriad videos of Wen Qian dispatching zombies online. Or perhaps he had seen them, but assumed they were fabricated. Wen Qian began to grasp how Yi Xinghua perceived her. Yet, she could not resist asking, "Then how do you think I have survived while searching for supplies, negotiating at the base, and meeting up with you today, all while encountering zombies along the way?" Yi Xinghua glanced at Wen Rang and Gu Ran, not concealing his opinion. "Those two seem competent enough. They should be able to protect you." "Very well," Wen Qian conceded, returning to Wen Rang's side. If they were to divide their efforts, the burden would fall upon her. Since he refused, they would adhere to his plan. After all, whether those individuals could be rescued was of no concern to her. The 10 minutes passed swiftly, and they resumed their trek. Wen Qian obediently trailed behind them, playing the role of a mascot who did not kill zombies. Just as everyone expected the morning to continue in a tranquil manner, the small white dog at Wen Qian's feet suddenly became agitated. The two search and rescue dogs at the front of the line halted, barking incessantly in a particular direction. Instantly, everyone raised their weapons, on high alert. Moments later, a shadow emerged from the trees, and when they discerned its form, they were left speechless. Even Wen Qian widened her eyes slightly, for it was unmistakably a mutated zombie. Towering over 2 meters tall, the zombie was grotesquely decayed, with a swollen face and dead fish-like eyes scanning the group before settling on Wen Qian. Their gazes locked, and she raised an eyebrow, finding it oddly discerning. Yet, a sense of foreboding washed over her as she drew her tang knife. Despite the presence of so many living individuals, the zombie did not charge at them immediately. Yi Xinghua's team had opened fire the moment it appeared. Each shot aimed at its head, yet none succeeded in bringing it down. Suddenly, Wen Qian understood why there were no other zombies in the vicinity. This was its territory, and the lesser zombies dared not venture close. Realizing that gunfire had no effect, Yi Xinghua and the others began to panic. Yet, despite their fears, they could not retreat, especially when they noticed the zombie's unwavering gaze fixed on Wen Qian. Yi Xinghua instinctively positioned himself in front of her. Chapter 48. Rescued by Wen Qian, Yi Xinghua harbored a profound dislike for Wen Qian from their very first encounter at the mall. He found her demeanor excessively flamboyant and lacking in composure, and he suspected she relied on dubious connections. Although the nature of her relationship with the commander remained a mystery, it was undeniable that she had evaded repercussions for killing a base member due to Mo Han's influence. and had even absconded with 3 firearms and 500 rounds of ammunition from the base. Regardless of his disdain, Yi Xinghua could not bear to witness an innocent perish before him. Upon observing his actions, Wen Qian furrowed her brows in frustration. How could he behave in such a manner? If he had resolutely ignored her, she would have felt no guilt for not intervening. Yet, with him standing defiantly in front of her, exuding an air of indifference to his own demise, her irritation surged. A mutated zombie had locked onto its target and advanced toward Wen Qian. Yi Xinghua's team of 15 did not falter. They surged forward to protect her. Even the 2 rescue dogs immediately lunged at the zombie, sinking their teeth into its thigh. "Quick, get out! Leave this place!" They shouted to the 3 individuals behind them while firing their weapons. Wen Qian stood her ground and sighed. "Xiaobai," she commanded sharply, and upon hearing her order, Xiaobai leaped into action, launching itself off Yi Xinghua's head to pounce on the zombie's skull. Yi Xinghua staggered, barely regaining his footing. When he focused again, he saw Wen Qian's pet had already attacked the zombie, brutally gouging out one of its eyes. The creature began to thrash wildly, its attention shifting from Wen Qian to the nearest individuals. Those closest were swiftly knocked aside, while another was seized by the arm and lifted into the air, as if to be devoured. Witnessing their comrade in peril ignited their desperation. They fired relentlessly at the zombie's head. Yet despite sustaining numerous gunshots, it remained upright, its movements unimpeded. A sense of dread engulfed them, and they resigned themselves to the possibility of dying that day. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past them, carrying an ethereal scent that wafted into their nostrils. It was a fragrance uniquely feminine, reminiscent of shower gel and laundry detergent, distinctly different from the stench of sweat that enveloped the group of men. Among them was only one female. The name Wen Qian flickered through their minds as a figure dashed toward them. Since the apocalypse, Wen Qian had likely slain more zombies alone than all of them combined. Unlike their approach of using ranged firearms, she had dispatched her foes almost exclusively with her tang knife, severing their heads. If bullets failed to incapacitate the zombies, would a direct decapitation yield any reaction? Intrigued, she decided to experiment. With a swift arc of her blade, the zombie let out a furious roar as it released the arm it had been about to devour. Wen Qian frowned slightly, noting that the creature's bones were several times tougher than normal. Without the combat enhancement provided by her system, she doubted she could have succeeded. She performed a backflip, landing gracefully to evade the zombie's frenzied assault. Once again, she gripped the knife firmly, aiming for the zombie's neck. The irksome howls finally ceased as its head rolled to the ground, devoid of blood, indicating it had mutated some time ago. Wen Qian kicked the fallen body, but it remained unresponsive. She turned to retrieve the zombie's head, shaking it, but it did not open its eyes. Disappointment washed over her. She wondered if Yi Xinghua and the scientists had come to study such creatures. As she turned, she noticed the shock on the faces of her companions, as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Xinghua could hardly fathom that they had been saved by Wen Qian. He watched as she placed the zombie's head into a large sealed bag and tossed it in her pack, finally regaining his composure to inquire, "What are you doing? Aren't you taking it back for research? You've riddled it with bullet holes, yet it still thrashes about. It's rather fascinating. Not only should the head be taken back, but the body too." Given the zombie's ferocity, Wen Qian suspected the survival rate of the scientists was grim. Thus, she aimed to return with it for Mohan, so he would not think she had accomplished nothing on this expedition. Yi Xinghua and his team stood speechless at her actions, and she approached the individuals previously attacked by the zombie, scrutinizing them closely. She needed to ascertain if they had sustained any injuries. If so, she would eliminate them. However, after her examination, she discovered that they bore no significant injuries, and their combat suits appeared intact, seemingly crafted from special materials. The only one severely injured was Ji Fan, the one nearly consumed by the zombie, who had scraped his face against a rock during his fall and suffered a fractured arm. The individual she inspected watched nervously as Wen Qian wielded her tang knife, fearing that a moment of displeasure might lead to their demise. Fortunately, she eventually turned and walked away, sparing their lives. "What is going on? Even guns are ineffective?" Wen Rang asked as she approached. "It appears so, but not all zombies can be this way," Wen Qian replied, acknowledging that she was encountering such a creature for the first time. She wished to show her brother the head, but when Rang firmly declined, feeling rather peckish and not wanting to endure the visual shock at that moment. The atmosphere returned to its previous tranquility as Wen Qian leaned against a tree, observing Xiao by rolling at her feet. Upon hearing footsteps, she glanced over and met Yi Xinghua's gaze. Despite their prior conflicts, he expressed gratitude for her recent actions. Wen Qian contemplated for a moment before nodding in acceptance. "I accept it. You're welcome." Yi Xinghua attempted to articulate further thoughts, but hesitated, ultimately departing. After a brief rest of 5 minutes, and tending to Ji Fan's injuries, they resumed their journey. Xiao Bai was incessantly pursued by the 2 rescue dogs, who circled around it, prompting it to display its claws in annoyance, only to be halted by Wen Qian at a crucial moment. The group of over 10 individuals occasionally glanced back at Wen Qian, and, as familiarity dawned on them, one finally exclaimed, "I know. She is the female war god from the internet. Isn't she? I was right. It must be her." Chapter 49. A month into the apocalypse, her rations remain abundant in a fleeting moment. A single phrase evoked memories of recent video clips seen online, prompting even Yi Xinghua to furrow her brow and glance towards Wen Qian. Ji Fan limped over to Wen Qian's side, his gaze filled with admiration after she had just saved his life. "You must be the goddess everyone speaks of, right? I knew it. The officer sent to assist us must be extraordinary." Wen Qian, noticing his exuberance, doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "Flattery won't save you. Should you become infected by a zombie, I would not hesitate to eliminate you." "Huh. If I were to be infected, I wouldn't need you to take action. I would simply end it myself." The group had prepared their farewells long before arriving, harboring no illusions of returning safely. They were all acutely aware that the rescue team sent before them had vanished without a trace, and it was clear this mission was likely a one-way journey. After Ji Fan's declaration, he turned to Wen Rang, whose name he had heard during his freshman year when Wen Rang was already a third-year student. They had crossed paths in clubs, but never truly connected, so it was a surprise to find themselves on a mission together this time. Before they could delve deeper into conversation, Yi Xinghua called Ji Fan back. The threat of zombies loomed, rendering casual chatter inappropriate. Yet, the group could not restrain their whispers, all astonished by Wen Qian's capabilities. They had perceived her prowess through the videos, recognizing her as a skilled fighter, executing each move with precision and lethal intent. However, as she had always donned a mask, none had seen her face, leading to light-hearted wagers about her appearance, with some suggesting she might resemble a pockmarked, short-legged girl. Now, encountering her in person, they couldn't help but scorn the slanderous rumors. Wen Qian stood tall, her complexion fair, undeniably beautiful. How could anyone dare label her as unattractive? Curiosity about Wen Qian swelled among the group, and as noon approached, with the temperature soaring to 45 degrees Celsius, Yi Xinghua ordered a break for lunch. Unable to contain their excitement, everyone flocked to Wen Qian in hopes of engaging her in conversation. "I am Lin Yan. I am Su Shuo. I am Zheng Yan." They introduced themselves with smiles, producing their rations of compressed biscuits and bottled water, inquiring if Wen Qian would partake. She politely declined their offerings, revealing several containers filled with delicious food, causing their smiles to falter. Inside the boxes were fluffy rice, sweet and sour ribs, tomato beef brisket, dry-fried green beans, and a fruit platter. The sight of such delicacies rendered those who had subsisted on compressed biscuits and mooncakes for an entire month wide-eyed and salivating. Ji Fan leaned against Lin Yan, nearly swooning at the aroma. "Tell me, am I dreaming? I can smell meat." Lin Yan playfully slapped Ji Fan's face, asking, "Does that hurt?" Ji Fan replied, "Not at all. I could hit you back if you'd like." Lin Yan retorted, "Get away from me. This is delightful. The scent makes even the compressed biscuits taste better." Zheng Yan added, "This bottled water seems to have a hint of lamb soup." Wen Qian had not anticipated such a gathering for a meal, but her circumstances dictated otherwise. She could not maintain a low profile. Removing her gloves, she sanitized her hands and began to eat. To avoid tempting Ji Fan and the others too much, she hastened her pace. Once they had all feasted, she swiftly stowed the remaining containers back in her bag, observing Ji-Fan's longing gaze as he swallowed hard. Hey, Wen Rang. It's been a month since the apocalypse began. How is it that your provisions remain so plentiful? Well, we stockpiled quite a bit at home and can't consume it all, Wen Rang replied calmly, revealing a truth that gnawed at their hearts. Gu Ran shot him a warning glance, but Wen Rang merely smiled nonchalantly. It's fine. Our resources have already been scrutinized by them. Even if I don't disclose it, that fellow named Mo is already aware. Mo Han was well acquainted with their situation. Whether the base would seize their supplies hinged solely on his word. As they conversed, the discussion shifted back to the rescue mission. Dense woods blanketed the mountain, rendering drone surveillance ineffective, necessitating a thorough ground search. Ji-Fan remarked, "It's fortunate to have you all here. Otherwise, I surely would have perished at the hands of that zombie." Indeed, Lin Yin agreed. Our brothers from the previous two teams have gone missing. I feared we might share their fate. Wen Qian's expression darkened at their words. She understood that this mission was fraught with peril, and Mo Han would not engage in a losing venture. However, she had not anticipated they were already the third team sent to face certain death. After a moment of silence, she inquired, "How many members were in the previous rescue teams?" "Over 100, I believe." "Why do you ask?" Ji-Fan replied, "Do you not comprehend? Those individuals have vanished on this very mountain. Should you consider them allies, they may very well view you as a meal." Wen Qian cast a glance at Yi Xinghua. Realizing his reluctance to allow the team to split was rooted in this grim reality. Over 100 trained combatants, now transformed into zombies, was no trivial matter. Wen Rang and Gu Ran's expressions shifted, their vigilance heightened as they surveyed their surroundings. Ji-Fan and the others suddenly grasped the looming threat. Their smiles faded as they listened to the rustling leaves, eerily reminiscent of approaching footsteps. After a half-hour respite, at 12:30, the group set off once more, continuing their search. The oppressive heat felt as though it could melt them, but Wen Qian and her companions, clad in temperature-regulating attire, felt relatively unbothered. In contrast, Yi Xinghua's team was drenched in sweat, their clothing clinging to their bodies. After traversing a distance, Yi Xinghua fired a signal flare. Should any survivors be present on the mountain, they would recognize that help had arrived and would be encouraged to emerge rather than hide in fear. At 3 in the afternoon, they stumbled upon a helicopter, beside which lay 2 skeletal remains and remnants of clothing. Judging by the fabric and style, it was unmistakably from the personnel dispatched by the base. The atmosphere grew heavy with sorrow as they pressed onward. Having traveled less than 5 kilometers, they found themselves ensnared by an oncoming horde of zombies. As Wen Qian had anticipated, the previous rescue teams had largely been transformed into the undead. Moreover, unlike the ordinary zombies that could be dispatched with a single shot, 1/3 of this group had evolved, akin to the one Wen Qian had vanquished earlier that morning. Chapter 50. Unlocking combat skills. The evolved zombies towered over their ordinary counterparts, standing taller than 2 meters. Perhaps due to their prior existence as combat personnel, Wen Qian sensed an aura about them that was distinct from the zombies she had previously encountered. Everyone spread out. Eliminate the ordinary zombies first. A cool female voice resonated from the back of the crowd. At that moment, gunfire erupted, and Wen Qian swiftly dispatched an ordinary zombie. Xiaobai, distract the evolved zombies. Upon her command, the agile Xiaobai sprang into action, weaving deftly through the larger zombies. Though Xiaobai's strength was not yet formidable, its speed and leaping ability had become astonishing. It leaped onto a zombie's shoulder, attacking its eyes with claws, reminiscent of its actions earlier that morning. The onlookers were once again astounded by its combat prowess. What on earth is that? A dog? A small lion? Gunfire continued as the group dispersed into the woods, skillfully dodging zombie attacks while shooting the heads off the ordinary zombies. Meanwhile, Wen Qian coordinated with Xiaobai to confront the evolved zombies, which could only be stopped by decapitation. She made a concerted effort to provoke these ghastly creatures, drawing them away from her companions. After several frantic minutes, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Combat skill unlocked. Fire traction. Unlimited daily usage. For 3 minutes, all zombies will focus their attacks on you, ensuring the safety of your teammates. Wen Qian, what is this absurd skill? I don't want it. Withdraw it. What was the system thinking today? Had it lost interest in her? Did it wish for her demise? How could it bear to make her a bait? Wen Qian felt an overwhelming urge to weep. In the next instant, the system's voice echoed again. During the use of this skill, for every zombie killed by combat personnel in the system, the host speed increases by 1. For every 100 zombies killed, any member of the system gains a 10 speed bonus. For 1 minute after the skill is activated, zombies will ignore the host's presence. Wen Qian. So it's a sweet deal after a slap, is it? Fine, I'll take it. Taking a deep breath, Wen Qian activated the fire attraction skill. In an instant, the zombies pursuing her companions halted, turning en masse towards her. The others, bewildered by the sudden change, rushed to her aid as they realized she was being targeted. Wen Ruo and Gu Ran, frantic with urgency, tried desperately to reach her. Wen Qian, aware of their intentions, shouted, "Don't come over. We have only 3 minutes. Take action while they chase me." Upon hearing this, Wen Ruo immediately grasped the situation. There was a time constraint imposed by the system. For 3 minutes, the zombies treated everyone except Wen Qian as if they were invisible. The group, now understanding this, began to unleash their full firepower. Meanwhile, Wen Qian fled, cursing the system under breath. These zombies had once undergone professional combat training. They were incredibly swift, and on several occasions, they nearly snatched at her hair. As seconds ticked by, they finally endured the 3 minutes. When Ruo and Gu Ran had slain 23 zombies, while Yi Xinghua and the others had nearly eliminated the remaining ordinary zombies, leaving only 5 or 6 and the evolved variants. One had to commend the marksmanship of the individuals dispatched by Mo Han. They were elite fighters, every shot landing true. Yet even so, there were still 30 evolved zombies awaiting their fate. As soon as the 3 minutes elapsed, Wen Qian felt an adrenaline surge, her speed increasing by 23. She observed as the zombies paused, seemingly awakening from a trance, before scattering to hunt down others. Seizing the moment, she took a deep breath and began to eliminate them. When Ruo and Gu Ran, closest to her, were her immediate targets. As she dashed towards them, Xiao Bai seemed to sense her intent, providing powerful support, allowing her to deliver 2 swift strikes that severed the heads of 2 zombies. The intense battle raged on, and during a brief respite for her brother and Gu Ran, Wen Qian tossed them 2 tang swords. They had been practicing with her at home for an hour each day, though they were not as adept. They understood the basics of decapitating zombies. Strength was paramount. If one could not sever a zombie's head in a single stroke, they should immediately retreat. For attempting to withdraw the sword from a zombie's bones would provide ample time for a counterattack, especially against these evolved variants, where even a second could mean death. Heeding Wen Qian's warnings, they limbered up and charged back into the fray. When Ruo recalled the first time he witnessed his sister dispatching zombies with a tang sword, watching her for so long had given him the illusion that such maneuvers were not particularly difficult. Now, as it was his turn, he exerted every ounce of strength to finally sever a zombie's head, only to feel as though his arm might dislocate. Hadn't the system granted him an increase in combat power? Why was it still so arduous? When Ruo, overwhelmed by pain, struggled while Gu Ran, who had not received significant enhancement from the system, found it impossible to sever a zombie's neck. Seeing Gu Ran falter, Wen Qian swiftly intervened, delivering a precise strike to finish the job, retrieving the tang sword and tossing it back to him. Thus, after a grueling hour of chaos, they finally vanquished the horde of grotesque zombies. On Yi Xinghua's side, 3 individuals had perished, caught, and subsequently shot by their own comrades. The remaining survivors, though unharmed, lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath as if their chests might burst. Wen Qian, though not as severely affected, sat on the ground with Xiao Bai in her arms, too fatigued to speak. She had not faced such difficulty in slaying zombies for quite some time. This was merely the first month after the apocalypse. Could the combat power boost from the system possibly keep pace with the speed at which the zombies evolved? Gazing skyward, Wen Qian recalled the newly acquired skill. As long as she utilized it, she would continually receive speed enhancements, correct? Very well, in the realm of martial prowess, speed was paramount. Once she transformed into a lightning bolt, how would those ghastly zombies ever catch her? Seeing his sister's expression of despair, when Ruo approached and sat beside her, Wen Qian leaned her head against him, releasing Xiao Bai and tightly clutching his arm. Moments ago, her mind had been a blank slate, devoid of fear. But now that it was over, anxiety crept in. She was not strong enough. Far from it. She must fortify herself further. She had to protect her family and avoid repeating past mistakes. Chapter 51. He truly deserves it. The group lay sprawled on the ground, silent for half an hour, until someone finally broke the stillness. Goddess, Ji Fan turned to Wen Qian and the small white creature at her feet, unable to contain his curiosity. What species is this battle pet you brought? His question piqued the interest of the others, who leaned in to hear Wen Qian's response. Wen Qian shot Ji Fan a glance and replied calmly, "Oh, you haven't seen one before?" Ji Fan was taken aback. "I have, but I've never seen one this hefty." The small white creature interjected, "Meow? What did you say?" Ji Fan corrected himself hastily. "I've never seen one so robust and fierce. It must weigh 40 or 50 pounds, right? Has it always been like this?" Wen Qian scratched the chin of the small white creature, which stretched luxuriously, rolling on the ground to expose its belly for her to pet. The onlookers were charmed, but then they recalled its earlier ferocity as it tore apart a zombie, sending a shiver down their spines. "This little one is a stray. I adopted it a month ago. It has a strong adaptability to its environment, which is why it mutated. You should observe the military dogs at the base when you return. They will also exhibit distinctive traits." Wen Qian spoke openly, aware that in this apocalyptic world, many creatures had undergone mutations. She believed that the information held by Mo Han was far more extensive than what she possessed. Thus, whether she disclosed it or not, they would eventually learn the truth. Ji Fan and the others turned to observe the two rescue dogs they had brought along. The dogs had also participated bravely in the battle, but one had been kicked several meters away by a zombie, leaving it with multiple fractures. The other had sustained an eye injury, which the team medic had merely bandaged, leaving uncertainty about potential infection. The two poor creatures lay submissively on the ground, gazing longingly at the small white creature, wanting to approach but too timid to do so, only able to whimper in an attempt to communicate from a distance. However, the small white creature remained aloof, ignoring them entirely, simply wishing for its caretaker to rub its belly so it could relieve itself. After his inquiry, Ji Fan's curiosity about Wen Qian intensified. He simply cannot fathom how a girl like her could surpass them so remarkably. Among the 15 who had come, Ji Fan could confidently assert that each was an elite member of their team. They had always carried a sense of superiority, but today, that arrogance had been thoroughly shattered. Without Wen Qian, they would have perished here. "Goddess, you're so impressive. What did you do before this? Were you a soldier?" Wen Qian pondered for a moment before softly replying, "No, I just happen to be good at fighting. I grew up in poverty, unable to afford food. My neighbors and classmates looked down upon me and bullied me." As she spoke, the hearts of the 10 men sank, filled with sympathy. Ji Fan, in particular, wished to slap himself. What a thoughtless question to ask. Had he inadvertently reopened an old wound? Filled with regret, Ji Fan was met with disapproving punches from his comrades. Wen Qian lowered her gaze to the ground and continued slowly. "When I was young, I wore my brother as hand-me-downs. They called me a freak and wanted to strip me to see if I was a boy or a girl. That's when I learned to fight." Ji Fan was left speechless. Wen Rang, confused, wondered when this had occurred, as he didn't recall such hardships. His family had indeed struggled in the past, but by the time Wen Qian was in elementary school, their situation had improved. Moreover, this girl had never worn a single old garment. Their parents would rather go hungry than deny their daughter beautiful dresses. Once they even bought a dress that was too big, hoping Wen Rang, already in middle school, could wear it as a nightgown. Wen Rang turned to Wen Qian, his brow furrowed. But Wen Qian feigned ignorance and continued her tale, leaving Ji Fan and the others with reddened eyes. Even Yi Xinghua began to reflect on whether he had been too harsh in his treatment of her. Finally concluding her story, Wen Qian sighed and summarized, "I am grateful to those who have harmed me for helping me grow stronger. If I ever have the chance to reunite, the group's spirits lifted, anticipating a profound statement, only for Wen Qian to shift her tone, laughing lightly. "I will certainly take my revenge, feeding them to the dogs." unless one is mentally unwell, who would express gratitude to their enemies. Wen Qian rolled her eyes and stood up, brushing off the dirt from her clothes. It's getting late. We should search before the sun sets. Otherwise, when night falls, the zombies will become more active, and we may not be as fortunate as we were earlier. Wen Qian felt somewhat fatigued. Despite having drunk from the well in her space, she hadn't fully recovered. If circumstances allowed, she would relish a soak in a hot spring. But now was neither the time nor place. The zombies at night were a completely different breed from those during the day. As the group recalled this terrifying reality, they pressed on, ignoring their physical pains, each rising to continue the search. Besides Wen Qian and her 3 companions, the others bore various scrapes and bruises. Dragging their weary bodies, they were all acutely aware of their vulnerability, taking each step with utmost caution. Thus, when footsteps echoed again through the woods, every one of them, including Wen Qian, instinctively raised their weapons, eyes glinting with malice. "Wait, don't shoot!" A trembling voice emerged from the thicket. The group turned to see a young man, clad in tattered clothing and wearing a helmet, limping toward them. Guobowen. Yi Xinghua recognized him and rushed forward to support him. Guobowen was taken aback to see them, his eyes welling with tears, speechless. Wen Qian leaned against a tree, silently observing this survivor. He had a broken leg and a shattered arm. His condition made survival a remarkable feat. Yi Xinghua patted Guobowen's shoulder and asked, his voice trembling, "Is anyone else alive besides you?" Guobowen shook his head. "No, they're all gone, but Professor Ouyang and the others are still alive." Hearing this, Yi Xinghua and the others felt a pang of sorrow, but also relief. After all, their mission was to locate those researchers and safely return them to the base. "Didn't you see the signal flares we sent?" Wen Qian inquired from the back of the group, her curiosity piqued. Guobowen looked at her, his expression complex. "I saw them, but I didn't expect you all to survive. The zombies have evolved. The rescue team that came before was found and perished after firing the flares. So he had waited until both the flares and gunfire ceased before mustering the courage to emerge." Chapter 52. Why bother her? Having concluded his remarks, Guobowen led Wen Qian and the others to their hideout for the past few days. Wen Qian had initially been puzzled about how they had survived under such dire circumstances, but upon arrival, the pieces fell into place. In the woods, a multitude of zombie corpses lay scattered about, all clad in the same combat uniforms as Guobowen and his companions. Beneath these bodies, several pits had been excavated by human hands. The few researchers were buried within these pits, and Guobowen had initially covered them with soil, subsequently piling the corpses on top. He had not packed the earth too tightly, leaving tubes for the researchers to breathe, connecting the underground to the surface. Thus, although this method of escape appeared rather desperate, they had managed to evade the zombies' pursuit. Yi Xinghua and the others worked together to rescue the professors from the pits. "Lin Yan, you all quickly carry the professors. Let us strive to leave this place before nightfall." Yi Xinghua commanded, eager to vacate this cursed location. The others shared the same sentiment, promptly shouldering the researchers and sprinting towards the helicopter's location. Wen Qian harbored different intentions, but refrained from voicing them, thinking she would propose them once they safely boarded the aircraft. However, within mere moments, she sensed something amiss. Furrowing her brow, she glanced at the man Lin Yan was carrying. The oppressive heat and the terror induced by the zombies had rendered him utterly exhausted, unable to utter a single word. Yet he fixated intently on Xiao Bai, a gluttonous glimmer in his eyes that made Xiao Bai bristle with danger, emitting low growls as warnings towards the man. The man looked at Xiao Bai, then back at its owner, offering Wen Qian a slight smile. She responded with a disdainful glance, internally cursing, harboring an ominous premonition. The path out of the mountains proved significantly easier than the way in, devoid of zombie onslaughts. They made haste back to the helicopter. Wen Qian observed that Yi Xinghua and the others had boarded the aircraft, but showed no intention of following suit. "You all go ahead," she stated unexpectedly. "I have some matters to attend to and will not be accompanying you." The group was taken aback by her declaration. Yi Xinghua protested, "There's zombies everywhere. You won't be able to accomplish anything." Lin Yan added, "Indeed, and if you don't come with us, how will you return? Is there not another helicopter in the woods?" "I will return it to your base in 6 days. Wen Qian replied, turning her gaze toward the mountain's descent. Speaking slowly, the zombies here mutate faster than elsewhere, and I do not wish to squander this opportunity for practical experience. Though there were missions issued by the system, returning to slay ordinary zombies would yield her greater combat prowess within a limited time frame. However, that was far too simple for her future considerations. She needed to enhance her combat experience as much as possible. Upon realizing her intent to remain and fight the zombies, Yi Xinghua and the others could not shake the feeling that she has lost her mind. Yet, Wen Qian remained resolute, and neither Wen Rang nor Gu Ran voiced any objections, appearing as if they were ready to accompany her in her madness. With her decision made, Wen Qian waved goodbye with a smile, only to hear the previously silent Professor Ouyang speak up. You may stay, but I must take this mutated creature with me. His gaze lingered on Xiao Bai, his tone brooking no argument. It possesses immense research value. It would be a waste to leave it with you. Wen Qian scoffed at his words, having already recognized the familiarity of the surname Ouyang. In her previous life, there had been a renowned scientist named Ouyang Yong, whose research into human experimentation had reached a frenzied pinnacle. He was obsessed with studying the integration of mutated zombies and humans, with rumors suggesting he had begun exploring the possibilities between mutated animals and humans. Wen Qian had heard numerous tales about him, but had never encountered him. To her surprise, she found herself face-to-face with this deranged figure at the very onset of the apocalypse. Upon hearing Ouyang Yong's command to Yi Xinghua to see Xiao Bai, Yi Xinghua hesitated, clearly troubled. Professor, this creature belongs to Wen Qian. We have no right to take it. Ouyang Yong, taken aback by the refusal, shot him a cold glance before directing his attention to Lin Yan. You, go and retrieve it. No, no, no. Lin Yan fervently shook his head. Professor, we cannot just take it in broad daylight. The atmosphere grew tense as Ouyang Yong, frustrated by his inability to command the group, decided to take matters into his own hands. He leaped from the helicopter, advancing towards Xiao Bai. Anticipating the move, Xiao Bai charged at his abdomen, knocking him back several steps and causing him to tumble to the ground. Yi Xinghua and the others stood by, watching, while Ouyang Yong's assistants hurried to help him up. They regarded Wen Qian with disdain, believing her to be ungrateful. How dare you lay a hand on us? Do you know who we are? The professor's interest in your creature is a blessing for you, they exclaimed. Wen Qian remained expressionless, observing their arrogance as they presumed to take action against her. Yi Xinghua and the others stepped in to obstruct them, and seeing that they had some semblance of conscience, not aiding the deranged professor in bullying her, she decided not to make things difficult for them. She stepped forward, striding directly towards Ouyang Yong. Perhaps it was the palpable hostility radiating from her that made Ouyang Yong sense danger from several meters away. As she took a single step closer, he issued a warning. What do you intend to do? You are one of the Mo Han soldiers, sent to ensure my safety, yet you dare to strike me? If a single hair on my head is harmed today, you will find it impossible to stay at the official base in the future. His words left Yi Xinghua and the others feeling awkward. They wished to inform Ouyang Yong that Wen Qian was not affiliated with the base, and threatening her would be futile. However, Ouyang Yong seemed convinced of her status as a soldier, directing his men to see Xiao Bai without regard for Wen Qian. As she approached Ouyang Yong, she produced a sealed bag from her backpack and swung it towards his head. Yi Xinghua, standing at a distance, quickly discerned the contents of the bag and recoiled in fright. Hey, don't do that, he exclaimed, desperately grasping Wen Qian's wrist, but it was too late. She had already struck Ouyang Yong with the zombie's head, knocking him unconscious, and, feeling unsatisfied, she delivered a kick for good measure. Ouyang Yong, taken aback by her possession of a zombie's head, was filled with shock and terror, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Yi Xinghua rushed forward to catch him, and after confirming that Ouyang Yong was merely unconscious and in no mortal danger, he sighed and muttered, when the world possessed him to provoke her. Chapter 53. Are there living people below the mountain? Upon witnessing Wen Qian render Ouyang Yong unconscious, the remaining researchers were incensed. They rolled up their sleeves, eager to confront her, hurling accusations of recklessness and demanding to know if she understood the identity of the individual she had struck. Their demeanor suggested they intended to deliver immediate retribution. Yi Xinghua, observing the situation, quickly signaled his subordinates to intervene, fearing that if these individuals provoked Wen Qian further, she might retaliate by dismantling the helicopter, leaving no one with a chance to escape. After escorting everyone aboard the aircraft, Yi Xinghua turned to Wen Qian, furrowing his brow. "Are you truly not planning to leave with us?" "I will not go," Wen Qian declared, her temper flaring. Sensing her agitation, Yi Xinghua refrained from provoking her further and exchanged a few polite remarks, urging her to prioritize her safety before departing with Ouyang Yong and the others. Wen Qian watched the helicopter ascend into the sky until it vanished from sight, then turned to Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Ouyang Yong is renowned for his expertise in studying mutated zombies. His team must have uncovered something significant here. The mutation rate of the zombies on this island is alarmingly rapid. We must remain vigilant. When Rang and Gu Ran nodded in agreement, scanning their surroundings. As dusk approached, it clearly was not wise to descend the mountain, so the trio opted to spend the night atop the peak. They returned to the helicopter parked in the forest, erected a tent, and when Qian retrieved several boxes of dumplings along with a large bag of raw bones she had prepared for Xiaobai. The dumplings, which she had extracted from her spatial storage earlier, were slightly cool but retained their delightful flavor. Gu Ran had expected to subsist on crackers or instant noodles that evening, so he was pleasantly surprised to enjoy the dumplings from home, filling him with a sense of contentment, momentarily forgetting to inquire how they remained warm. Wen Qian then distributed some well-prepared spring water from her spatial storage to her companions, encouraging them to replenish their energy. After ensuring they were well-fed and hydrated, she retreated into the tent, feigning rest as she entered her spatial realm. Once refreshed with a shower and a soak in the hot springs, she donned clean attire. Upon her return, she found Gu Ran and Wen Rang still on guard outside the tent, engaged in quiet conversation while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Xiaobai lay within the tent, accustomed to Wen Qian's sudden appearances and disappearances, rolling over lazily, seeking affection. The three took turns keeping watch through the night, the hours passing without incident. Meanwhile, Yi Xinghua and his team made a successful return to the base, promptly reporting the mission's details to Mohan. "Sir," Wen Qian and her companions insisted on remaining on the island. "We were unable to persuade them otherwise." As Yi Xinghua spoke, he observed Mohan's expression, expecting a furious outburst for failing to secure Wen Qian's safe return. To his surprise, Mohan remained unusually calm, nodding in acknowledgement and simply stating, "I understand," before lapsing into silence. Yi Xinghua was taken aback, mustering the courage to ask, "Sir, will you not punish us?" Mohan seemed surprised by the question, as it was Wen Qian's own choice to stay. Indeed, who could compel her? Yi Xinghua replied candidly, a hint of regret surfacing in his tone. Though reluctant to admit it, Wen Qian's abilities far surpassed their own. If they could integrate such talent into the base, it would be a tremendous boon. Yet now, "Sir, will she return?" Yi Xinghua inquired, already suspecting the answer but unable to suppress the question, as if avoiding the harsh truth might alleviate his guilt. On the journey back, Yi Xinghua pondered the potential success rate had he ordered Wen Qian and her companions forcibly returned at that moment. Regardless of the outcome, it was now irrelevant. He had not done enough to prevent their reckless decision. Thus, even if he lamented their fate now, it bore no fruit. No matter how formidable Wen Qian and her companions were, surviving a week on that island was improbable. Mohan remained silent for a few moments before responding. "Will they return?" 6 days. Wen Qian mentioned she would deliver the helicopter back to our base in 6 days. "Well, it is getting late. Let us return to rest." Mohan nodded, returning his attention to the documents on his desk, harboring no doubts about Wen Qian's promise. Yi Xinghua, witnessing Mohan's composure, refrained from pressing further and departed. Fishing Island. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the surroundings. Wen Qian leaned against a tree, gazing up at the crimson moon, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. After a prolonged period of contemplation, realization struck her. It was too quiet. The forest usually resonated with the sounds of insects and birds. Yet now only the wind could be heard. Wen Qian gritted her teeth, casting a glance at the tent where Wen Rang and Gu Ran were resting. She turned to survey the area when, suddenly, she heard a rhythmic drumming emanating from the mountain below. Wen Qian raised an eyebrow. Are there still living people on this island? Inside the tent, Wen Rang and Gu Ran, though not asleep, heard the drum beats and emerged, puzzled expressions on their faces as they looked at Wen Qian. Where's that noise coming from? Wen Rang asked. Are there people down the mountain? Gu Ran added. I don't know. According to the clues from Yi Xinghua and his team, there shouldn't be any living beings on this island. But Wen Qian hesitated, gazing in the direction of the sound, torn between caution and curiosity. In horror films, those who are most curious often meet their demise. Yet in this apocalyptic world, even if she was indifferent about many things, the presence of zombies was a lethal concern. Moreover, given the volume of the commotion, the zombies would undoubtedly be drawn to it. She reasoned that merely sneaking a glance at the audacious individuals below shouldn't pose a problem. Wen Qian made her decision and informed Wen Rang and Gu Ran. I want to check it out. Let's go. They echoed in unison, immediately rising to follow her lead. Under the moonlight, the trio cautiously approached the mountain's edge. As they drew nearer, the drumming grew increasingly distinct. Finally, within the range of their binoculars, they halted, peering down the slope with curiosity. The area below was shrouded in darkness, and it took Wen Qian a moment to pinpoint the source of the drumming. However, upon realizing what was unfolding, she was struck with a wave of goosebumps. What in the world is that? Beside her, Wen Rang and Gu Ran simultaneously exclaimed, lowering their binoculars to exchange incredulous glances before hesitantly confirming what they had witnessed. Wen Qian's reaction mirrored theirs. She struggled to believe her eyes. After repeated confirmation that a congregation of zombies below was engaged in some sort of ritualistic celebration, a chill enveloped her. Professor Ouyang and his team had specifically come to this island for research, which surely had its reasons. Wen Qian had long anticipated that the zombies here were extraordinary, but their evolution had far surpassed her expectations. Chapter 54. The little zombie scaring people in the previous life, zombies evolved to possess human-like consciousness only after many years, and even the most advanced among them bore little distinction from humans in appearance. However, this evolution was conditional. As far as Wen Qian was aware, even the most formidable zombies could only remain conscious for a mere 2 hours each day. For the remainder of the time, they were governed by the primal instincts of slaughter and a thirst for blood. Yet at the dawn of this new life, how could there be zombies mimicking human behavior in a ritualistic manner? Even someone as seasoned as Wen Qian could not suppress her expletives at this outrageous sight. With urgency, she raised her binoculars once more, focusing on the scene below. This time, she not only saw clearly, but also locked eyes with the zombie standing at the forefront of the horde. The figure leading the zombies appeared to be a small child, no older than 5 or 6. In the shroud of night, it seemed to sense that it was being watched. Slowly, it turned its head in an unnatural arc, scanning the mountainside before honing in on Wen Qian's position. A chill ran down her spine as she realized that it spotted her. We need to retreat. Without pausing to discuss further with Wen Rang and Gu Ran, she turned and dashed into the forest. The two men, sensing something amiss, remained silent, drenched in cold sweat as they returned to the helicopter, their faces etched with disbelief. The forest was eerily quiet. Apart from their own breaths and the whisper of the wind, no other sounds penetrated the stillness. After what felt like an eternity, Wen Rang could no longer contain his curiosity. What on earth were those creatures? Their demeanor resembled that of humans, yet their decaying forms and lifeless. Fish-like eyes attested to their true nature. Gu Ran, still grappling with the shock, waved his hand dismissively. Don't ask me. My intellect fails me to comprehend this. Meanwhile, Little Bai circled around the three of them, occasionally baring its teeth in a snarl toward the mountainside. Wen Qian had initially anticipated a fierce battle upon being discovered by the zombies. Yet, they waited for half an hour without any sign of movement from the horde. Even the drumming had ceased. Something felt terribly off. Could there be something on this mountain that instilled fear in them? She glanced at her watch. It was already 2:30 in the morning. If they did not rest soon, they would lack the energy and strength to confront the zombies come dawn. After some contemplation, she suggested, since they haven't pursued us for this long, they likely won't. You two should rest. I'll keep watch. I'll wake you in 2 hours. At such a critical moment, neither Wen Rang nor Gu Ran could bear to let her, a mere girl, stand guard alone. No, you should rest first. We will take the watch. Wen Rang insisted. Indeed, you are our primary combatant and must recuperate. Gu Ran echoed. They both promptly rejected her proposal. However, Wen Qian, unimpressed, retorted, knowing I am the main fighting force is one thing. Considering how evolved these zombies have become, should they charge at us, you two would be utterly defenseless. Don't squander your rest. I will rouse you in 2 hours. Her words were piercing, leaving them speechless, and, ultimately, one retreated into the helicopter while the other entered the tent. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Qian swiftly transported Wen Rang into her space. Upon realizing where he was, he momentarily froze before hastily heading off to shower and soak in the hot springs to regain his strength. Wen Qian gripped her tang knife tightly and settled beneath a tree, with Little Bai lying at her feet. She couldn't help but reflect on the scene she had just witnessed. If she was not mistaken, the little zombie that had locked eyes with her was likely the leader of that horde. In general, child zombies possessed a combat prowess that often surpassed that of adults. Though smaller in stature, their agility and evolved strength could be quite formidable. Wen Qian crossed her arms, pondering her chances of defeating that little fiend in a confrontation. Given its rapid evolution, it might already possess some special abilities. In her previous life, she had encountered zombies with abilities only twice, one with enhanced strength and another capable of mimicking human voices. What powers might this one possess? She meticulously strategized how to descend the mountain and confront the zombies when daylight broke, especially considering how to deal with that little creature should they cross paths. Time slipped away imperceptibly, and before she realized it, over an hour had passed. Wen Qian gradually relaxed her initially taut demeanor. Just as she began to believe that no zombies would approach her that night, an icy dread washed over her. It was difficult to articulate the sensation, an instant where her scalp prickled and a wave of chill coursed from her spine to her extremities. Holding her breath, she felt her senses heightened dramatically. Gripping her tang knife, she slowly lifted her gaze to the branches above where she leaned. In a fleeting moment, she nearly lost her composure. Above her, the very little zombie that had met her gaze through the binoculars was now perched on a branch, drooling. Its pale visage, illuminated by the moonlight, resembled a blank sheet of paper. Upon noticing Wen Qian, it grinned widely, revealing rows of small, sharp teeth akin to those of a fish, as if ready to tear into flesh. Wen Qian gasped, instinctively reacting as the little zombie lunged at her. She rolled away on the ground, swinging her tang knife towards its arm and severing it before it had a chance to defend itself. With a shriek, the little creature turned and fled. Wen Qian watched in frustration as it quickly retreated, her anger boiling over. Damn it! The zombies on this island are utterly lacking in quality. Not only do they consume humans, but they also resort to scaring us. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. Hearing Gu Ran's voice from the tent, she promptly released Wen Rang from her space. Looking bewildered and unsure of what had transpired, Wen Rang soon spotted the severed arm on the ground and anxiously inquired, "Did the zombie come?" Wen Qian nodded weakly. "Yes, a little one. It ran away upon realizing it could not overpower me." As her words fell, Little Bai approached, sniffed the severed arm, and then promptly gulped it down. This creature, having contributed little in the way of combat, now devoured the flesh with unrestrained enthusiasm, licking its lips as if still unsated. Chapter 55. The zombie nest. Wen Qian was infuriated. It had only been a little over a month since the apocalypse began, and how could she allow a mischievous little zombie to ride on her back and bully her? "So, you want to play with me, do you? Just wait, you little brat." After scanning her surroundings and confirming that the small zombie had vanished, she turned to Wen Rang and Gu Ran. "I'm tired. I'll take a nap. Wake me up in 3 hours." With that, she turned and crawled into the tent, shutting her eyes to fall asleep. Gu Ran stared in disbelief, whispering to Wen Rang, "How can she sleep in this situation?" "She can," Wen Rang replied. Unlike Gu Ran, he understood Wen Qian all too well. His sister possessed remarkable adaptability and an indomitable spirit. He recalled the time during her high school days when she focused on science. After the first exam post-division, a boy from her class had outscored her by over 10 points. While this was not inherently significant, the critical issue arose when the boy, upon receiving his results, mocked Wen Qian, claiming that girls were inferior in intellect and should stick to the arts rather than pursue science. Infuriated, Wen Qian had shot back, remarking that his condescending attitude hardly proved his intelligence, and then proceeded with her classes as if nothing had happened. However, that evening, she went to bed unusually early, finishing dinner and her homework before retreating to her room to sleep. When Rang remembered this vividly because at that time, Liu Mo and Wen Chongning sensed her discontent and suspected she had been bullied at school, concerned that Wen Qian might not confide in them. They called Wen Rang to inquire about the situation. With nothing to hide from Wen Qian recounted the entire episode, expressing her discontent but assuring him that a good night's sleep would suffice to remedy it, urging him not to worry. After hearing this, Wen Rang took a special leave to return home, fearing his sister might be putting on a brave face. Yet, upon his return, he found that Wen Qian was indeed fine, aside from her increased resolve to tackle her studies. During that period, she either slept or diligently worked on her exercises, resulting in her subsequent exams never seeing her score lower than the boys in her class. Wen Rang also discovered that the more pressure Wen Qian faced, the more she inclined towards sleep. Even during the lunch break of the college entrance exams, while their parents fretted so much they could barely eat, she finished her meal and promptly retreated to her room for a nap. Thus, Wen Rang speculated that Wen Qian had genuinely been angered by the little zombie. Now, she was rejuvenating her energy, and, come dawn, she would likely seek out the zombie's lair. After a 3-hour slumber, Wen Rang awakened her. She stretched and emerged from the tent, retrieving a portable stove, a pot, and hand-rolled noodles prepared by Liu Mo from her storage. Once the noodles were cooked, she took out a jar of beef sauce made by Liu Mo, and the trio began their breakfast. Wen Qian devoured 2 large bowls of noodles before standing and gazing down the mountain. Since arriving on this island, they had not descended but had remained in the woods, searching for survivors, unaware of the situation below. After satisfying their hunger and packing their belongings, they set off down mountain. Upon reaching the base, they discovered several statues surrounding the mountain, seemingly the very objects the zombies had worshipped the previous night. The island's inhabitants were fishermen, reliant on the sea for sustenance, and held deep reverence for deities such as the Dragon King, the Sea God, Mazu, and the River God. Gu Ran, having relatives among the fishermen, was quite knowledgeable about these traditions. These customs had been passed down through generations, and even though those fishermen had turned into zombies, they had not forgotten the habits ingrained in them since childhood. It was precisely because of these statues that the ordinary zombies dared not ascend the mountain. Regardless, only a few zombies had made their way up, providing a relatively secure location that relieved the trio. Wen Qian observed the zombies wandering near the mountain's base and distributed the bullets she had exchanged in her storage to Wen Rang and Gu Ran, instructing them, "If you can't handle them, retreat to the mountain. Don't worry about me." After saying this, she brandished her Tang Dao and descended. Gu Ran, witnessing her fierce demeanor, thought that if he were a zombie, he would have fled long ago. Gu ran, and when Rang found a position that balanced offense and defense, beginning to shoot the zombies that appeared unaffected by mutations. The nearby zombies were lured by the gunfire, only to meet their demise at Wen Qian's hands, who stood guard at the mountain's base. The proportion of mutated zombies on this island was indeed higher than outside, and Wen Qian speculated whether they had consumed too many seafood products contaminated by nuclear radiation in their previous lives, leading to this outcome. All the pent-up rage she had accumulated from the little zombie was unleashed upon this unfortunate horde. Little Bai followed her, as if in a playground, darting through the mass of zombies, becoming increasingly adept at dispatching them. Wen Qian did not forget the skill granted to her by the system, attract firepower. For 3 minutes, for every zombie killed by combat personnel within the system, the host's speed would increase by 1. After slaying 100 zombies, any member of the system would receive a 10 speed boost. With no limit on usage, she activated this skill whenever her condition allowed. The exhilarating rush of adrenaline during this extreme 3-minute escape was utterly addictive. As the number of zombies they dispatched grew, Wen Qian's speed correspondingly surged. Thus concluded the first day of slaughter without Wen Qian encountering the little zombie that had frightened her, and then fled. By nightfall, the system informed them that they had collectively killed 960 zombies, of which 200 had fallen under Wen Qian's attract firepower skill. Her speed had increased by 200, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran enjoyed respective boosts of 10. Pleased with this result, as soon as the sun set, Wen Qian led Wen Rang and Gu Ran back to the helicopter, retrieving an assortment of food from her storage to satisfy their hunger. Suddenly craving hot pot, she feared that unveiling a dozen boxes of hot pot ingredients would startle Gu Ran, so she settled for a few self-heating hot pots and some self-heating marinated rice. Although these were instant meals, being able to enjoy a warm meal under such circumstances was a luxury in itself. After filling their stomachs, Wen Qian instructed Wen Rang and Gu Ran to rest while she sat beneath a tree with her Tang Dao, waiting for the little zombie. However, the entire night passed without a sight of the little creature, leaving Wen Qian, filled with murderous intent, to stew in frustration. At dawn, the trio resumed their descent to hunt. On this day, they successfully eliminated 200 zombies, with Wen Qian's speed increasing by 400, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran each received a 20 reward. When they returned to the mountain after dark, both Gu Ran and Wen Rang could distinctly feel their movements had quickened considerably. As for Wen Qian, her speed had reached a level at which the zombies could no longer grasp her. Chapter 56. Unlocking the regenerative ability. The discovery of Wen Qian's transformation filled both Wen Rang and Gu Ran with excitement. However, Wen Qian remained remarkably calm. She was evolving, and so were the zombies. The ordinary zombies on the island had dwindled, leaving primarily mutated ones towering at 2 to 3 meters. Wen Rang and Gu Ran found that they could no longer rely solely on bullets to eliminate them. Thus, on the third day, they opted to engage in close combat with Tang swords, just like Wen Qian. Consequently, their pace in dispatching zombies slowed considerably. After an entire day of effort, the trio managed to slay over 800 zombies, most of which fell to Wen Qian's prowess. The small zombie had not reappeared, and as the days passed, they soon reached the 7th day on the island, the day they were to return home. Wen Qian felt a lingering discontent due to her failure to locate the zombie leader. Yet, she accepted this reality. After all, it was a rare species not easily vanquished. Just as she was about to abandon her search and prepare to head back, the little creature appeared before her once more. Moreover, the arm that Wen Qian had severed days prior had regrown. Wen Qian couldn't help but chuckle at this turn of events. Wen Rang glanced at his sister, noticing the glint of determination in her eyes that seemed to radiate green light as she regarded the zombie. For a moment, he pondered which of them truly resembled the antagonist. After days apart, the little zombie was furious to see Wen Qian again. She was uncertain whether its ire stemmed from her having severed its arm or from the numerous subordinates she had dispatched in the interim. Regardless, the irate little zombie appeared surprisingly endearing. Had she not witnessed its midnight antics perched in a tree, trying to frighten her, she might have been tempted to capture it and keep it as a pet. With a shrill cry, the little zombie summoned the horde around it to charge at Wen Qian and her companions. Upon seeing this, Wen Rang and Gu Ran immediately decided to flee up the mountain. However, this time, the mutated zombies did not relent. They pursued the trio up the slope. Wen Qian observed their retreating figures and chose not to follow. She could not remain tethered to them forever. There would come a time for independent action. Through their experiences, both had significantly improved their combat abilities. Therefore, while the horde of dozens of zombies might pose a challenge, it would not claim their lives. Confirming this, Wen Qian fixed her gaze on the little zombie. The air was thick with a putrid, fishy odor as the zombies surged toward her from all directions. After several failed attempts to reach her, their movements slowed as if expressing confusion. Wen Qian effortlessly dodged their attacks, occasionally dispatching one or two with her blade. She regarded the little zombie, her voice icy as she declared, "Today, whoever flees shall be deemed a coward." The little zombie seemed to comprehend her words, glaring menacingly at her. After a moment's silence, it charged at her with renewed vigor. Having sought it for nearly a week, Wen Qian stood her ground rather than retreat. As the little zombie lunged, she swiftly moved to its rear. In the blink of an eye, she severed the newly regrown arm once more. It howled in agony, only to have another arm sprout forth, appearing even sturdier than before. While any ordinary individual would have been petrified by such a sight, Wen Qian felt exhilaration. This was a zombie endowed with regenerative powers. Such abilities were exceedingly rare. In a sense, possessing them meant achieving a form of immortality. As long as one was powerful enough and their regeneration swift, there would be no such thing as a fatal wound. With its arm regrown, the little zombie wasted no time in launching another assault. In just a few days, Wen Qian's strength had ascended to new heights. The little zombie, bewildered by her newfound prowess, grew increasingly frustrated as its attacks repeatedly failed. Wen Qian watched as it charged at her once more. This time, she did not wield her knife but instead seized its wrist with her hand. As it bared its sharp teeth in an attempt to bite her, she swung its arm down forcefully. Wen Qian's strength had grown considerable. Against ordinary zombies, she could easily rip their heads off with her bare hands. Thus, with her merciless strike, the little zombie's head struck the ground, leaving it momentarily dazed. Realizing it was no match for Wen Qian, the little zombie contemplated fleeing. However, she had already grasped it firmly, and escape was not an option. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she focused on the zombie's neck. She was eager to test whether this little creature's regenerative ability extended to regrowing its head. The little zombie thrashed wildly, but its strength paled in comparison to Wen Qian's. Suddenly, it raised its other hand, the one Wen Qian had not seized, and with a mighty effort, detached its own arm. Finally liberated, it abandoned the fight and turned to flee. Yet, it soon discovered that it could not match Wen Qian's speed. She did not afford the little creature an opportunity to escape. With a swift motion, she severed its neck. As she watched its body collapse to the ground without further transformation, disappointment flooded her. TSK, Wen Qian sighed disdainfully, bending to retrieve the little zombie's head. She contemplated bringing it back as a gift for Mo Han, hoping to trade it for supplies. The twisted professor would undoubtedly find it intriguing. However, before she could secure the head in a sealed bag, a fist-sized orb fell from the zombie's cranium. Quick as lightning, Wen Qian caught it, her brow furrowed in confusion. What was this? Brain matter? Did the little creature possess such a sizable brain? Perplexed, she retreated toward the mountain, seeking a safe haven to examine her find while dodging the encroaching zombies. In the distance, Xiao Bai, engaged in battle with the zombies, seemingly caught a whiff of something enticing and charged toward Wen Qian. Preoccupied with evading the zombies, she momentarily overlooked it, and before she knew it, Xiao Bai collided with her back, sending her sprawling face first onto the ground. In her startled exclamation, she inadvertently bit into the white orb. One moment of shock turned into a mouthful of zombie brain matter. Wen Qian was left with no choice but to swallow it, as it melted away instantly. Rising to her feet, she regarded Xiao Bai's innocent expression, feeling utterly despondent. She was uncertain whether she would be infected or mutated and dared not act recklessly. Just as she contemplated the absurd notion of plucking every hair from Xiao Bai, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the regenerative ability. Chapter 57. She is more terrifying than zombies. Wen Qian froze, doubting whether her hallucinations were a result of consuming something foul. Yet, the system's voice continued to resonate. This skill does not require activation, nor does it have usage limitations. It will vary with the host's physical condition. The host's blood cannot confer regenerative effects upon others. Due to the host's current physical state, the fatal injuries inflicted by the zombies cannot be regenerated at this time. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the basic achievement of the supernatural ability, rewarded with 100,000 shop credits, a 100 increase in host combat power, and a 100 boost in spatial prosperity, while all members within the system experience a 50 increase in combat power. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Wen Qian keenly grasped the crucial phrase, temporarily unable to regenerate. Temporarily. This implied that as long as she became sufficiently powerful in the future, the quality of her body could sustain the infinite application of this supernatural ability. Thus, could she potentially disregard the harm inflicted by zombies? Even if bitten or her heart was extracted by a zombie, there remained a chance for regeneration. What a perilous skill this is. If others were to discover this, would she not be relentlessly hunted down? As far as Wen Qian knew, supernatural powers could be seized. In her previous life, she had witnessed numerous brutal incidents where individuals killed one another merely to usurp each other's abilities. There were blood relatives, devoted partners, and friends who shared both joy and hardship. Regardless of the relationship, when faced with sufficient temptation, betrayal was always a possibility. Wen Qian bit her lip, suddenly feeling a wave of unease. The system seemed to sense her emotional shift, and its voice echoed once more. Due to the host's unique circumstances, all skills are bound to the host's identity and cannot be taken away. Members within the system, while maintaining their current loyalty, are forcibly prevented from disclosing the host's information to the outside world. Should a member's loyalty drop to 80, thoughts of seizing the host's abilities may arise. If loyalty falls to 80, the system will automatically eliminate that member and cease to provide any notifications or alerts to the host. Updating member information within the system. Gu Ran, loyalty, never betray. Gu Wanwan, loyalty, never betray. The system announces that loyalty has reached the highest level of never betray, and this loyalty shall remain unchanged. Wen Qian, what to do? She felt an urge to cry. In this apocalyptic world, Wen Qian understood that to survive till the end, the best approach was to transform oneself into a heartless machine, devoid of feelings for anyone. For in comparison to zombies and monsters, the most terrifying entity has always been the human heart. But can one truly control such emotions? She was terrified, afraid that family and friends might turn against her. That would be a fate more painful than death. She did not wish to live in constant fear due to her abilities, nor did she want to be betrayed by those around her. Fortunately, the system understood her concerns. It provided her with ample confidence to act unrestrained, forcibly controlling the minds of those she cared for, ensuring they would never betray her. Wen Qian took a deep breath, a smile returning to her face. She turned to Xiao Bai, who seemed to realize he had erred and was now desperately tearing at the zombies behind her as a form of atonement. Xiao Bai, Wen Qian called out to it, beckoning it to retreat up the mountain with her. Having already profited from this outing, she longed to return home swiftly, lie comfortably in bed, and enjoy a hot pot meal with her family the following morning. In the woods, Wen Rang and Gu Ran, though in a disheveled state, had managed to kill all the zombies pursuing them. This was the first time they truly felt their strength had increased. Wen Rang severed the last zombie's head and caught sight of his sister's figure out of the corner of his eye. He turned and was startled, his face paling. Wen Qian, in a sudden whim, sought to test the extent of her regenerative ability. Thus, she impulsively drew a folding knife and cut her own arm. The system had previously granted her excessive defense, resulting in her skin being thick and her blood abundant. The knife barely grazed her skin. Hence, she had to change tactics and stab herself with the knife. What Wen Rang saw was his sister, as if possessed, engaging in self-harm. In over a month of the apocalypse, Wen Rang had never felt such fear while being pursued by zombies. Wen Qian, he shouted her name with trembling urgency, rushing forward to snatch the knife from her hands. Wen Qian looked up to meet her brother's reddened eyes, realizing tears glimmered within them. What are you doing? Wen Rang anxiously checked her for injuries, and only after confirming she was unharmed did his racing heart begin to settle. Wen Qian, belatedly understanding Wen Rang's fears, hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just acquired a regenerative ability and wanted to see how well it works." Wen Rang was taken aback. Regeneration? The term seemed to carry an air of unreliability reminiscent of a scam. How could such an outrageous thing exist? Wen Qian retrieved another knife from her space and, before her brother could react, forcefully stabbed it into her small arm. Blood instantly stained the blade, but mere seconds later, the blood coagulated and the wound miraculously healed. As they witnessed this astonishing scene, both Wen Qian and Wen Rang exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Wen Qian's heart surged with joy, thinking how incredible this skill was. Although she would still feel pain when injured, as long as she did not die, she could endure any agony. Wen Rang's earlier tension evaporated, only to be replaced by a chilling realization. If this continued, would his sister transform into a world-destroying overlord? She now appeared far more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Gu Ran approached from a distance, observing the siblings standing face to face, uncertain of what was transpiring. Curiously, he leaned closer, but before he could ask, he saw Wen Qian produce a white orb and extend it toward them. Here, take a bite each. Wen Qian had whimsically decided to share pieces of a small zombie's brain, hoping they might gain some abilities too. When Rang and Gu Ran reached out, accepting the offering, and only after swallowing did they remember to inquire, "What is this?" Wen Qian replied, "Zombie brain." When Rang and Gu Ran. When Rang and Gu Ran, ugh. Both immediately turn away, gagging. However, the brain dissolved instantly upon entering their mouths, leaving them unable to retch. The two towering men leaned against a tree trunk, feeling utterly nauseous, casting a helpless glance at Wen Qian as they weakly uttered, "Wen Qian, can you not drag us into your madness?" Gu Ran added, "Is this the result of killing too many zombies? Have you gone mad?" Wen Qian, brimming with excitement, asked, "Did you hear any sounds in your heads? The ones that notify you about acquiring skills?" When Rang and Gu Ran. Their heads throbbed. Who would come to drag her away? Chapter 58. More people want to see me. Who does he think he is? When Rang and Gu Ran, feeling utterly drained, stood upright and made their way toward the helicopter, unwilling to indulge Wen Qian's madness any further. However, Wen Qian grasped their arms, her tenacity unyielding as she insisted, "Oh, I'm serious. Take a good look around. See if there is anything unusual." Noticing the despondent expressions on their faces, she added reassuringly, "What's the big deal? I've seen you both happily consume pig brains before." When Rang and Gu Ran exchanged glances, their dismay only deepening. It would have been better had she not attempted to console them, as unwelcome images flooded their minds once more. With a resigned sigh, Wen Qian proposed a different explanation. "This is a crystal core. Surely, that's acceptable." Although she didn't perceive much difference, after all, it was merely something that had fallen from a zombie's head. Compelled by Wen Qian's insistence, when Rang and Gu Ran reluctantly began to examine their own states for any changes. They wished to dismiss her, but found themselves at an impasse. Therefore, they resolved to feign interest for a while. However, upon witnessing the zombies crawling up from the valley below, both men were momentarily taken aback. Curious about their reactions, Wen Qian followed their gaze and inquired, "What's wrong?" Just as her words left her lips, she discerned something amiss. Previously, her attention had been fixated on her regeneration ability, leaving her oblivious to other details. Now, she observed the faint glimmers emanating from the zombies' heads and began to grasp the situation. She turned to Wen Rang and Gu Ran, asking, "Can you see that?" They nodded in affirmation, and she urged, "Aim for the bright spots. See if you can shoot them in the head." Although Wen Rang's marksmanship was not as refined as Gu Ran's, his skills had significantly improved due to rigorous training. He raised his firearm and, with precision, shot a zombie squarely in the glowing area of its head. The moment the gun fired, the zombie's head erupted. Gu Ran mirrored this action, targeting the luminous spot, and swiftly incapacitated another zombie. In no time, they dispatched the advancing horde, exchanging glances that acknowledged the undeniable truth. The zombies' brains were indeed a potent source of nourishment. They also understood why they had previously been unable to shoot the heads of these mutated zombies. Typically, a zombie's cranial structure mirrors that of a human, with a brain accounting for roughly 80 of the head's mass. As long as one struck this critical area, the zombie would likely be slain. However, the evolved zombies had undergone various transformations. Some had brains that had shrunk to the size of peanuts or melon seeds. This explained why their previous attempts to perforate the zombies' heads had resulted in failure. They had not struck the vital point. As for the little zombie with special abilities, Wen Qian had yet to unravel its peculiarities. Joyfully, she stored the little zombie's crystal core in her space, contemplating that if Wen Rang and Gu Ran exhibited no adverse reactions upon their return, she might also share some with her parents. The two men, once resigned to their fate, now brimmed with excitement. After evading those mutated zombies for days, they felt invigorated and reckless. They exchanged knowing glances and marched down the hill, firearms in hand. Wen Qian could only watch as they took their vengeance upon the zombies. After venting their frustrations, Wen Rang and Gu Ran returned, elated like two carefree children. Once aboard the helicopter, they set off for home. Gu Ran, having previously trained as a pilot, skillfully maneuvered the aircraft, and soon they returned to the city. Wen Qian had promised to deliver the helicopter to the base, as her home lacked a suitable landing area. Upon arrival, she noted significant changes at the base. Surrounding walls were under construction, barbed wire was being installed above the residential areas, and glass houses were being erected in the open spaces. Wen Qian raised an eyebrow at these preparations. In the coming years, zombies would continue to evolve, and the previous barriers would soon prove inadequate. Erecting walls was a prudent decision. The overhead protective net would effectively deter mutated flying creatures, such as crows and bats, post-apocalypse. With Binhai City's abundance of trees, bats were plentiful. Wen Qian remained uncertain whether the bats of old fed on human blood, having never investigated. However, the future bats and crows would certainly feast on human flesh and blood, and they would relish it. As for the glass houses, was this a precaution against acid rain? Wen Qian disembarked from the plane, her gaze fixed contemplatively on the rows of glass structures. Soon, individuals at the base spotted them and hurried over, initially assuming they were comrades returning from a rescue mission or resource gathering. However, upon seeing 3 unfamiliar faces, along with a fearsome creature of unknown origin, they froze in surprise. "Who are you? How did you come by our base's helicopter?" One of them questioned warily, clad in the same combat attire as Yi Xinghua's group. "We're here to deliver a gift. Inform Yi Xinghua that I've returned the helicopter," Wen Qian replied softly. Just as she was about to continue, she remembered something and turned back to the helicopter, retrieving a large bag filled with zombie heads. These were collected hastily from the woods before her return. "Oh, and this is for Mo Han. Tell him it's from Wen Qian, and I expect a supply in return." She did not concern herself with whether they needed it, as she understood that gifts must be reciprocated. She could not afford to be at a disadvantage. Under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Wen Qian tossed the bag of heads to the ground and turned to leave. However, before she could get far, another group of individuals rushed toward her, surrounding her completely. Wen Qian frowned slightly, recognizing that their attire was not the familiar combat uniform, leading her to surmise their identity. Since the day she had knocked out Ouyang Yong with a combination of blows and intimidation, he had nursed a grudge. Yet, upon returning to the base, he had been denied by Mo Han when he sought to confront Wen Qian on the fishing island, as well as continue his research. Mo Han had merely stated that Ouyang Yong was free to pursue her on his own, but the base would not provide escort anymore. Without Mo Han's protection, Ouyang Yong and his companions stood little chance. Consequently, he had been simmering with frustration, and upon overhearing Yi Xinghua's subordinates discussing Wen Qian's anticipated return to the base, he ordered his men to monitor every helicopter returning. At last, he had caught her. Ouyang Yong's subordinates confirmed her identity upon noticing the mutated beast by her side. Addressing her with a cold tone, "Come with us. Professor Ouyang wishes to see you." Upon hearing their demand, Wen Qian scoffed derisively. "More people want to see me. Who does he think he is?" Since they had already burned their bridges, she had no intention of pretending nothing had happened in future encounters. Moreover, since they sought to seize her belongings, they were enemies. And against enemies, she had never shown a friendly face. Chapter 59. Defiance is acceptable. Submission is all that matters. Upon witnessing Wen Qian's brazen demeanor, Ouyang Yong's entourage was incensed. They could not fathom what audacity this woman possessed to utter such words. In their eyes, refusing to meet Professor Ouyang was tantamount to ignorance. Professor Ouyang, a leading biologist both nationally and globally, had countless individuals vying for his attention. Yet, what had this Wen Qian just declared? Who did she think she was? How dared she speak in such a tone? Among Ouyang Yong's team, some had been brought from his previous location, while others had been assigned to ensure his safety after arriving at the Binhai base. Regardless of their origins, each had voluntarily joined him out of admiration for his academic achievements. Thus, seeing Wen Qian disdain the professor they idolized left them seething. There is no point in reasoning with someone who refused to heed polite invitations. If she refused to leave willingly, they would forcibly escort her away. Without further ado, they advanced and prepared to act. Wen Qian remained steadfast, her gaze icy as she regarded them. Gu Ren stepped forth from behind her, decisively incapacitating the assailants. In the past, he might have required more time to handle such a group, But ever since aligning himself with Wen Qian, he felt transformed, as if she had granted him newfound strength. Confronting these individuals was now as effortless as dealing with unruly children. Little Bai lounged beside Wen Qian, lazily grooming itself while watching the fools collapse one after another. The combat personnel at the base were taken aback by the sight, their vigilance heightened, for the opposing force was undeniably formidable. Moreover, Professor Ouyang was one of their own. It seemed rather inappropriate to stand idly by while strangers subdued their comrades. The commotion attracted attention from afar, and soon, dozens more appeared before Wen Qian. She lowered her eyelids, her mood sour. It was time to stretch her limbs. Just as she prepared to engage, a familiar voice called her name. Wen Qian. The voice emerged from the throng, and as she turned, she spotted Yi Xinghua and several familiar figures. Upon seeing her, Yi Xinghua's face illuminated with a mixture of surprise and joy. Wen Qian had mentioned on the day of their parting that she would return in 6 days. Yi Xinghua had clung to that promise, even as hope waned. Today marked the day of her anticipated return, and since morning, he had arranged for people to keep watch over the helipad. After waiting all day without news, he had almost given up hope until Lin Yin rushed into his office, breathless, reporting that Ouyang's team was heading toward the helipad. Though they were uncertain about the unfolding events, the reactions of Ouyang's group spoke volumes. Yi Xinghua positioned himself and his companions protectively around Wen Qian and Little Bai, eyeing the opposing faction. Among them were a few familiar faces, former members of their base who had been recruited by Ouyang Yong. What is the meaning of this? Yi Xinghua inquired, his tone laced with displeasure. The group, taken aback by his presence, hesitated to adopt a confrontational stance, mindful of Yi Xinghua's close ties to Mohan, the authority at the base. Do not misunderstand. Professor Ouyang merely wishes to speak with this young lady. We will escort her to him, came the courteous reply, accompanied by smiles. What business could Ouyang Yong possibly have with Wen Qian? Yi Xinghua and the others were acutely aware of the situation. 6 days prior, Wen Qian had rendered Ouyang Yong unconscious with a blow to the head. Now, it seemed he intended to confine her with a zombie for experimentation. Yi Xinghua observed the unwavering expression on Wen Qian's face, even amidst the chaos. He suspected that, if left unimpeded, she might very well charge toward Ouyang Yong to deliver another round of punishment. With a sigh, he addressed the opposing group. Unfortunately for you, we also have matters to discuss with her, and we must take her with us. With a subtle glance at Lin Yin, who promptly understood, the group attempted to lead Wen Qian away. Yet, the opposing faction remained steadfast, blocking their path. The atmosphere grew tense, with Wen Qian watching the unfolding drama, surprised that Yi Xinghua had come to her defense. It was a touch of conscience on their part. Clearing her throat, Wen Qian expressed her desire not to waste time. She patted Yi Xinghua's shoulder and stepped forward. Very well, I shall accompany you to see Ouyang Yong. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, eliciting alarm from Yi Xinghua and the others. They feared her true intent was to confront Ouyang Yong with violence. Yi Xinghua quickly intervened, anxious to prevent her from inciting chaos. The commanding officer was absent from the base and would not return until the following day. He feared for Wen Qian's safety should anything go awry. Wen Qian regarded Yi Xinghua's protective stance, puzzled by his concern. However, regardless of his reservations, it was ultimately futile, for Ouyang Yong was already approaching her with a cadre of followers. Wen Qian watched as Ouyang Yong drew near, amusement dancing in her eyes. How delightful! It appears I am quite the celebrity, returning to such a grand reception. Ouyang Yong overheard her remark and snorted dismissively, stating, Mohan is not at the base. Wen Qian replied, and what does his presence or absence signify to me? Ouyang Yong retorted, do you comprehend what this implies? Wen Qian shot back, it implies that you are so intolerable that he would rather vacate his own territory than endure your presence. After a brief silence, Wen Qian sincerely answered the question. Ouyang Yong's expression shifted, conveying that today, no one could shield her. Without him, I hold absolute authority at this base. Oh, how amusing. Wen Qian's sarcasm was palpable. It was as if the lion had vacated its den, leaving the monkeys to rule. A smirk graced her lips as she directed her gaze at Ouyang Yong. With Mo Han absent, oughtn't you to be the one concerned for your own safety? You cannot truly believe that the motley crew you have assembled could pose a threat to me. Her words served as scorn directed at the assembled group, and the expressions of Ouyang Yang's followers darkened. While they may have refrained from striking women in the past, today might be an exception. This sharp-tongued woman was asking for trouble. Wen Qian, observing their defiance, chose not to waste further breath. Defiance is acceptable. Submission is all that matters. Currently, the only person I need to be wary of is absent, yet you dare to act so brazenly? Chapter 60. The shooter is Mo Han at the very moment when Qian made her move, when Rang and Gu Ran also sprang into action simultaneously. Xiaobai, understanding the principle of capturing the king before the pawns, charged directly towards Ouyang Yang. Wen Qian's speed was so astonishing that her adversaries barely had time to react. Before they could even discern her features, they found themselves lying on the ground. Ouyang Yang was taken aback by the sudden assault from the beast and instinctively grabbed the nearest person to use as a shield, aided by those who had instinctively rallied to protect him, rendering him temporarily safe. In a state of panic, Ouyang Yang frantically searched for Wen Qian's figure. He had sensed her prowess back on Yu Island, but could never have anticipated the extent of her capabilities. Clearly, Wen Qian had transcended the standards of ordinary humans. Her strength and speed were monstrous. Even the two men accompanying her surpassed any combatant in the base. From a scientific standpoint, it was inconceivable for a human to possess such strength, leading to only one conclusion: they had mutated. As this realization struck Ouyang Yang, his eyes gleamed with a near-manic greed. Initially, he had only intended to capture that beast for experimentation, but now he yearned to seize these individuals, particularly Wen Qian. He envisioned using her for human trials. Within a mere 2 minutes, all of Ouyang Yang's subordinates had sustained injuries. The group led by Yi Xinghua hesitated at first, uncertain whether to engage, but soon comprehended that the situation was beyond their control. With Wen Qian's momentum capable of sending a person flying several meters with a single kick, not even 100 of them could hope to subdue her, let alone 1,000. The men who fell before her were overwhelmed by shock and humiliation, unable to fathom that they had been bested by a woman. If they were no match for her bare hands, they would resort to weapons. Ouyang Yang's keen eyes caught sight of someone drawing a gun, and he shouted, "Do not fire. I want her alive." Only living subjects hold value for experimentation. Upon hearing his command, most of the individuals relinquished their weapons. However, one person, with a fierce glint in his eyes, remained resolute. Chao Wan, the boyfriend of Zhang Duoduo, who had previously deceived Gu Ran out of a significant sum. He had long perceived Gu Ran as simple-minded and easily manipulated. The communications between Zhang Duoduo and Gu Ran over the past 2 years had occurred with Chao Wen's tacit approval. After all, who would refuse an automatic cash dispenser? Chao Wen had always looked down upon Gu Ran, but now he found himself unable to withstand even a single blow from him. The sensation of being defeated in an instant left him momentarily dazed, only to be replaced by a surge of overwhelming rage. How could he lose to a worthless fool like Gu Ran? It was inconceivable. Chao Wen raised his gun, aiming it at Gu Ran. Even after hearing Ouyang Yang's orders, he did not lower his weapon. He understood that the professor primarily desired the woman and the beast, so even if he killed Gu Ran, it would not pose a significant issue. Moreover, that woman was exceedingly arrogant. If he did not kill her, he could at least shoot to cripple her. After all, as long as they remained alive, it would suffice according to the professor's wishes. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, another shot rang out. Before anyone could identify the source of the gunfire, they witnessed Chao Wen collapsing in a pool of blood, a single bullet to the head, instantly fatal. The expressions of those present, except for Wen Qian and her companions, darkened. It was prohibited to discharge firearms within the base. Who had the audacity to commit murder? Everyone scrambled to locate the assailant, and soon they found their target, only to be dumbfounded. The shooter was none other than Mo Han. Upon seeing Mo Han, Yi Xinghua breathed a sigh of relief, while Ouyang Yang's expression soured. How had he returned so soon? Mo Han approached, gun in hand, seemingly eager for everyone to know he was the shooter. After casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, He raised his weapon and fired again. "What are you doing?" Ouyang Yong exclaimed, shocked and furious. Emohan met his gaze, coolly asking, "What were you doing?" Ouyang Yong was momentarily speechless. He was the one who had committed murder, yet here he was confronted by Emohan's audacity. Non-combat personnel were not permitted to carry firearms within the base. Members of the research team's guard could only bear arms in the presence of contained zombies or during missions. "I thought you were well aware of this rule from the moment you arrived." Emohan's eyes were cold as he regarded Ouyang Yong, his tone equally frigid. He glanced at the armed individuals behind Ouyang Yong and then down at the gun in Xiao Wen's hand. The safety was off. It was unclear who he intended to shoot. As the base's executive officer, I merely acted in self-defense when necessary. "Do you have any objections?" Ouyang Yong. "Self-defense?" He thought. "You were a good 10 meters away. It was clear he wasn't aiming at you." Wen Qian. The reasoning of self-defense sounded strangely familiar to her. "Yi Xinghua, take them to my office," Emohan commanded. Yi Xinghua and the others hurried to Wen Qian's side, pulling her along as if fearing she would resist. Once they had distanced themselves, Yi Xinghua could not help but whisper to Wen Qian, "Do you even know who Ouyang Yong is? How could you dare to strike him? If he dies, they will undoubtedly pursue an investigation. To appease the higher-ups, the base will have no choice but to hand you over." Wen Qian chuckled at this. It was precisely because she was acutely aware that she could not allow him to have his way. "If I truly get captured by him, do you not understand what will follow?" Therefore, despite knowing Ouyang Yong's high status, she was determined to resist with all her might. For if he succeeded in taking her for experiments, it would be a fate worse than death. In the pre-apocalyptic world, under the orderly operation of rules and regulations, her rebellion would have seemed laughable. But now, who had the luxury to care about such matters? Survival was the only priority. Yi Xinghua reassured her. "The commander intends to protect you. He will not allow them to use you for experiments. Do you think I am so foolish as to entrust my life to others?" She retorted. Flattering words were of no use. She would not easily place her faith in anyone. Emohan's protection stemmed from her unique abilities. There were no permanent enemies in this world, but neither were there permanent friends. Just because he shielded her today did not guarantee he would do so forever. After all, he was not her system, constantly considering her interests. Wen Qian rolled her eyes, unwilling to trust the words of these men. Ouyang Yong watched helplessly as Wen Qian walked away, suppressing his anger as he addressed Emohan. "This Wen Qian possesses immense scientific value. You must hand her over to me." Emohan squinted slightly at Ouyang Yong's commanding tone. "And what if I refuse?" Ouyang Yong had not anticipated a rejection. "I told you, she has significant research value. Sacrificing her could potentially save all of humanity. Then let all of humanity perish." Chapter 61. A night at the base. Emohan Yu's startling declaration was resolute. Ouyang Yong sought any hint of jest on his face, but found none after much effort. Emohan Yu surveyed those around him, his subordinates and Ouyang Yong's alike. He was acutely aware that his recent words might chill their spirits, yet they were necessary to utter. "Today, you experiment on Wen Qian. Tomorrow, you may set your sights on anyone within this base, myself included." "Ouyang Yong, I made my stance unequivocally clear before you arrived. Regardless of your accomplishments in your field of research, I will not permit any clinical trials to take place within my base. If you cannot accept this condition, then do not come here." "What did you say back then?" Ouyang Yong fell silent. Emohan Yu continued. "You wholeheartedly agreed, repeatedly assuring me that such occurrences would not transpire, which is why I consented to your arrival. What is this? Now that your safety is assured, you wish to renege? The situation is fundamentally different now. The speed at which Wen Qian is mutating surpasses even that of zombies. We must understand what is happening." Ouyang Yong retorted, his agitation palpable. "There is no difference. If you do not accept my terms, then leave my base." With that, Emohan Yu turned to depart, infuriating Ouyang Yong, who shouted after him, "Emohan Yu, aren't you afraid I will report you to the higher-ups and have your position as base commander revoked?" Montag Han Yu paused, as if he had heard a particularly amusing jest, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He turned back to Ouyang Yong and inquired, "Do you recall why you came to the Binhai base?" Ouyang Yong froze, his complexion paling. As a leading scientist in the country, He had enjoyed top-tier protection even amidst the apocalypse. Yet, with the extreme climate changes and zombie outbreaks, he sought a safe haven to pursue his research. After narrowly escaping death at several bases, he learned that he was to go to Binhai. Before that, he had never held this coastal city in high regard. Its inconvenient transport and dense population rendered it unworthy of rescue efforts. However, the higher-ups assured him that as long as he remained near Mo Hanyu, he would be utterly safe. While some confidential information was unknown to outsiders, Ouyang Yong was acutely aware that Mo Hanyu had undergone a transformation before the apocalypse, making him the first known individual with supernatural abilities. Although Ouyang Yong was unaware of the nature of these powers and had attempted to persuade the higher-ups to permit him to conduct experiments on Mo Hanyu, he was met with resolute refusal. Both the higher-ups and Mo Hanyu shared the same stance. No human experimentation would be tolerated, otherwise protection would cease. Ouyang Yong signed the agreement and was sent to Binhai base, believing that as the situation deteriorated, the higher-ups would eventually relent and allow him to conduct his experiments. However, after hearing Mo Hanyu's words, uncertainty took root in his mind. Outside of Binhai base, he might not only be unable to establish a laboratory, but also risk his very life. Realizing this, Ouyang Yong hurried after Mo Hanyu, desperate not to offend him. But as he reached Mo Hanyu, he saw him already on a satellite phone, contacting the higher-ups to request that they send someone to have Ouyang Yong removed. Mo Hanyu. Ouyang Yong called out loudly, conceding, "I promise I will no longer target that girl. I only need the creature beside her." Mo Hanyu did not pause, clearly and concisely relaying his demands to the person on the other end, insisting that they remove Ouyang Yong within 3 days. Otherwise, he would cast him out of the base. Upon returning to his office, Mo Hanyu found Yi Xinghua waiting outside. He instructed him to keep watch over Ouyang Yong, forbidding any members of the experimental team from leaving their quarters for the next 3 days. Yi Xinghua promptly complied, and, as Mo Hanyu entered the room, his gaze fell upon Wen Qian sitting on the sofa, munching on potato chips while engrossed in a variety show on her phone. He tightened his grip on the doorknob before relaxing again. As he closed the door and met her gaze, she asked, "What brings you here?" Having just finished a bag of chips, she tossed the empty packaging into the trash, wiped her hands and mouth, then turned to Mo Hanyu with curiosity. "I heard you brought me a gift?" "Oh, a bag of zombie heads. That Professor Ouyang needs them for his experiments, I presume. He will be leaving Binhai within 3 days." Mo Hanyu sat down at his desk, sharing information with Wen Qian and the others. "However, those zombie heads will indeed prove useful." Wen Qian perked up. "How so?" "You've been on Yu Island for quite some time. Surely you must have encountered some unique mutated zombies?" "I haven't." Wen Qian lied, her face betraying no hint of embarrassment. While Wen Rang and Gu Ran exchanged guilty glances, unable to meet Mo Hanyu's eyes. Mo Hanyu chuckled softly, continuing, "I just returned from another base. According to the latest intelligence, the cores of zombies can significantly enhance human bodily functions." Feigning ignorance, Wen Qian pressed on, "Oh? How does it enhance?" "The current method involves extracting the harmless components of the core and injecting them into the body." "Are there harmful components in the core?" Wen Qian was taken aback. What would happen if one consumed the core directly? Would there be side effects? Mo Hanyu paused for a few seconds before responding. "Infection is a possibility, but individual body conditions vary, so outcomes differ." Wen Qian inquired again, "If infected, how long until symptoms manifest?" "According to current intelligence, within 24 hours. I find this base quite agreeable. Would you mind if the 3 of us stayed for a day?" Wen Qian's previous disdain for the base vanished, replaced by a smile. "Just for one night," Mo Hanyu replied. "They are still within the danger period and cannot return home." Mo Hanyu raised an eyebrow. "We don't have air conditioning." "Not necessary. Just provide a bed. If there is no bed, we can sleep on the floor outside your door. Let us experience life at the base, shall we, Commander?" With a request to fulfill, Wen Qian's demeanor softened. Fearing Mo Hanyu would decline, she was pleasantly surprised when he immediately nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us have that experience." Mo Hanyu's swift acquiescence earned him an internal commendation from Wen Qian. This comparison to Ouyang Yong is striking. He is far more agreeable. Such a good person. Mo Hanyu instructed his people to escort them to the accommodations. As before, Wen Qian was placed in a single room, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran shared a double dormitory. Upon arriving, once Mo Hanyu's team departed, Wen Qian immediately warned Wen Rang and Gu Ran, "Be cautious tonight. Don't sleep too soundly, in case that Mo fellow collaborates with Ouyang Yong to capture us. It's wise to remain vigilant. We are on their turf." Chapter 62. Crystal Core Processor. When Rang and Gu Ran nodded in agreement, the overly amicable demeanor of Mo Han towards them raised suspicions. Wen Qian remarked, moreover, "Observe each other closely. Should anything seem amiss, come find me immediately." Mo Han's words instilled a sense of unease in Wen Qian. After leaving the rooms of Wen Rang and Gu Ran, she stood at the doorway, surveying her surroundings. The entire base comprised merely 2 single dormitories, one occupied by her, and the other adjacent to Mo Han's. The accommodation area of the base was divided into several sections, with single and double dormitories clustered together, primarily housing high-ranking officials and influential individuals. Solar lamps were placed every 20 meters outside, contributing to a tranquil environment. The 4-person and 8-person dormitories housed staff members from teams like Ouyang Yong's, along with researchers and medical personnel. The remaining spaces were filled with 16-person and 30-person dormitories for ordinary citizens rescued from various regions. The dormitories for combat personnel were segregated into a distinct area, accommodating 30 individuals in each large room. All individuals entering the accommodation zone were required to undergo thorough testing by specialized machines to ascertain whether they had mutated. Only those with a green indicator light were permitted entry. Such detection machines were installed at the main entrance of the base and throughout various other areas. Centrally located within the accommodation zone was the base's cafeteria, where all personnel received identical meal allowances, albeit with staggered dining times, each limited to half an hour. Adjacent to the accommodation area were the glass houses that Wen Qian had observed earlier, presumably intended for the cultivation of fruits and vegetables. Further along lay the administrative sector, housing the offices of management personnel, Ouyang Yong's laboratory, and the workspaces of other researchers, medical personnel, and surgical rooms. Wen Qian had never ventured into the air raid shelter, but she had overheard conversations among Yi Xinghua and others, suggesting that it contained essential survival supplies for the entire base. Every resident was required to work, alternating between day and night shifts. At present, it was 7 in the evening, and a considerable number of personnel were still engaged in constructing the base's perimeter walls and installing the glass houses, while others were drilling wells. The base was bustling with activity, with combat personnel maintaining order to prevent any potential unrest. It was said that residing in this location required no payment of rent, and as long as one complied with the base's arrangements, they could enjoy complimentary amenities. Wen Qian estimated that the base currently accommodated approximately 200,000 to 300,000 individuals. Sustaining such a large population would undoubtedly place significant strain on Mo Han's resources. No wonder he was so courteous. He must have recognized her spatial abilities and potential. Wen Qian chuckled to herself and decided to return to her room for rest, spotting Mo Han and Yi Xinghua approaching from a distance. She nonchalantly waved as a greeting before entering her quarters. Yi Xinghua, seeing her, couldn't help but inquire of Mo Han, "Commander, do you not intend to recruit Wen Qian into the base? Do you believe this base can retain her?" Mo Han responded with a question of his own, leaving Yi Xinghua momentarily speechless. "From any perspective, our base is the safest place in the entire Bin City. If she wishes to ensure her family's safety, she ought to choose to come here." Mo Han smiled, not entirely convinced. Wen Qian is unlikely to remain in someone else's base. She possesses the ability to fend for herself. If you wish to collaborate with her in the future, remember never to suggest that she stay in the base. Otherwise, she will undoubtedly distance herself as far as possible. Yi Xinghua pondered Mo Han's words and found them to be valid. A person like Wen Qian would never willingly serve under another. There's a saying among the youth, working for someone else is out of the question. Yi Xinghua believed that Wen Qian was precisely the type of person who could never be content in a subordinate role. After Mo Han had briefed Yi Xinghua on various matters, he returned to his room to rest. Next door, Wen Qian anxious about the possibility of infection, decided to enter her space with Xiaobai. These past few days had been consumed with exterminating zombies, and she had only managed to spare a moment to visit her space for a bath in the hot springs and attend to the chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and other livestock her father had raised. Now that she finally had a moment to herself, Wen Qian first strolled through her farm and was astonished to find that the rice and corn she had previously planted had matured. Her fruit orchard was also laden with ripe produce. Wen Qian was filled with both surprise and joy as she continued to explore her small factories. The grain processing plant, canned goods factory, and clothing factory had exhausted their raw materials and were temporarily non-operational. However, the steel mill was still functioning, and her cloud storage system had accumulated a considerable amount of goods. Recalling the 100,000 mall coins the system had awarded her, she opened the mall system and discovered an array of new products. The mall now featured a variety of cold and hot weapons. As she scrolled through the offerings, her gaze landed on a particular item, the crystal core processor. Wen Qian had previously worried about how to handle the crystal cores from mutated zombies in the future. Although her physical strength was formidable and she possessed regenerative abilities, she could not risk her family's safety. But now, she felt reassured. Elated, she intended to purchase this invaluable treasure. However, her smile faltered as she clicked the purchase option. The price was 1 million mall coins. 1 million. Taking a deep breath, Wen Qian cursed the system for being a shameless profiteer. It was nothing short of extortion. She glanced at her mall balance, a mere 10,200. During her time on Fishing Island, she had exchanged all her remaining mall coins for bullets. Now, aside from the system's reward, she was left with a paltry 200 coins. How was she to sustain herself? Frustrated, Wen Qian reopened her cloud storage system. Initially, she had intended to trade the steel in her inventory with Mo Han, but now she resolved to sell it all to the system. The system offered 5,000 mall coins per ton of steel, and she sold all her steel, amassing 400,000 coins. She then sold rice from her factory at 10 mall coins per pound, netting 300,000. Next, she sold canned goods, with meat cans priced at 20 mall coins each and fruit cans at 10. After clearing her inventory, she accumulated an additional 200,000 coins. Having liquidated all her assets, Wen Qian had finally gathered 1 million coins. Without hesitation, she turned to purchase the priceless treasure. Looking at her remaining balance of 200 coins, she pouted before rushing back to her villa to begin studying the processor. After reviewing the product manual, she found the operation remarkably straightforward. All that was required was to place the crystal core into the container and press the switch to initiate processing. The processing time varied depending on the core's grade, ranging from 5 levels to special grade. The lowest grade, level 5, required only 1 minute, while level 4 took 10 minutes, level 3 required 20 minutes, level 2 30 minutes, and level 1 40 minutes. The special grade crystal core necessitated a processing time of 1 hour. Chapter 63. Extending life. Wen Qian plugged in the power and tossed the crystal core, which she had taken a bite of, into a container. Her brother and Gu Ran had also each taken a piece. After that, she stepped out to do her chores. She first harvested the vegetables from the garden and neatly packed them into a storage box before placing them back on the shelf. Once that was done, she collected the chicken, duck, and goose eggs. Approaching the rabbit hutch, she was delighted to discover several newborn bunnies inside. Her eyes sparkled as she spotted a nest of spicy rabbit heads. Wen Qian gleefully leaned against the fence, observing the delectable little creatures for a while, before moving on to clean the sheep pen, pigsty, cow shed, and donkey stall. After finishing these tasks, an hour had slipped by. She hurried back inside, where the machine on the table indicated that processing was complete. In the small box beneath the container, there were now 10 vials resembling vaccines. Wen Qian quickly retrieved them and continued to check the display on the processor. It successfully synthesized a premium crystal core potion, which could grant the user a lock-on skill, significantly enhance physical attributes, and extend life by 5 years. Details of the lock-on skill. It allows for precise targeting of a zombie's vital points, incapacitating the zombie upon impact without damaging the crystal core itself. Storage conditions for the potion. Store at room temperature and shield from light. Wen Qian paused upon seeing several key phrases. Extend life? This seemed eerily reminiscent of what her brother had mentioned, almost tinged with a hint of dubiousness. She had initially thought that the crystal core would simply explode a zombie's head. It turned out that the effects varied between individuals when using the same crystal core. For instance, she inherited the regeneration ability from the little zombie, while others only received the lock-on skill. Wen Qian took the vials back to her room and placed them in a small box. She then tore off a sticky note, labeling the potion's grade and effects, and affixed it to the box. She planned to give each of her parents a vial when she returned home tomorrow, while deciding to wait until Gu Wanwan was a bit older before giving her one. Concerned about Wen Rang and his situation, she decided to bring Xiao Bai out of the space. Standing in the room, she surveyed her dormitory environment. It was surprisingly decent. Although the room was not large, only about 40 square meters, it was a 2-story loft. In addition to the bedroom upstairs, there was also a study. The first floor housed a living and dining area, a small kitchen, and a walk-in closet. Thus, strictly speaking, the space was suitable for more than one person. As Wen Qian took a turn about the room, she couldn't help but reflect on the importance of striving for a better position in life. Otherwise, one would remain oblivious to how much life could improve with status. Just look at those 30-person dormitories compared to this place. How stark the contrast was. Xiao Bai lay dozing at the entrance of the living room. Wen Qian ascended the stairs and lay down on the bed. Before long, her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted off to sleep. Next door, Wen Rang and Gu Ran's room resembled a typical university dormitory, with bunk beds. Inside were 2 wardrobes and a bathroom, equipped with a solar water heater, quite a luxury under the current circumstances. Yet, despite such favorable living conditions, the 2 men sat on the bed, staring at each other in silence. They were exhausted but dared not sleep, fearing they might wake to find one another reduced to mere remnants of flesh and bone. Initially, they attempted to engage in conversation, but 2 grown men found little to discuss, and soon silence enveloped the room. When Rang, overwhelmed by fatigue, finally decided to get up. "I'll step outside for a bit. You rest. I'll call you when I return." They took turns in this manner, barely managing to survive the night. Meanwhile, Wen Qian slept soundly until dawn, only to be awakened by a gentle paw from Xiao Bai. Occasionally, when feeling affectionate, Xiao Bai would sleep beside Wen Qian, sometimes even resting on her. What had once been a mere few pounds now weighed 50, and when it lay on her, it felt as if the life was being pressed out of her. Unaware of its size change, Xiao Bai simply felt uncomfortable and nudged Wen Qian awake with a paw, hoping she would change positions. Wen Qian opened her eyes to find a large cat face before her. After blinking a few times, she realized she was not dreaming. With a swift motion, she pushed Xiao Bai away and took a moment to compose herself before slowly getting up. Noticing the time, she saw it was already past 7 in the morning. Wen Qian hurried into the space for a quick wash before stepping out to find her brother and Gu Ran. The 2 men appeared slightly tired but otherwise unbothered. Relieved, Wen Qian noted that it was still not yet 24 hours since they had consumed the crystal core, so they could only pass the time at the base. To avoid drawing attention due to Xiao Bai, she returned it to the space. The trio wandered aimlessly until they found themselves in the office area, where they encountered Yi Xinghua and others, just finishing their morning meeting and preparing to eat. To her surprise, Wen Qian spotted Mo Han among the crowd. It was unexpected for a base executive to dine with everyone. Yi Xinghua's subordinates noticed Wen Qian and rushed over excitedly. "Goddess, did you settle in well last night?" Ji Fan, Wen Ranks Jr., had suffered considerable injuries on Fish Island, but he seemed to have recovered. Before Wen Qian could respond, Lin Yan leaned in, lowering his voice. "Goddess, don't worry. Our boss has already ordered Ouyang to be sent away. He'll be gone within 3 days." Yi Xinghua's crew had little regard for Ouyang Yong, primarily because he had caused the deaths of many of their comrades and treated them with disdain, often planning to lock them up with zombies for experiments. However, he was a renowned professor, and despite their disdain, they were obligated to protect him in critical moments. They were thrilled to hear that Wen Qian had resolved the situation, and they had stayed awake until the early hours, excited by the news that Mo Han had contacted someone to take Ouyang away. Wen Qian glanced at Mo Han, still incredulous that he had truly arranged for Ouyang Yong to leave. Yi Xinghua approached, handing them 3 meal cards. "What a coincidence. I was just about to look for you." Here, let's go eat together. Wen Qian initially considered declining, but then recalled that she had mentioned to Mo Han wanting to experience life at the base. Realizing the importance of playing the role to the fullest, she nodded in agreement. Chapter 64. Seeking Death, is it? Allow me to fulfill your wish. With Mo Han's presence, their group of over a dozen individuals became the center of attention wherever they went. Wen Qian kept her distance, fearing that someone within the base might take a disliking to Mo Han and inadvertently involve her in trouble. Upon entering the cafeteria, Wen Qian immediately felt countless gazes piercing through her. She hesitated, only to hear Mo Han's voice behind her asking, "What are you dawdling for?" At this hour, the cafeteria was bustling with combat personnel from the base, who were taken aback by Mo Han's unexpected arrival, as he usually dined alone in his office. Instantly, everyone straightened their backs, rising to greet their superior, their curiosity piqued by the girl accompanying him. It had been a long time since they had encountered such a pristine and beautiful girl. She seemed untouched by the apocalypse, with fair, dewy skin, a tall stature, and alluring curves, despite the sweltering heat reaching 50 degrees Celsius, causing everyone to sweat profusely. She appeared immaculate, devoid of even a bead of sweat, radiating an aura of delicate femininity. For a fleeting moment, they felt as though the air in the cafeteria had been purified. Wen Qian, being scrutinized by thousands, began to comprehend the sensation of being a celebrity. As they moved deeper into the cafeteria to collect their meals, she soon spotted familiar faces, Zhang Ziyang and his family, working at 3 adjacent serving windows. Zhang Ziyang had not anticipated encountering Wen Qian here. The last time they met was at the base entrance, during an incident that had frightened him so much he had nightmares that night. Wen Qian observed the trio with interest. Once, Zhang Yang and Su Yin had flaunted their status as doctors, looking down upon others in their community. Now, the doctors had transformed into cafeteria ladies, and their encounter felt like a twist of fate. However, considering the current circumstances, securing a position in the cafeteria was commendable. Most people toiled under the harsh sun, while cafeteria workers enjoyed protection from the elements and even had the chance to sneak a bite, avoiding hunger. Wen Qian handed her meal card to Su Yin, who scanned it in disbelief. Within the base, everyone possessed a pass containing personal information, such as name, age, member ID, and residential area. Su Yin, knowing Wen Qian had some skills to qualify as a combatant, was not entirely surprised. Yet, her card displayed only an address, lacking any other information, indicating that she was not a base member, but a guest. What was more shocking was that she resided in a single dormitory. Su Yin stared at the screen showing A0002, taken aback. Area A only contained single and double dormitories, housing the base's core figures. The smaller the address number, the higher the status, with numbers 1 and 2 representing the rarest high-ranking individuals. Su Yan's family had been arranged to work in the cafeteria through connections, and this was the first time they had seen someone from the first or second tier. Wen Qian, Su Yin was momentarily stunned, unable to respond. Wen Qian, growing impatient, asked, "Are you done staring? Give me my food." Returning to reality, Su Yin shot Wen Qian a fierce glare but dared not speak, quickly lowering her head to work. Zhang Yang and his son shared the same reaction, startled by the information on her card. The day's main dish in the cafeteria was brown rice, accompanied by stir-fried cabbage and spicy potato shreds. Wen Qian considered the base's population and deemed the meal quite satisfactory. If the cafeteria could maintain such standards a month later, it would be a testament to Mo Han's capabilities. Wen Qian quickly sought a seat, wishing to avoid sitting with Mo Han. Yet, her intentions were thwarted as Yi Xinghua and his group had already clustered around a large table, casting pitying glances her way. Grinding her teeth, she turned her gaze to Mo Han, who had an entire table to himself, devoid of any company. Determined to find another empty seat, Wen Qian made several attempts, but ultimately resigned herself to approaching Mo Han. The unfortunate duo, Wen Rang and Gu Ran, followed suit. Once seated, Wen Qian inquired of Mo Han, "How many crystal cores have you gathered now?" Regret washed over her. Had she known the utility of crystal cores, she would have collected more during the past month. Until yesterday, it had been confirmed that crystal cores held no value prior to that point. Wen Qian sighed in relief as they exchanged casual conversation, swiftly finishing their meal. She bid Mo Han a quick goodbye, turning on her heel to leave. Zhang Ziang, from a distance, observed her retreating figure, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He had realized the widening chasm between himself and Wen Qian. Future encounters would likely become increasingly difficult. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity. Women, he mused, would comply once they were won over. Although he would not normally stand a chance against Wen Qian, he was determined to employ alternative methods. All cafeteria staff underwent security checks before entering, prohibiting the carrying of any outside items for safety reasons. However, Zhang Ziang had recently discovered an unusual ability granting him a small space, only 1 square meter, capable of concealing various items. He suspected that Wen Qian might possess a similar space. Otherwise, how could she thrive in the apocalypse? Zhang Ziang had kept this revelation to himself, sharing it with no one, not even his parents. Within his space lay a vial of medicine he had prepared long ago specifically for Wen Qian. A sinister smile crept across Zhang Ziang's face as he continued his work until noon, when he spotted Wen Qian once more. Despite the cafeteria's lackluster offerings, the prospect of inexpensive food was too enticing to ignore, prompting Wen Qian to plan her lunch before heading home. This time, she lingered outside for a while, ensuring that Mo Han was absent before entering. When Rang had been summoned by his junior for technical assistance, while Gu Ran was mysteriously beckoned by Yi Xinghua. Thus, Wen Qian found herself alone for lunch. Zhang Ziang, thrilled to see her alone, swiftly retrieved the vial from his space. Under the counter, he poured half of it into an empty bowl, filling the remainder with soup. Wen Qian settled at a table, taking a sip of egg soup when suddenly a system alert blared. The host is consuming harmful substances. Please cease immediately and monitor your condition. Wen Qian glanced at her spoon and chuckled. So you seek death, do you? Allow me to accommodate you. Chapter 65. Assimilation of Zhang Ziang's space previously. Wen Qian had consumed zombie crystal cores without eliciting a warning from the system. Now, she had merely taken a sip of soup. Casting aside her spoon, she raised her gaze to Zhang Ziang, only to meet his furtive glance. Zhang Ziang had been elated to see Wen Qian drink the soup, but his joy dissipated when he realized she was looking at him. A heavy dread settled in his heart, especially as Wen Qian rose to her feet, sending chills down his spine. What was happening? Had she discovered something? This was impossible. The drug was colorless and tasteless. How could she have sensed it? Wen Qian approached Zhang Ziang directly and coldly commanded, "Come out." Zhang Ziang was drenched in cold sweat, grateful for the glass window in front of him and the queue of people outside. "Qian, I'm at work. I don't have time for you." He forced a smile, adopting a tone meant to convey intimacy. "Let us talk when I'm done, all right? All right? Don't flatter yourself." Wen Qian's temper flared. If he walked out of the cafeteria alive today, she would take his surname. Surveying her surroundings, Wen Qian spotted the entrance and strode toward it with determination. Zhang Ziang was startled by her movement, causing him to drop the serving spoon into the basin, fearfully glancing at the entrance. That door was fortified and currently locked. She shouldn't be able to open it just as this thought crossed his mind, when Qian kicked the door open with force. She advanced towards Zhang Ziang with an aura that was as formidable as a deity brandishing a sword against gods and Buddhas alike. Coincidentally, the lunchtime crowd consisted of the same people from the morning. Initially, they were curious about how this girl managed to dine with an officer, but their curiosity turned to shock as they witnessed her kick open the heavy door. The loud crash startled the kitchen staff, who rushed out to see what transpired. Wen Qian scanned the crowd and recognized a familiar face among them, her neighbor. She gestured for that person to assist Zhang Ziang in serving. This neighbor had previously accompanied Wen Qian and her brother to the supermarket for supplies, leaving a positive impression of her. Aware of her grievances with the Zhang family and her notorious temper, the neighbor complied without hesitation, promptly rushing to Zhang Ziang's side to usher him away. Zhang Ziang's parents were displeased by the scene. Zhang Yang exclaimed, "Wen Qian, what are you doing? This is not a place for your antics." Suyan added, "You little brat, why are you making trouble? Someone help." There's a madwoman here. Get her out. Zhang Zhang retreated until he found himself cornered against the wall. Trembling with fear, seeing their son in such a state, his parents surmised he must have done something wrong and attempted to prevent Wen Qian from advancing. Wen Qian reached into her pocket, retrieving a rope from her space, and swiftly bound the two of them. Grabbing 2 rags from the countertop, she stuffed them into their mouths to stifle their cries. Dragging them outside, she called for others to take over their positions and continue working. Her movements were rapid and professional, leaving the onlooking combat personnel momentarily stunned. They contemplated intervening, but, upon remembering her identity, decided to remain silent and watch the unfolding drama. With no one left to shield Zhang Ziang, Wen Qian approached him without obstruction. His legs weakened, and he leaned against the wall, nearly collapsing. "What do you want?" He stammered, his voice laced with desperation. "What did you put in my soup? I don't know what you're talking about." Zhang Ziang's voice trembled, avoiding her gaze. "Don't know? Let me help you think," Wen Qian retorted, drawing a dagger from her side. The blade glimmered ominously as it pierced Zhang Ziang's shoulder, the excruciating pain causing him to cry out, "Ah!" He struggled helplessly against her, but all his efforts were in vain. Wen Qian observed his agony with an impassive expression, withdrawing the dagger only to plunge it back in, then pulling it out again, pointing the tip menacingly at his cheek. A winding trail of blood formed from beneath his eye to the corner of his mouth, and he wailed, gazing around at the onlookers in despair. "Help me." Wen Qian chuckled softly. "Help you? What are you even worth?" She delivered a swift kick to his knee, causing him to kneel before her. Grasping his hair, she forced him to meet her gaze. "I should have killed you long before you arrived at the base. Do you know why I've kept you alive until now? Because in the apocalypse, living is far more challenging than dying." Initially, Wen Qian had thought it would be merciful to end his life swiftly, but now regret seeped in. Such a person was a waste of air. As she watched Zhang Ziang weep, snot and tears streaming down his face as he sought any opportunity to escape her grasp, she decided to sever the tendons in his hands and feet, dragging him forcefully from the serving area. The path was stained with blood, and Zhang Ziang, racked with pain, pleaded weakly, "I'm sorry, I won't bother you again. Please let me go." Wen Qian dismissed his pleas, and he continued to lament. "You're only treating me this way because I'm someone you like and you're afraid to act against me. Why don't you take your anger out on other men?" Upon hearing this, Wen Qian spun around and hurled him aside. Zhang Zing's body crashed against the wall, several bones fracturing upon impact. She regarded him with disgust, warning, "If you utter another word about liking me, I'll cut out your tongue." Love is meant to be a beautiful sentiment, yet he had sullied it beyond recognition. Wen Qian crouched down to rummage through Zhang Ziang's pockets, but found nothing of interest. Just as she began to doubt, suspecting he had hidden the drug in the kitchen, she suddenly heard the system notification chime. Detected a spatial ability of the same attribute near the host. Please exercise caution. Wen Qian paused briefly, but when she looked back at Zhang Ziang, a smile crept across her face. Heaven truly has no eyes. Even a dog like you can awaken abilities. Without hesitation, she struck with her dagger, plunging it into Zhang Ziang's neck. Blood gushed forth, and as she turned her head to avoid the spray, droplets still splattered onto her. Zhang Ziang's eyes widened in despair and fury. Why is this happening? Am I going to die? Killed by this wretched woman? No, it shouldn't be like this. I've just awakened my powers. My good days are only beginning. I haven't even claimed this woman yet. The light faded from Zhang Ziang's eyes, and ultimately, he collapsed to the ground. In that instant, as his breath ceased, the contents hidden within his space erupted forth. Simultaneously, Wen Qian received another system notification, assimilation of the same attribute ability successful. Space increased by 1,000 square meters, skill upgraded. All members within the system may freely store supplies in the space, but only the host is qualified to withdraw them. Additionally, awarded 1,000 prosperity points for the space. Chapter 66. Had she seen him before? Wen Qian had not anticipated that killing that despicable man would yield unexpected benefits. All members within the system could store supplies in their space, which was splendid news for Wen Qian, who urgently needed to collect crystal cores. A hint of a smile graced her lips as she sought the items that had erupted from Zhang Ziang's space. Just as she was about to gather them, she heard a chorus of "Hello, officer from behind. Mo Han had arrived. Wen Qian furrowed her brow. In this situation, she was rather reluctant to see him. The footsteps behind her came to a halt, and with a sigh, she rose to her feet. Turning to face the light, she beheld Mo Han standing at the forefront of the crowd, a frostiness enveloping him. Anger flickered in his eyes, mingled with emotions that Wen Qian could not decipher. A sudden wave of inexplicable familiarity washed over her. Had she perhaps encountered him somewhere before? Her mind momentarily blank, she struggled to recollect, yet no answer surfaced. Mo Han's gaze remained fixed on her face, where a drop of blood had splattered, resembling a tear of anguish, strikingly vivid against her skin. Before her brain could catch up, her body instinctively reacted. Mo Han reached out, brushing away the crimson mark. The warmth of his fingertip jolted Wen Qian back to reality. Just as she heard Yi Xinghua's voice. "What is this?" Yi Xinghua bent down to pick up a white vial from the ground. After glancing at the label, his expression darkened. In the cafeteria, the only sounds were the muffled sobs of the Zhang couple. Their mouths were gagged by Wen Qian's cloth, rendering them incapable of uttering coherent words. Yet upon seeing Mo Han, they strained to shout, desperate to seek justice for their deceased son. Others, having witnessed Wen Qian slay Zhang Zhang, exchanged glances, unsure of the depths of animosity between the two or how to address the situation. Fortunately, the executor's appearance alleviated the tension, prompting everyone to lean forward in anticipation of a resolution. Mo Han accepted the vial from Yi Xinghua, swiftly reviewing the information on the label. It contained a potent sedative. Per the instructions, a single drop could render a person unconscious for an hour, and half the vial had already been consumed. Mo Han tossed the vial back to Yi Xinghua and turned to Wen Qian. "Are you feeling unwell?" "It's manageable," she replied. Though her head was slightly dizzy, she could endure it. She found the drug rather formidable. Given her physical resilience, she wondered how an ordinary person would fare. Wen Qian braced herself for Mo Han's reprimand, as this was indeed a base with its own regulations. Yet, he merely instructed Yi Xinghua to escort her back to rest. Mo Han glanced toward Zhang Yang and his wife, who were casting him pleading looks from a distance. Their eyes met his, akin to finding a savior. "I shall handle these two," he stated, his gaze withdrawing from them as he returned his attention to Wen Qian. Bringing external items into the cafeteria gives us ample reason to suspect their intentions. They require rigorous interrogation to uncover the puppet master behind this. What puppet master could they possibly have? They were simply malicious. Wen Qian understood this clearly, but chose to remain silent as she followed Yi Xinghua. However, as she brushed past Mo Han, she felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. Pausing, she looked at the man beside her in surprise. He lowered his head slightly and whispered in a voice audible only to her, "If you feel truly unwell, enter the space. It will be more bearable." Wen Qian bit her lip, responding with a quick before hastily departing. As she reached the entrance, she overheard Mo Han dispatching someone to investigate who had arranged for the Zhang family to enter the cafeteria. Yi Xinghua escorted Wen Qian back to the dormitory area, remaining silent while occasionally glancing at her to gauge her condition. Having known Wen Qian for some time, Yi Xinghua had a good grasp of her character. This young woman was decisive in her affections and aversions, unflinching in her resolve. Although she could kill without a second thought, she would not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Today's incident was indeed a failure of the base's preventive measures, and they were fortunate that the officer had suddenly felt hungry and decided to eat. Otherwise, the aftermath could have been far more dire. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Wen Qian felt her eyelids grow heavy, a yearning for sleep overtaking her. She turned to Yi Xinghua. "If my brother and Gu Ran inquire about me, tell them I stepped out of the base. Do not disclose what transpired." Yi Xinghua hesitated. "So many people witnessed it. Even if I remain silent, it may not stay hidden. I'll recover in an hour or two. I merely wish to spare them worry." With that, Wen Qian pushed the door open and ascended to the second floor, promptly entering her space. She drank 2 large bottles of well water before retreating to her bed. When she awoke again, 2 hours had passed. Opening her eyes, she felt significantly better. To be cautious, she indulged in a hot spring before changing her clothes and exiting the space. The room was eerily quiet, devoid of Wen Rang and Gu Rant's presence. As she stepped outside, she was taken aback to find Lin Yin stationed at her door. "Goddess, you're awake. Are you all right?" Lin Yin asked anxiously, already aware of the incident in the cafeteria. Upon hearing that Wen Qian was fine, he hastened to report the developments. "Rest assured, those two have been detained. We've also discovered who arranged for them to enter the cafeteria. You know that person. It's Zhang Duo, the one you were looking for previously." Wen Qian raised an eyebrow. "They share the same surname. Are they related?" "Indeed. No wonder they were so despicable." Wen Qian scoffed with a smile. "Where are my brother and Gu Ran?" "In the armory." The officer admitted that today's incident was our fault to compensate you. He has allowed you to choose whatever you wish. However, it cannot be too excessive. Wen Qian fell silent for a moment. "Very well, considering your sincerity. I want to empty the armory. I need to speak with Mo Han about something. You go find them and have them wait for me at the base entrance. I'll join them once I finish my discussion." Having said this, Wen Qian strode directly toward Mo Han's office. At Mo Han's doorway, there was a guard. Yet upon seeing her, he did not impede her entry. Wen Qian knocked on the door, and upon hearing Mo Han's voice from within, she pushed it open. Mo Han scrutinized her from head to toe, refraining from inquiring about her condition, instead stating directly, "You arrived at the perfect moment. Come and take a look." Wen Qian approached the desk, where a map of Bin City lay spread out. Mo Han casually pointed to two locations, asking her, "Would you be interested in collaborating once more?" "What sort of collaboration?" "This is a large automobile modification company, and this is a major pharmaceutical enterprise. How shall we allocate the collected supplies?" After she posed her question, Mo Han suddenly chuckled. Leaning back in his chair, he regarded her with a glint of amusement. "Isn't that for you to decide?" Chapter 67. They resemble bandits aside from him. No one was aware of her spatial abilities. If she wished, she could easily deplete all the resources beforehand and then inform them that everything had already been claimed by someone else. The exact quantity of resources there remained a mystery to all. In other words, the amount of resources was solely dictated by Wen Qian's assertion. Observing Mo Han's serious demeanor, she listened as he said, "Choose what you like. The remaining will be split evenly." Is that sufficient sincerity? What is the time for action? The base would set out at 5 in the morning. Wen Qian cast her eyes down in contemplation. She had indeed not prepared a vehicle. However, with a gas station located within her space, energy was not a concern. The 3 cars at home might very well become unusable at any moment. As for medical supplies and equipment, one could never have too much of those. She raised her gaze to meet Mo Han's eyes. "I will rendezvous with you at the car modification company." "That works. All right, I shall take my leave now. This is yours." Wen Qian tossed the dormitory key card onto the table and casually pocketed his map, eager to return home. She was already over a day late. Her parents must be extremely worried. Mo Han glanced at the key card and replied, "Be careful on your way." He then resumed his work without uttering anything further. After Wen Qian departed, she headed straight for the base's entrance, where she spotted her brother and Gu Ran, adorned with several submachine guns slung around their necks and a multitude more at their waists. Yi Xinghua stood nearby, his expression a mixture of concern and helplessness, as if he wished to say something yet held back, which made Wen Qian chuckle. Upon seeing Wen Qian, both her brother and Gu Ran beamed with pride as they flaunted their arms. "Look, Captain Yi is in a good mood today. He has given these away for free." Yi Xinghua replied, "Do I truly appear to be in a good mood?" Gu Ran added, "I initially wanted to take more, but this is plenty." Yi Xinghua retorted, "Should I thank you for your mercy?" Behind the two, their bags were stuffed to the brim with bullets, numbering over 10,000. Yi Xinghua had just witnessed them stuffing bullets into their bags like bandits. Even after filling 2 large bags, they were still unsatisfied and turned to ask if he had any spare luggage bags to lend them. Yi Xinghua, terrified, quickly shook his head, dragging the insatiable duo out of the armory. Wen Qian noticed Yi Xinghua's gaze fixated on her brother and Gu Ran's weapons. He was genuinely pained. Yet there was no rationale in requesting the items back once given. Thus, he could only endure his sorrow in silence, fearing he might break down in tears. Wen Qian promptly changed the subject. "Thank you for the gifts, Captain Yi. I just met with Mo Han, and he mentioned the plan for tomorrow's resource collection, which you will be leading, correct?" Yi Xinghua paused momentarily. Yes, that is correct. Very well. I shall wait for you at the car factory tomorrow. As Wen Qian prepared to leave, Yi Xinghua inquired, Where's Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai is sleeping soundly in my space. It has transformed into a butterfly and flown away. Wen Qian replied mischievously, Are you unaware of how powerful my pet's mutation is? Regardless of its location, it can return home in an instant if it wishes. Yi Xinghua was left dumbfounded. Should he believe such a tale? He wore a perplexed expression as Wen Qian stifled a laugh and bid him farewell, then departed with her brother and Gu Ran. Once outside the confines of the base, Wen Qian handed the gun to her brother, casually tossing it into her space. Gu Ran gasped as he witnessed the weapon vanish into thin air. Where did the gun go? It entered my space. At this point, Wen Qian saw no need to conceal the truth from him. With the system's mental control in place, he would never betray her nor disclose her spatial abilities to outsiders. Later, when we get home, I will take you into the space to show you our belongings. Gu Ran remained bewildered. What space? Where is it? Wen Qian replied, By the way, now we can all place items into the space. Give it a try. Just think about tossing the item inside. Following her instructions, Gu Ran attempted it, and, to his astonishment, the gun in his hand instantly disappeared. He was stunned. He placed the remaining guns and bullets into the space. Gradually grasping why they had continuously thrived post-apocalypse, it was due to this space. Yet, while this space was advantageous, it also posed significant danger. If outsiders discovered it, it could lead to deadly consequences. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Gu Ran fell silent. He resolved to strengthen himself promptly, so he could be of assistance when the time came. Wen Qian, unaware of his thoughts, shared the action plan for the next day with both of them, then turned to her brother. Brother, I killed Zhang Ziang today. Wen Rang was not surprised by this revelation, but Gu Ran reacted to the mention of Zhang. He turned to Wen Qian and said, I have something to tell you. Yi Xinghua had summoned Gu Ran earlier to share some news. He informed him that Zhang Duoduo's boyfriend had died, the one shot by M. Mohan yesterday on the tarmac. After learning this, Zhang Duoduo had cried and screamed throughout the night, disturbing everyone in the dormitory to the point of sleeplessness, ultimately leading to a physical altercation. It had been over a month since the apocalypse began. Who among them had not lost several family members? While they sympathized with Zhang Duoduo, they were not so soft-hearted as to let her weep all night, especially with the need to rise early for work the following day. Zhang Duoduo had not anticipated her only support would vanish so suddenly. Chowan had only recently joined Professor Ouyang's team, and she had hoped to ride his coattails to success. But now, he was gone, leaving her to fend for herself at the base. Upon hearing reports from his subordinates regarding Zhang Duoduo's dormitory situation, Yi Xinghua grew concerned she might approach Gu Ran again. Thus, he preemptively warned Gu Ran, subtly advising him that she was not worthy of his affection and urging him not to trust her again. Gu Ran would certainly not fall for her again. Even hearing her name now made him feel nauseous. After listening to Gu Ran, Wen Qian became contemplative. It was quite a coincidence that M. Mohan had killed that wretched woman's boyfriend. The three of them chatted and dispatched zombies as they returned home. The level of mutation among the zombies in the city was far less severe than that on the island, making it a simple task for the trio, like cutting through vegetables. They stored the cores of the slain zombies in the space, slowing their return slightly. After several hours, they finally arrived home. Wen Chongning and Li Mo had been anxiously awaiting their return, akin to ants on a hot pan, unable to sit still. They had not seen their loved ones in over a week, and their sleep had been restless. Particularly with the agreed-upon time passing without their return, their fear intensified. Wen Chongning refrained from using the satellite phone to contact them, as the creatures outside were particularly sensitive to sound. He feared that a single ring might attract the zombies' attention and exacerbate their peril, so he endured the wait in silence. After an entire night without sleep and waiting for half the day, they finally received their long-awaited return. Chapter 68. The family goes out together. The taut emotions finally relaxed, and both Wen Chongning and Li Mo had reddened eyes. They turned away to wipe their tears, and Wen Qian, aware of their concerns, softly apologized. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for being late, due to some unexpected matters. I didn't mean to worry you. The family reassured her, stating that there was no need for apologies. As long as they were safe, Liemo led her into the house, where they sat on the sofa to discuss. Qian, next time, can you take Dad and me with you? We can't always stay at home. We want to fight alongside you. Exactly. Wen Qian nodded vigorously. Though we may not be as formidable as you, we can assist in any way we can. It's far better than sitting idly at home. The waiting had been excruciating, and they could hardly endure it any longer. Moreover, what kind of parents would allow their children to fight for their lives while they basked in comfort at home? As parents, they should protect their children. Even if it meant facing death, they wished to do so by their children's side. After listening to their words, Wen Qian fell silent for a moment. Before her recent trip to the fishing island, the system had issued a task. For every zombie killed, her combat power would increase by 1. For every 100 zombies slain, everyone else's combat power would rise by 10. Over the course of 7 days, the three of them had eliminated 8,000 zombies. Due to the severe mutations of the zombies in that area, their progress had been somewhat slow. In the end, excluding herself, the combat power of everyone at home had increased by 800, including little Gu Wanwan. As for her own power, it could no longer be measured by such statistics. Although she had not acquired any power-type abilities, Wen Qian was certain that, in terms of strength and speed, she was no weaker than those with special abilities. Thus, under these circumstances, taking her parents out for a stroll seemed entirely feasible. If danger truly arose, she could always allow them to hide in the space. After all, it would prevent them from getting hurt. With these thoughts in mind, Wen Qian agreed, "All right, I'll take you both." She retrieved 2 vials of crystal core serum and a syringe from the space, handing them to Liemo. "Mom, you and Dad should administer this serum." Liemo did not question what it was. She washed her hands and sanitized them before injecting the serum, only to hear Wen Qian add, "This serum will enable you to clearly see the zombies' vital points. Let us test it on the rooftop." Once on the rooftop, Liemo and Wen Qian picked up binoculars to observe below. Indeed, they spotted a glimmer at the zombies' heads. Wen Qian instructed, "Tomorrow, when we go out, just aim for that bright spot." Both Liemo and Wen Qian felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. After more than a month, they were finally ready to face danger. Wen Qian found it difficult to witness her parents' nervousness. After watching them for a moment, she spoke to soothe them. "Dad, Mom, just act naturally when you go out. There's no need to be afraid. We are here with you." "Exactly," Gu Ran said earnestly. "Uncle, Annie, I will definitely protect you." Wen Qian ushered them back into the living room and informed them, "We will set out tomorrow morning. The mission this time is to gather supplies and zombie crystal cores. The cores drop from the zombies' heads when they are killed. They resemble pearls, spherical in shape, varying in size. After extraction, they can be transformed into harmless serums that significantly enhance bodily functions. If we are fortunate enough to encounter a special grade zombie, we might even gain useful skills." Wen Qian patiently explained the details regarding the zombie crystal cores. In truth, her knowledge of the cores was limited, as she had never encountered them in her previous life. In her past existence, abilities had manifested naturally, and even after years of apocalypse, crystal cores had never appeared. This time around, she had also not discovered their existence prior to the trip to the island. From the information received from Mo Han, it seemed that they had only recently discovered these cores. As Wen Qian elaborated, Liemo and Wen Qian listened intently. Wen Qian then instructed, "Once you collect the crystal cores, simply use your thoughts to place them into the space. We can now store items in the space anytime and anywhere without limitations. Try it out." When Liemo and Wen Qian heard Wen Qian mention the space in front of Gu Ran, their hearts skipped a beat. However, they quickly reasoned that since they had been working side by side in the outside world, it was only a matter of time before they learned about it. Since Wen Qian had chosen to inform Gu Ran, she must have her own confidence and plan. This reassured them, and they did not voice any concerns. Liemo attempted to place a tissue box from the table into the space, while Wen Qian tossed a bottle of mineral water inside. Both succeeded effortlessly, their excitement palpable. Wen Qian continued, "Tomorrow, we will also have some people from the Bin City base joining us. They are acquaintances, but we must remain vigilant as they are unaware of the space." Everyone nodded in agreement, fully aware of the significance of the space. It directly pertained to Wen Qian's safety, and they mustn't allow anyone else to know. Our destinations are a car modification company and a pharmaceutical factory. I plan to arrive at the car factory half an hour early so that everyone can put their preferred vehicles into the space. Once they arrive, we can just pretend to be casual. As for the pharmaceutical factory, Mom, you need to identify which supplies we might need in the future. We will collect what we require first, and then split the remainder 50-50. This operation was bound to yield benefits. Yet when Qian felt a hint of concern about what to do with little Guanwan, a 3-year-old child could not be taken out for such adventures. Although she could be placed in the space, the time limit for remaining there was finite. Wen Qian feared unforeseen circumstances might arise, making it imperative to reserve that time. Wen Qian shared all her considerations with Gu Ran and sought his opinion. He pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us leave her at home. I'll talk to her." At that moment, Gu Wanwan was napping in her room. Gu Ran entered and gently woke her. Groggy, Gu Wanwan blinked at him and quickly regained her senses. "Brother." She leaped into Gu Ran's embrace, feeling a bit wronged. "Why did you take so long to come back?" "I missed you." "I missed you too," Gu Ran replied, kissing her forehead and comforting her. "Sister Wen Qian said she's taking us to a fun place. Shall we go find her?" The child's attention was instantly diverted, and Gu Wanwan jumped up in excitement. "Yay, I want to go play." Wen Qian intended to take them into the space to familiarize them with the environment when she suddenly remembered the changes in the little white creature sleeping inside. She quickly reminded them, "Dad, Mom, Wanwan, little white has undergone some changes lately, so don't be scared when you see it." Wen Chongning chuckled in response, thinking to himself, how much change could a creature undergo? However, the next moment, upon entering the space, he was utterly astonished. This is what you call a little change? Chapter 69. Emohan is a bug little white had just awakened, having finished its business and was now seated, stretching its paws and licking its rear. A few caretakers and dogs suddenly appeared, and upon hearing the commotion, little white raised its head, only to find them staring fixedly at its backside. Silently, it lay back down, only to be surrounded by 4 playful pups. Wen Chongning was astonished to witness an animal weighing over 50 pounds. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that little white's paws were as large as a human's fist. Adorned with a coat of long white fur, its eyes were mismatched, one yellow and the other red. As its size grew, it increasingly resembled a mutated white lion. When it saw Wen Chongning approach, it lazily nudged his leg, nearly toppling him. Gu Wanwan hid behind Gu Ran, peeking at little white with a hint of trepidation. "Brother, it's so big. Will it eat me in one bite?" "Of course not. Little white only feasts on the vile zombies outside," Gu Ran reassured, lifting his sister for a better view. He surveyed the surroundings, taken aback by the vastness of the space, which resembled a small village. Besides a grand villa, there were fish ponds, fields, orchards, and a variety of livestock. Flabbergasted, Gu Ran was rendered speechless. Wen Qian, not wanting to waste their time in this realm, hurried them into the villa, assigning them guest rooms and encouraging them to freshen up. Wen Chongning and Li Mo had also not entered this space for over a week. Upon seeing the ripe crops and vegetables, Wen Chongning felt rejuvenated with fervor. After spending half an hour in the space, they emerged, each bearing plates in hand, ready to dine, while Little White and the 4 pups stayed behind to frolic. Wen Qian had been craving hot pot for days, gazing at the table laden with tripe, duck intestines, yellow throat, duck blood, brain matter, crispy meat, beef, lamb rolls, potato slices, lotus root, enoki mushrooms, tofu skin, chrysanthemum greens, baby bok choy, asparagus lettuce, yam, wide noodles, her mouth almost watering. The hot pot base remained half spicy and half tomato, catering to Li Mo and Gu Wanwan, who could not tolerate spice. After a hearty meal, they collectively tidied up the dishes and gathered on the rooftop for a chat. The outside temperature had soared to about 60 degrees, and the water levels that had risen due to the torrential rains were gradually receding, bringing with them the spread of viruses and diseases. All windows in the house were fitted with reinforced screens, and when Qian observed the 2-centimeter mosquitoes outside, which seemed acutely aware of human scent, relentlessly crashing against the screens and glass, desperately seeking to feast on their blood. "Our neighborhood is nearly deserted," Li Mo remarked, her brow furrowed slightly. The young and strong were taken by the base, leaving only the frail and sick at home. With scarce food and extreme weather, their lives dwindled swiftly. In truth, the base's actions were not without justification. Resources were limited, and the elderly and infirm offered little in the way of labor. Wasting food on them would yield no hope. Anyone would choose to ally with those more likely to survive. Li Mo watched the increasing number of zombies in the neighborhood, some floating in the water, others wandering the hallways. These were once familiar neighbors, and their transformation weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, no matter how she felt, she had no intention of aiding those who had survived. She was no savior and lacked the capability to do so. Her sole desire was for her family to remain safe. The fates of others were inconsequential to her. After contemplating Li Mo's words, Wen Qian said, "Father, mother, rest for another half hour. I'll take you downstairs to eliminate the zombies." Their neighborhood was situated on a hillside, and due to the terrain, some of the accumulated water had evaporated in the heat, while the remainder flowed down the mountain. Wen Qian intended to clear the area of all zombies. Once accomplished, if they could secure the neighborhood's sole entrance, it would become a safe zone. She shared her plan with everyone. After exterminating the zombies, "I want to establish our neighborhood as a base." "A base?" Li Mo questioned, perplexed. "Isn't there already an official base in Bin City?" "That is an official base, but there will likely be several others emerging within the city," Wen Qian explained. Wen Chongning voiced his concern. "So do we have to collaborate with others? Isn't that perilous?" Wen Qian replied, "Our numbers are too few. If we encounter conflicts with other bases in the future, it would be challenging." Excluding the 3-year-old, even counting my parents, we only have 5 people. When it comes to individual combat prowess, Wen Qian was unafraid of anyone. But what if thousands brandished firearms against them? In a situation where the opposition had a numerical advantage and ample ammunition, their current predicament would be difficult to counter. The only option would be to flee. Wen Qian continued, "In truth, we don't need many people. Just finding 100 individuals like Gu Ran would suffice. If those 100 could reside in our neighborhood, and their loyalty could be monitored by the system to ensure never betray, I could even let them into the space. At that point, I would be a team unto myself, able to release 100 individuals in a crucial moment, transforming the tide of battle and terrifying those scoundrels." Wen Rang pondered for a moment and asked, "Have you considered collaborating with Mo Han?" Wen Qian had previously mentioned the notion of establishing a base to Wen Rang, but she had refrained from discussing it recently. Moreover, given Mo Han's positive disposition, he might have believed that his sister was inclined towards collaboration. "Aren't we already cooperating with him? But to have us join his base, that is out of the question." Wen Qian recalled the myriad of experiences from her previous life, an involuntary aura of menace emanating from her. Her brother had been slain by base personnel in that lifetime. Thus, upon encountering the group from the base, she had harbored no fondness for them. If not for Mo Han's presence, she would never have chosen to collaborate with them. Speaking of Mo Han, she regarded him as a bug-like entity. He previously told me that his ability is mind-reading. But if it were only mind-reading, how could he ascend to the position of base executive? Furthermore, I harbor doubts about his mind-reading ability. While he sometimes seems to know when I'm cursing him in my mind, he is a puzzle wrapped in an enigma. His greatest issue lies in his demeanor. Don't you find it strange how he treats us so well? It's almost as if he grants every request. For a base executive to be so familiar with our mere trio, it raises suspicions. But as I mentioned earlier, I perceive him as a bug precisely because of this. I sense no hostility from him towards us, which defies logic. Wen Qian recalled her first visit to the official base, where she had killed a combatant, though it had been under duress. Regardless, that individual belonged to Mo Han's faction. Logically, he should have mirrored the attitude of Yi Xinghua, who had cold-shouldered her for days after she killed his comrade. It was only when she saved their lives at Yu Island that his demeanor softened. But Mo Han was different. His demeanor had been amicable from the beginning. Who would treat someone well without reason? Chapter 70. Does Mo Han like you? Wen Qian had contemplated the possibility that Mo Han considered her merely as a repository. He was aware of her spatial abilities and resources, treating her kindly with the intention of seizing them whenever necessary. After witnessing Zhang Ziang's fate, Wen Qian had confirmed that one could lose their powers, including spatial abilities. However, The system had previously informed her that due to her unique circumstances, all abilities were bound to her identity and could not be taken away. Henceforth, she could only seize from others, while they could not take from her. What made her situation special? Was it simply because she had been reborn, enduring immense suffering in her previous life, thus deserving better treatment this time? When Rang and the others listened intently, exchanging glances, Li Mo and Wen Qian, having never met the enigmatic Mo Han, could not voice an opinion. However, Gu Ran timidly raised his hand. "I have a thought," he said, meeting their gazes with slight nervousness. "Is it possible that Mo Han likes you, which is why he fulfills your every request?" Wen Qian, 0-0. Wen Rang, 0-0. Li Mo, Wen Qian. Wen Qian inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to strike him. "I will give you a chance to answer again." "No, you haven't experienced love. You don't understand. Men are always accommodating towards the women they like. Are you implying that the CEO of the Binhai base is a lovesick fool?" Wen Qian rolled her eyes so dramatically that it seemed they might roll into the heavens. "If I were a Mo Han, I would kick you away right now." Moreover, Wen Qian raised her hand and poked Gu Ran's shoulder forcefully. "Not all men are like you. Your behavior toward Zhang Duo is not accommodating. It's that of a sycophant. If you dare to recklessly use resources earned through your life to ingratiate yourself with others, I will sever your hand. Do you hear me?" Gu Ran swayed slightly from her rebuke, nodding hastily. "I heard you." Wen Qian shot him another fierce glare. "In any case, we need to secure territory and gather allies. However, we must not rush the recruitment process, as it can lead to complications. A disunited heart cannot move mountains. We cannot accept every rogue and monster into our fold." After their discussion, Wen Qian entered her space to organize her belongings, selling items to the system in exchange for shopping credits, subsequently acquiring 2 sets of temperature-regulating combat suits for Li Mo and Wen Qian. Despite being mentally prepared, the moment they had to venture out to confront zombies, both Li Mo and Wen Qian could not help but feel anxious. Wen Qian led the way, with Li Mo and Wen Qian in the middle, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran trailed behind. The 5 of them meandered down the staircase, thoroughly searching each floor, when encountering zombies before they could lunge forward to bite. Wen Qian swiftly subdued them. Wielding a bundle of electric wires with deftness, she captured 1 zombie, leaving Li Mo and Wen Qian in stunned silence. Is there even such a technique? From the 30th floor to the 1st, Wen Qian captured 16 live zombies. She bound them together, leading them like dogs on a leash, kicking them as she descended. Each time they charged at her, she would retaliate with a kick, causing their limbs to break. The most unfortunate one met its end when she ripped off its head with her bare hands, instilling fear in the remaining zombies, who dared not attack her again. Thus, they smoothly exited the apartment building. It was Li Mo and Wen Qian's first time emerging into the post-apocalyptic world. Although they donned the temperature-regulating suits provided by Wen Qian, the sweltering heat hit their faces, making their skin feel scorched. Zombies lurking below caught a whiff of human scent and began to converge towards them. However, due to the varying distances and positions, they arrived in staggered waves. Wen Qian captured the one she could, while Li Mo and Wen Qian were instructed to take aim and eliminate the rest. The group remained vigilant at the entrance for over half an hour, with Wen Qian managing to capture over 70 live zombies. They were tied together, their mouths agape, some even gnawing on their neighbors out of frustration. "Dad, Mom, focus on the lights on their heads to practice shooting." Wen Qian led the zombies a few dozen meters away, assigning Gu Ran to watch them while Wen Rang instructed his parents on how to shoot. Meanwhile, Wen Qian continued to sweep through other units to capture more zombies. Having never handled firearms before, Li Mo and Wen Qian required ample practice. Wen Qian planned for her parents to use these stationary targets to familiarize themselves with shooting. The following day, they would only have moving targets to contend with. The community was relatively large, comprising 6 buildings, with the remaining 90 being green spaces. The more Wen Qian observed, the more she felt it was suitable to serve as a base, as these areas could be cultivated for agriculture in the future. After several hours, they cleared all the zombies from the neighborhood. When the last one fell, Wen Qian heard the system's voice. "Ding! All zombies in the designated area have been eradicated, automatically designating it as the host's defensive space. The range of the defensive space has expanded, unlocking the achievement of automatic defense. Stunned, the group gazed at the transformed surroundings. The outer wall of the community had morphed into a 5-meter-high barrier, complete with an electrified fence. Even the main gate, the only exit, had undergone a transformation, resembling the fortified door of Wen Qian's home, now at a professional blast-proof level. Wen Qian was astonished by such a reward. This community had effectively become a fortified base, appearing exceptionally secure. Yet the system surprises were far from over. A minute later, the system chimed in again. 50 individuals detected alive within the defensive space, meeting the foundational requirements for base establishment. The base system is now activated. 50 individuals were automatically classified as ordinary members of the base, unlocking the primary prosperity achievement, along with an upgrade to the base's defense system. As soon as the system's announcement concluded, several steel bars appeared in the courtyard, upon which blast-proof glass enveloped the entire community, forming a roof. Wen Qian chuckled at the thought of future acid rain. Meanwhile, when Rang and the others were utterly astonished, Gu Ran could not help but exclaim "wow" repeatedly, expressing his excitement. The remaining residents of the community also noticed the remarkable changes, peering through windows and even descending to seek out Wen Qian and her group. Just when Wen Qian thought the day surprises had concluded, the system delivered yet another notification. 3 members within the base have loyalty scores below 80. The system has automatically eliminated them. Remaining members' loyalty scores have been forcibly raised to 90. Wen Qian smiled slightly, praising, "What a considerate system." Chapter 71. The rebar produced by her space. Wen Qian approached the nearest rebar to inspect its quality. The rebar, as thick as a human wrist, appeared remarkably robust. She shook it gently. It remained steadfast, capable of withstanding even the fiercest of typhoons. Pleased with the solid construction, Wen Qian silently praised the system for its excellence. Were these inscriptions? Wen Rong, also checking the construction quality, suddenly noticed the character Qian etched into the lower section of one rebar. The others, upon seeing this, began to inspect the others, only to discover that every piece bore the same inscription. Wen Qian paused, contemplating a possibility. Could it be that this rebar was produced by her space? If so, it bore her name as a mark of ownership. Truly, the wool was sheared from a sheep. Not a shred was wasted. As they engaged in discussion, some surviving neighbors from the community appeared in their line of sight. Over a month of water and power shortages, coupled with a lack of food, had rendered them as ragged as refugees, even though they had survived. Their bodies, weakened by extreme hunger, made even walking a laborious task. The decision to descend was born out of sheer necessity. With fearful gazes, they surveyed the ground littered with zombie corpses, cautiously scanning their surroundings, wary of further attacks. They approached Wen Qian, stopping before her, and without uttering a word, knelt before her. Wen Qian's reputation for prowess had spread throughout the community. Everyone knew of her relentless battles against the undead since the early days of the apocalypse. Now, after more than a month, she continued to thrive, as did her family, untouched by the calamity that had befallen others. In stark contrast, they felt their own existence was barely sustained. The leading man knelt before Wen Qian, repeatedly bowing his head and trembling as he spoke in a voice choked with emotion. "Please, save us." Wen Qian recognized him. He had been among the group she and Wen Rong had previously led to procure supplies from the supermarket. "Rise and speak," Wen Qian urged, extending her hand to assist him while glancing at the others behind him. They all appeared pale, their lips chapped, and their bodies emaciated. "Why haven't you gone to the official base?" Wen Qian inquired softly, noting their ages should have posed no barrier. Tears streamed down the man's face. "My wife and I are qualified, but I have elderly parents and young children. My daughter is only 2, and she has congenital heart disease, which disqualifies us from the base." His wife remained on the ground, incessantly bowing her head. "Wen Qian, I know your family is extraordinary. I beg you, please save my daughter. I would be willing to work like a beast in gratitude. She is just 2 years old. She knows nothing of this world. Her life should not end like this." The woman wept profusely, and the toll of hunger and emotional upheaval caused her to suddenly lose consciousness. Liamo rushed forward to check her, relieved to confirm she was not in immediate danger. Wen Qian frowned. "If you want my help, please rise. Do not kneel before me." The group hesitated, taken aback by her words. They had not harbored much hope. In these dire circumstances, survival itself was a challenge, let alone aiding others. When Qian observed the information above their heads, the system had automatically marked their identities, including their loyalty levels. The individuals before her, some under the system's mental control, and others truly at their wits' end, all felt a surge of loyalty to her as she spoke, offering them hope. Their loyalty levels skyrocketed to 100. She was their sole beacon of hope. Should she choose to save them, they would obey her every command without hesitation or betrayal. After a brief silence, Wen Qian instructed, "Return home and wait for me. I will deliver supplies to you shortly. After you have eaten, pack your belongings and move to Building 2. Building 2 was adjacent to her own residence in Building 1. Given the current lack of inhabitants in the community, they could choose any room. She would ensure the doors were unlocked in advance. Upon hearing this, the group broke into tears, overwhelmed by gratitude. Without her, they would have surely perished. When Qian had been absent from the community for a few days and was unaware that 3 individuals had succumbed to despair and hunger, choosing to end their lives by jumping from heights. This wretched apocalypse seemed intent on extinguishing their lives. Yet, thankfully, Wen Qian was willing to rescue them. She instructed them to return and rest, asking Gu Ran to assist in escorting the unconscious woman back. Soon, other neighbors descended, seeking Wen Qian's aid. After attending to this group of survivors, she discovered that the situation was not as dire as she had anticipated. Initially, she had assumed the remaining residents would be largely incapable of labor. However, there were 47 survivors, comprising 20 families. Among them were merely 7 elderly individuals over the age of 70, while the rest consisted of 20 children under 10 and 20 young and middle-aged adults. This demographic was acceptable to her. She did not expect them to accompany her on expeditions, but merely to cultivate crops within the base. When Qian retrieved rice, flour, oil, and vegetables from her space, dividing them into 20 portions for the survivors. She then notified them to relocate to Building 2 the following day and await further instructions. After completing these tasks and returning home, the coolness of the interior lifted her spirits somewhat. Previously, while the system had upgraded the community's defenses, she had wondered if it would transform the entire area into a climate-controlled sanctuary. However, it seemed that was not the case. The system was indeed benevolent to everyone. With an early departure required for the next day, the group engaged in light conversation before retiring for the night. At 3:30 a.m. the following day, Wen Qian, along with her parents, Wen Reng and Gu Ran, set out precisely on schedule for the automobile company. With floodwaters receding in certain areas, their journey proceeded swiftly. They arrived at their destination in under an hour and a half, and Wen Qian gazed at the 3-story building perched on a mountainside with a surge of excitement. Such a prime location could not have gone unnoticed. If its contents had not been pilfered, it was likely due to the overwhelming number of zombies below. The city of Bincheng, while not expansive, was densely populated, filled with office buildings and residential complexes, resulting in a pervasive zombie presence. As when Chongning and Li Mo beheld the approaching horde of hundreds of zombies, their faces turned pale with fear. Wen Qian turned to reassure them with a calming smile. "Do not fear. I will draw their attention. Brother, drive into the building." With that, she exited the vehicle, activating her draw fire skill. As the zombies converged on her, Wen Chongning and Li Mo were momentarily paralyzed with dread, their instinct urging them to intervene. However, Wen Reng swiftly restrained them, urging the vehicle forward. "Father, mother, Qian will be fine. This is her combat skill. She has 3 minutes. We must not waste time. Let us enter and wait for her." Chapter 72. Military-grade Hummer and Mercedes-Benz RVs. The roar of the vehicle's engine elicited no response from the zombies, who continued their march toward Wen Qian. Wen Reng successfully maneuvered the car into the compound of the modification company, parked, and hurried his parents toward the building. 3 minutes, neither too long nor too short, was sufficient for them to locate a relatively secure room. On the 3rd floor, They peered out the window, only to discover that the number of nearby zombies far exceeded their earlier estimates. Wen Qian and Li Mo had only seen a couple hundred earlier, but now, gazing at the surging horde below, their hearts raced with trepidation as they frantically searched for Wen Qian. Wen Qian was expertly leading the nearby zombies around like a dog on a leash, having significantly increased her speed on Fisher Island. Thus, the zombies not only failed to capture her, but struggled even to pinpoint her location. Once the 3 minutes elapsed, she adeptly utilized the following minute, during which the zombies ignored her, to return to Li Mo and the others, even dispatching a few zombies on her way back to gain additional speed. Seeing her return unscathed, Wen Qian and Li Mo finally exhaled in relief, truly appreciating the prowess of their daughter. The zombies within the building were few, likely remnants of former employees. By the time Wen Qian returned, Wen Rang and Gu Ran had already dealt with half of them. Together, they finished off the remaining zombies, collected the crystal cores, and began to explore the building. The automobile modification company boasted 3 stories. Elevated on a hillside, it had escaped the ravages of the previous flooding. As Wen Qian wandered, she soon stumbled upon a treasure in a warehouse. Following closely behind her, Wen Rang exclaimed in delight, "This trip has proven fruitful." Inside the warehouse stood a military-grade Hummer RV and a Mercedes-Benz Arox off-road RV, occupying the entire space. Wen Qian and her brother exchanged knowing smiles and approached the vehicles. Compared to the hefty 14-ton Mercedes, the Hummer appeared far more compact. It resembled an armored tank, exuding an imposing exterior while offering a cozy and inviting interior. The living area featured booths, a dining table, and a television, while the kitchen was complete with a stove, refrigerator, and dishwasher. The bathroom was efficiently designed with a wet and dry separation, fully meeting everyday needs. Other amenities included a washing machine, storage boxes, and beds, all crafted from the finest brands available on the market. The nearby Mercedes RV was an even more impressive gem, priced at over $10 million. Its wheels stood at chest height, and its emblem was larger than a person's face. With 8-wheel drive, an 800L fuel tank, and 12 1320W solar panels atop, it possessed ample capability to navigate treacherous terrains, including snow, desert, and tunnels. The front of the vehicle housed a private double bedroom, with a bathroom situated in the middle, alongside a kitchen, wardrobe, and a double-door refrigerator. The rear was a tatami-style lounge area, alleviating any concerns about space. Furthermore, the vehicle was equipped with a facial recognition password lock, a water tank capable of holding 1 ton of water, central air conditioning, and a fresh air system. The lounge area featured a retractable television, a wine cabinet, and a coffee machine, rendering it akin to a mobile apartment. Not to mention, it boasted imported marine-grade sunshades, mosquito nets, an automatic aluminum alloy staircase, outdoor lighting, an imported fully automatic water pump, outdoor water connections, showers, reverse imaging, an 8-channel surveillance system, waterproof and sandproof storage compartments, and numerous other functional devices. With such a vehicle, even if their home became uninhabitable, the family could comfortably live on the road for several years. Without hesitation, Wen Qian decided on both RVs, and everyone, inside and outside the vehicles on the first and second floors, circled around with satisfied smiles. Gathered together, they leisurely enjoyed breakfast while discussing the differences between driving RVs and regular vehicles. Since none had previously operated such hefty vehicles, there would naturally be an adjustment period. However, Wen Qian thought of the ample space inside and concluded that they could practice whenever necessary, especially since fuel consumption was no longer a concern. As the sky brightened, a commotion arose in the distance. Wen Qian, seated by the window, turned to observe that Yi Xinghua had arrived with his group. They had also brought several vehicles, fully armed, successfully reaching their destination. After parking in the courtyard, they retreated into the building while firing at the approaching zombies. Yet the overwhelming number of zombies proved daunting. Much like the situation on Fisher Island, where many zombies had their heads shattered yet remained animated. Noticing the difficulty faced by the newcomers, Wen Qian released Xiao Bai from her space. The creature leapt from the window, fully understanding her intent, provocatively drawing fire from the zombie horde to assist Yi Xinghua and his team in their escape, before strutting back to their side with a proud demeanor. Upon seeing the corpses of the zombies outside, Yi Xinghua realized Wen Qian had arrived. However, upon entering the building and spotting the unfamiliar faces of Wen Chongning and Li Mo, he momentarily froze. Wen Qian introduced, "These are my parents. They were feeling bored at home, so I brought them out to get some fresh air and practice shooting." Yi Xinghua and his companions were astonished. With such a casual tone, one might assume she was merely on a leisurely hunting trip. Despite their surprise, they respectfully greeted Wen Chongning and Li Mo, exclaiming in unison, "Hello, uncle and aunt." Their loud voices startled Wen Chongning, causing him to shudder. Looking at these young individuals, all around the same age as his children, some barely teenagers and the eldest just in their 30s, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. They should be at home, being pampered by their parents, yet here they were, tirelessly gathering supplies to save others. It was indeed a hard life. Wen Qian tossed each of them a bottle of well water from her space as they sipped and assessed the supplies within the building. She had already located the keys to the vehicles and, after a brief survey, inquired of Yi Xinghua, "How shall we divide them? You choose first. The remainder belongs to us." Yi Xinghua replied amiably, mentally preparing for Wen Qian, the self-proclaimed bandit leader, to leave them with just one vehicle. However, he was unprepared for her unexpectedly generous disposition. She only requested a 7-seat business-class modified vehicle. Yi Xinghua was momentarily speechless, and the others fell silent as well. After a brief pause, Yi Xinghua approached Wen Rang and quietly remarked, "Is your sister feeling unwell today? If she has a fever, we can postpone our plans." Wen Rang, caught off guard, glanced at his sister, who shrugged innocently. "She's not feverish. She simply thinks you all have it tough and wants to be kind." Yi Xinghua was left speechless, nearly moved to tears by the benevolence of the female figure. Chapter 73. Encountering a little zombie again? Here, they discovered more than 20 vehicles in total, the majority being 7-seater vans. Additionally, there were 5 12-seater Toyota Coaster minibuses, 3 sports cars, and 3 large trucks. Instinct told Wen Qian that the 3 sports cars and the large trucks likely belonged to the same group, as only the exceedingly wealthy, those who have money to burn, would purchase such extravagant vehicles, each priced at over 10 million. Ferraris, Bugattis, and Hennessy's, each a global limited edition, together worth over 80 million. As for the 3 large trucks, they were clearly brought for amusement, one of which had been transformed into a monstrous skull at the front, with plans to convert the cargo area into a living space. Though no work had yet commenced, leaving it in its original state, Yi Xinghua pondered seriously for a moment before inquiring of Wen Qian in a consultative tone. "How about I give you 3 sports cars, 1 7-seater van, 1 12-seater minibus, and 1 large truck, while the rest belong to us?" Wen Qian replied, "Did I not mention that I only want one?" Yi Xinghua insisted, "You should take them. I fear otherwise." "Fine, let it be as you say," Wen Qian acquiesced, not wishing to waste time. Yi Xinghua had brought over 30 people, all capable drivers. They quickly divided into small groups, with several individuals per vehicle, and drove towards the next pharmaceutical company. However, the low chassis of the sports cars posed challenges in many areas, complicating matters for the group. Wen Qian remained unfazed. "Let's leave them here for now. I'll retrieve them later when I have time, as driving them back now serves no purpose." Given no other option, they meticulously searched the modification company once more, confirming the absence of any additional supplies before setting off for their next destination. Seizing the opportunity, while Yi Xinghua and the others led the way, Wen Qian discreetly stored the sports cars in her space, blending in seamlessly as they departed. Since the primary objective of this outing was to gather supplies, they chose to evade combat with zombies whenever possible, preferring not to waste time during their journey. Many individuals at the base had already fallen ill, primarily exhibiting symptoms such as coughing, fever, and diarrhea, necessitating substantial medication. Yi Xinghua's group had arrived with 4 heavy trucks, and, combined with what they obtained from the modification company, they had ample resources. Should the pharmaceutical factory find itself with excess medication that could not be accommodated, they would arrange for a helicopter from the base. Wen Qian and her 5 companions traveled in a 7-seater Mercedes. Wen Rang was at the wheel, with Wen Qian in the passenger seat, Li Mo and Wen Chongning in the middle, and Gu Ran at the back. Their vehicle was nestled within Yi Xinghua's convoy, flanked by armored vehicles for protection, leaving Wen Qian with little to occupy her time. The sounds of machine guns and explosions echoed continuously, while many zombies perished. An even greater number were drawn in by the noise. Wen Qian observed the throng of zombies trailing the convoy, resembling chicks seeking their mother hen, and felt a twinge of concern. She wondered whether Yi Xinghua's ammunition would suffice. If they ran out mid-fight, she would bear the brunt of the consequences. With the sheer volume of zombies present, it seemed an insurmountable task to eliminate them all. Fortunately, the group remained reliable, navigating through the perilous journey to the pharmaceutical company without incident. Once inside the compound, they encountered numerous zombies. After parking, they sprinted into the building, securing the safety doors before commencing their assault on the undead. Although it was Li Mo and Wen Qian's first outing, they managed to keep pace without hindering the group. Having trained diligently at home during their recent stay on Yudao, their physical condition had improved significantly, allowing them to stay with the main group. As they began to eliminate zombies, Li Mo and Wen Qian sought refuge in a secure room. They opened a window and prepared their firearms. With Wen Qian and the others guarding the door, they had little to fear from any zombies breaching their sanctuary. Under the intense heat, the flesh of the zombies began to decay. Some were infested with maggots, while others had gaping wounds exposing their insides, yet remained animated. Wen Qian, having watched numerous zombie films, felt a wave of anxiety and nausea upon confronting the grotesque creatures directly. Despite their slower pace, the duo's prior injection of crystal core serum allowed them to accurately target the zombies' weak points, leading to minimal wasted ammunition compared to Yi Xinghua's team, who were aimlessly firing. Yi Xinghua's group quickly recognized this disparity, their expressions a mix of shock and understanding. If their parents weren't formidable, how could they have a daughter like Wen Qian? They thought, soon regaining their composure. While Li Mo was firing her weapon, her body suddenly stiffened. With her keen senses, she detected a sound emanating from within the room. Noticing her distress, Wen Qian anxiously inquired, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Li Mo did not respond, but slowly turned to look behind her. Her gaze scanned the room, finally settling on a row of cabinets. There was movement within. She quickly summoned Wen Qian, sharing her discovery. Furrowing her brow, Wen Qian instinctively shielded the two behind her, focusing intently on the cabinet. It was a low cabinet, too small for an adult to enter. Wen Qian recalled the little zombie she had encountered on Yudao. Could it be that she was about to meet another mischief maker? "Let me see which little one is playing hide and seek with me," she exclaimed cheerfully as she approached the cabinet, bending down to open each door until only the last remained. Drawing closer, the sound became clearer. Wen Qian was certain something was inside and braced herself for a potential leap from a little zombie. However, upon opening the final cabinet door and raising her firearm, she was met not with a zombie, but with a frail little boy barely clinging to life. The child had evidently been hiding there for an extended period. Upon seeing Wen Qian, he was initially frightened and began to cry, but as he realized she was human and not a zombie, he cautiously approached, trembling. Wen Qian noticed the bite marks covering his emaciated arms. It appeared he had bitten himself to stifle any cries of fear. She gently lifted him out, only to turn and discover Yi Xinghua and the others had entered the room. Wen Qian, Wen Rang, and Gu Ran followed suit, with Yi Xinghua's team rushing over, concerned that something had happened to their companions. Outside, the zombies continued to howl and batter against the door. Wen Qian placed the child onto the sofa and noticed a plethora of food packaging scattered in the corner. Scanning the room, she belatedly recognized the nameplate on the desk. This was the office of the chairman of the pharmaceutical company, and a family portrait lay atop the table. The jovial boy in the photograph, now nearly lifeless beside her, was once full of happiness. His parents, whom Wen Qian had seen moments ago, lay cold and lifeless just outside the door. Chapter 74. You will not die. They had taken their own lives. The woman's arm had been torn off by a zombie, and the man's leg was gnawed to the bone. The two must have been terrified of becoming monsters like them if infected, so they chose to end their lives in this manner. Wen Qian silently met the gaze of the boy, who appeared no older than 5 or 6. He was so weak from not having eaten anything substantial for days that his eyes could barely open. He seemed to sense his impending death, and, with great effort, whispered to Wen Qian, "Sister, I'm going to die. Here, eat." Wen Qian noticed his hand move slightly, his palm gradually opening to reveal a piece of chocolate biscuit. The high temperature had caused the chocolate to melt, making it dirty and unappetizing. This was his last morsel. He had already taken a bite, but could not bear to finish it, fearing that once it was gone, there would be nothing left. Now, however, he lacked the strength to raise his hand to feed himself, let alone speak clearly. This sister is so beautiful, the little boy thought. She must be hungry too. I will give this biscuit to her, as I am about to die. A child should be unfamiliar with death, yet he had witnessed his parents perish before his eyes. Tears began to fall as he recalled their absence. Liu and the others stood nearby, their eyes reddened, despite having witnessed too many life and death situations. Such scenes still stirred their emotions. Only Wen Qian remained unchanged, silently observing the boy and the small biscuit in his hand. Just when everyone thought she would remain indifferent, Wen Qian crouched down, took the biscuit, and placed it in her mouth. She did not mind its filth, savoring its taste slowly, before gently patting the boy's head and saying, "Thank you for your gift. You will not die. I will take you home." After swallowing the biscuit, Wen Qian stood and looked at Liu, retrieving a bottle of well water from her backpack and handing it to her. "Mom, take care of him. I will be back shortly." She then turned to Gu Ran and Wen Rang. "You two stay here." After finishing her instructions, Wen Qian donned her goggles and mask and headed toward the door. Outside, dozens of zombies were relentlessly battering against the door. Just as it seemed the door would give way, someone from within opened it. The zombies lost their balance and surged forward, and Wen Qian kicked them away. Brandishing her knife as she stepped outside, she activated her skill to draw their attention, leading the zombies into the distant hall. Upon seeing the zombies chasing after her, Yi Xinghua and the others quickly followed suit, only to witness her single-handedly battling hundreds of zombies. Her features were cold and resolute, exuding an aura of lethal intent as she maneuvered through the throng of undead. Dust swirled around her, and blood splattered in all directions. Wen Qian gazed at the creatures before her, once human, once vibrant with emotions, familial ties, and the complexities of love and loss, now reduced to mere husks. A surge of emotion welled within her. Today, not a single zombie would leave this place alive. They had lost their way, and she was here to grant them release. As time passed, the number of fallen bodies increased. When Wen Qian dispatched the last one, her arms felt somewhat numb, covered in blood. She stood atop a pile of corpses, discarded her knife, removed her goggles, and turned to see Xinghua and the others, exhausted yet alive. They appeared disheveled, but they had survived. During the fight, Wen Qian had noticed the presence of ability users among them. Two individuals had recently awakened combat abilities. One, when cornered by a zombie, suddenly transformed into a puddle of water. The droplets scattered on the ground before quickly reassembling into human form. This water-type ability was a novelty to Wen Qian, intriguing in its nature. Another individual wielded plant abilities, manipulating vines to ensnare several zombies. However, lacking sufficient strength, they were soon freed. Wen Qian recognized them. The water user was Yi Xinghua, while the plant user was Lin Yin, who often referred to herself as a goddess. Wen Qian felt a twinge of excitement and approached. "How does Mo Han treat you?" she suddenly inquired, catching Yi Xinghua and the others off guard. Before they could respond, she continued, "Why not join me? I assure you, you will enjoy 3 dishes and a soup with meat for every meal, and single dormitories that are warm in winter and cool in summer." Yi Xinghua replied, "Are you trying to poach us? Isn't it obvious? If I weren't afraid of Mo Han seeking vengeance, I would have splashed him with a bucket of dirty water and badmouthed him before brainwashing you." She paused, then asked, "By the way, when did you awaken your abilities?" Wen Qian knew they would not likely agree, so she shifted the topic to extract information. Yi Xinghua and Lin Yin exchanged glances, realizing the truth could not be hidden. After all, these skills were vital for survival. Yi Xinghua replied, "Just in the past couple of days, it happened suddenly." Lin Yin added, "Me too. I woke up this morning thinking I hadn't fully awakened from sleep." As they spoke, Ji Fan, when Ranks Jr. approached. Wen Qian had a strong impression of him. Goddess, I have abilities too," he whispered excitedly. Amazing. I have space." He then produced a piece of candy from his space, grinning as he handed it to Wen Qian. "Here, I stole this from Lin Yin yesterday." Lin Yin exclaimed, "I knew it was you. You denied it then." The two began to bicker playfully, their childish antics amusing yet exasperating. Wen Qian sighed, thinking, "A bunch of fools. If I recruit them, I'll have to worry about them too. Perhaps it's best if they don't come." However, she was surprised by their openness, sharing everything with her so readily. With a resigned sigh, she gathered everyone to search the warehouse and workshop for medicine. This pharmaceutical company, while not particularly large, yielded several thousand boxes of medicinal agents. Wen Qian didn't shortchange them. She had already amassed a significant stock of medicine in her space, so she only requested what she lacked. The surviving children in the community suffered from congenital diseases. Some had heart conditions, others asthma. She had not stockpiled these medicines previously, so this time her aim was to acquire them. Once the medicines were distributed, they looked outside the building. While the zombies inside had been cleared, many remained outside. Thus, Wen Qian and Yi Xinghua took 2 vehicles to the warehouse, while the others provided cover. They repeated this process until all the medicines were loaded onto the vehicles. Having completed their task, they prepared to depart for home. Wen Qian and her group were not traveling together, nor did she ask them to escort her. She watched them drive away, her gaze drifting to a factory several dozen meters away. For some inexplicable reason, she suddenly felt as though something there was watching her. Chapter 75. Zombies, help! Xiaobai crouched beside Wen Qian, seemingly sensing the unusual presence nearby. Its back arched for bristling, and it emitted low growls of warning while baring its claws and teeth, poised to attack at any moment. Wen Qian bit her lip, and upon witnessing the factory door creaking open, she saw the zombies in the yard scatter in terror. With a sudden grip on her knife, she prepared for confrontation. A figure, towering at 3 meters, emerged slowly from the factory, entering Wen Qian's line of sight. Much like the small zombie she had encountered on Fish Island, its skin was as pale as parchment, devoid of any color. However, unlike that small zombie, this one possessed a broad skeletal frame and a robust physique, not to mention 2 heads atop its neck. As it stepped from the dim light into the sunlight, it fixed its gaze upon Wen Qian. Munching on a live mouse, it clutched in its hand while advancing towards her. Their eyes locked across the distance, and Wen Qian distinctly observed a grin spreading across its faces, as though it had not encountered such a satisfying prey in ages. Wen Qian frowned, sensing that this creature was far more formidable than the previous small zombie. Its strength and size were significantly superior. Yet, it had only been a month and a half since the apocalypse began. Why were there so many advanced zombies already? She hesitated to label this creature as an elite due to its alarming frequency. For a brief moment, her mind went blank, and she instinctively reached for her gun to eliminate it. However, upon noticing the absence of vital points on its 2 heads, she swiftly turned and dashed towards the room where Wen Rang and the others were located. Returning to them at her fastest speed, she found her companions peering out the window, having heard the commotion outside. Their faces turned to shock upon seeing the colossal zombie. Without a word, Wen Qian swiftly tossed them into her spatial realm. The young boy, not being a system-bound member, triggered a notification, monitoring 0 attack power, injured individual. Do you require permission to bring the injured into the space for treatment? The individual retains consciousness and will automatically forget the spatial experience upon exit. Without hesitation, Wen Qian agreed, sending him into the space. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. The zombie had kicked down the heavy security door at the entrance. Wen Qian inhaled deeply and glanced out the window. The lower-level zombies had retreated far away, and with a swift punch, she shattered the glass and leapt outside. The cramped space within the building was not conducive for combat. It was far more advantageous to confront the creature outdoors. The zombie had reached the room she had just vacated, violently tearing down the door frame to enter. Upon spotting Wen Qian outside, it appeared enraged. Rather than retreating, it smashed through a wall with ease, its 2 heads displaying a greedy smile as it eyed its prey, now just a few meters away. With remarkable speed, Xiao Bai launched a fierce attack from behind, leaping onto the creature's shoulder, only to be swiftly swatted away, landing several meters from it. Xiao Bai let out a painful meow, struggling to rise again. Wen Qian, unwilling to let Xiao Bai suffer, hurried to its side, soothingly patting its head before sending it into the spatial realm along with her tang knife. Then, she rolled to the side, narrowly evading the zombie's sudden strike. Despite its towering stature, its speed was astonishing. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that Wen Qian encountered a zombie with 2 heads. If her assumptions were correct, this was likely a byproduct of the initial outbreak at the pharmaceutical factory, where zombies had turned upon one another in a brutal feast, like a vessel nurturing goo, ultimately resulting in the survival of this one horror. Did this abomination possess any extraordinary abilities? As that thought crossed her mind, the zombie vanished from her sight, reappearing before her in an instant. Teleportation? Wen Qian gasped, sent flying several meters by a powerful kick. In that moment, she felt immense gratitude for the defensive value granted by the system's various task rewards, which allowed her to endure the fall unscathed. Yet, her pain receptors remained intact, and she winced at the sharp pain, only to find the zombie looming before her once more. Damn it, Wen Qian cursed inwardly. It hadn't teleported. It had chosen to approach her deliberately, as if to taunt or intimidate her, much like a cat playing with its prey before delivering the final blow. She raised her gaze to confront the zombie, whose massive faces loomed above her. It grasped her arm, lifting her effortlessly, and with a brutal yank, it wrenched her other arm from her body. Blood sprayed forth, and an overwhelming agony surged through Wen Qian. Simultaneously, her regeneration ability activated, the bleeding ceased, and her arm reformed within mere seconds. The zombie, taken aback by such a spectacle, stood frozen. Wen Qian closed her eyes momentarily and spoke softly, "You hideous creature, do you realize how painful that was?" The zombie, "Who is the ugly one here? You're merely feeling pain." The zombie offered no reply, merely staring in bewilderment at the severed limb in its grasp, then back at Wen Qian's reformed arm. It began to question whether the being before it was indeed human. Wen Qian had anticipated that it might possess other abilities, eager for further exploration, only to discover that it merely had teleportation. She glanced at her arm, her clothing and combat suit shredded, her arm exposed to the harsh sunlight, feeling a slight burn and discomfort. With the activation of her regeneration ability, the system provided a reminder. Each activation enhanced her defense and strength by 100. These buffs were hard-earned through suffering, and she felt compelled to ensure the zombie experienced a fraction of her pain in return. A dagger materialized in her hand, and, taking advantage of the zombie's confusion, she plunged it into one of its eyes. The zombie, caught off guard, let out a roar of agony, instinctively raising its hand to shield its injured eye. Wen Qian landed nimbly from several meters above, her agility allowing her to regain her footing effortlessly. The other head of the zombie glared at her with ferocity, but Wen Qian merely tilted her head and flashed a fleeting smile as she summoned her tang knife once more. With the swiftness of lightning, she charged at the zombie, severing its feet. The massive creature stumbled, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, creating a sizable crater. The force of the fall even caused Wen Qian to momentarily lift off the ground. With the knife in hand, she stepped forward, looking down upon the fallen monstrosity. "I am a reasonable person. You just severed my arm, so I shall dismantle you into 8 pieces. How does that sound?" The zombie, "Help me." Chapter 76. Please don't be angry. The zombie's murky eyes were filled with fear as it activated its teleportation ability once more, vanishing from sight. Wen Qian smiled faintly, accurately pinpointing its reappearance. As she had anticipated, even teleportation had its limitations, confined to a radius of merely 10 meters. Moreover, utilizing such powers was physically taxing, and after several attempts, coupled with Wen Qian's relentless pursuit and the severing of its limbs, it had exhausted its strength and could no longer flee. Wen Qian had just declared her intention to dismember it thoroughly, and she was determined to follow through. With an expression devoid of emotion, she ruthlessly slaughtered the very zombie that had sought to consume her moments ago, its howls instilling terror in the lesser zombies nearby, rendering them too frightened to approach. Releasing Xiao Bai from her spatial realm, he emerged to witness the carnage strewn across the ground. After a brief bark at Wen Qian, he promptly turned to indulge in his feast. As Wen Qian observed the zombie, which now retained only its upper body and head, yet still clung to life, a thought struck her. 2 heads. Might that mean 2 crystal cores? Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. The zombie, witnessing her enthusiasm, regretted its earlier impulsiveness. Earlier that morning, it had gorged itself on a team that had come to scavenge supplies from the pharmacy. It had not appeared when Yu Xinghua and the others arrived, only to later desire to feast upon Wen Qian upon sensing her formidable power. But now, it had become the prey, after severing both of its heads. Wen Qian's initial excitement waned, leaving behind a sense of tedium. How disappointing! 2 heads, yet only 1 crystal core. What a waste of resources. Previously, while dispatching zombies in the building, she had unlocked an achievement reward within the system, which allowed all bound members to automatically collect crystal cores upon defeating zombies, eliminating the need for tedious individual pickups. With the crystal cores secured, Wen Qian summoned Wen Rang and the others from her spatial realm. Seeing her unharmed, they collectively sighed in relief. Wen Chongning and Li Mo circled her, inspecting for any injuries, their faces streaked with tears. Gu Ran stood dazed, staring at the dismembered zombie parts on the ground, while Wen Rang glared at a severed arm in the distance, silent and brooding. Wen Qian stashed the vehicle and medications from the building into her space, and soon, the group drove home in a single car, with Wen Rang at the wheel. Sensing his anger, Wen Qian refrained from speaking, guessing the reason behind his mood. Once they safely arrived at the community entrance, she noticed that the exterior of the complex had undergone a transformation. The system had designated the community as her base space, upgrading its overall structure. The walls had changed materials, now resilient enough to withstand artillery and tanks. Having left so early in the morning, they had not noticed the alterations in the dim light. Now, she saw that the name of the community, once etched on the outer walls, had vanished, and the underground parking garage entrance had been sealed. She marveled at the system's invincibility. The entire complex, apart from the main entrance, was left with only this sealed garage as an entry point, making it a secure haven. Their community's parking garage boasted 3 underground levels, with access from every unit via elevators and staircases. Originally intended as an emergency shelter, it provided ample space. This meant that the children of the community could now play in the garage without fear of their noise attracting zombies. Wen Qian was thoroughly pleased. After exiting the vehicle, she stored it in her space, and the base's main gate opened automatically. They repelled the zombies and entered, returning home safely. Upon closing the door, she noticed Wen Rang had already retreated into his room without uttering a word to her. After settling Li Mo and the young boy, Wen Qian approached Wen Rang's door and gently knocked. He rarely expressed anger towards her, having always acquiesced to her wishes throughout their lives. Even during his university years, he worked part-time jobs and sent her money, fully aware that their parents provided her with living expenses. Consequently, Wen Qian had always felt unrestrained in his presence. Yet, she feared his anger. She knew that when her brother was upset, he could be quite intimidating. Receiving no reply, Wen Qian leaned against the door, listening until she caught the sound of a television inside. "Brother, I'm coming in," she announced before pushing the door open. She found Wen Rang sitting on the floor, engrossed in a video game. While he dominated the game, his expression outside of it was grim. Upon her entrance, he didn't even glance in her direction. Feeling suddenly anxious, Wen Qian edged closer, gently tugging at his shirt. "Brother, please don't be angry." Wen Rang remained silent. "I know I was wrong." His fingers hesitated on the controller. "Really, I promise. I won't throw you into the space again next time." Wen Rang dropped the game controller and turned to face her, his eyes blazing with emotion. "What do you know? You know nothing. You always rush into danger alone." Tears shimmered in his eyes as he earnestly regarded the girl before him. He had been the first to hold her after her birth, and she had called him brother as her first word when she began to speak. She had never realized how significant she was to him. "Wen Qian, I can die, but you cannot. I can accept my own death, but I cannot bear to lose you. Do you understand?" Wen Qian blinked, and in that fleeting moment, tears began to fall. Seeing her cry, Wen Rang grew flustered. "Don't cry. I didn't hit you, so why are you crying? The warmth of her tears felt strange to Wen Qian. It had been ages since she had last wept. She raised her hand to wipe her face and smiled at Wen Rang. Brother, I won't let you die. In my past life, everyone perished while trying to protect me. This time, I will not allow such a tragedy to repeat. We will grow stronger together. I promise not to carelessly toss you into the space again. So please don't be angry, okay? If you ignore me, I'll be scared. Wen Qian tugged at Wen Rang's shirt hem, and seeing his forlorn expression, he sighed heavily. He glanced down at her blood-stained clothes and scolded. Go back to your room and change. Come back later to play games with me. All right. Wen Qian's eyes brightened as she quickly got up to leave. Wen Rang watched her exit, then opened his hand, clenching it into a fist. He had felt unwell for the past couple of days, unable to pinpoint the cause of his discomfort. Just yesterday, he even questioned whether he was hallucinating, having seen flames burst from his palm. He intended to discuss this with Wen Qian later. As Wen Qian left Wen Rang's room, she was intercepted by Gu Ran, whose expression mirrored Wen Rang's fierce demeanor, as if he were ready to send someone to their grave. Without exchanging many words, he made his point clear. In future battles, she was not to send him into the space again. Chapter 77. The awakening of the family's abilities. The Wen family took him in and saved his sister's life. If, at a critical moment, he could not protect them but chose to hide in the space for refuge, then his presence here would lose its significance. Gu Ran was acutely aware of his responsibilities. Although his strength did not match that of Wen Qian, he had his own contributions to make. While at the pharmaceutical factory today, Wen Qian did not overthink the situation. She was confident in her ability to eliminate that zombie, but was uncertain about its powers and did not want to endanger everyone by involving them in a reckless endeavor. Moreover, she wished to test her regenerative abilities without alarming her parents, so she decided to throw them all into the fray. However, she felt fortunate for her actions, for had the zombie concealed its powers and suddenly teleported in front of her parents, Wen Qian shuddered at the thought. She called everyone into the space to bathe and change clothes. Afterward, she checked on the little boy still in a deep slumber. Noticing he showed no signs of waking, she proceeded to have her meal. At the dining table, Wen Qian engaged everyone in a serious discussion. The zombie they encountered today had begun to exhibit a semblance of human consciousness. If this continued, it would only become more difficult to manage. She observed that an increasing number of individuals had recently awakened their abilities. This premature awakening was not a positive development. In her previous life, such abnormalities had not manifested so early. Even someone as useless as Zhang Ziang could possess a space ability, which struck her as absurd. After sharing her observations, she noticed the expressions of her companions were slightly off. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired if they too had awakened their powers. They remained silent, but apart from Gu Ran. The others simultaneously extended their hands, revealing open palms. Wen Rang's hand erupted with a blaze of blue flames. Wen Chongning held a sphere of water, and Li Mo manifested a ball of white light. Li Mo remarked, I only began to sense something unusual in the past couple of days. But since this ability is sporadic and unstable, I hesitated to mention it, fearing it might vanish and lead to false hopes. Wen Chongning and Wen Rang nodded in agreement, sharing his sentiments. Wen Qian turned her gaze towards Gu Ran, who glanced around before rising to retrieve a dumbbell from the living room. And then, in front of them all, he crushed it effortlessly. Wen Qian thought, I see, a strength-based ability. The timing of their awakenings was remarkably synchronized, all occurring within the last 2 days. Wen Chongning possessed water abilities, Wen Rang wielded fire, and Li Mo was gifted with healing powers. They had been quietly practicing their newfound abilities, but at times they found themselves unable to summon them, which is why they had refrained from discussing it with Wen Qian. After contemplating their concerns, Wen Qian stated, the same type of ability can manifest in different ways across different individuals. For instance, in the case of water abilities, my father's power is to generate water, while Yi Xinghua can transform himself into water. I believe your abilities remain unstable because they are still evolving and have yet to fully take shape. Wen Qian was certain that her family possessed superior physical qualities and potential compared to those outside. Since the apocalypse began, They had been consuming the well water from the space and soaking in its hot springs daily, an advantage no one else could match. Since abilities, once awakened, would not disappear, it was now a matter of how much they could strengthen them. Wen Qian's reassurances eased her companion's worries. Yet she found herself puzzled as to why she was the only one without an ability. The space had been hers since the first day she returned, and her enhanced strength and speed were rewards granted by the system. Regeneration was acquired after she defeated the small zombie. If she was not mistaken, she would soon process the crystal core of today's zombie in the space, which should allow her to absorb its teleportation ability. Yet, why could she not awaken two abilities herself? This left Wen Qian feeling quite dissatisfied. As the apocalypse unfolded, the survivors endeavored to adapt to the harsh conditions. The spaces created by individuals like Zhang Ziang and Ji Fan likely emerged from their extreme desires for survival. However, their spaces were limited. Wen Qian noticed that when she observed Ji Fan, he could only fit 2 boxes of medicine into his space before it was full. Additionally, there was the matter of ability acquisition. Before she killed Zhang Ziang, the system had alerted her to his powers. Yet today, neither Yi Xinghua nor Ji Fan received such warnings, implying that as long as the other party harbored no hostility or murderous intent towards her, the system would not permit her to indiscriminately kill the innocent. As they conversed, the topic shifted to the base. When Rang turned to Wen Qian and asked, "What shall we name our base?" After some thought, she replied, "Xiaobai Base." The others were taken aback, never expecting her to name it after Xiaobai. Wen Qian smiled faintly at their reaction. "Don't you think the name suits us perfectly? A group of novices, utterly clueless, devoid of resources and combat prowess, can only band together. It evokes a sense of protectiveness." When Rang retorted, "Do you even hear what you're saying? With a name like that, most people would likely rush in to kill this group of novices to seize their resources." Regardless, Wen Qian was resolute in her decision. After finishing their meal, Wen Rang summoned her to the study to show her the computer surveillance screen. This monitoring system had been set up by Wen Rang before the apocalypse, primarily focusing on the area in front of their home. However, it now displayed footage of the entire neighborhood and a radius of 500 meters around it. Wen Qian reinterpreted the meaning of defense upgrade as described by the system that day. She recalled the system's notification about the base system being activated. After a moment's hesitation, she entered the space. Inside, she discovered that alongside the mall system, a base system had been added. Upon clicking into it, she found information about everyone currently in the base, including whether they possessed abilities and their accumulated points. The system would allocate points based on their future contributions, such as the amount of grain each person cultivated. 1 pound of grain equating to 1 point, automatically credited to their accounts. This information was visible only to Wen Qian, and she alone could manipulate the points. She could use the points they earned to redeem necessary supplies from the base's mall, such as gas tanks, small generators, stoves, and other items that would be in high demand in the future, distributing them as needed. In short, it was utterly impossible for anyone in Wen Qian's base to remain idle, merely waiting for her to feed them. The more capable one was, the more points they earned, and consequently, the more resources Wen Qian could procure for them. A considerate system would undoubtedly ensure its host did not suffer any losses. With a sense of satisfaction, Wen Qian closed the base system, planning to introduce them to a pastoral lifestyle the following day. She envisioned clearing all the trees in the community and uprooting the flowers. Since they were already dead, they served no purpose. Every open space would be transformed into a garden for cultivation, while the outside world descended into chaos. They would farm and raise chickens, achieving a perfect balance. Chapter 78. Everyone's true colors. Wen Qian prepared the tools and seeds needed for tomorrow, while grappling with the issue of water sources. Although her space contained water, it was impractical to draw it out daily for irrigation. If only the system could provide her with a well within the community, ordinary water would suffice, without the enhanced effects akin to that found in her space. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, the system chimed in with an announcement. The base's water well has been completed, located between Building 1 and Building 2. Wen Qian was taken aback. "So, it truly can fulfill my wishes?" She mused, her mind racing with whimsical requests. "I would like a laser sword for every member of the base, a spaceship, and perhaps an Ultraman as well. The system's silence was deafening, and Wen Qian imagined that if it could manifest, it would surely respond with the phrase, "You wish for the impossible." With a smile, she turned and entered the villa to process the crystal cores she had brought back. All the cores had been neatly arranged by the system in the medical room, categorized by their levels. She soon found the core from the two-headed zombie, marked as Level 2. Level 2. The grading of crystal cores ranged from Level 5 to Level 1, culminating in the special grade, with Level 5 being the lowest and special grade the highest. The previous core from the small zombie had been labeled special grade, yet this one, which was stronger in combat, was merely Level 2. This indicated that the classification of zombies varied with their mutations. What was once special grade might well be downgraded to Level 5 in a year's time. Furrowing her brow, Wen Qian tossed all the cores into the processor before stepping outside to clean the chicken coop and cattle shed, to spare her father the trouble later. After a refreshing shower, she returned to find the processor had completed its task. This time, rather than syringes, it produced capsules for oral consumption. Clearly, the system had realized the inefficiency of using syringes, which required a needle for each individual dose. Wen Qian examined the information displayed on the screen regarding the synthesis rules for the crystal cores. 100 Level 5 cores yield 1 capsule, enhancing abilities by 3. 50 Level 4 cores yield 1 capsule, enhancing abilities by 5. 10 Level 3 cores yield 1 capsule, enhancing abilities by 10. 1 Level 2 core yields 5 capsules, enhancing abilities by 20. 1 Level 1 core yields 10 capsules, enhancing abilities by 40 and extending lifespan by 2 years. 1 special grade core yields 10 capsules, enhancing abilities by 50 and adding additional skills, extending lifespan by 5 years. Moreover, cores of all levels could significantly improve physical attributes, although individual responses varied. Most of the cores she had retrieved were Level 5, and she currently possessed 20 Level 5 capsules, 20 Level 4, 30 Level 3, and 5 Level 2. Casually, she tossed a Level 2 capsule into her mouth and immediately received a notification that she had gained the ability to teleport. Indeed, while others awakened their powers through a process, hers was acquired through absorption. Though initially frustrated, she soon found solace in this reality. Awakening might yield only 1 or 2 skills, whereas absorption held no such limitations. In a world teeming with zombies, the opportunities for acquiring abilities were boundless. The more she contemplated, the more delighted she became, even yearning to venture out and engage with zombies. She exited her space, distributing the capsules among her companions. They consumed the capsules as if they were a meal, instantly feeling the effects on their bodies. When Rang spread his hands, and flames leapt several meters high, nearly singeing his father's hair. Startled, Wen Chongming hastily doused the flames, resulting in a chaotic scene in the living room. Li Mo observed the father-son duo with an expressionless gaze as they hurriedly cleaned up, not daring to utter a word. Amused by the spectacle, Wen Qian retreated to her room. She lay on her bed, perusing manga, before glancing at the satellite phone on her bedside table, contemplating contacting Mo Han for updates. The Bingcheng base surely had numerous awakened individuals. Having recognized the potential of the crystal cores, they would undoubtedly be amassing them in large quantities. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up the phone and dialed a number. After 2 rings, Mo Han answered. "What is it?" "I wanted to inquire about the crystal cores. Didn't you mention that they could extract the harmless components for injection? How is your research progressing? Have you succeeded in the extraction? I'm in a meeting. Can I call you back in 10 minutes? Sure. Wen Qian hung up, furrowing her brow. Was he genuinely busy, or merely using it as an excuse to avoid her? Did he hold meetings every day? In a world rife with chaos, was it truly appropriate for him to be seated in the base discussing matters? He never seemed to lead missions outside. Comparing himself to others only highlighted the vast differences in their roles. Seated cross-legged on her bed, Wen Qian cursed for 10 minutes until she received a call from Mo Han. The experimental team was still conducting research. Achieving a 100 extraction of harmless components proved challenging, with the highest success rate at merely 30. When Qian responded, "Oh, your progress seems rather sluggish. What else would you like to know?" Mo Han asked. "I saw Yi Xinghua, Lin Yin, and Fan today. They have all awakened their abilities. There should be quite a number of awakened individuals on your end, right? They awakened in the past few days, but the overall count remains low. Including residents, there are only a handful, barely a dozen among nearly 300,000 people. It's indeed a small number. However, whether that will change significantly in the future remains uncertain. Han seemed to anticipate her thoughts. If one does not awaken within the first 3 months of the apocalypse, the chances of awakening later diminish greatly. Wen Qian was taken aback. Why do you say that? Survival of the fittest. The power disparities will only grow wider. Those chosen by the apocalypse are in the first tier, and only they will possess abilities. This was the first time Wen Qian had heard such a perspective. Chosen by the apocalypse? What did that make her, returning to challenge the apocalypse? A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips as she pondered, eventually revealing her plans to establish a base. By the way, I've set up a base. So do be cautious with your words. Do not accidentally divulge any secrets that could be construed as confidential, lest you blame me for espionage. Han paused for 2 seconds before asking, what is the name of the base? Xiaobai Base. Everyone's true colors? Wen Qian hadn't expected him to grasp the irony. She feigned innocence. No, it's just a literal meaning. They are all little whites. A soft chuckle echoed in her ear as Han chose not to expose her, simply stating, all right, let me know if you need anything in the future. I'll help you gather supplies. Chapter 79. The illusion of mind reading. Wen Qian assumed he was merely being courteous, so she reciprocated politely with a thank you, expressing her hope for continued pleasant cooperation. Having garnered useful information, she was eager to end the awkward conversation. Just as she was about to say goodbye, she heard Han ask, are you free next Friday? Wen Qian, in this apocalyptic world where neither work nor school existed, when could one possibly be unavailable? Wen Qian replied, yes. Have you discovered another resource point? Where is it? I can go wait for Yi Xinghua and the others. I have something to discuss with you. If you're free, I can take you somewhere. I'm not going. Without even inquiring about the destination, she declined outright. Han seemed taken aback, as if he had never faced rejection before, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. Why? What a profound question. Wen Qian smiled thinly, pondering whether he was truly oblivious. With his dubious mind-reading abilities, who would willingly choose to be in his company? Han reflected on the details of their last meeting, struggling to identify what might have displeased her. Eventually, Wen Qian asked, can your mind-reading ability hear everyone's thoughts simultaneously? That must keep you quite busy at the base. Do you manage to sleep with 30,000 people around? He felt a twinge of regret, akin to lifting a stone only to crush his own foot. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, one hand clutching the phone, the other pressing against his forehead. Telling her that his mind-reading was a farce would undoubtedly be met with disbelief, and he had no means to explain. With a resigned sigh, Han replied, I can't hear others. I can only hear you. That's impossible. Wen Qian was taken aback. Why was she so unfortunate? They had never met before. Mid-sentence, she recalled a sudden wave of familiarity from that day at the base, and she swallowed her words. Han inquired, what do you mean by that? Nothing. Han clarified, I can only hear you under special circumstances. It's not always applicable. Wen Qian remained skeptical, wondering what this special circumstance entailed. When I want to listen, Wen Qian ground her teeth. Do you mind if I utter a curse? I'm not particularly keen on listening. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Goodbye. She abruptly hung up the phone. What a ridiculous notion of special circumstances. Taking a deep breath, she rolled her eyes and tossed the phone onto the bedside cabinet. Uncertain of the veracity of his words, she resolved to maintain her distance from him. Surely, even the most potent mind-reading would have its limitations. She refused to believe that, even separated by the city, he could still discern her thoughts. Han glanced at the 2 invitations on the table, sighed deeply, and regretted ever mentioning mind-reading to her. His mood soured further when Yi Xinghua knocked and entered to report matters, prompting him to wonder if his visit was ill-timed. Wen Qian, having cast aside her phone, heard her brother knock, announcing that the little boy had awakened. The bedroom door had been ajar, yet they had heard no sounds until Gu Wanwan peered in, only to discover the boy was missing, eventually finding him hidden in the wardrobe. Liamo carried him out, and the boy's tearful countenance revealed he had been severely frightened and was still in shock. When Wen Qian approached, he curled up in the blanket like a small dog shivering after being caught in the rain. She lifted a corner of the blanket and met his gaze. Upon seeing her, his anxious expression softened slightly. "Don't be afraid. You're safe now. This is my home." Wen Qian gently poked his cheek and asked, "What is your name?" After a long pause, the boy quietly replied, "Fervent." Wen Qian regarded him thoughtfully, choosing not to ask further questions, and brought him some food. Liamo and Gu Wanwan stayed to accompany him during the meal, and once the others had exited the room, Wen Qian spoke softly. "This little one possesses special abilities. In fact, she had sensed this back at the pharmaceutical factory. He was the sole survivor in such a vast place. Even if his parents fought valiantly to protect him, it seemed implausible. What a charming little child. Surely the zombies would not overlook him. His scent alone would be enticing. However, given the boy's current state, she knew it would be futile to inquire further, so she decided to wait for another time. Wen Qian returned to her room to indulge in a languorous stretch, watching Country Love until the early hours before yawning herself to sleep. In her dreams, she delivered a thorough beating to Xie Guangquan, who hung from the base's wall, baiting the zombies. The sight of the undead flocking to him was oddly satisfying. Wen Qian slumbered soundly until dawn, first eating breakfast, then using the intercom to notify the residents of Building 2 to gather downstairs. The layout of Building 2 consisted of 2 stairways serving 4 households, and the remaining 20 households occupied 5 floors. Having filled their bellies in the past couple of days, they no longer feared zombies lurking in the corridors and had enjoyed ample rest. Thus, their spirits appeared considerably lifted. Upon seeing them downstairs, Wen Qian wasted no time and stated plainly, "From now on, you will all be members of this base. As you are aware, there is no such thing as a free lunch. I am under no obligation to rescue or provide for you. Therefore, should I discover any treachery, I will not hesitate to eliminate the offender. Those who seek to deceive will be expelled." Despite the presence of a robust systemic mental monitoring, Wen Qian preferred to lay down the law up front. Today's task was to clear all the trees and flowers from the community and replace them with crops and vegetables. The water source was situated between Building 1 and Building 2, where they could also obtain their daily water supply. The group listened intently as Wen Qian spoke, then turned to gaze at the well in disbelief. Their community was built on a hill. Although not particularly high, the underground garage was directly below. How had she managed to dig a well here? They stood in stunned silence, digesting this revelation. In this apocalyptic world where zombies existed, what else could they not accept? Wen Qian was clearly a divine being sent to save them. They simply needed to heed her instructions without concern for the rest. Wen Qian observed the children huddled close to their guardians, resembling a flock of quails, their eyes filled with trepidation as they frequently glanced around, fearful of encountering another terrifying zombie. These children all bore congenital illnesses, rendering them incapable of vigorous play since childhood. Thus, they were notably quieter than typical children. In the current circumstances, this was not a disadvantage, for had they been rambunctious and noisy, she would surely have imposed discipline. After assigning tasks, everyone began to busy themselves. Initially, Wen Qian had considered letting the little quails play in the underground garage, but they all shook their heads, preferring to stay quietly beside their guardians. While they were not capable of heavy labor, they could still run errands or assist with minor tasks. As for the elderly, their farming expertise surpassed anything written in books. Chapter 80. Fu Yuanen's Extraordinary Ability. 20 middle-aged individuals, accompanied by their children, toiled diligently under the guidance of 7 elderly mentors. Previously accustomed to the comforts of office life, they had no experience in physical labor, particularly in agriculture. It did not take long for the elders to express their discontent, pointing out the young one's lack of skills. One elder seized a hoe and began to demonstrate, prompting the young adults to nod in understanding, eager to avoid causing any strain on the elder's fragile frame. As the temperature soared to nearly 60 degrees Celsius, the group worked in the shadows of the building, yet the oppressive heat left them dizzy and drenched in sweat. While Wen Qian urged them to labor diligently, she did not intend for them to overexert themselves, as long as they were not deliberately slacking off. She welcomed their need for breaks. They labored from dawn until dusk, sharing humble meals of steamed buns and pickled vegetables, once despised, now savored with newfound appreciation. They embraced the palpable sensation of life, particularly the older members, whose eyes glistened with unbidden tears. Nightfall brought a slight drop in temperature. Mosquitoes and bats emerged. Yet the glass roof above the base and the finely meshed screens effectively barred their entry. Solar-powered streetlights illuminated the courtyard, allowing the group to continue their efforts, dragging the felled trees into the underground garage for future use. Wen Qian had previously purchased some soil while acquiring seeds and distributed it among them. With renewed vigor, and reassured that the zombies outside could not breach their sanctuary, they took their tents outdoors to sleep on the ground. After all, their homes were equally stifling, and the absence of mosquitoes outside was a delightful reprieve. At around 4 in the morning, they rose to continue their work. By 9 in the evening, they retired to rest, and after a week of such routine, they had filled every available space within the base with crops. Gazing upon their bountiful harvest, a profound sense of pride swelled within them. After fetching water from the well to wash up and changing clothes, they contacted Wen Qian via intercom to inquire if there were any further tasks. With no immediate plans, Wen Qian encouraged them to enhance their physical fitness, suggesting they run 5 kilometers daily, increasing to 10 kilometers after a week. The group complied, and the following morning, Wen Qian observed a diverse assembly of individuals, young and old, fast and slow, running laps around the community. The base system indicated a population of 47 residents, each present and accounted for. The elderly, unable to run, opted to walk, pausing as needed. After observing for a while, Wen Qian turned her gaze to the entrance of Fu Yuan's room. He had appeared unnoticed, cautiously peering around the corner. For an entire week, he had remained confined to his room, exchanging fewer than 10 words. She beckoned him with a playful gesture, and, after a moment's hesitation, he shyly approached her side. "Sister," Fu Yuan spoke softly, looking up at her. "Good boy," Wen Qian replied, ruffling his hair. "Is your room comfortable? If you don't like it, you can choose another." "That one is fine," Fu Yuan responded, glancing back over his shoulder. Not seeing Gu Wanwan, he quietly inquired, "Did the monsters eat Wanwan's mom and dad too?" Wen Qian hesitated, wanting to affirm but fearing the child's accidental slip of tongue. After all, Gu Wanwan was only 3 years old. Perhaps they could maintain the ruse a little longer. "No, her parents are working far away, so they cannot return for now." A look of relief washed over Fu Yuan's face as he felt happy for Gu Wanwan. "As long as they are okay, that's good." Noticing his reluctance to distance himself from her, Wen Qian asked, "Can you tell me how you managed to evade those monsters?" As he recalled the terrifying memories, his small face paled further, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet he stood firm, responding to her inquiry. "I hid in the cupboard and stayed quiet. But even then, they could find you. When you were in the cupboard, did you feel anything unusual about your body?" Fu Yuan tilted his head, pondering her question. Something unusual about his body? After a moment of contemplation, he turned back to Wen Qian, asking, "Is that so?" Wen Qian's eyes widened slightly as she noticed a nearly transparent barrier enveloping him. She reached out to touch it, finding no tangible sensation. "Can you let me in there too?" As her words fell, the pale light expanded, encompassing her within as well. Wen Qian nodded thoughtfully. It seemed this was indeed the case. As long as one remained within this barrier, zombies could not sense their presence. However, given Fu Yuan's young age and limited control over his ability, the barrier likely could only accommodate 2 individuals at most. With this in mind, she called Gu Wanwan out for an experiment. As expected, no matter how hard Fu Yuan tried, a third person could not enter the barrier. Satisfied, Wen Qian smiled and encouraged them to return indoors to play. However, Fu Yuan lingered, standing firm and asking, "Sister, can you teach me how to fight the monsters?" Despite the fear that still gripped him, he yearned to confront them. Wen Qian was momentarily taken aback, but he continued, "Next time you go out, can you take me with you? I promise I won't be a burden." Wen Qian smiled. "Next time isn't possible, but I promise to take you out eventually. For now, stay home and train with Wanwan and the children downstairs. When you're ready, I'll teach you some moves." How's that sound? Great. I will work hard. Fu Yuanan replied, determination etched on his face as he dashed back to his room, closing the door behind him. After a week of seclusion, Wen Qian decided it was time to venture out and engage with the zombies. Before others could extract the harmless parts of the crystal cores, she needed to enhance her own and her family's abilities. If fortune smiled upon her, she might even encounter first or elite level zombies. The system categorized zombies by combat strength, indicating tangible references existed. Thus, it was certain that elite level zombies were out there, lurking unseen. The thought filled Wen Qian with excitement as she changed into appropriate attire, donned protective goggles and tactical gloves, and called her brother to accompany her. Meanwhile, Gu Ran remained at home, tasked with guiding Li Mo and Wen Chongning in clearing zombies near the base, while also honing their control over their abilities. Upon exiting the base, as she beheld the approaching zombies in the distance, Wen Qian felt a surge of reality wash over her. She set the offline navigation to a food processing factory in the southern part of the city and declared to Wen Rang, "This is it. My instincts tell me there will be significant zombies here." When Rang replied, "Others go to food processing factories for supplies, and you're going there to hunt zombies?" Chapter 81. Seeking resources by capturing Wen Qian turned on the speaker to listen to her favorite music, her mood buoyant as she playfully remarked, "Where can one find food more delightful than the scent of zombies?" As they drove toward their destination, she gazed out the window in boredom, suddenly recalling the matter of her powers. "Brother, have you thought of any fun techniques?" She turned to Wen Rang, her curiosity piqued. Wen Rang was momentarily taken aback by her question. "Fun techniques?" He echoed. "Indeed, you possess fire abilities, but surely you cannot rely solely on setting zombies ablaze. That would be dreadfully mundane." For days, Wen Qian had pondered how she might utilize such powers. Now, with all preparations complete, they merely awaited the arrival of zombies to grant her the opportunity to showcase her abilities. Noticing her brother lost in contemplation, a fleeting smile danced in her eyes. She playfully tapped his shoulder, and in an instant, their positions were reversed when Rang found himself in the passenger seat, while Wen Qian took the wheel. Startled, he exclaimed, "You little rascal. No fooling around while driving. With zombies lurking on every street, what is there to fear? If we crash into them, it would be their good fortune," Wen Qian replied nonchalantly, gripping the steering wheel with one hand. "What do you think of this move? Not only can I teleport myself, but I can also shift any living creature beside me." Her words ignited a spark of inspiration in Wen Rang. He gazed out the window, his eyes glimmering with excitement at the sight of the approaching zombies. During their hour-long journey, they encountered several groups of survivors scavenging for supplies. Those who had managed to survive this long, venturing out for resources rather than staying at a base, were certainly no easy foes. Yet collectively, these survivors paled in comparison to the overwhelming number of zombies. A month and a half into the global apocalypse, the death toll from disease, starvation, and infighting, coupled with those turned into zombies, had likely reached half the original human population. This catastrophe had descended with alarming swiftness, and unlike the previous life, it was even more merciless. Upon nearing their destination, Wen Qian parked the car, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was in sight before storing the vehicle in her spatial pocket. Her suspicion that high-level zombies lurked nearby stemmed from the prominence of this food processing factory, renowned throughout the area and operating numerous restaurant chains across the city. The headquarters factory supplied semi-finished products and secret sauces to these establishments, boasting its own warehouse filled with rice, flour, and oil. The local residents were likely aware of this fact, prompting them to seek out resources here during times of scarcity. A larger population meant an increase in zombies. And with more zombies came the potential for formidable foes, reminiscent of the cultivation scene in pharmaceutical factories. As Wen Qian and Wen Rang disembarked, a horde of zombies charged at them, swiftly dispatched by the duo. With her tang knife in hand, Wen Qian led the charge, eliminating zombies with ease, one by one, and in pairs, leaving behind grotesque heads scattered across the ground. The crystal cores had already been collected by the system, so she casually kicked aside any obstructive heads without a second glance. This spectacle did not escape the notice of another group out hunting for crystal cores. who could not resist mocking them. These two fools are truly the chosen laborers, doing our work for free. Observing from a rooftop, they had initially planned to rest before continuing their search, but upon witnessing the effortless manner in which the two handled the zombies, they felt no urgency. It was clear they were oblivious to the existence of crystal cores, and they found amusement in the thought of letting the duo continue their futile efforts until they were inevitably overwhelmed. As time passed, the rooftop observers realized that the two below were surprisingly skilled. Despite the time elapsed, not a single zombie had managed to harm them, nor did they seem inclined to leave. With only two individuals, they likely were not from any established alliance. Perhaps they could be captured and taken back for their own benefit. Such a formidable woman was a rarity, and the man, though seemingly without powers, displayed commendable agility. Even without powers, he could serve as a meat shield when necessary, one of them used. If they're not after crystal cores, they must be here for supplies. We can offer them food, and in return, they will serve us? What a splendid arrangement. After a lively discussion, the group ultimately decided to reveal themselves, extending a helping hand to Wen Qian and Wen Rang. To Wen Qian's surprise, rather than remaining hidden, the individuals descended directly before her. Upon meeting Wen Qian and Wen Rang, their eyes brightened. From the rooftop, they could only discern vague silhouettes, but now they could clearly see their features. Exchanging glances filled with calculating amusement, they thought, with faces like these, even if they are useless, it matters not. There will always be affluent individuals drawn to them. Throughout history, it has always been the common people who have borne the brunt of suffering. The wealthy had long been privy to the impending disaster, hoarding resources for their own enjoyment. In fact, 2/3 of the grain in Bin City had been collected by these affluent individuals a month before the apocalypse struck. The absence of skyrocketing prices was attributed to their fear of leaks leading to panic, prompting intervention from authorities. When transactions commenced, they threatened sellers with extreme measures to ensure silence, dispatching individuals to monitor them around the clock. Those who complied were spared, while those who did not faced abduction. Rumor had it they had ordered a significant shipment from an e-commerce platform, comprising 60 to 70 containers. Yet, on the night of collection, these goods mysteriously vanished from the warehouse. The e-commerce representatives could offer no explanation, merely stating that a woman had appeared, and then the goods disappeared. Such an absurd excuse was met with skepticism, leading buyers to suspect the platform had embezzled their funds, resulting in a heated dispute. Originally, they had planned to place another order with the e-commerce platform, but with the onset of the apocalypse, their personnel had either perished or fled, leaving the matter unresolved. Fortunately, the wealthy had stockpiled enough to cushion their quality of life from significant detriment. Chapter 82. The onset of the hunt in the absence of regulatory enforcement. The affluent have become more unrestrained than ever before, indulging in desires previously suppressed. The wealthy, with their penchant for extravagance, engage in a multitude of pastimes, with carnal pleasures being among the most favored. Some favor men, others women, and some are indiscriminate. They host lavish parties in their villas, where men and women mingle in a grotesque display. Certain individuals with peculiar predilections revel in acts of cruelty, leading to the demise of hundreds within a mere month. Consequently, individuals like the two before them, with fair complexions, moderate combat prowess, and a lack of extraordinary abilities, are highly sought after by the affluent, as their physical resilience makes them less likely to perish, and their aesthetic appeal is pleasing. They intend to entice these two back and sell them to the wealthy in exchange for resources. Since the advent of the apocalypse, currency has become worthless, with resources and gold serving as the primary mediums of exchange. These two, with their comely faces, should fetch at least 200 pounds of rice. The group of 8, engrossed in their calculations, engaged Wen Qian and her brother in conversation while fending off zombies with firearms. "Brother, are you out scavenging for supplies with your girlfriend?" "She is my sister. Apologies for the misunderstanding." "Greetings, I am Huang Zhizhe from the West City base. What are your names?" "I am Zhang San, and my sister is Li Si." When Rang fabricated names on the spot, seeing the dubious expressions on their faces, he explained, "My family is impoverished, and my parents believe that humble names ensure longevity. Hence, we are named as such, and my sister bears my mother's surname. The group remained unconvinced, finding the names too casual to be genuine, but acknowledging a semblance of plausibility. Huang Zhizhe smirked, realizing that they wished to avoid excessive interaction. However, he was determined to capture them, as the woman was desirable even for his own gratification. His gaze lingered on Wen Qian, traversing her form with suggestive intent, finding her increasingly appealing. "You hardly appear to be impoverished," Huang Zhizhe remarked. It was rare to encounter such clean and healthy individuals in the post-apocalyptic world. Their complexions and physical condition indicated that they were not starving. When Rang casually decapitated a zombie lunging at him, his firearm was concealed behind his waist, and he was reluctant to reveal his abilities to this group. He resorted to wielding his tang blade like his sister, though he was not adept at it, nearly launching the blade and decapitating Huang Zhizhe. Poverty is not always evident. Have you ever seen a wealthy person with our strength? It is the result of manual labor since childhood. Having heard countless absurdities from his sister, Wen Rang was now adept at fabricating tales. Even the clothing and weapons we possess were scavenged from the deceased. Huang Zhizhe paused, finding this explanation more credible. The wealthy lived a life of luxury, and even in the post-apocalyptic world, they would employ guards to protect them, indulging in lavish meals and remaining sheltered. They would hardly venture out to gather supplies themselves. Huang Zhizhe smiled and proposed, "In that case, why not join us? Our base provides sustenance, ensuring 3 meals a day, as well as clothing and weapons." Neither Wen Rang nor Wen Qian responded. Huang Zhizhe glanced at Wen Qian and chuckled. "Beauty, why are you silent? Are you perhaps mute? Utter a sound for your brother to hear." His words elicited a chorus of laughter from the men around him. However, their mirth was short-lived, as the relentless surge of zombies interrupted them. The scent emanating from the dozen or so living beings excited the undead. Huang Zhizhe and his cohorts possessed weapons, but they were unfamiliar with the zombies' weak points. Consequently, they could only repel them with their weapons, resorting to decapitation like Wen Qian and her brother. However, the zombies in the vicinity had previously been sparsely distributed. Why were they suddenly swarming towards them as if possessed? The increasing number of zombies caused the expressions of Huang Zhizhe and his group to darken, unable to comprehend the situation. Wen Qian activated her ability to attract attention, drawing the zombies towards them. She and Wen Rang then skillfully used Huang Zhizhe and his group as shields. She sneered at their panicked state. "What a twist of fate, we meet again." When accompanying Yi Xinghua and his team on a mission to Fisher Island, Wen Qian had been asked why she was so formidable and whether she had served in the military. How had Wen Qian responded? She claimed that her family was impoverished, unable to afford food or clothing, and she had to wear her brother's hand-me-downs. As a result, she was bullied, called a transvestite, and even stripped of her clothing to ascertain her gender. It was from that point that she learned to fight. These fabrications were not entirely false. In her previous life, Wen Rang's departure left her without protection. The individuals at the base had caused her brother's death and intended to use her as a plaything. She had no choice but to flee the base. As a woman, she faced numerous inconveniences in the outside world. Consequently, she cut her hair, donned Wen Rang's clothing, and pretended to be a man. However, her feminine features and ample bosom made it difficult to conceal her true identity, even in loose clothing. Her attempt to disguise herself as a man was a farce. When those vile men discovered her, they surrounded her, taunting her, calling her a transvestite, and demanding to examine her body. It was during that incident that Wen Qian committed murder, and the one who was killed was Huang Zhizhe. With a swift stroke, taking a life was instantaneous. It was from that moment that Wen Qian realized she was somewhat deranged. She had never killed anyone before, nor had she ever engaged in physical altercations. She had been protected like a delicate flower, sheltered from the harsh realities of the world. However, when all of her family members were killed, she seemed to instinctively acquire the skills of killing, becoming increasingly proficient. Wen Qian struggled to break free from her memories. Watching Huang Zhizhe and his group being pursued and bitten by the zombie horde, fleeing in disarray, a smile crept upon her lips. The system's voice echoed in her mind, reminding her once again, after she had killed Zhang Ziyang, that there were individuals with abilities nearby and urging her to exercise caution. Wen Qian knew that Huang Zhizhe and his group harbored murderous intent towards her, intending to use her as a shield to escape. Therefore, the system permitted her to kill them and seize their abilities. 2 of Huang Zhizhe's men had already been dragged into the horde, while the others were wounded. As Huang Zhizhe witnessed the increasing number of zombies, he seized Wen Qian, who was closest to him, pushed her in front of him, and hid behind her, firing his weapon. However, he did not anticipate that the seemingly frail and beautiful woman would snatch his weapon from him. Before he could react, their positions had been reversed, and he was now the closest to the zombies. When Qian met his panicked and bewildered gaze, her red lips parting to utter a few words, the hunt begins. She now desperately desired individuals with abilities or zombies to provoke her. With the expiration of the 3-minute window for attracting the zombies' attention, they collectively disregarded Wen Qian. Huang Zhizhe, witnessing the zombies pass her by as if she were invisible, widened his eyes and, in a fit of anger and despair, inquired, "You possess supernatural abilities?" He continued, "Did you think you could rely solely on that blade in your hand in a place like this?" Wen Qian seemed perplexed by their thought processes. Observing Huang Zhizhe struggling to evade the zombies, she propelled him back into their midst with a swift kick. Eliminating him implies supernatural abilities, yet eliminating zombies potentially yields a crystal core. Therefore, it is preferable for him to succumb to their bites first. Wen Qian maximized the utilization of this expendable asset. Upon witnessing her actions, Wen Rang ceased his pretense. He discarded his blade into his interdimensional storage, retrieved a firearm, and targeted the zombies' craniums. The projectile pierced the skull, precisely impacting the vital point, resulting in a resounding explosion. The sheer force of the blast caused the heads of nearby zombies to rupture. With several shots, Wen Rang induced a chaotic scene as the zombies perished in explosions or fled in terror. The pyrokinetic ability extended beyond mere ignition. It could be synergistically combined with weaponry. Upon impact with the target, the projectile ignited, generating an explosive force akin to a grenade. Certain zombies had begun to evolve consciousness, recognizing danger and experiencing fear. Upon witnessing this spectacle, they scattered with remarkable alacrity. Hearing the commotion, Wen Qian turned to witness an expanse of azure conflagration, prompting her to shake her head. Too brutal. Her brother evidently intended to expedite the zombies' demise by incinerating them outright. However, a question arose. Why was the fire azure in hue? Wen Rang had not anticipated such an outcome. A conceited grin adorned his lips as he turned to Wen Qian. "Extol my virtues." "Commendable," Wen Qian uttered tonelessly. Yet her countenance radiated elation. She turned back, apprehended Huang Zhizhe, who was once again attempting to escape the throng of zombies, and hurled him back into the horde before approaching Wen Rang. "Brother, incinerate me momentarily." Wen Qian extended her arm, making a request that caused Wen Rang to frown. He realized that Wen Qian possessed regenerative abilities, but it's inconsequential. Merely modulate the intensity. I simply desire to discern the distinctive properties of this fire. Wen Qian's resolve was unwavering, compelling Wen Rang to acquiesce. Subsequently, Wen Qian was rendered insensible. Extinguishing the flames on her arm, Wen Qian gazed at her brother and shared her discovery. The fire harbors electricity. Wen Rang possessed dual pyrokinetic and electrokinetic abilities. Huang Zhizhe, engaged in a desperate struggle against the zombies in the distance, caught sight of the two conversing idly, enraging him to no end. Both of them are endowed with supernatural abilities. Damn it! Huang Zhizhe cursed, lamenting his misfortune. Having confirmed her brother's abilities, Wen Qian turned her attention back to Huang Zhizhe. Noticing that he had yet to perish, she raised an eyebrow. He is indeed capable, being the leader of a crystal core gathering expedition. She turned to approach him, resolving that he would not leave this place alive. Huang Zhizhe claimed affiliation with the Western Citadel, which Wen Qian knew to be an enclave established by affluent individuals in the Western District of Binsheng. The Western District of Binsheng boasted numerous villas, with prices comparable to those in the Beijing-Tianjin region. This arrangement aimed to delineate social strata, precluding association with the less privileged. These affluent individuals were not merely wealthy. Their fortunes were inherited, surpassing the imagination of ordinary citizens. They casually donned ready-to-wear garments from luxury brands costing hundreds of thousands, effortlessly acquired Hermes handbags worth millions, and drove sports cars valued at tens of millions. Their residences were sprawling estates spanning thousands of square meters, and their business dealings involved transactions worth hundreds of millions. These privileged individuals led carefree lives before the apocalypse and continued to do so afterward. The conditions at the Mo Han base were entirely unsuitable for them, and they would never consider residing there. Therefore, they enlisted mercenaries and established their own league of bases, as Huang Zhais had mentioned. The Western Citadel possessed an abundance of weaponry. Ideally, Wen Qian preferred to avoid confrontation with them at this juncture. Her base was populated by the elderly, weak, and disabled. A mere deployment of 2 fighter jets would obliterate her forces. Although Huang Zhais was unaware of her name and identity, it would not be difficult for those individuals to locate her. In the early stages of the apocalypse, numerous individuals had captured her on film and disseminated the footage online, inevitably leading to recognition. Furthermore, few individuals wielded blades to decapitate zombies indiscriminately. Moreover, Zhang Zhang, in his folly, had publicly disclosed their residential address online, facilitating her identification. Wen Qian overtook Huang Zhuai's frantic escape, poised to seize his collar. However, he turned abruptly, ejecting a stream of water from his mouth. Wen Qian had noticed that this individual possessed hydrokinetic abilities, employing water jets ejected from his palms to repel the zombies. However, she had not anticipated the act of expectoration. Wen Qian swiftly averted her head, but the water stream struck her shoulder, causing a perforation. A baseball-sized aperture appeared on Wen Qian's shoulder, causing her arm to droop as if on the verge of detachment. However, within a mere 3 seconds, the wound healed completely. Huang Zhuais witnessed this spectacle, stumbled in panic, and tripped over himself. "You," he stammered as he scrambled backward. "Are you not human? Who are you insulting?" Wen Qian retorted, displeased. "You are the one who is not human." Huang Zhuais was genuinely terrified. Even when he witnessed Wen Qian effortlessly dispatching the zombies, he had not experienced such dread. Regardless of Wen Qian's assertions, Huang Zhuais was convinced that she was no longer human. He had never heard of such a bizarre ability. She must be a zombie, a mutated zombie, a special zombie, a zombie chieftain. Huang Zhuais trembled uncontrollably, any lascivious thoughts he had harbored having vanished. He shrieked like a distorted version of a rubber chicken, fleeing and howling, causing Wen Qian's ears to ache. Was he always this vociferous in his previous life? Wen Qian's memories momentarily blurred. She recaptured him, thrusting him into the faces of the zombies pursuing her. "You desire to bite? Then bite. No one leaves here today until he is devoured." Huang Zhuais was seized by the zombies, his legs too weak to sustain further flight, but his voice remained remarkably loud. His shouts became hoarse before gradually diminishing, ultimately ceasing altogether. His body collapsed to the ground, and after 30 seconds, his limbs contorted into a grotesque and unnatural posture as he reanimated. His eyes turned white, and his body rapidly swelled in size, eventually reaching a height of over 2 meters. As a hydrokinetic, his zombified form was superior to that of ordinary zombies. However, due to the brief interval since his transformation, the fear ingrained within his being had not fully abated. Consequently, he turned and fled, with Wen Qian in pursuit. Wen Rang, engaged in the elimination of zombie minions, inadvertently glanced up to witness his sister seizing an individual and feeding him to the zombies, resembling a quintessential villain. After the individual transformed into a zombie and fled in terror, she pursued him, exclaiming, "You came all this way. Why are you running?" Should an innocent bystander have chanced upon this scene, they would have been utterly unable to comprehend the situation, regardless of their eloquence. Chapter 84. This scoundrel just wants to pursue his sister. After resolving matters with Huang Zhuais, Wen Qian sought out her companions, counting heads and collecting the crystal cores they had previously gathered. Once she confirmed that everyone was indeed dead, she felt reassured enough to deal with the remaining minor zombies. Unbeknownst to her, the corpses of the zombies she had slain had accumulated into a small mountain. Standing atop this mound, she surveyed her surroundings. The remaining zombies, now endowed with a sense of danger, had fled, keeping their distance from her. Wen Qian frowned slightly, feeling discontent. The zombies were evolving too rapidly. If they could run now, would they soon engage her in a game of hide-and-seek? As she pondered how to lure this group of zombies out, her satellite phone suddenly rang. Although she had always carried the phone since leaving home, fearing that a ringing sound might attract zombies and endanger her, she kept it on her person to avoid any mishaps that might prevent her from making contact. The caller ID displayed an unknown number, making her hesitate to glance at the screen. Without further ado, she answered the call, only to hear Emohan's voice. "Where are you now?" he asked straightforwardly, catching Wen Qian off guard. The last time they spoke was a week ago, during which she had intended to scold him. But he had been disinterested and she had hung up. She never anticipated he would reach out again. After considering her location, about 60 to 70 kilometers from the Binhai base, she felt justified in declining any invitation he might extend. Thus, she replied honestly, "I'm in the south of the city. Do you need something? I can come to you. Are you out of your mind?" Wen Qian thought to herself, pulling the phone away from her ear, her expression complex as she contemplated her next move. If she were to feign poor signal and hang up, would he harbor resentment and come looking for her at home? After a brief deliberation, she concluded that he might indeed act on such a whim. And so, she returned the phone to her ear. "I'm a bit occupied at the moment. Could you let me know what you need?" 5 minutes earlier, Yi Xinghua had received a distress signal from the Yunhai Road radio station, reporting over 30 survivors trapped in the Canhai building, besieged by zombies, and requesting rescue. Emohan's voice was cold and detached, echoing the stoicism of his visage, rarely revealing any emotional fluctuations. Upon hearing his response, Wen Qian felt displeased. Yunhai Road was near her home, and she was familiar with the Canhai building. It was merely a 20-minute walk from her place. "Then why don't you go save them? Why contact me? I'm not one of your base members. What entitles you to my assistance?" After the establishment of the Binhai base, that area had been one of the first to receive aid. The Canhai building was an office block, and she had personally led the rescue mission back then. It was unimaginable that so many survivors could still be there. Emohan, with a surprisingly gentle demeanor, explained, "Even if there are rescuers, the company pantry is stocked with snacks and drinks. But 30-plus people cannot possibly survive for so many days." Wen Qian's gaze flickered. "Are you certain the distress signal originated from the Canhai building?" Yi Xinghua confirmed that when they received the signal, the directional antenna was indeed aimed toward that location. "So what are you implying?" Deep down, Wen Qian had an inkling of the answer. She had encountered zombies capable of mimicking human voices in her previous life. "I suspect it might be an A-class or special class zombie. I'm currently in the southern district as well. Tell me your exact location, and I'll come pick you up. Then we can head to the Canhai building together." He was also in the southern district? What could he possibly be doing there? Curiosity piqued when Qian inquired, "Why don't you just meet up with Yi Xinghua and the others?" "I'm not bringing them along," Emohan replied succinctly, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. "With them around, how could I give you the crystal cores?" When Qian was taken aback, his reasoning seemed valid. Yet something felt amiss. A slight headache began to form, but ultimately, she could not resist the allure of the higher-class zombie crystal cores and revealed her location to him. Emohan replied with 2 words, "Wait for me," and then hung up. Tossing the phone into her bag, she turned to her brother, who was seemingly engrossed in incinerating zombies with a makeshift barbecue, and called him over. Emohan said he has come to find us. "Coming here to find us?" Wen Hang exclaimed, "Zopheist." What urgency compels him? Wen Qian glanced at a nearby 3-story factory building, tilting her head slightly. "Let's talk over there." The two climbed to the rooftop of the factory, sitting at the edge as they looked down. Wen Qian recounted the details of the phone call, and when Rang's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing it. The CEO of the Binhai base personally undertook a mission, deliberately shaking off his subordinates, all for the sake of providing his sister with high-class zombie crystal cores? Given the significance of the cores, the demand at the Binhai base must be far greater than theirs. What gave Emohan the audacity to extend such a favor? Suddenly, when Rang recalled something Gu Ran had said that day, he suspected Emohan had feelings for Wen Qian. At the time, when Rang had dismissed it, doubting Gu Ran's judgment. After all, someone who could remain infatuated for 2 years with a woman like Zhang Duo who clearly treated him as a backup option, did not possess the best discernment. However, now, when Rang found some credence in Gu Ran's words, stealing a glance at his sister's oblivious expression, he swallowed this realization, opting not to voice it. Wen Qian recalled her earlier conversation with Han regarding his mind-reading ability and whispered to Wen Rang, "Brother, when he arrives, just curse him out in your mind, whatever vile words come to mind. Can you do that?" When Rang responded, "Is there something I've done recently that has you so eager to send me to my demise?" Han had previously claimed his last statement was deceitful. He could not hear their thoughts. When Rang seized on the key phrase, "What about you?" And therein lay the crux of the matter. He had said he could hear her thoughts at critical moments, but only hers. When Rang rolled his eyes in exasperation, his gaze drifting skyward. What kind of scoundrel-esque rhetoric is this? How could he appear so earnest, yet harbor such a deceitful nature? Gu Ran was right. This scoundrel indeed seeks to pursue his sister. Moreover, to utter such repulsive words, he must have had prior experience. Fuming with indignation, when Rang was incensed, while Wen Qian, unaware of her brother's thoughts, appeared ready to bite someone. Thus, she rummaged through her space for a packet of sunflower seeds, and the two began to crack seeds, carelessly tossing the shells down onto the zombies below. When Han arrived, he was greeted by this absurd scene. He parked the car downstairs, and as Wen Qian and her brother descended, he stood by the passenger door, having opened it for them. Seeing Han's gesture, Wen Rang sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with hostility. Striding over, he unceremoniously plopped into the passenger seat and muttered a curt "thank you." Noticing Wen Rang's unusual demeanor, Han's gaze shifted to Wen Qian, asking, "Did he eat explosives?" Chapter 85. The hellish apocalypse begins. Whether her brother had consumed explosives, Wen Qian remained oblivious. Yet she silently gave him a thumbs up. She assumed Wen Rang had acquiesced to her earlier suggestion, and was now inwardly cursing Han for that infernal mind-reading ability. While she settled back in her seat to observe the unfolding drama, Han exited the vehicle, opening the door in vain, his gaze chillingly sweeping over Wen Rang. Wen Rang felt an undeniable apprehension at the sight of him, but recalling how this man had deceived his sister with sweet words ignited a fierce defiance within him. He understood Han's intention. He merely wished for his sister to occupy the passenger seat. However, he was resolute in denying him that satisfaction. Buckling his seatbelt, he assumed a posture that declared no one would pry him from his seat today. Han glanced at Wen Qian in the back seat, closed the door, and returned to the driver's side. The car roared to life, enveloping them in silence. Wen Qian crossed her arms, turning her gaze to the zombies outside. She had yet to witness Han in action and remained unaware of his abilities, and truth be told, she felt a twinge of anticipation. Then, there was the zombie that could replicate human voices, a phenomenon she had not anticipated to encounter for at least 7 or 8 years in her previous life. Yet here they were, barely 2 months into the apocalypse. Wen Qian marveled at the rapid evolution of the undead, feeling as though this game was hastening its pace. Seemingly intent on annihilating humanity at the quickest possible rate, to establish the zombies as the new inhabitants of this planet. Seated beside Han, Wen Rang expected him to seize an opportunity to converse with his sister, but the man remained steadfastly silent throughout their journey. Turning to glance at Wen Qian, he found her blissfully unaware, eyes closed in a meditative state, showing no signs of anxiety about the imminent encounter with an elite zombie. As Han drove, he could sense Wen Rang's wary gaze upon him, and he surmised the reason behind it. The vehicle sped along until they reached Yinhai Road. Only after the car came to a complete stop did Wen Qian slowly open her eyes, yawning as she exited. This area was bustling with companies, teeming with office workers, and as a result, the number of zombies here was notably higher than in other regions. Wen Qian kicked away an approaching zombie, glancing up at the circling crows above. These crows were now known to feast on human flesh and blood, yet this particular flock, after a single pass overhead, suddenly veered away, dropping a few black feathers in their wake. She shot a suspicious glance at Han, wondering if he had influenced their retreat, but he remained unfazed, striding directly toward the entrance of the building after confirming it was the Qianhai Tower. The entrance stood wide open from a distance. Wen Qian found it peculiar that amidst the zombie-infested exterior, not a single undead creature could be found inside. Why? She pondered, with the outside zombies not venturing in. With her curiosity piqued, she stepped into the building. The moment she crossed the threshold, a wave of icy air enveloped her. Outside, the sun blazed at over 60 degrees. Yet within the building, the temperature plunged to near freezing. A thin layer of frost adorned the walls, beneath which lay the splattered remnants of blood, dried and darkened over days. The trio paused in the lobby, examining a map of the entire building displayed near the entrance. They took a moment to memorize the layout before proceeding deeper inside. Contrasting sharply with the sunlit exterior, the interior was shrouded in shadow. The corridors were eerily silent, the walls marred by bloodstains. It was as quiet as a school building at midnight. Save for their footsteps, not a sound could be heard, enveloping them in a suffocating stillness. Anyone with a modicum of sense would have fled at the sight, yet Wen Qian and her companions advanced without a backward glance, soon disappearing around a corner. After scouring the first floor for any signs of life, they found nothing that stirred. Ascending the stairs to the second floor, Wen Qian's foot landed on the last step, and upon glimpsing the scene in the corridor, her expression twisted in disgust. Wen Rang, trailing behind, was oblivious to what she had seen, until he heard her coldly mock, "Which fool is showing off to their parents about what new skills they learned in kindergarten?" Curiosity piqued. He leaned forward to see what lay ahead, only to find the corridor filled with people encased in ice. These are not zombies, but humans, frozen with expressions of horror, as if they had been captured and sealed in ice, perishing in terror. Humans hunted zombies, and now the sentient undead were retaliating by hunting humans. Wen Qian's fears were well-founded. This apocalyptic game had evolved into a hellish nightmare. Compared to her previous life, her experiences in this one felt like child's play. Upon entering the building, Wen Qian had sensed the presence of ice element zombies. The frost on the walls was proof enough. Yet, she had underestimated the zombies' reckless desire for self-destruction. The second floor yielded no other discoveries besides the frozen victims. When Rang sensed a distinction in this wave of zombies compared to those he had previously encountered, he had yet to confront an elite zombie, which made him cautious. As he vigilantly scanned their surroundings, he intended to warn Wen Qian to exercise caution as well. However, turning around, he found her and Han advancing confidently, Wen Qian kicking open closed doors with an irritable fervor. They did not resemble mere mortals intruding upon a zombie lair. They appeared as harbingers of doom, intent on obliterating it. After thoroughly searching the second floor, the trio continued their ascent. Han, leading the way, suddenly halted. Wen Qian looked up to see a zombie, reminiscent of a spider, suspended from the ceiling, its pale, ghastly face staring directly at Han. This scene would have caused anyone with faint nerves to faint on the spot. Yet Han merely frowned in annoyance, yanking the zombie by its hair and flinging it to the ground. Wen Qian observed with a hint of amusement, her eyes sparkling with mirth. At that moment, she almost believed that this lofty executioner was, indeed, afraid of ghosts. Undoubtedly, they were confronted by a group of zombies fond of theatrics. Wen Qian quickened her pace, already devising a plan to deal with them. She resolved not to hastily eliminate the ice element zombie. Instead, she softly remarked, "In this sweltering heat, the folks back at the base must be suffering terribly. Why not create an ice cellar and have this zombie toil away for us day and night, crafting ice cubes? We want to stop until it collapses from exhaustion." Her words dripped with a sinister edge, and as she turned to face Wen Rang's impassive expression, she guessed that he was mentally criticizing her. With a self-deprecating chuckle, she added, "Indeed, my surname is Zhou, and my given name is Skin Peeler." Chapter 86. Han's Loyalty. Never betray the zombie that Han had thrown to the ground, realizing it could not overpower him, scrambled to its feet and fled. Wen Qian and Wen Rang, watching the spectacle from behind, harbored mischievous thoughts, eager to witness Han unleash his abilities. The zombie fled with remarkable speed, reaching the opposite end of the corridor in the blink of an eye, seemingly on the verge of vanishing. Wen Qian glanced at Han, who remained stationary, too lethargic even to take a step, puzzled by his inaction. Was he reluctant to kill, such a striking creature? Did he possess such peculiar inclinations? As Wen Qian pondered, she was taken aback as the zombie, now several meters away, suddenly turned around and returned. Its expression betrayed a struggle, indicating it was not acting of its own volition. The creature approached Emo Han once more, who effortlessly raised his hand and twisted off its head as if plucking a fruit from a vine. The crystal core dropped from its brain, which Emo Han casually tossed to Wen Qian before continuing forward. She caught the crystal, exchanging silent glances with Wen Rang, both reflecting confusion, anxiety, and shock. An unsettling thought crossed Wen Qian's mind. Could it be that he possessed mental control abilities? Emo Han advanced a few steps, noticing Wen Qian lagging behind, and halted. He turned to her, inquiring, "Aren't you going to retrieve your 24-hour automatic ice maker? Why have you stopped?" "Of course I'm going. Who said I wouldn't?" Wen Qian muttered as she reluctantly walked towards him, secretly wishing to avoid walking beside him. She was candidly expressing her disdain. Yet Emo Han remained unfazed, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes as she reached his side. The corridor within the office building was not particularly spacious, but walking side by side posed no issue. Wen Qian, distracted by her surroundings as if on a casual shopping trip, failed to notice the tension emanating from Emo Han. The arm he had close to her remained taut, and they stood so near that he could easily take her hand if he wished. Emo Han clenched his fist, pressing his fingers against his knuckles. Wen Rang, trailing behind, observed this scene, uncertain of Emo Han's thoughts but perceiving a restraint within him. What was he suppressing? Wen Rang mused. Was he upset by Wen Qian's earlier remarks? That seemed unlikely. He was not the type to hold grudges. Moreover, Wen Qian had consistently treated him with a lack of hierarchy, only resorting to a perfunctory address of commander when she needed something. Wen Rang concluded that the earlier encounter with the zombie had startled him. He thought to himself that if he had faced such a scare, he would have felt the same irritation. Upon reaching the third floor, they found no other living beings aside from that one zombie. However, as they ascended to the fourth floor, the situation dramatically changed. The corridor was filled with zombies standing at the ready. Upon seeing them, the horde lunged forward like wolves that had been starved for a month, salivating at the sight of flesh. Wen Qian cast a quick glance and instinctively pulled her brother to the front. Wen Rang understood her unspoken message immediately. With so many zombies, it would be a shame not to ignite a conflagration. Flames crackling with electricity rendered the zombies numb, while those engulfed in intense heat writhed in agony, still attempting to drag Wen Qian and her companions to a shared demise. Wen Qian scoffed at their foolishness, and the trio swiftly took action, quickly clearing the entire floor. The crystal cores from the zombies they defeated automatically entered their storage, but Emo Han's did not. After picking up a few, he lost interest and turned to Wen Qian, uttering an unexpected request: "Add me to the system." Wen Qian's heart leaped, pounding fiercely. He was not only aware of the space, but also of the system. Instinctively, she took a couple of steps back, her body tense with caution. She fixed her sharp gaze on Emo Han, demanding, "What do you mean?" "Literally," Emo Han replied, his demeanor unruffled by her reaction. His overly gentle tone created an illusion that he was coaxing her. "Picking up these items one by one is a waste of time. I see you have an automatic collection feature, right? With both of us possessing such skills, we must be part of the same system. So, add me to your system." Wen Rang, still reeling from the shock, was oblivious to the implications. Yet Wen Qian began to grasp the reality. He knew, which meant he too possessed such abilities. Emo Han discerned her thoughts and clarified, "No, I merely have some understanding." Wen Qian considered her system, which was notoriously biased towards its host, and hesitantly asked, "Are you certain about this? My system is quite formidable. If you harbor any malicious intent, you would be annihilated." The system had indicated that if it detected murderous intent from a member towards her, and loyalty dropped below 80, it would automatically execute a purge. Although Emo Han had consistently exhibited a friendly demeanor, unforeseen circumstances could arise. With both of them having established a base, conflicts over resources could potentially lead to harm. If he were to threaten her over a dispute, it would be his own demise. Wen Qian had always perceived Emo Han as intelligent. If she were in his position, she would never choose to do this. Yet, Mohan exhibited no hesitation, his resolute attitude stirring an unexpected excitement within Wen Qian. Indeed, she felt exhilaration. The prospect of having such combat prowess integrated into her system offered her nothing but advantages. She had not coerced him. This was his own choice. What was there to hesitate over? After a brief moment of silence, she nodded. All right, but don't regret it. With mutual agreement, the system's notification sounded. Ding! One battle member added. Reward. Space prosperity increased by 1,000. Farm yield increased by 100. Wen Qian was astonished. When she initially integrated into the system, her prosperity was only 20, with a yield increase of 20. Could the rewards be allocated based on an individual's combat ability? Would Gu Ran be devastated upon learning this? Before Wen Qian could fully process her astonishment, the system's voice chimed again. Unable to detect member information, the system appeared to encounter a bug, falling into silence. Wen Qian turned to look at Mohan, who seemed to be irritated, and then the system resumed functionality. Member information updated. Name, Mohan. Gender, male. Height, 187 centimeters. Age, unknown. Blood type, occupation, unknown. Loyalty, never betray. Wen Qian had seen many individuals' profiles, including those of base members. Yet this was her first encounter with the term unknown. She silently scrutinized Mohan's age and occupation. Then her gaze settled on the phrase never betray. Never betray indicated a loyalty level surpassing 100, achieving a permanent enhancement. Once this standard was met, it would remain unaltered. Regardless of circumstances, he would always prioritize Wen Qian. While she could comprehend and accept the loyalty and goodwill of family, she found herself perplexed by Mohan's unwavering commitment. Wen Qian reevaluated the man before her. He possessed an exceptionally handsome visage, one that would stand out wherever he went, leaving a lasting impression. She strained to recall if she had ever encountered him in her previous life, only to conclude that she had not. Chapter 87. Wen Rang. Who wrote this foolish system? Wen Qian suppressed the tumultuous emotions within her, intending to turn back and have a serious discussion with him. However, she held little hope, for after all, how could she compel someone to remember something even she had forgotten? Moreover, even if Mohan did remember, he might not choose to divulge it. If he truly wished to speak, he would have done so at their first meeting, rather than carelessly using the matter of space as a shield. Wen Rang was oblivious to the underlying circumstances. From his perspective, it merely seemed that his sister was in a rather poor mood after binding with Mohan. Was there something amiss with this man? Wen Rang leaned closer to Wen Qian, subtly shielding half of her body, and inquired, "What is wrong?" "Nothing. Just a minor bug in the system." "What?" Wen Rang exclaimed, "Which fool wrote that? How could there be a bug? What if it causes harm to his sister?" Wen Qian remained unresponsive, yet Mohan let out a disdainful chuckle. He cast a meaningful glance at Wen Rang before turning to ascend stairs. Wen Rang felt mocked. Despite the absence of words, he sensed that Mohan's gaze conveyed two words, fool. Irritated, Wen Rang felt aggrieved. What did he mean? Just because a program has a bug, all programmers should be condemned? With such an attitude, he still dared to pursue his sister? No way. He would be the first to oppose this union. Wen Rang grumbled internally, feeling a strong urge to confront Mohan. However, he had only met Mohan a handful of times. To label their relationship as unfamiliar would be an understatement, yet to claim intimacy would be equally inaccurate. Thus, he swallowed his displeasure and silently followed behind. The upper floors, like the fourth, were swarming with a horde of zombies. Yet, these non-mystical zombies were the easiest for Wen Qian and her companions to deal with. They fought their way upward, and the number of crystal cores in Wen Qian's space doubled. Unbeknownst to them, the special-grade zombie lurking on an upper floor seemed to sense the rapid decrease of its minions, causing the temperature within the building to plummet further. Wen Qian and Wen Rang were clad in temperature-regulating suits, yet they could still feel the chill in the air. They glanced at Mohan, who was dressed only in a black combat suit. Would he not freeze solid? If he became incapacitated, they would lose a vital combatant. Mohan was oblivious to the siblings' ill intentions, maintaining a stoic demeanor while dispatching the zombies before him. Wen Rang watched from behind, with Mohan present. He found little opportunity to engage. After ascending several more floors, the zombies finally began to flee, scattering in fear, making it increasingly rare to encounter the reckless ones charging at them. This turn of events displeased Wen Qian. The building was nearly 40 stories high. Surely the zombies wouldn't expect her to search each floor one by one? Now that the cowardly zombies were hiding, even the lesser ones had ceased to attack. Wen Qian halted her steps, declaring her intent to turn back. And Mohan and Wen Rang glanced at her, only to hear her exclaim in frustration, "I'm not searching anymore. Let's go back." With that, she pivoted and began to descend. At that moment, Wen Rang recalled the famous phrase, "Since we are here, we might as well." He was about to persuade his sister otherwise when a figure flashed past him, and Mohan had obediently followed her down. Wen Rang sighed, "Man." As Wen Qian made her way down, she remained vigilant, aware that the zombies would not allow them to leave so easily. The distress signal from the power station was intended to lure them in, after all. Thus, they could not allow the zombies to fish without consequence. As anticipated, after descending only a couple of floors, the corridor was suddenly sealed by a thick layer of ice, and the zombie that had been lurking in the shadows finally revealed itself. Upon seeing it, Wen Qian exhaled in relief. Why? Because it still resembled a zombie in appearance, tattered clothing draping over its skeletal, decaying body. She scrutinized the creature from head to toe, thankful it had not evolved to resemble a human, for that would have driven her to despair. The ice-type zombie had initially anticipated that upon announcing the presence of over 30 survivors, the base would dispatch numerous rescuers. In this way, it could feast upon fresh flesh rather than consume the frozen stockpile it had previously amassed. However, it was taken aback to find that only 3 individuals had arrived. Yet, each of these 3 possessed extraordinary abilities, which was quite satisfactory. Humans endowed with abilities were far more delectable than ordinary ones. The sense of fullness, gratification, and the overwhelming surge of power they offered was what every awakened zombie craved. The zombie gazed hungrily at the trio, while they conversed about its appearance. Wen Qian remarked, "It has a beer belly. Clearly, it's no spring chicken." And Mohan observed the few remaining strands of hair on the zombie's head, noting its relatively recent demise and the lingering traits from its former life. "Definitely Mediterranean, a programmer," he deduced. When Rang interjected, "What did programmers ever do to you? Why the personal attack?" "Just stating the facts," and Mohan retorted, casting a glance at Wen Rang's hair, nearly inciting him to explode in anger. Yet, more enraged than Wen Rang was the ice-type zombie. As one who had rapidly evolved advanced cognition and possessed ice abilities, it held a certain pride. Furthermore, upon becoming a zombie, an innate disdain for humanity naturally emerged. Humans were frail, inevitably succumbing to the ravages of age, illness, and death. But zombies? As long as their vital points sustained less than 100 damage, they would persist indefinitely. How many longed for such an existence? When humans failed, zombies thrived. Thus, upon gaining advanced cognitive awareness, all zombies became arrogant, looking down upon humanity. In their eyes, the apocalypse was their battlefield. They were the new breed of humanity, destined to cleanse the world of its original weak and inferior beings. At that moment, the ice-type zombie observed the 3 inferior humans exhibiting no fear upon encountering it. Rather, they appeared to engage in idle chatter, which quickly ignited its fury. Its gaze locked onto Wen Qian, and a chilling wave capable of slicing through flesh surged towards her. The zombie raised its hand, intending to grasp her throat, but in the next instant, another figure seized its arm. The zombie beheld the meddlesome man, its expression transforming into one of smugness. And Mohan glanced down at his arm encased in ice, then back at the zombie's face. The smile at the corner of the zombie's mouth froze, for no matter how hard it exerted itself, its ice could not penetrate even a fraction of the man's skin. In fact, the small portion of his arm that had previously been frozen had returned to normal. How could this be? The zombie's eyes widened in disbelief. And Mohan gripped the zombie's wrist, rendering it incapable of taking even a step back. With his bare hands, he snapped the zombie's arm and tore it off with ruthless efficiency, all while maintaining an expressionless demeanor. To be honest, his composure was more terrifying than the zombie itself. After losing an arm, the zombie did not regenerate. Emohan contemplated continuing his assault, yet he suddenly paused, revealing a hint of impatience on his face. You take over. Emohan seized the zombie by its collar and kicked it towards Wen Qian and Wen Rang. Surrounded by the three, the zombie heard Emohan state, "My involvement would disrupt the balance of power." Chapter 88. Zombie, why not let you take on a role of the zombie? Wen Qian glanced at Emohan, her mind racing. It was known that Emohan possessed a psychic control ability. If he wished, and if his power was sufficiently formidable, he could swiftly eradicate a significant number of zombies. What held him back? Was it reluctance or a lack of capability? What did it mean to disrupt the balance of combat strength? And what consequences would arise from such an upheaval? Swallowing her questions one by one, Wen Qian turned her attention back to the zombies, tilting her head with a smile. Come on, General, your turn to play is over. Let someone else take the stage. The young girl's smile was sweet, yet when she acted, she was fiercer than any man. With a swift motion, she yanked at the scant strands of hair on the zombie's head, causing Wen Rang to feel a pang of headache. Direct contact with the zombie's skin would result in being frozen, so Wen Qian kicked the zombie towards Wen Rang, who set it ablaze, causing the creature to scream in terror and flee. However, its speed was no match for Wen Qian. The path ahead was always blocked by her, while behind lay the mischievous boy playing with fire, and at the staircase stood a man clad in black, whose mere presence was a formidable deterrent, rivaling that of the other two. Every escape route was sealed off. The zombie, scorched beyond recognition, found itself under Wen Qian's foot as she inquired, "Where's that articulate zombie?" It certainly isn't this one that lured them here with radio signals. Zombies were known for their need to showcase their prowess, much like the one that used the radio to entice humans, or this one that displayed frozen corpses in the corridor. They always exhibited an eagerness to flaunt their might. Yet, this particular zombie had only emitted incoherent howls, never uttering a complete sentence. Wen Qian drove her knife into the zombie's body, pinning it to the ground. The zombie thrashed about before succumbing to the threat of Wen Rang's flames. I am... It began, but Wen Qian scoffed, "You can't even speak coherently. Were you? You're nothing." Infuriated, the zombie howled in frustration, wishing to silence her by tearing out her teeth and tongue. Observing its impotent rage, Wen Qian quipped, "Fine. Why roast you on a spit? You'd better have the guts to bite me." Ice zombies, after all, were most vulnerable to fire and sunlight. Her words nearly rendered the creature unconscious, for it realized that this girl was indeed capable of carrying out her threats. Additionally, the boy who toyed with fire continued to hover before it, occasionally singeing its face and hands. For the zombie, this was undoubtedly a form of torment. After enduring such treatment for a while, it finally relented. The articulate zombie had departed long ago after sending a distress signal to the base, leaving this one to guard its territory, awaiting the human's arrival. Its response aligned closely with Wen Qian's expectations. The articulate zombie, inescapably clever, met the standards of a high-level zombie. However, Wen Qian believed that its combat strength was likely low. Otherwise, it wouldn't resort to hiding, instead taking the opportunity to flaunt its skills. Perhaps its only ability was to mimic voices. Yet, it would undoubtedly send out more distress signals in the future, putting those like Wen Qian and his group in danger upon their rescue missions. It was not that she looked down upon them, but rather a matter of pragmatism. With Wen Qian and his companions' intellects, they were on par with Guran. Their eyes radiated an innocent foolishness, easily deceived by mere flattery. Wen Qian handed over the ice zombie to Emohan, while she and Wen Rang switched floors to deal with the remaining minions. Although many fled in panic, they ultimately succumbed to the allure of her fire-attracting skill, returning to her like moths to a flame. Under the influence of this skill, Wen Qian was akin to a poison that drove the zombies to madness. They simply could not resist such temptation. Yet, upon returning, they found themselves with no means of escape. Wen Qian cleared the entire building of zombies and returned to the second floor. She gazed at the humans frozen to death in the corridor, prompting Wen Rang to melt the ice before tossing the bodies downstairs to be incinerated. Emohan dragged the bound ice zombie outside the building, handing it over to Wen Qian. The creature still retained one intact arm, making it suitable for ice making. Wen Qian decided to take it back for some labor. If successful, lending it to Mohan's base would pose no issue. It was not far from her home. A simple walk back. As Wen Qian took hold of the rope binding the zombie, she prepared to return home. Mohan glanced in the direction of her residence and asked, "Won't you invite me to visit your base?" Before she could respond, Wen Rang squeezed between them. The two bases have not yet formally established friendly relations, so it's rather inconvenient. The excuse felt awkward, making Wen Qian blush with embarrassment. She turned her head to stare into the zombie's eyes, listening to her brother's strained conversation with Mohan. Mohan remarked, "I believe my display of goodwill was sufficiently friendly." When Rang responded, "You see, that's just your assumption." Raising an eyebrow, Mohan pressed, "Then what do you suggest I do?" When Rang shot a sidelong glance at Wen Qian, leaning closer to Mohan and whispering, "Keep your distance from my sister, you scoundrel." When Rang dared not voice this in front of Wen Qian, fully aware that his sister had not yet considered such matters. She had previously asserted that anyone seeking romance in the apocalypse was deranged, and when Rang found this sentiment agreeable. However, from a male perspective, he couldn't deny that Mohan had an appealing face. Being involved with such a man for a while, especially if it were to be revealed that he harbored feelings for her, could lead to complications. Human nature is such that the more one tries to avoid certain thoughts, the less significant they seem. Yet, once one starts to ponder deeply, they become a matter of concern. Therefore, when Rang was determined not to provide any hints to his sister that might lead her to consider the notion of romance, with gritted teeth, he warned Mohan, but to no avail. Mohan circumvented Wen Rang and approached Wen Qian, stating, "I'll escort you home." "No need." Wen Rang seized his sister's hand and dashed off, exclaiming, "General Mo, you should return to your base." "Goodbye." He pulled Wen Qian away with remarkable speed, faster than the zombies that pursued them. Wen Qian dragged the zombie behind her, its face scraping against the ground as they fled. Their figures quickly receded into the distance, while Mohan leaned against the car door, watching them, and lit a cigarette. The zombies meandered past him, seemingly oblivious to his presence, ignoring him as if he were air. After finishing his cigarette while gazing in the direction of Wen Qian's home, Mohan got into his vehicle and departed. Wen Qian returned to the base, startling those exercising in the courtyard. She hurriedly called out to those fleeing in panic, "Stop! It's bound. It can't move." The crowd, skeptical, gazed at the terrifying zombie at her feet, only to hear her add, "I brought back this ice maker just for you. If it misbehaves, burn it." The zombie could only respond with a silent, exasperated curse. "Why not let you take on the role of the zombie?" Chapter 89. Awakening of Xiaobai. When Qian entrusted the zombies to Wen Rang and Gu Ran, while she ascended the stairs to process the crystal cores she had collected that day. Once the zombies realized that their most formidable adversary had departed, they attempted to rebel, only to be met with a punch from Gu Ran that left its face battered. Subsequently, Wen Rang unleashed 2 fireballs upon it, subjecting it to a torment so severe that it yearned for death. Finally, as Wen Changning passed by, he drenched the creature with a torrent of water, leaving it utterly humiliated. Mistaking the commotion below for a fire, Wen Changning only realized his error after dousing the scene. He then patted his son's shoulder, saying, "Try again." After receiving a thorough education, Wen Rang, noting the zombie's aversion to sunlight and its inability to exert any strength in the yard, dragged it into the dimly lit underground garage. The subdued lighting significantly improved the zombie's condition, allowing for continued instruction until it complied with commands. Meanwhile, upstairs, Wen Qian entered her space and tossed all the crystal cores into the processor, which could automatically categorize them. Given the peculiar circumstances, she refrained from adhering to the timeline of her previous life. Following periods of extreme heat and cold, an eternal night would ensue during which the zombie's strength would surge. Wen Qian aimed to elevate everyone's capabilities beyond the zombie's pursuit before the onset of this prolonged night. While waiting, Wen Qian took stock of the medicinal supplies within her space before seeking out Xiaobai. Over the past few days, Xiaobai had remained within the confines of the space, as it had been unwell since consuming the flesh of a 2-headed zombie. Despite Wen Qian administering some crystal core potions, its condition showed no signs of improvement. Concerned that it might mutate unexpectedly and pose a threat to others, she decided to keep it safe within her space, where it could rest comfortably. After searching both indoors and outdoors without success, Wen Qian expanded her search radius. Ultimately, she discovered Xiaobai nestled in a tree, seemingly in a deep slumber. Even as Wen Qian approached, the typically vigilant creature did not awaken. A slight frown creased her brow, knowing that it was likely still unwell. Compared to a few days prior, Xiaobai had doubled in size, resembling a small lion. As she stepped closer to the tree, intending to stroke its head, Xiaobai opened its eyes just as she extended her hand. An aura of menace filled the air, and in a moment of surprise, Wen Qian found herself tackled by Xiaobai. Its sharp claws aimed for her neck, but upon recognizing her visage, it abruptly halted, its expression transforming. Wen Qian had never witnessed such a reaction from an animal, finding it difficult to articulate what transpired. If viewed through a human lens, it felt as though a flood of memories rushed into her consciousness, overwhelming her senses. In that instant, she was rendered motionless. Xiaobai stared blankly at Wen Qian, unblinking. Meeting its gaze, she noted its once heterochromatic eyes had both turned a vivid red. Xiaobai? Wen Qian hesitated to call its name. After a brief pause, Xiaobai, confirming her identity as its true master, began nuzzling her with its head, incessantly vocalizing its excitement. The fervent and impatient response bewildered Wen Qian. She sat up only to be knocked over again by Xiaobai. Resigned, she leaned against the tree trunk, gently stroking Xiaobai's head. What was wrong? Hadn't she come to see it daily? It had been the one ignoring her, so why the sudden outburst? Wen Qian felt unjustly chastised. Yet Xiaobai continued its animated tirade, resembling a chatty companion. Curiosity piqued. She longed to decipher the words of its fervent complaints. Lacking proficiency in animal language left her somewhat helpless, yet she patiently embraced Xiaobai, soothing it for nearly half an hour until it gradually quieted, resting beside her. Together, they sat quietly beneath the tree, Xiaobai occasionally glancing up at her, leaving Wen Qian both amused and exasperated. "I want to run away. What are you looking at?" Rising, she estimated that the processing of the crystal cores was nearing completion and led Xiaobai back to the villa. Xiaobai lingered in front of the villa, lost in thought, before eventually following Wen Qian inside. Once inside, Wen Qian retrieved the processed crystal core potions, noting an increase in the quantities of level 4, 3, and 2 potions compared to before. Level 2 zombies likely included the one that had confronted Mo Han face-to-face at the Qianhai building, as well as Huang Zhuai's after his mutation. After consuming 2 level 2 potions, she quickly received a system notification, water-based ability. A smile graced her lips as she recalled the matter. Aside from the initial absorption of regenerative powers on Fisher Island, the subsequent teleportation and water abilities had not been accompanied by instructions or precautions. What did this imply? Was her current physical strength sufficient to utilize these powers without restrictions? Wen Qian clenched her fist, feeling the surge of newfound strength within her. She consumed more low-level zombie crystal cores, then took the remaining potions out of her space to distribute among her family. Mo had just returned from downstairs when she mentioned having conducted a simple check on the children at the base. Before she could speak, Wen Qian inquired, "Was the batch of medicine I brought back insufficient?" She had previously returned from Fu Yu and's pharmaceutical factory with a supply of medications for patients with heart disease and asthma, due to the nature of their conditions. The patients required daily doses, leading to a rapid depletion of supplies. Without needing Mo to elaborate, Wen Qian understood the gravity of the situation. She had to prepare an ample supply of medicine for these children before the onset of the eternal night. In truth, she could have chosen not to do so. These individuals were the discarded, sickly remnants of other base alliances. Providing them with a stable shelter and food was already a considerable act of kindness. Even if the medicines ran out, no one would hold her accountable. However, procuring medicine was not a daunting task for Wen Qian, and she had voluntarily taken these individuals into the base. No one had coerced her. Therefore, the idea of swiftly integrating this group into base membership to bolster its prosperity, only to abandon them soon after, was something Wen Qian could not bring herself to do. Should a situation arise in the future that necessitated a choice between them and her family, she would undoubtedly choose to sacrifice the former. But for now, it was not an extraordinary circumstance. While conversing with Mo, Fu Yun was playing in the living room with Guanwan. He turned to Wen Qian and asked, "Sister, what medicine are you looking for?" Wen Qian paused, smiling as she replied, "What medicine do you think you can help me find?" Fu Yun dashed to her side, his fair and handsome face brimming with earnestness. "I can remember all the medicines in our house. Plus, I've accompanied my parents to foreign pharmaceutical factories to discuss collaborations." Wen Qian was taken aback. Who said that wealthy children weren't industrious? This one was already immersed in work at the age of 5, learning about products and factories and international partnerships. In that moment, Wen Qian, who had merely relied on her family for living expenses during her university years, began to reflect on her own life. Chapter 90. The tumultuous strife of the affluent. Wen Qian retrieved the medicine from her space, and Fu Yuan received the vial, scrutinizing the information inscribed upon it. A joyful smile gracing his visage. "I recognize this. I overheard my parents discussing it previously." "Oh, what did they say?" Wen Qian inquired, her curiosity piqued. "My father mentioned that this imported original research drug is exceedingly expensive, and many children cannot procure it. Once we begin mass production, we will be able to reduce the costs," Fu Yuan articulated slowly, recalling the conversation with precision, allowing Wen Qian to grasp the pivotal terms. Imported. In truth, the notion of venturing abroad to gather supplies had crossed Wen Qian's mind even before the apocalypse formally commenced. Her spatial abilities were incredibly advantageous, and it felt a disservice not to capitalize on them. However, she ultimately refrained, as on the very night of her rebirth, she witnessed several elderly individuals in the vicinity engaging in an initial bout of zombification. She had observed it with her own eyes and recorded a video. Traveling abroad necessitated visas and navigating a multitude of procedures, compounded by the time required for such a journey, leading her to fear the apocalypse might commence prematurely. Moreover, her spatial abilities at the time could not encompass all her family members. She was unwilling to separate from them, thus opting to remain and target supermarkets operated by foreign enterprises. Before the apocalypse, such endeavors were impractical. What about now? Nearly 2 months had elapsed, and the chaos abroad mirrored that at home. Most resources had fallen under the control of the affluent and powerful, with ordinary citizens facing mass casualties and zombification, leaving only a scant few capable individuals who had nearly exhausted the available supplies. In foreign lands, gun control was lax and, in many areas, non-existent. Consequently, the survivors exhibited formidable combat prowess against the undead. Had she chosen to venture out at this juncture, she would likely find little of value. If anything were to captivate her, it would be the crystal cores. Foreigners were often tall and robust, and their propensity for reckless behavior suggested a potentially accelerated mutation rate. Yet, how could she selflessly act as a scavenger for another nation when her own undead were still a menace? Upon weighing all these factors, Wen Qian concluded that it was not prudent to embark on such a journey at this time. She turned to Fu Yuan and inquired, "Is this medicine produced by your company? Besides the factory I discovered previously, does your family possess other storage facilities for the medication?" Fu Yuan pondered deeply, a look of concentration on his face that made Wen Qian fear for the overheating of his CPU. "My family does not have any, but my uncle does. His company is substantial, inherited from my grandfather. My grandfather remarked that my father lacks ambition, and so do I. Hence we were not bequeathed any." Upon hearing this, Wen Qian chuckled at the melodrama of the wealthy family's disputes. "What is your uncle's name?" "Fu Sheng," Fu Yuan replied. Wen Qian mused, how fortuitous. Fu Sheng was indeed one of the higher-ups at the West City base, and the individual she had previously dispatched, Huang Zhai's, was but a pawn in his game. Wen Qian gave Fu Yuan a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Go and play with your sister." He obediently departed, and she turned to Li Mo, stating, "I will devise a plan regarding the medicine." Li Mo, a former doctor, was aware of some rumors surrounding Fu Sheng. His company was enormous, producing medications that only they could manufacture, thus establishing a high-price monopoly. Concerned, she gazed at Wen Qian. "If it proves too difficult, do not pursue it. Your life is more precious than others, understand?" "I understand," Wen Qian assured her with a nod. "Rest easy, mother. I'm not one to willingly lay down my life for others. I lack such noble character. I will do my utmost regarding the medicine, But if it proves unfeasible, I shall withdraw. I value my life." Hearing her words, Li Mo released a sigh of relief, only to be subsequently ensnared by Xiao Bai, who was particularly clingy that day. It took Li Mo half an hour to extricate herself from the dog's affections. Setting aside the matter of the medicine for the time being, Wen Qian noticed that Xiao Bai's condition had markedly improved compared to previous days. She decided to take it and a few dogs downstairs. The puppies that Wen Chongning had purchased had grown rapidly over the past month. Wen Qian intended to take them out in the coming days to familiarize them with the world and practice against zombies. In the underground parking lot, an ice-type zombie, under the duress of Wen Rang and Gu Ran, had managed to produce several blocks of ice, each approximately 1 cubic meter in size. Due to the excessive energy expenditure, it now lay on the ground feigning death. Spotting Wen Rang in the distance, Xiao Bai dashed over and knocked him down, startling him thoroughly. The weight of over 100 pounds bore down on him, nearly robbing him of breath as he struggled and inquired of Wen Qian, "Did you feed it fertilizer? How did it grow so swiftly? And what is up with its eyes?" "I have no idea," Wen Qian replied candidly. "Perhaps some seal has been lifted, and in a few days, it may transform into a celestial hound." Wen Qian kicked the fainting zombie, which startled awake to find 2 blood-red eyes looming above it, prompting an immediate scramble to its feet. Wen Qian halted Xiao Bai, who was eager to dispatch the creature, and asked, "Why have you ceased your actions?" The zombie replied, "I lack the strength to eat humans. Spare me your excuses. For you, devouring humans is merely a psychological satisfaction. Even without consuming, you would not perish. It would be in your best interest to comply, lest I dismantle you piece by piece." As Wen Qian intimidated the zombie, individuals from the base approached her. Fearful of the zombies, they dared not venture too close and instead peered from behind the unit door, revealing only their heads as they spoke to Wen Qian. "We wish to ascend the mountain to gather firewood." Previously, Wen Qian had instructed them to fell the dead trees within the community and store them in the underground garage for future use. However, those trees were insufficient for their needs, prompting them to consider the nearby small forest park. The mountain lay adjacent to their base, a mere 10-minute walk from the seaside. Now, the trees on the mountain had withered, and they sought to bring those back. Upon hearing their proposal, Wen Qian agreed to guide them out of the base. It was preferable to have them engaged in productive tasks rather than waiting for her direction, and it also provided an opportunity to take Xiao Bai and the dogs for a stroll. With alacrity, the group sprang into action. After Wen Qian's affirmation, they promptly returned home to change clothes and gather equipment. A half hour later, the group emerged through the gates of the base. Having not ventured beyond the gates for nearly 2 months, they resembled a flock of quails huddled together, trembling at the sight of nearby zombies. Armed with various weapons, some wielding baseball bats, others golf clubs, and even one brandishing a rolling pin, they instinctively glanced back at Wen Qian as a zombie lunged toward them. Wen Qian, casually enjoying her lollipop, appeared unfazed by the threat. In contrast, Xiao Bai dashed forward, a white blur, and began its feast, prompting the other dogs to follow suit after a moment's hesitation. Observing the audacity of the dogs, the base members felt compelled to match their courage. They raised their weapons, rallying themselves with enthusiastic cries as they charged forth. Chapter 91. The 5 major bases of Bin City in the vicinity of the base. The zombies have been largely eradicated by Wen Qian and her companions during their daily comings and goings. The remaining scattered foes were not formidable, so Wen Qian allowed them to roam freely. Just as Xiao Bai pounced on one zombie, preparing to deliver the fatal bite, several mangy dogs rushed over eagerly. Reluctantly, Xiao Bai abandoned the initial target and sought a new one. However, no sooner had it taken down another zombie than a gaggle of foolish bipeds brandishing knives, guns, and clubs came charging in. Infuriated, Xiao Bai cast a glance at the waste cleaner nearby. Noticing the cleaner's subtle gesture indicating that these were their own people and to refrain from attacking, Xiao Bai begrudgingly retracted its claws. The residents of the base, having observed Wen Qian and her group dispatching zombies with ease, were subtly influenced and began to perceive those abominable creatures as less terrifying than they had previously imagined. With Wen Qian's presence bolstering their courage, they impulsively joined the fray. By the time they realized their actions, they had already rendered the zombie's skull into a pulp. Although Xiao Bai had originally captured the zombie, it was the combined might of the residents that ultimately vanquished it. For the past 2 months, they had been shrouded in the fear instilled by the undead, and witnessing the demise of the creature at their hands brought a sense of vindictive satisfaction to each individual. As with all first encounters, a second soon followed, and another zombie soon lay dead before them. Wen Qian, trailing behind, watched as Xiao Bai strutted about like a village tyrant, handing its catch over to the villagers for disposal. The dogs leapt in to bite, and the villagers joined in with their fists, creating a rather amusing spectacle. As they ascended the mountain, the group began to work earnestly. At the foot of the mountain lay the seashore. Although the weather was sweltering, the sea breeze provided a refreshing reprieve. Since Wen Qian was already there, she did not remain idle. She assisted in toppling trees, which they then transported back to the base with the escort of Xiao Bai and the 4 dogs. This round trip took roughly half an hour, and as the hours passed, the sky darkened and fatigue weighed heavily upon them. By afternoon's end, they had successfully transported nearly 100 trees, satisfying Wen Qian's expectations. Thus, she consented to their request to venture down the mountain to stroll by the sea. In days gone by, the lively beach would be bustling with adults supervising their children digging in the sand, elderly folks taking leisurely walks, and young people gazing at the ocean and listening to the wind. Yet now, the shore lay eerily quiet. The group dashed to the water's edge, whimsically hoping to catch some seafood. Wen Qian perched herself on the shore, observing the delighted faces of those searching for marine treasures, only to be met with a sudden commotion as others screamed and fled in terror. Sighing in resignation, she inquired what happened. "Man-eating piranhas," gasped the leading man, his face drained of color. Previously, this shoreline had been home to oysters, crabs, conchs, and kelp. Occasionally, one might stumble upon clams or collect a small sea cucumber. Yet they had never encountered fish lurking near the shore, especially not fearsome piranhas with razor-sharp teeth. Wen Qian approached the water to investigate, and indeed, the creatures had mutated. An octopus, adorned with over 20 tentacles, darted past her, prompting her to frown and call for everyone to return to the base. In nature, animals possess a resilience far surpassing that of humans. Just as humanity had been the first to succumb to the plagues of the pre-apocalyptic world, animals often remained unscathed. Now, even these creatures had succumbed to mutation. This underscored the severity of their current predicament. On the descent from the mountain, Wen Qian encountered a snake with 2 heads. She swiftly dispatched it with a single blow, only to witness the severed halves wriggling away like earthworms, each escaping its fate. The onlookers were startled by the sight, reverting to their initial state of fear, huddling together like quail. Wen Qian felt a chill of apprehension. If animals could mutate and exhibit such division, what of the zombies? A foreboding sense of dread settled over her, propelling her to hasten back to the base. She immediately descended into the underground garage to locate the ice-based zombie. The creature was still laboring under the merciless compulsion of Wen Rang and Gu Ran, and beside it lay a dozen blocks of ice. The ice it produced differed from that formed by ordinary water. It did not melt. Wen Qian approached and stored the ice in her space, working through the night alongside Wen Rang to compel the zombie to produce over 100 blocks of ice. Eventually, the creature could muster no more strength. If its tear ducts still held any sensation, it would surely weep in despair, having endured torment as a human and now facing enslavement as a zombie. Wen Qian understood that utilizing its abilities drained the zombie's energy, yet its recovery rate was swifter than that of humans, and it required no sustenance. Thus, she granted it a 5-hour respite. She retrieved a shipping container from her space and confined the zombie within. This way, should it attempt to divide, it would have nowhere to flee. Wen Qian relayed her encounter with the 2-headed snake to Wen Rang and the others, voicing her concerns and advising them to remain vigilant. In the ensuing days, Gu Ran took over the responsibility of guiding the base residents up the mountain to collect trees, while Wen Rang supervised the zombies' ice production. Li Mo and Wen Chongning had grown audacious enough to venture out of the base alone, slaying zombies within a 500-meter radius. If they could not defeat their foes, they would simply flee, After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, they had practiced running daily, progressing from struggling to complete 3 kilometers to now effortlessly covering 10. The children of the base gathered daily to tend to the crops, watering the food and vegetables. Naturally drawn to water play, they were perfectly suited for this task. Meanwhile, Wen Qian ventured out alone to scavenge for supplies and crystal cores. Her base was equipped with a radio, prepared before the apocalypse, which she had yet to utilize, only occasionally listening to the exchanges of others. Through the radio, she learned that besides their own base and the official base led by Mo Han, 3 additional bases had emerged in Bin City. One was the West City base, a haven for the affluent. Another was the Future base, seemingly established by a group of retired soldiers. The last, intriguingly named the Fine People base, had only been established a few days prior. Initially, Wen Qian assumed it was a recruit people base, straightforward and clear, indicating a need for personnel. However, upon hearing the explanation, she learned it was named so because their leader was searching for someone. The bases discussed through the radio, planning to schedule a meeting for their leaders to explore potential collaboration. The news of zombie crystal cores enhancing human capabilities had spread. Although the harmless crystal core serum had yet to be refined, they could stockpile crystal cores in advance. Moreover, this world was never devoid of brave souls willing to take risks. Fully aware of the dangers posed by consuming crystal cores, yet still choosing to venture into peril for the promise of strength. Thus, the first batch of humans infected and mutated into zombies due to crystal core consumption began to emerge. Chapter 92. Are they looking for her? Wen Qian abruptly braked, her gaze fixated on the zombie that had leapt onto her car hood, a flicker of anger igniting within her. How dare you? This vehicle was a gift from her father. With a pained heart, she surveyed the large dent marring the hood, inhaling deeply as she locked eyes with the zombie, which was grinning maliciously, having identified its prey. This particular zombie had been infected after consuming a crystal core, possessing considerable combat strength prior to its mutation, which had subsequently doubled its power. Retaining some human physiological traits and cognitive functions, it had evolved into a level 2 zombie. As the creature raised its hand to shatter the windshield, intending to drag her out for a gruesome feast, Wen Qian leaned back against her seat and activated the water manipulation ability she had acquired from Huang's eyes. Given that the human body is composed of approximately 70 water, and even elderly individuals still maintain around 50 to 60, as long as a zombie retains even a modicum of human characteristics, water exists within its body. And where there is water, there lies the domain of a water ability user. Wen Qian had always thought Huang Zhuai's foolish for squandering such a remarkable power, reducing himself to a mere water puppet. She remained perfectly still in her seat, while the zombie, poised to strike, suddenly halted its movement. Its hand froze in midair, and its expression twisted into a grotesque grimace as its body began to swell ominously like an overinflated balloon. When a balloon can no longer withstand the pressure, it explodes. Similarly, when the water molecules within a human body decompose, an analogous fate awaits. The zombie was oblivious to the impending doom, only aware of the mounting agony within its form, until, with a resounding pop, it disintegrated into a mass of flesh. Wen Qian gazed at the now filthy windshield, collected the crystal core from the zombie, and exited her vehicle to cleanse it with her water ability. As she endeavored to restore the dent on the hood, she heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Ceasing her actions, Wen Qian turned to see a stranger observing her from several meters away. "I'm not in a good mood. If you wish to live, I suggest you keep your distance," she warned coldly. The man, however, did not flinch at her words. Instead, he extracted a photograph from his pocket, comparing the person in the image to the girl before him. The photo depicted an individual clad in a deep blue combat suit, with strikingly exquisite features identical to the girl in the distance. Convinced she was the target he sought, he stowed the photograph and declared, "I mean no harm. I am merely looking for you." Wen Qian, having observed his earlier scrutiny, raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "Looking for me is the greatest malice of all. What good Samaritan would seek out someone like me, a bully?" Her immediate thought drifted to the West City base, but she had left no survivors when she annihilated Huang Zhuai's team, nor were there any witnesses around, Thus the West City base had no reason to trace her. Who else, apart from enemies, would be scouring the streets for her with a photograph? Do you know me? Wen Qian inquired. I do not. I am merely following orders. Following orders implied an organization. When Qian recalled the fine people base she had heard about on the radio, her expression darkening as she asked, "Which base are you from?" "The fine people base. Our leader has a matter to discuss with you." The anticipated answer did little to alleviate her mood. They were indeed searching for her? Surely, they could not possess a photograph of her in the hands of every member? Wen Qian felt an urge to lash out. She glared at the man before her. Those who dared to approach alone in such a situation were either utterly foolish or exceptionally ruthless. Clearly, the man before her belonged to the latter category. She scrutinized him, easily discerning that he had undergone specialized training, his physique appearing even sturdier than Gu Ran's. Perched on the car hood, she contemplated and proposed, "Let us settle this with a fight. If you win, I will accompany you." The man hesitated briefly before nodding, "Very well." As he assented, Wen Qian surged toward him. The man held his breath, his eyes widening in surprise at her speed. However, he reacted swiftly, managing to evade most of her attacks after merely sustaining a glancing blow. Under the blazing sun, on the deserted street, the two engaged in a test of strength, gradually increasing the intensity of their strikes. Wen Qian had initially intended to hold back, wary of inadvertently killing him and attracting the ire of an entire base. Yet, she soon realized there was no need to restrain herself. Having previously sparred with Gu Ran, she had continued to practice in her spare time, acutely aware of Gu Ran's rapidly ascending combat prowess. Even amid a world teeming with ability users, Gu Ran's strength was undeniably exceptional. However, the man before her was no less formidable. In fact, based on his combat experience, he might even surpass Gu Ran. He adeptly countered her intricate attacks, showcasing both strength and speed. Within a mere minute, Wen Qian grasped the extent of his abilities. The initial shock in his eyes swiftly transformed into admiration as he realized her prowess, all occurring in the span of just 3 minutes. Wen Qian, after knocking the man to the ground, did not wait for him to rise before ensnaring him with water. Leaning down, she rifled through his pockets, retrieving the photograph he had been examining. She had anticipated it would be a mere screenshot from an online video, or, at worst, a candid shot from her life. Rarely did she take photographs, but there had been occasions during school graduation events and family vacations where pictures were taken and shared on social media, albeit infrequently. Perhaps once every 6 months. Her social media was open to all, so it was conceivable that someone might have leaked a photo. Yet, upon gazing at the image, she froze entirely. The photograph was not from her social media, nor did it exist within her memory. She stared blankly at the identification photo, her head pounding. It felt as though some long-buried memory sought to seep through the cracks. Yet the barriers were too formidable, leaving her with nothing but pain. Wen Qian slapped her forehead, inhaling deeply as she glanced at the man beneath her. Raising the photograph, her tone turned icy. "Does your base possess one of these for every member?" The man remained silent. Wen Qian nodded and continued, "What is your purpose in seeking me?" "I do not know." "What is your name?" "Jiangyu." "All right. I shall remember you. Inform your leader that using my likeness requires permission. Should I encounter any members of your base again, they must either disclose the reason for their search or perish at my hands as compensation for copyright infringement. The choice is yours." With that, Wen Qian turned and departed. After driving several hundred meters, she released Jiangyu from the watery prison. Jiangyu sat up, watching the swiftly disappearing vehicle with a sigh, before pulling out a satellite phone to contact his base. Chapter 93. The ocean pollution outside, yet her family's seafood abounds. After driving a short distance, Wen Qian halted to switch vehicles, wary of the possibility of encountering the man's companions nearby. It was prudent to exercise caution, as a group of formidable individuals was scouring the city with her photograph in hand. It was merely a matter of time before she was discovered. She could not remain cooped up at home indefinitely, nor could she venture outside while wearing a mask in the sweltering heat of over 60 degrees. Who was she trying to suffocate? Infuriated by the thought, Wen Qian eliminated all the zombies she encountered on her way home. Upon entering the base, she ascended the stairs, took a shower, changed her clothes, and lay on her bed, staring vacantly at the photo she had seized. It was then that when Rang and Gu Ran knocked on her door. Gu Ran had spotted her return from downstairs, noting her seemingly unhappy demeanor, and had shared his observations with Wen Rang. As it happened, the zombie was exhausted and needed to rest, so the two of them bound it tightly and stuffed it into a sack, which they carried upstairs and unceremoniously dropped at her doorstep. When Wen Rang opened the door and beheld his sister reclined on the bed, holding a photograph with a pensive expression, he inquired with displeasure, "Whose photo are you mooning over? Is he more handsome than I?" Wen Qian glanced behind him and asked, "Are Mom and Dad home?" "They're not. They've become addicted to hunting zombies and took Xiao Bai out for a stroll. I just checked. They're only 500 or 600 meters away, so the rest no issue." Upon hearing their absence, Wen Qian handed the photograph to Wen Rang. He took it, momentarily taken aback. "Is this a photo from some showcase? Why are you sighing over your own image?" "I snatched it from someone else," Wen Qian replied, sitting up. "Do you remember that Fine People base we mocked for its name? I encountered someone from there today. If all goes as expected, they're searching for me." When Rang and Gu Ran furrowed their brows at a revelation. "They established a base specifically to find you? What grudge could they possibly hold?" When Rang mused, lowering his gaze to the photograph in his hand. Perhaps due to a second glance, it didn't seem as unfamiliar. Rather, it evoked a strange sense of familiarity. "Were you in a confrontation with them? What do they say?" "They only mentioned that their leaders sought me for something, though the specifics were unclear. I initiated the confrontation, and the individual in question possesses considerable strength." "Comparable to both of you," Wen Qian replied, causing their expressions to darken further. Gu Ran scrutinized the photograph intently, deep in thought. "This photo, I feel like I've seen it before." Wen Qian was taken aback. It was one thing to ponder whether they had seen it in a previous life, but that was improbable. In this lifetime, prior to bringing his sister to seek help, they had never crossed paths. Where could he have encountered this photo? Yet Gu Ran appeared earnest, leaving both Wen Qian and Wen Rang bewildered. Just then, Liu Mo and Wen Chongning returned from outside, startled by the moving sack at the doorway. "Wen Rang, what have you brought home this time? Have you been asking for a beating?" Wen Rang stepped outside, his expression grave as he asked, "Mom, tell me the truth. When you gave birth to my sister, did you have another child? Were they a twin and taken away?" Liu Mo threw a slipper at him, sending him back into Wen Qian's room. "Rest assured, you're my only daughter. There are no others." When Rang secured the door and leaned against it, continuing to study the photograph. Suddenly, he recalled someone and inquired, "Does Moha know about this?" What was his reaction? "I have no idea," Wen Qian replied, puzzled. "What does it have to do with him? Has he not contacted you recently?" "Not at all. Since we parted ways last time, there has been no communication." "Ah, indeed, he is a seasoned scoundrel, playing hard to get with my sister," Wen Rang cursed inwardly. After discussing for a while, they decided not to inform Liu Mo and Wen Chongning about the situation to spare them undue worry. Wen Rang even suggested that when going out, Wen Qian should don a face skin, a mask that only leaves the eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. However, Wen Qian promptly dismissed the idea. Wen Rang exited the room with a smile, only for the momentary joy to vanish as the door closed behind him. He and Gu Ran returned to the underground garage with the zombie, which upon release sensed their foul mood and, without a hint of resistance, quietly resumed its tasks. Previously, to confirm the difference between the ice it produced and regular ice, Wen Rang had waited until he accumulated several blocks before observing their melting times. Now that he could distinguish between them, he no longer delayed. Every block produced was immediately tossed into the spatial storage. Initially, the zombie believed that only that dead girl possessed spatial abilities, but it was astounded to discover that this entire group shared the same gift, further shattering its already despondent spirit. What kind of demons were these? How could each individual be so formidable? Meanwhile, Wen Qian remained in her room lost in thought. Before long, Liu Mo and Wen Chongning came to find her, expressing a desire to enter the spatial realm to prepare some meals. In her childhood, both Liu Mo and Wen Chongning had been busy with work, leading Wen Qian and Wen Rang to rely on takeout for a period. After a bout of food poisoning that landed them in a hospital, Wen Qian had developed a sensitive stomach, prone to distress at the slightest unsanitary food. As a result, Liu Mo seldom allowed them to eat outside. Because of this, before the apocalypse, Wen Qian had never ordered from restaurants. Wen Qian concealed the photograph and led her parents into the spatial realm. She accompanied Li Mo to the kitchen to prepare meals, while Wen Chongning inspected his farm. The vegetables within the space thrived remarkably. Just days after harvesting cucumbers, green beans, chili peppers, and eggplants, another batch was ready for picking. He hurriedly collected these, along with nearby bok choy, cilantro, stinky vegetables, chives, lettuce, and baby cabbage, washing them thoroughly and arranging them on the shelves for Li Mo's convenience during cooking. After completing these tasks, he checked on the livestock he was raising. Rabbits typically have a reproductive cycle of 44 to 48 days, yet those he had purchased, influenced by the spatial realm, had already given birth twice within 2 months. Now, they were once again pregnant, and the rapid pace left Wen Chongning somewhat apprehensive, fearing that the space might soon become a rabbit's dominion. Aside from the rabbits, the chickens, ducks, and geese were thriving as well, laying eggs daily, which Wen Chongning had successfully incubated into a batch of chicks. The cows, sheep, pigs, and donkeys were also expecting. Wen Chongning could already envision the vast scale of his farm in the future. With such a breeding rate, it wouldn't be long before he became the world's wealthiest individual. However, he mused, that title currently held little significance. Wen Chongning strolled over to his fish pond, where the fish and shrimp were flourishing splendidly. Most astonishingly, the nearby pool where he raised seafood had yielded an even greater bounty than before, despite the external oceans being reported as polluted, rendering fresh seafood unavailable to the masses. His family was fortunate enough to indulge in it for as long as they desired. Chapter 94. The zombies can split. After Wen Chongning had cleaned the fish he had caught, Li Mo began the cooking process. They prepared a variety of dishes including boiled fish, sauerkraut fish, tomato fish, steamed bass, squirrel mandarin fish, sweet and sour carp, chopped chili fish head, Crucian carp and tofu soup, and many more, each made in quantities of 10. When they discovered that their space had no limits on water and electricity, they had purchased numerous cooking utensils and an electric